System activated. Old Master, save me. Help. Man and wolf, one fleeing, the other chasing, ran under the setting sun, kicking up birds in their wake. System. Activate now. Old Master, come out quickly. Help me. Still no system interface appeared. The legendary Old Master remained absent. The footsteps behind grew heavier, the breathing more labored, like a wheezing bellows. God above, I curse your ancestors. 5 minutes later, cries for help had turned into furious curses. Zhang Qian was certain he had truly crossed over into another world. Not because of the increasingly rugged mountain path beneath his feet, nor the dense vegetation surrounding him, far thicker than anything near Chang'an University Town in the 21st century. No, it was because after running over 1,500 meters straight, he hadn't found a single brick, a scrap of broken tile, or even a single human soul along the way. This was definitely not Chang'an University Town in the 21st century, nor any recognizable part of modern human society. Even though Chang'an University Town in the 21st century was somewhat remote, the evenings were usually full of students either on dates or rushing to them swarming like sardines. And although modern humans had improved hygiene habits, discarded bricks, broken tiles, and trash still littered the bushes. But here no one came to his rescue. Not a single piece of debris lay around for self-defense. He couldn't find so much as a plastic bag, a scrap of paper, let alone the dreaded prophylactics like Durex or Trojan that once haunted every bush during his university days. Having grown up in an orphanage, supported only by the kindness of strangers to get through college, had never even used those last two things not once in his life. Determined to make something of himself, from a moment he understood what hardship meant, Zhang Qian devoted himself entirely to study. As he grew older, he juggled academics with tutoring jobs, never having time or money for any wild adventures. The biggest mistake he'd ever made in his life was looking at his phone while walking. And just 10 minutes ago, when he looked up from the screen, he ended up here in this completely alien place. God above, I curse your ancestors. His anguished cry echoed across the wilderness, followed by increasingly ragged breaths. Because he was an orphan, Zhang Qian had learned early never to fall. Illness meant vulnerability. So he worked hard to stay fit. After entering university and securing his first tutoring job, he paid careful attention to nutrition and health. Though tall and lean, he carried little fat. For an orphan, a strong physique meant fewer beatings. For a student, physical fitness helped avoid many unnecessary troubles on late-night walks back to campus. That's partly why he hadn't already become wolf food. Of course, it was also possible the beast behind him was simply toying with him, wearing him down before delivering the final blow, ensuring its prey wouldn't lash out in desperation. Whatever the reason, the outcome seemed inevitable. After running over 3,000 meters, Zhang Qian could run no more. His legs felt like lead, his waist ached, sweat poured from his head, face, and arms, while his eyes and throat burned with thirst, as if fire licked at his insides. Cursed heavens, I damn your ancestors, he rasped, staggering toward a nearby rock beside the mountain path. It was the largest shelter within 500 meters, 3 meters high, for meters wide enough to protect his back. At its base, several weather-worn stones might be pried loose and used as weapons. His instincts proved right. As soon as he leaned against the rock and grabbed a melon-sized stone, the wolf halted its advance. 3 kilometers of relentless pursuit had nearly drained Zhang Qian's strength, but it had also exhausted the beast. Its wolfish body trembled faintly, panting heavily like a blacksmith's bellows. Its red tongue hung limply from its mouth, drool or sweat dripping steadily from the edges. Go on, get lost. Zhang Qian swung the stone twice with his left hand, then kicked wildly at other nearby rocks with his right foot. Startled, the wolf dodged sideways, slower than before. Yet Zhang Qian felt no joy at this observation. A sharp pain shot from his right toe, a cruel reminder that heaven had played him again. All the surrounding rocks suitable for throwing were embedded deeper than they appeared. Without a shovel, there was no way to dig them out, and the wolf certainly wouldn't wait while he tried. If only he had a shovel, he wouldn't be in this mess to begin with. Past the initial panic, fear, and despair, Zhang Qian's body was utterly spent, but his mind had sharpened. In other words, years as an orphan had hardened his nerves beyond those of ordinary people. He had accepted the reality of his situation and resolved to fight the wolf to the death. After all, he thought bitterly, if I lose, it'll just end up in its belly. No one will mourn me. No one will remember me. As the wolf caught its breath, delaying its next attack, he tucked his phone into his backpack. This Huawei phone had cost him 4 months of savings. Using it to smash a wolf skull would be a shame. Better to leave it behind. Perhaps someone else might find it someday, and know he once existed. Though from birth, few had ever cared whether he lived or died. A familiar texture brushed his fingers, a song of ice and fire. Book 7, English edition. Irony struck again, even while gasping for breath during the chase. He hadn't thought to discard such a heavy book. In truth, even if he had remembered, he probably wouldn't have thrown it away. This book had taken half a month of favors and begging to borrow today afternoon from an overseas returnee. He borrowed the original English version, not because his English was good, but because the Chinese translation wouldn't be published for months, maybe even years, judging by how slowly George R.R. Martin worked. If following GRRM's original plan, this volume shouldn't be called A Dream of Spring, it should be titled A Time of Wolves. That thought brought tears to his eyes once more. If He'd known borrowing A Time of Wolves would literally bring him face-to-face with a wolf, He'd have borrowed the king's treasure instead. Maybe upon arrival, He'd have stumbled upon a gold vault, bought a huge estate, married 17 or 18 wives, and lived a life of decadent luxury. Cursed heavens! Clenching his teeth, he shoved the phone between the pages, then quickly crouched and gathered a handful of small stones, stuffing them into his backpack. The wolf took a wary step back, growling lowly. Like dogs, wolves were naturally cautious of humans bending down to pick up rocks, a survival instinct passed down through generations. After all, since ancient times, wolves had clashed with primates, often losing despite occasional victories, being pelted with stones and fruit until their skulls cracked. Cursed heavens! Seeing the wolf hesitate, Zhang Qian waved the stone threateningly, then bent again, shoving more pebbles into his pack. Grrrr! Provoked by Zhang Qian's repeated feints without attack, the wolf snarled deeply. Then, suddenly, its hind legs tensed, launching itself forward midair, white fangs gleaming. Back off! Zhang Qian hurled the stone in his right hand and missed. It was a fake out. The wolf had tested his reflexes and combat readiness. Now, his only weapon was gone. Oh, the wolf howled triumphantly. Front paws, shifting sideways, it circled for the perfect angle and timing. But in the next instant, instinct screamed danger. Lowering its body, it rapidly backed away on all fours. Zhang Qian had thrown his stone, but now gripped the strap of his backpack. Inside, a dream of spring, and the stones had transformed it into a makeshift flail, a large, deadly, improvised weapon. Made in Wu, the counterfeit bag was sturdier than the real thing. The book itself, beautifully printed and thick with quality paper, added serious weight. Before, the backpack lacked hardness as a weapon, but the recently stuffed in rocks now solved that flaw perfectly. Come on, bite me. Come on, bite me if you dare. Swinging the massive flail overhead twice, Zhang Qian roared defiantly at the wolf like an angry little bird. Chapter 2. Fortunately, I have read this story before. Grr. Grr. The wild wolf quickly retreated a couple of steps, its growl deep and agitated. With its limited intellect, it clearly could not comprehend why its prey suddenly wielded a weapon, one that radiated such a dangerous aura. Come on, bite me. Seeing the wolf forced to retreat, Zhang Qian fixed his gaze upon its eyes, his shouts growing ever more audacious. He remained uncertain whether he could successfully crush the wolf's head with his backpack. However, he was acutely aware that if he did not scare off the wolf today, he would undoubtedly become its meal. The survival experiences from his childhood and adolescence in the orphanage had taught him that to intimidate those who bully you, one must appear even more ferocious and malevolent. Even if fear gnawed at one's heart, one must grit their teeth and persevere. Otherwise, the inevitable outcome would be a brutal beating followed by days or even months of humiliation. Grr. Grr. The wolf, perplexed by Zhang Qian's intentions, shifted its gaze toward the woods on the left while cautiously retreating on its paws. The wolf was ready to give up. The realization sparked a moment of unexpected joy within Zhang Qian. Yet, before he could even begin to relax his taut nerves, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. The wolf suddenly leaped diagonally forward, covering 5 or 6 meters in a single bound, then soared into the air again, its gaping maw aimed directly at his neck. Ah! Zhang Qian let out an uncontrollable shriek, closing his eyes as he swung his backpack instinctively. The wolf's trajectory was erratic, causing its first strike to miss, which sent him stumbling. The foul stench assaulted his senses, making his stomach churn. Almost instantly, a sharp pain accompanied by the sound of tearing canvas surged through his thigh. The wolf had also missed its mark due to his stumble. However, one of its front paws landed on his left thigh, shredding his sturdy jeans and leaving 3 deep gashes from which blood quickly oozed. The pain ignited a heart-wrenching scream from Zhang Qian. Instinctively, he swung his right arm once more, sending the backpack in a wide arc downwards with all his might. Thud! The collision of the heavy object and flesh sent a rush of vengeful satisfaction coursing through him. The wolf's mournful howl followed, echoing across the wilderness. Ugh, Zhang Qian continued to scream, his right arm wildly swinging the backpack in front of him. The bushes and wild grass were battered, while the wolf's cries grew fainter. He forced his eyes open to assess the battleground. The wolf had retreated to 15 meters away. One front leg curled painfully against its chest, blood seeping from its nostrils and mouth. Yet, the beast remained unwilling to flee, standing amidst the grass on 3 legs. Gazing up at him with eyes brimming with hatred. Get lost, just go away. Zhang Qian struggled to take a few steps forward, swinging the backpack like a meteor hammer before him. The wound on his thigh throbbed with pain, causing him to stagger momentarily. Daring not to approach the wolf any further, he retreated unsteadily, once again leaning against the rock. Gathering his strength, he examined the injury on his leg. Remarkably, due to the fact that it was not from a prestigious brand, the sturdy canvas of his jeans had managed to deflect a significant portion of the wolf's assault. The injury primarily stemmed from the tearing of the wolf's claws, appearing quite gruesome, yet thankfully not too deep, at least not deep enough to have severed any major blood vessels beneath the skin. Spitting twice onto the wound without hesitation, Zhang Qian then tore off a leaf, swiftly spreading the saliva over the injury. This technique, learned from childhood brawls, served to reduce the likelihood of infection in the absence of immediate antiseptic treatment. Albeit it was rather revolting. The wolf, unfazed by any sense of disgust, refrained from launching a second attack, while Zhang Qian tended to his wound. Having previously endured a blow from the meteor hammer, the beast was still haunted by the memory of the backpack's force. Yet, its insatiable hunger for blood compelled it to persist. Thus, it lingered reluctantly 15 meters away, licking its wounded front leg with a vengeful intent. The creature needed to regain its strength. Zhang Qian, stealing glances at the menacing wolf, swiftly assessed the situation. Having recently suffered a defeat due to overconfidence, he dared not hope that his adversary would retreat. Instead, he leaned against the rock, striving to regulate his breathing and loosen his arms, aiming to recover as much stamina as possible before the wolf initiated its next attack. 1 minute passed, and the wolf remained still. 2 minutes elapsed as the wolf continued to lick its injured leg. 3 minutes later, the wolf's breathing grew steadier, yet its focus remained on the afflicted limb, as if the fur contained chocolate or monosodium glutamate. For minutes, 5 minutes, time stretched longer, with the wolf half sitting 15 meters away, lost in its licking, its eyes devoid of any malice, and a faint snort emanating from its throat. Had it fallen asleep? Zhang Qian furrowed his brow, unable to believe his eyes. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. The tale of the butcher and the wolf from Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio surged back into his mind. One dog sat in front, its eyes closed, and its spirit languid. Thankfully, he had read that story. Ignoring the pain of his wound, Zhang Qian sprang into action, his body propelled by an unseen spring. In mere moments, he dashed towards the slumbering wolf, his backpack spinning like a windmill above his head, and brought it down fiercely upon the wolf's skull. The resounding impact of the wolf's head meeting the heavy object sent a thrill through his veins. The creature, having overreached in its bravado, finally faced retribution. It rolled to the left, more than 2 meters away, legs flailing in the air, emitting sorrowful wails. Die, die, die. Zhang Qian could not afford an ounce of sympathy for the beast. He pursued it, continuing to swing his backpack with ferocity, the weight of the books, coupled with shards of stone, relentlessly striking the wolf's head and chest beneath the canvas. Bang, 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 bang. The mournful wails were piercing and urgent, resembling a curse. The ferocious wolf attempted several times to rise and retaliate, yet each time was forcefully slammed back to the ground by Zhang Qian. Soon, blood surged from the wolf's nostrils, mouth, and eyes, rapidly staining the autumn grass beneath. The wolf's front legs were utterly shattered, with broken bones piercing through its hide. A ghastly blend of red and white. The anguished cries diminished, ultimately ceasing altogether. Fearing that the wicked beast might be feigning death to deceive him, Zhang Qian lifted his uninjured right leg and stomped heavily upon the wolf's ribcage. Crack! The sound of splintering bones resonated clearly in his ears, yet he felt no relief. Suddenly turning around, he swung his backpack and dashed towards the rock he had previously relied upon. Just then, a wolf, slightly smaller than the first, emerged from behind the rock, launching itself towards his shoulder with powerful hind legs. It was a move identical to the initial attack. If its front paws could latch onto Zhang Qian's shoulder, its teeth would surely sever his throat and arteries. However, the wolf could not possibly fathom that during his struggle with the first beast, Zhang Qian had garnered valuable experience. Abruptly halting, he swung his backpack in a wide arc, using the momentum from his sprint to spin rapidly. All the strength in his legs, waist, and arms converged upon the backpack, which struck the wolf squarely at the base of its left ear, sending it spiraling midair before crashing heavily into the underbrush. Without hesitation, Zhang Qian pursued, enduring the sharp pain in his leg and the dizziness in his head, once again swinging the backpack. Bang, 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 bang. The wolf's mournful cries. The impact of flesh and weight, and heavy breaths intertwined in a cacophony. Under the intense stimulation of adrenaline, Zhang Qian's limbs and body became extraordinarily coordinated and agile. Almost every powerful strike landed precisely on the wolf's head and torso, rendering the creature's attempts to roll, evade, or struggle utterly futile. The plaintive cries grew weaker, gradually transforming into pitiful whimpers. The second wolf abandoned its struggle, lying belly up, exposing its soft underbelly. This was a standard gesture of surrender among canine creatures, one Zhang Qian had seen in documentaries. Yet, he dared not lessen the ferocity of his strikes with the backpack in the slightest. Bang, 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 bang. The relentless sounds of the backpack colliding with flesh, accompanied by Zhang Qian's heavy breaths, continued unabated. The mournful cries of the wolf vanished entirely, leaving the second wolf's limbs curled inward, its head tilted to the side, its body a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Summoning all his strength, Zhang Qian raised his right leg and crushed the wolf's ribcage beneath his foot. He then discarded the lifeless body of the second malevolent wolf and stumbled toward the shelter of the rocks. Behind the partially weathered stones lay a vast earthen tunnel, leading deep underground. Had he not reacted swiftly moments ago, he would have been caught in a pincer movement by the two ferocious wolves as the tunnel was breached. It was no wonder he had run so far earlier, unable to shake off the relentless pursuit of the wolves. With one hand resting against the rock, he bent over, gasping for breath. It was evident that from the very beginning, two wolves had set their sights on him. During the chase, the wolves alternated their attacks, depleting his stamina. Meanwhile, he was utterly alone, lacking the courage to glance back. Fortunately, he had memorized classical literature in middle school. As the crisis abated, relief and fatigue arrived in tandem. A distant voice, carried by the evening breeze, reached his ears, though it was not the familiar sound of the Chinese language. Just as depicted in television dramas, reinforcements always arrive post-battle. Turning his head, Zhang Qian peered toward the source of the sound. There were 7 or 8 figures approaching, mounted on horses, each adorned in peculiar attire. Indeed, they were unmistakably human. A wave of relief washed over him, and darkness began to cloud his vision as all his strength evaporated in an instant. Chapter 3. Speechless on horseback, a voice rang out, its tone strikingly similar to Mandarin. However, Zhang Qian could not comprehend a single word. The dizziness caused by his exhaustion rendered him incapable of discerning the meaning behind the utterances. Staggering slightly, he grasped an ancient elm tree with his left hand. The rough bark scraped against his palm, sending a sharp sting through him. Yet it effectively slowed his fall, preventing his face from making direct contact with the ground. The cries of help, "We must save Jiao Wei," echoed as the rescuers approached, their movements brisk and decisive. Midway, 2 riders broke away from the group, flanking the mountain path to scour the underbrush and woods. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, Zhang Qian pushed against the tree roots, twisting his head and upper body at a 45-degree angle, shifting from a vulnerable position to a more relaxed one. It was still a disheveled sight, but it allowed him to lift his head and offer a courteous smile to the rescuers. "Aye." The response caught in his throat, barely escaping his 2 words. Zhang Qian's eyes widened uncontrollably, and his heart plunged like mercury, descending into an abyss of despair. "Heavenly Father, why have you forsaken me?" I merely glanced at my phone while walking. A lament echoed in his mind. In that moment, Zhang Qian realized he had indeed traversed into another realm. Though he had sensed this possibility prior, the sight of the rescuers' attire struck him with overwhelming shock. 8 figures arrived, all mounted on horses, yet the disparity in their ranks was glaring. Only 2 wore peculiar round hats, one black, the other green, while the remaining 6 donned dull gray cloth headscarves. Beneath these, their hair was matted with dirt, gathered into buns resembling steamed buns, with an oily, twisted stick protruding from the center. The two hat wearers were clad in earth-toned robes, while the others sported gray-blue long coats and trousers. The two with round hats wore half-high boots, whereas the rest were clad in abominably ugly cloth shoes, far more unsightly than the old cotton shoes Zhang Qian had encountered during his summer teaching stint in rural Qinghai. Before he could take in more details, the man in the black round hat clasped his hands before his chest and greeted him once more. I'm fine, truly. Zhang Qian's spirit was swiftly drawn back by the words and gestures of the other. Supporting himself with both arms, he struggled to sit upright, responding loudly in Mandarin, disregarding whether he understood the question posed. As the other spoke, his left hand rested gently atop his right, a gesture of respect, a traditional Chinese salutation. Zhang Qian had seen this in dramas before. During his high school years, there was a year when a plague swept through, and some in society attempted to promote the practice of avoiding handshakes to prevent the spread of the virus. This brought his already troubled heart to the brink of despair. Though it was not an unfathomable depth, it felt as though it had plunged 2,000 or 3,000 fathoms. Despite having traversed realms, at least he remained in China. On Earth, surrounded by Han people, he had not found himself on a foreign planet entirely disconnected from his existence, nor encountered savage tribes or cannibals. As he observed Zhang Qian's demeanor becoming somewhat more composed, the man in the black round hat leaned down from his horse, scrutinizing Zhang Qian's attire while continuing to question him loudly. Their conversation was still a case of talking past each other. Yet the man's expressions and gestures led Zhang Qian to believe he bore no ill intentions. Struggling to sit up straighter, Zhang Qian placed his left hand over his right, gently clasping them together, and uttered, "It's all right. Thank you." The man in the black round hat did not comprehend his words, but he clearly saw the gesture of respect. A friendly smile blossomed on the travel-worn face. The exclamation he uttered was not directed at Zhang Qian, but rather at the blue-hatted man beside him and the others wearing cloth headscarves. Once he finished speaking, everyone except the two riders assigned to guard duty dismounted their steeds in unison and hurried to assist Zhang Qian in rising. "It's fine, I'm all right. I'm just fatigued. A brief rest will suffice." Zhang Qian, feeling embarrassed by the attention, waved his hands in refusal. However, the cloth-headed individuals likely understood not a word of his protest. They continued to support him, lifting him under the arms and propping him up from behind, forcefully pulling him to his feet. A sharp movement tugged at the wound on his thigh, causing Zhang Qian to gasp in pain. This sound proved more effective than all his previous polite remarks. The cloth-headed individuals immediately eased their efforts. The man in the blue round hat then dashed towards his own mount. In the instant he turned, two short flaps appeared from beneath the hat, bouncing up and down like the ears of a rabbit. Suppressing a laugh, Zhang Qian quickly shifted his gaze from the back of the blue-hatted man's head to the cloth-headed individuals nearby. The grayish-green long gowns they wore were all right-sided, extending beyond their knees. This revelation brought him a measure of comfort. As a student of the humanities, he recalled the words of Confucius regarding the propriety of left and right. This was not due to any nationalistic sentiments he harbored, but rather a fragment of historical knowledge that hinted at the agricultural civilization's more abundant food supply, healthier living habits, and the availability of traditional Chinese medicine in times of illness, as opposed to mere bloodletting or superstitious rituals. However, within less than 20 seconds, his spirits began to wane again. The man in the blue hat retrieved a gourd from beneath the saddle, uncorked it, and proceeded to pour a grayish powder into the palm of his left hand. As Zhang Qian pondered the nature of the earthy gray powder, the blue-capped physician had already refilled the gourd and rushed back to his side in a flurry of steps. Lowering his head, he expectorated 2 hearty spits onto the gray powder, followed by an audacious and swift motion, smearing the mixture of saliva and powder onto Zhang Qian's wounds. "Ah!" Zhang Qian cried out, instinctively recoiling, as darkness flickered before his eyes, not from pain, but from the sheer shock of the other's actions. His attempts to escape proved futile, for pieces of cloth wrapped around him sapped the little strength he had just regained. In the next moment, a blend of medicinal fragrance and foul odor invaded his nostrils. "He is applying medicine to me. He is applying medicine. He means well, truly well." In ancient times, with vast lands and sparse populations, there were no contagious diseases. No contagious diseases. I must not strike the doctor. Those who do are cursed with childlessness. Zhang Qian chastised himself internally, striving to suppress the urge to raise his fist and strike the face of the one administering the remedy. The well-meaning blue-capped physician remained blissfully unaware that his nose had narrowly escaped being crushed by the patient's wrath. With grimy fingers, he gingerly touched each of Zhang Qian's 3 wounds, making a loud proclamation. No serious harm, truly no serious harm, merely superficial injuries. Zhang Qian felt a wave of goosebumps rise across his body as he raised his voice in emphatic protest. The blue-capped physician, oblivious to his words, remained fixated on the vicinity of his wounds, unwilling to budge an inch. Please, take a break. I can manage this myself. Fearing further peculiar treatments, Zhang Qian lowered his voice, adopting a pleading tone in his negotiation. Yet, the physician remained deaf to his entreaties, slowly extending his soiled fingers once more, delicately caressing the area around the wounds as if handling a priceless treasure. This is it. I've encountered a lunatic. Oh heavens, what have I done to deserve this? Though separated by a layer of denim, more goosebumps erupted and rose across Zhang Qian's skin. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated the last remnants of his strength in his left leg, subtly aiming his knee at the tip of the deranged physician's nose. Chapter 4. Wandering yet remaining still as Zhang Qian prepared to deliver a forceful blow to the blue-hatted man with his knee, the black-hatted figure suddenly erupted into a fit of loud coughing. The cacophony of coughs promptly salvaged the blue-hatted physician's dignity, who swiftly realized his indiscretion and hastily withdrew his hand from the vicinity of Zhang Qian's thigh wound, awkwardly clasping his fists in apology. Zhang Qian, perceiving the man's intent to express remorse, reluctantly shook his head. He then vigorously shook his body, liberating his arm from the grip of the 4 rag-clad figures, bent down to retrieve his backpack, and resolved to sever any further ties with the blue-hatted man. Being a newcomer in unfamiliar territory, he was wary of the potential peculiarities that the other might possess, fearing that he would be caught off guard. Zhang Qian's sensitivity was not unfounded. Having grown up in an orphanage, he had encountered malice far beyond the comprehension of his peers. Were it not for this innate sensitivity, he might have fallen prey to the predatory intentions of those with nefarious designs long ago. The blue-hatted physician, acutely aware of Zhang Qian's discomfort, appeared increasingly flustered. He clasped his fists again and attempted to clarify his intentions with a loud interjection. Zhang Qian, furrowing his brow, cast a glance at him, lowered his backpack, and bowed in appreciation to those around him, expressing gratitude for their timely assistance. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Farewell, everyone. With that, he hoisted his bag filled with stones and wobbled away, eager to distance himself from any further antics of the blue-hatted man. In a state of rising panic, the blue-hatted figure reached out to intercept him, raising his voice to explain. What do you want? Zhang Qian was startled by the sudden movement, his hair standing on end. He steadied himself, glaring with furrowed brows, his muscles tensing in preparation for conflict. Though still not fully recovered from his earlier exhaustion, he could not afford to be passive. If the other continued to press the issue, he would, regardless of the consequences, retaliate with his backpack filled with stones and books, aiming to strike the blue-hatted man's head. The blue-hatted figure, taken aback by Zhang Qian's reaction, waved his hands in a hasty retreat, his face flushed as he shouted in explanation. Zhang Qian, uninterested and unable to comprehend his words, shook his head and began to walk away. The blue-hatted man, desperate to avoid further misunderstanding, flailed his arms and shouted repeatedly. The black-hatted observer, recognizing the escalating miscommunication, dismounted from his steed and retrieved a round leather pouch from the saddle, extending it towards Zhang Qian. What is this? Zhang Qian instinctively reached out to accept it, inquiring aloud. Sleep, sleep, the black-hatted man exclaimed, raising his hands to his mouth and tilting his head back in a pantomime of sleeping. Sleep? Why don't you sleep instead? Zhang Qian furrowed his brow, his eyes wide with anger. Suddenly, he realized he had misinterpreted the good intentions of the man in the black hat. The bag contained water or perhaps a beverage. In any case, he could find out by simply opening it. Placing his backpack by his feet, he hesitated as he untied the cord securing the bag's opening. He cast a glance at the damp medicinal powder on his thigh, wavering for a moment before tilting his head back and bringing the bag to his lips. Taking a gentle sip, the liquid within the bag made contact with his tongue and throat, silently coursing down his esophagus and into his stomach. It was slightly sour, with a faint hint of sweetness. Zhang Qian paused, then cautiously sipped again. A flavor reminiscent of fermented grains swiftly filled his nostrils, accompanied by a gentle warmth rising from his stomach. It was not sleep, but rather a form of rice wine. Cursed the local dialect. No, it could not be termed rice wine. At best, it could only be considered sweet rice wine. Any sweet rice wine Zhang Qian had previously consumed was far more potent than this bag's contents. Yet, at that moment, he felt as though he had tasted a divine elixir. The sweet rice wine, brewed from glutinous millet, contained a sugar content that far surpassed its alcohol level. Having just exhausted himself, what he desperately needed now was a replenishment of sugar. Gratefully glancing at the man in the black hat, Zhang Qian decisively opened his mouth wide, greedily gulping from the pouch. After a few swallows, his legs ceased to tremble. Following several more sips, his arms regained a fraction of their strength. As a portion of the sweet rice wine settled in his stomach, the tightness in his chest dissipated, the tingling in his scalp subsided, and his back gradually straightened. His hearty consumption of sweet rice wine earned him a round of applause and quickly bridged the gap between him and the others present. Apologies, apologies. The man in the blue hat seized the opportunity to approach, tugging at the fabric of his own trousers and rubbing it repeatedly with his hands. He then pointed to the wound on Zhang Qian's thigh, blushing as he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Look, look, were you referring to the fabric of my jeans?" Zhang Qian comprehended the meaning behind the thumbs up, his gaze hesitantly drifting towards the area around his thigh wound, and in an instant, realization dawned upon him. He had indeed wronged the man in the blue hat. The fellow had not been interested in his thigh at all, but rather in the denim of his jeans. More precisely, it was the canvas used to manufacture the jeans. Had the clothing of the man in the blue hat and his companions fallen prey to the wolf's claws, they would have been torn into shreds long ago. Yet, his jeans had only suffered 3 minor rips, effectively absorbing most of the wolf's assault. Look, look. The man in the blue hat finally cleared his name, his joy evident as he danced with delight. Denim, the trousers worn by cowherds, made of canvas. Overwhelmed with guilt for having wronged an innocent person, Zhang Qian smiled as he returned the leather pouch to the man in the black hat. Pointing to his jeans and explaining loudly, "Sturdy." The man in the black hat smiled, giving a thumbs up in admiration of the jeans' durability, seemingly oblivious to the other content of Zhang Qian's words. They're for herding cattle, hence the name cowboys. Having discerned that the blue-hatted figure was not a mere fool, Zhang Qian felt no urgency to part ways with the others. He crouched down, seized a stone, and with a flourish, sketched a shepherd and a cow. Pointing first to the shepherd's trousers and then to his own denim, he exclaimed loudly, "These are the sturdy garments of a cattle herder." The 2 round-hatted individuals and the others in their cloth headscarves finally grasped the meaning of his first word, collectively giving him a thumbs up. Encouraged by their response, Zhang Qian proceeded to draw a sailboat, gesturing towards the sail and then tugging at the fabric of his trousers, declaring, "Canvas. Sail." The crowd appeared to comprehend, their faces brightening with understanding. "I hear." Zhang Qian illustrated a small figure pointing to his own chest, repeating the gesture. "Me. Here." The crowd, however, pointed to their own chests in unison, correcting him, "You." Gaining confidence, Zhang Qian drew another figure pointing to another individual across from him. "Thou." The crowd gestured towards Zhang Qian, collectively correcting him with palpable excitement in their voices. "I, Zhang Qian." With this auspicious beginning, he felt certain that communication would flow more smoothly moving forward. With immense confidence, Zhang Qian once again pointed to himself, declaring, "My apologies." The crowd stepped back, clasping their fists in respect. "No, not my apologies." Zhang Qian anxiously waved his hands, striving to clarify his identity. "No, Zhang Qian. My apologies." The crowd insisted once more, resolutely refusing to repeat his name. "You are the ones at fault. Your entire family is at fault." Zhang Qian seethed inwardly, unable to devise a means to remedy the situation. The crowd, misinterpreting his silence as acquiescence to their misnomer, began to chatter animatedly in their local tongue. "Oh heavens!" Zhang Qian lamented, pounding his chest in despair, feeling utterly despondent. This was perhaps the most unfortunate of all time travel experiences, without a wise elder, without a guiding system, and even lacking the ability to communicate. "Oh heavens, strike me down with a bolt of lightning." Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. A storm was brewing, heralding a sun shower before dusk. While ominous clouds roiled beyond the mountains, the sky above remained a brilliant blue. "Oh heavens, curse you!" Stung by the thunder, a surge of defiance welled up within Zhang Qian. With a loud curse, he crouched again, grasping a stone as a makeshift pen, etching fervently into the ground. "I, Zhang Qian." The cloth-headed individuals recoiled in astonishment, exclaiming loudly and retreating while simultaneously turning their gazes towards the black-hatted figure. The man adorned with the peculiar black round hat approached with purpose, crouched down, and gazed at the inscriptions on the ground, his expression one of bewilderment. "My apologies?" Quickly realizing that this method of communication was perhaps misguided, he picked up another stone and settled down opposite Zhang Qian, writing fervently. His script was an intricate form of traditional characters, leaving the onlookers in awe. A master of literacy? A scholar? Is the name Zhang Qian, or perhaps a pseudonym? I am Rin Song from Chang'an, and I extend my greetings. Note 1. The ability to communicate is invaluable, even if the counterpart writes in traditional characters, with strokes far more intricate than the common ones. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Qian felt an overwhelming joy that nearly propelled him into the air. Suppressing the urge to burst into laughter, he took up a stone as his pen and continued to write fervently, proclaiming, "I am no master. My surname is Zhang, and my given name is Qian. I am profoundly grateful for your generous assistance, Brother Ren." "No master?" Rin Song mused, laboriously piecing together Zhang Qian's written words. After careful consideration, he responded slowly in traditional characters. "I have spoken out of turn. I seek your forgiveness, Brother Zhang. There is no need for such formality, for I have arrived too late to be of any assistance. I dare not claim any credit." Zhang Qian inquired, "Pray tell, where are we?" His ability to decipher traditional characters far surpassed Rin Song's understanding of simplified ones. As soon as the latter finished writing, Zhang Qian swiftly redirected the conversation back to the urgent matter at hand. "This place is undoubtedly Chang'an Township. Have you perhaps lost your way?" Due to the brevity of the exchange, Rin Song was quick to comprehend and respond. "Chang'an Township? Does that not mean north of the mountain? I have indeed lost my way and am uncertain of my current location." Drawing from previous lessons, Zhang Qian endeavored to keep his sentences concise and to echo the classical prose he had learned. Indeed, Chang'an means north of the mountain. The paths here are quite easy to navigate. If you head east for 300 or 400 paces, you will see the mountain gate of Xiangji Temple. The Zawudo Road lies just beneath the mountain gate. Once you reach the center of the road, you shall behold Chang'an. Rin Song, perplexed by Zhang Qian's words, produced an increasingly hasty script. "Xiangji Temple? How is that possible? Heaven, have you exhausted your games?" Zhang Qian exclaimed, rising to his feet, his gaze darting about in disbelief. To think he had wandered back to the vicinity of Xiangji Temple. This was indeed the location of Chang'an University Town, the southern campus of Xi'an. Heaven, would it not be kinder to strike me down with a bolt of lightning? Chapter 5, the slap treatment for phlegm confounding the heart and mind. A folk remedy. Zhang Xiong, you. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. Such distress. This is truly burdensome. Startled by Zhang Qian's frenzied actions, Rin Song and the others in their headscarves reached out to steady him, vigorously shaking him. The cacophony of noise jolted his consciousness from the celestial realms back to the present, where Zhang Qian, with tear-filled eyes, scanned his surroundings. Soon, a wave of inebriation surged within him, and the world spun uncontrollably. Instinctively, he clasped his head with both hands and crouched down limply. The blows he had endured today came too swiftly, too heavily, far exceeding his mental fortitude. In his earlier days, Zhang Qian had achieved a score 30 points higher than the minimum requirement, yet he chose to enroll at Shaanxi Normal University. This decision was partly motivated by the allure of tuition waivers for teacher training programs, but more so by the proximity of the university's new campus to the majestic Zhongnan Mountains. Little did he know that upon his arrival, he would come to understand the adage of looking at the mountains only to find the journey exhausting. Although Chang'an University Town boasted of being nestled at the foot of Zhongnan Mountain, in reality, it required a drive of an hour and a half to reach the mountains. However, the renowned Xiangji Temple was conveniently located right next to the university town. One could practically reach it in a single breath. Just moments ago, Rin Song had informed him that he was currently near Xiangji Temple, on the northern side of a certain mountain. Was this not identical to the location of Chang'an University Town? It seemed that despite traversing through time and space, he remained in the same spot, with the only mystery being whether time had advanced by several hundred or even thousands of years. Have you ever witnessed how mischievous children torment insects? They take a glass bottle meant for holding cola or Sprite, smear a thin layer of fragrant oil around the opening, fill the bottle 2/3 with cold water, and then place it upright in the sunlight. Before long, greedy insects, lured by the scent of the oil, come buzzing in and scuttle around the mouth of the bottle. Inevitably, they slip and fall into the depths of the bottle, struggling desperately in the cold water until they meet their demise. At that moment, Zhang Qian felt akin to one of those unfortunate insects. Merely glancing at his phone while walking had led him into the trap set by the capricious hands of fate. Now, he yearned to escape the confines of the bottle and soar freely once more, but the effort seemed insurmountable. Ren Quan, what has happened to the master? Quickly, attend to Zhang Jianren. What is wrong with him? A clamor of voices surrounded Zhang Qian, yet he could comprehend not a single word. It was Ren Song and his followers in headscarves, witnessing his pained expression, who felt a pang of sympathy and urged the physician who had initially treated his wounds to lend assistance. It was likely that the tumult of joy and sorrow had stirred phlegm within him, clouding his judgment. The guard, adorned with a blue circular cap, Ren Quan, pressed his hand against Zhang Qian's neck and spoke loudly in a language that only the latter could not comprehend. Joy and sorrow? What sorrow could the master possibly feel? Did he not slay the wolves? If we intended to seize his wolf pelts, we would have acted sooner rather than waiting until now, remarked a bearded man in a headscarf, casting doubtful glances at Ren Quan's medical prowess. Have you not heard? The master had previously lost his way. Yet now the young lord has helped him find it. Before Ren Quan could respond, another individual, marked by a scar and donning a cloth headscarf, readily provided a plausible explanation. Many have lost their way, but how often do we witness someone losing their mind? The man with the beard, evidently possessing the potential to be a contrarian, swiftly turned his head towards the scarred face and vociferously countered. Is it not obvious? The master is certainly no ordinary person. Have you not yet realized that the master's attire is unlike anything we have ever encountered? The scarred man, with a sense of pride, raised his chin and added in an enigmatic manner. This immediately elicited nods of agreement from those around them. Upon first laying eyes on Zhang Qian, they had indeed noticed that his clothing was extraordinary. However, due to their unfamiliar relationship and the fact that their young master, Ren Song, had yet to speak, they all tacitly refrained from mentioning it. Now that the scarred man had shattered the unspoken agreement, the group lost all reservations. They began to whisper amongst themselves, sharing opinions about Zhang Qian. After all, they were aware that, regardless of what they said, Master Zhang would not understand. Stop calling him master, exclaimed Zhang Xiaolingjun. He is not a master. If he is not a master, why is his hair so short? If he is a master, why is he not wearing a robe, but merely a garment underneath? That is not just an undergarment. Have you ever seen anyone's undergarment made from such fine and smooth material as the master's? Even if he is not a master, he is certainly no ordinary person, whose trousers can withstand the fierce grasp of a wolf. Did the master not say earlier that it was canvas, meant for cowherds? You believe the master just because he said so? You are more foolish than a pig. The master was being humble. Look at the boats on the Wei River. Which one uses the same fabric for their sails? Hush, keep it down. Ren Quan said the master is muddled. He cannot handle any stimulation. And you speak? Your voice is louder than anyone else's. Enough. The cacophony surrounding him was causing Ren Song a headache. He abruptly waved his arm, commanding everyone to silence. Ren Quan, do you have a way to cure the master? It is difficult, exceedingly difficult. Ren Quan, who had remained aloof from the debate, shook his head gravely. The secret method states that using cinnabar can alleviate phlegm symptoms. But we currently have no cinnabar at hand, and it certainly does not exist in the village. What is so difficult about that? Go to the city and buy it immediately. Ren Song, evidently from a wealthy family, showed no hesitation in spending money. After pondering for a moment, Ren Quan gently shook his head again. Young lord, the city gates will soon close. It is too late to buy anything in Chang'an now. If we delay until tomorrow, the master's mind may be completely obstructed by phlegm, and from then on, why say so much? Ren Lu, you too. Go to the city and buy cinnabar at once. Ren Song, feeling a surge of anxiety, decisively made his decision before Ren Quan could finish his words. After acquiring the necessary items, seek the assistance of Gua's second son and, at any cost, ensure that the vermilion is transported out of the city. Ren Quan, if there are any additional herbs you require, convey them to the two of them as well. Yes, the two horsemen, adorned with cloth headscarves, responded in unison. Their names, as it turns out, were not Ren Wu and Ren Lu, but rather Ren Wu and Ren Lu. Young master, hold on. The family retainer Ren Quan, unwilling to let his young master engage in reckless behavior, furrowed his brow and voiced his concerns loudly. Just days prior, chaos had erupted within Chang'an City, resulting in the prince's deposition and the decapitation of hundreds. to breach the curfew and scale the city walls at such a late hour. I have stated, at any cost. Rin Song cast a glance at him and interrupted softly. Have you forgotten why we ventured into the mountains today? I have sought out esteemed masters for many years, only to encounter either charlatans or madmen. Today, by fortunate chance, I have received guidance from Taoist Li and arranged to meet with a sage. Should we let this opportunity slip away, would it not be a lifelong regret? This. Rin Quan instinctively wished to remind him that Taoist Li was indeed a fraud. However, contemplating the sacrifices his young master Rin Song had made over the years in pursuit of a sage, he sighed and swallowed his words. Taoist Li of the Baiyun Temple in Chang'an might be a swindler. However, the earnestness of young master Rin Song in his quest for enlightenment was undoubtedly genuine. Since the tender age of 8, young master Rin Song had been captivated by various extraordinary tales, yearning to follow in the footsteps of legendary figures and become a sword immortal capable of traversing vast distances and claiming lives. Over the years, he had endured countless hardships and expended a fortune, yet his determination remained unwavering. Fortunately, the former master Rin Qian had a knack for generating wealth each year. In addition to the income from their estate, he garnered substantial profits from the shops within Chang'an City. Otherwise, even if the family possessed a mountain of gold, it would hardly suffice for young master's indulgences. Today, having received guidance from a descendant of Li Chufeng, it was said that one might encounter a sage within the Zhongnan Mountains. He promptly assembled his trusted retainers and hastily made his way into the mountains. Initially, everyone had approached this outing with a carefree attitude, humorously indulging his whims. However, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they unexpectedly encountered Master Zhang. Compared to the charlatans young master had previously hired at great expense, the young Master Zhang, somewhat clouded by phlegm, lacked the ethereal demeanor and was rather youthful. Nonetheless, as discussed earlier by the scarred-faced individuals, Master Zhang's attire was unlike anything they had ever seen or even heard of. Although Master Zhang humbly claimed that his trousers were made from sailcloth, Rin Quan, as a seasoned family retainer who had traveled extensively with the family's caravans, had never encountered any sailcloth of such quality. Furthermore, the meticulous stitching on those trousers surpassed the capabilities of any skilled tailor in the world. Of course, it was sewn by a sewing machine. In fact, when it came to scrutinizing Master Zhang, Rin Quan surpassed everyone present, including the eager young Master Rin Song seeking a master to apprentice under. Otherwise, he would not have nearly been mistaken for a dead chicken by Zhang Qian. Rin Quan, what other herbs do you require? Quickly relay the details to Rin Wu. Seeing that Rin Quan had remained silent for quite some time, neither speaking nor executing his orders, Rin Song's temper flared, and he frowned, urging him in a low voice. Yes, young master. Rin Quan snapped out of his reverie, hastily retrieving his thoughts. I did not intend to delay. I was contemplating another remedy. He quickly surveyed Zhang Qian's peculiar, yet impeccably smooth inner garment and the rare synthetic leather belt, steeling himself before advancing a couple of steps. Lowering his voice, he whispered into Rin Song's ear, while cinnabar is indeed effective, entering and exiting the city requires time, and it may bring trouble to the residents. I recall another remedy that is equally potent against phlegm-related ailments and may even cure it entirely. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Rin Song shot him a discontented glare and urged him to hurry. Brother Zhang is certainly no ordinary man. Those charlatans I have encountered in the past boast incessantly, fearing I would not believe them. Yet Brother Zhang wishes for me to treat him as an ordinary individual. This remedy will only be effective if you, young master, take action. Rin Quan turned to glance at Zhang Qian, who was cradling his head in agony, and lowered his voice further. The remedy states that for phlegm-induced confusion, delivering a sharp slap to the afflicted at the onset of the condition can yield miraculous results. Master Zhang has just fallen ill. Now is the perfect time for you to act. Chapter 6. Oh, wise one, do you test me? Is it true? Rin Song listened with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, examining his hands before him with meticulous scrutiny. Indeed, it was true. The family retainer, Rin Quan, nodded vigorously, recounting the tale of the fifth young master of the Zhua family from 2 years prior, who had succumbed to a fit of phlegm-induced madness, flailing about like a monkey until his uncle, Clerk Zhang, had delivered 2 resounding slaps to restore his senses. Since that incident, it was said he had never fallen victim to such an affliction again. Rin Song murmured, lost in contemplation, wavering in his decision. He had vaguely heard whispers of the Zhua family's fifth young master, who had indeed suffered from a similar ailment and had been roused from his stupor by his uncle's sharp reprimands. However, a different narrative persisted in the countryside. Rumor had it that the young man had been infatuated with the second daughter of the Niu family, brazenly attempting to infiltrate her quarters under the cover of night. Unfortunately, he had been caught by the family's servants and was on the verge of being turned over to the authorities. It was only through his uncle's intervention, who negotiated a settlement using 10 acres of prime farmland, that the scandal was resolved. The phrase phlegm clouding the mind was merely a fade concocted by his uncle to absolve him of blame. The slaps were intended to exact retribution on behalf of his parents, while also imparting a lesson to the wayward youth. Young master, we cannot afford to delay this matter. Seeing Ren Song's indecision linger, Ren Quan urged decisively. Phlegm-induced afflictions are best addressed promptly. The longer one waits, the more complicated the remedy becomes. Should the master lose his senses entirely, you might miss a grand opportunity. Indeed, young master, action must be taken when the moment calls for it, echoed the others, urging him on. Young master, saving a life is paramount. Do not overthink it. Ren Shi, with his scarred visage, and Ren Si, sporting a bushy beard, exchanged glances and leaned forward to gently press him. To them, whether slapping the master would truly remedy his condition was of little consequence. After all, it could not lead to death. If one slap proved ineffective, they could simply continue until the lanterns were lit and the city gates firmly closed. Conversely, should they refrain from delivering the slaps, Ren Wu and Ren Lu would be compelled to violate the curfew imposed by the authorities, risking a perilous climb over the walls of Chang'an. Although Zhu Erlang of Chang'an was notoriously influential and had successfully facilitated clandestine comings and goings in the past. That was then, and this is now. In the past, the crown prince resided in the Eastern Palace, and harmony reigned between him and the empress. But now, the crown prince had been driven to suicide under the empress's coercion, and officials associated with the Eastern Palace faced ruin. Their homes raided and their heads rolling. None were spared. In such turbulent times, attempting to scale the walls of Chang'an was nothing short of courting death. Were they caught by patrolling soldiers, they would be labeled as accomplices of the deposed crown prince, leading to dire consequences for all the male members of the Ren family. Including servants, none would escape unscathed. Young master, I believe it prudent to consider Ren Quan's suggestion. The astute Ren Wu, unwilling to wager the lives of the entire village for a stranger, approached quietly, offering his support. Shall we give it a try? Persuaded by the family retainers and servants, Ren Song rubbed his hands together and murmured softly, to give it a try, young master. Do not hesitate. The more you waver, the harder it will be for the master to awaken. The group of attendants rallied around Ren Song, encouraging him fervently, fearful that he might revert to the thought of entering the city to procure medicine. Let us give it a try, Master Zhang. I beg your pardon. Ren Song, spurred on by their enthusiasm, felt a surge of adrenaline as he clenched his left hand tightly around the fist formed by his right. He then raised his right arm high. Yet, before he could bring it down, his resolve faltered once more. He stealthily retreated 2 steps and whispered to Ren Quan, how about you take over? You possess medical knowledge. Your strikes would surely be more precise than mine. If I were to strike too hard and the master refuses to accept me as his disciple upon regaining consciousness, I would miss yet another opportunity. The young master was exasperated by Ren Song's cowardice, stamping his foot in frustration, while Ren Quan, aware of his companion's obsession with cultivation, refrained from uttering harsh words. He turned to the most fearsome-looking among them, the scarred-faced Ren Qi, and quietly instructed, Shao Qi, you go? Me? Very well. Ren Qi readily agreed, rolling up his sleeves and eager to engage. However, just as he had rolled his sleeves halfway, he rapidly retreated, saying, Young master, it's better if you handle this. The master is well educated and possesses an air of nobility. I, who can barely recognize my own name, would surely invoke heavenly wrath if I were to strike him. You coward. Ren Song, infuriated, delivered a kick that sent Ren Qi sprawling. Where has your usual bravado gone? At such a critical moment, you are even less resolute than a woman. Young master, there is a distinction between the noble and the lowly. Ren Qi retorted as he picked himself up, retreating while feigning a smile and bowing in supplication. With Master Zhang's appearance and his pristine demeanor, how many in Chang'an could compare? If you strike him, it would be an act of healing, and upon awakening, he would not hold it against you. But if I were to strike him, it would be an affront to authority. Should Master Zhang take it seriously, get lost. If you lack the courage, then go away. Ren Song chastised him, fully aware of the truth in his words, but feeling helpless. Since the time of the great Tang's founding, social hierarchies and order in Chang'an had been distinctly defined, and commoners dared not overstep their bounds. The garments adorning Master Zhang were rare treasures, and his fair, noble countenance suggested he hailed from a wealthy or esteemed family. As a servant, Rinchi striking him would always imply a breach of decorum, regardless of the rationale. If Master Zhang chose not to pursue the matter, it would be one thing, but if he did, Rinchi would surely face dire consequences. Furthermore, even though Rin Song held the title of young master, he could not advocate for Rinchi in such matters. Unless, of course, he was willing to confront Master Zhang directly, severing any hope of learning from him. With this realization, Rin Song abandoned any expectation of his subordinates acting on his behalf. Rinchi lacked the courage to strike Master Zhang, and the same could be said for Rin Si, Rin Wu, and Rin Lu. As for Rin Quan, despite his slightly elevated status, striking would still be deemed a transgression. Clenching his fists together, Rin Song gritted his teeth and once more raised his right arm high, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Zhang Qian's left cheek. To his astonishment, he noticed that the latter had slowly lifted his head, his eyes no longer clouded by confusion. "Master, Brother Zhang, are you well?" In an instant, Rin Song was filled with joy. He quickly withdrew his arms, his face alight with eagerness as he inquired loudly. After posing the question, he realized that his words might not be comprehensible to the other. Hastily, he crouched down again, picking up a stone with flourish. "Brother Zhang, why were you so lost just now? It has greatly alarmed me." "No worries," Zhang Qian replied with a smile, clasping his fists and greeting toward Rin Song, then resumed writing slowly in the dirt with a stone. "I was somewhat hasty with the wine earlier and lost my composure. I hope you can forgive me, Brother Rin." Though the phrasing may not have been precise, the intent was conveyed with clarity. Upon reading it, Rin Song felt increasingly certain that Zhang's condition had improved and that he need not risk slapping him, instantly feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Grasping the stone firmly, he quickly added, "No need for such politeness, Brother Zhang. With the storm approaching, would you care to descend the mountain with me? My family estate lies just 5 miles northwest of Xiangji Temple. To approach the master and request to be his disciple right upon their first meeting would undoubtedly be too abrupt, with a high likelihood of rejection from such a distinguished figure." Thus, Rin Song deliberately kept a keen eye, inviting Master Zhang to his estate first, where he could provide fine food and drink to foster goodwill. Once the other developed a favorable impression, he would broach the subject of apprenticeship, believing it would naturally follow. However, much to his dismay, this earnest invitation was met with an unwavering refusal from Zhang. The latter smiled again and, using hesitant handwriting, slowly inscribed on the ground, "It is my first encounter. I do not wish to intrude, so please do not take offense, Brother Rin. I would like to inquire about something. What year is it tonight? Which sage is in power?" This was the most appropriate language Zhang Qian could muster from his studies of ancient texts and poetry. Yet, he was met with profound disappointment when Rin Song, after a pause, forcefully wrote back, "It is the 3rd year of Shenlong, also known as the 1st year of Jinglong. The current sage is Li Xian. Master, I sincerely invite you. I hope you do not disdain my humble abode." It was hardly surprising that the young Master Rin Song's temper flared. Throughout his life, he had heard of people losing their way, but never of anyone losing track of the year. In the vast Tang Dynasty, aside from the mountain barbarians of Lingnan, everyone else, even if unaware that the current era was renamed Jinglong, would at least recognize the year Shenlong. It was inconceivable that anyone could be oblivious to both year names. Nor could anyone fail to know that the reigning emperor was Li Xian. "Xian? What is the current state name?" Zhang Qian, oblivious to Rin Song's emotional turmoil, suppressed his astonishment and disappointment, continuing to write in the dirt. He had managed to overcome his inebriation and regain his composure, believing that his breadth of knowledge was ample and his literary foundation strong enough to shine even in ancient times. Had he found himself in the Song Dynasty, he might have secured a minor official position, reveling in the company of Su Shi and Lu Yong. In the Han Dynasty, he might have served as a strategist to Hui Zubing or engaged in discussions on economic principles with Jia Yi. If it were the early Tang period, it would have been ideal. During the prosperous reign of Jingguan, he could have conversed about anti-corruption with Wei Zheng or explored health and wellness with Qin Xiong. Yet, he never imagined that Rin Song would provide answers with 2 completely unfamiliar year names, Shenlong and Jinglong. What obscure era were these names from? Who is the current ruler? This absurd emperor? There is no Su Shi, No Huatsubing, no Wei Zheng, nor Li Bai or Du Fu. What is the essence of this ridiculous time travel? Go on, continue your charade. Today I shall persist with you. Even if you emulate Huang Shigong, I shall become Zhang Liang to fetch your shoes. Infuriated by Zhang Qian's icy demeanor, Ren Song seethed internally, stubbornly gritting his teeth while continuing to write his response. The national title is Tang. The emperor is the seventh son of Emperor Gaozong. He is exceedingly filial to his mother and once abdicated in her favor. 2.5 years ago, the Empress Dowager, recalling the emperor's filial acts in her old age, reinstated him. Master, as the storm approaches, it would be wise to take refuge at your junior's estate for a while. Note: Emperor Zhongzong Lixian of the Tang Dynasty was once deposed by Wu Zetian, who later changed her mind in her old age and restored him to the throne. The first year of Jinglong corresponds to 707 AD. The Great Tang? Now I understand. It is he. In an instant, Zhang Qian experienced a moment of clarity, followed by an overwhelming sense of shame. As a student of the humanities, how could he fail to remember the era of Emperor Zhongzong Lixian? How could he dare to inquire about the current national title? Truly embarrassing. Fortunately, he had traversed time. No matter how great his blunders, his history teacher would remain oblivious. With this thought, Zhang Qian felt a flicker of relief rising within him. He grasped a stone, swiftly responded on the ground, expressing gratitude for Ren's invitation, but stated that he could not disturb him today. Chang'an is not large. We shall meet again. After writing, he threw the stone to the ground, emptied his bag of the small stones within, stood up, and strode up the eastern mountain path. Absurd claims of filial piety. Emperor Zhongzong was coerced by his mother to abdicate. Ancient people truly do not blush when they spin lies. Also, the so-called filial actions of sons are often choices made under duress. Although he could not recall whose era the Shenlong was, he still vaguely remembered the grand trajectory of history. Now that Emperor Zhongzong has ascended the throne for the second time, how far can the Kaiyuan prosperity be? Great Tang, here I come. Li Bai, Du Fu, I, Teacher Zhang, am coming to applaud you. Who asked you to write so many poems that I had to memorize since childhood? Chapter 7. The greatest fear is to deceive oneself. Master Zhang, have you truly departed? While Ren Song anticipated that Zhang Qian would continue to test him, he was taken aback when the latter simply walked away, leaving him in a state of fury and disbelief. Aside from the name Master Zhang, he could not comprehend any of the other words spoken by Zhang Qian. Turning back with a smile, Zhang Qian clasped his fists and strode purposefully towards Jixiang Temple. Master. Ren Song, both agitated and anxious, stood rooted to the spot, stamping his feet in frustration. In the past, the esteemed individuals he had invited to his home, though proven to be charlatans, at least made an effort to keep him entertained, flattered by the allure of wealth and gourmet food. Yet today, this Master Zhang exhibited a striking indifference, posing a few nonsensical questions before departing without a care. Young master, this Master Zhang is truly extraordinary. Just as Ren Song hesitated between pursuing him to exact revenge or simply letting it go, his loyal retainer, Ren Quan, leaned in and whispered urgently in his ear. Of course, Ren Song seethed with pent-up frustration, quickly identifying his target for release. He turned away, muttering angrily. This fellow is undoubtedly peculiar. Do you really need to point that out? Who loses their way in such a manner, completely forgetting the passage of time? He is clearly testing me, mocking me. This insolent fool has no sense of propriety. Ren Quan, go after him and teach him a lesson, regardless of his status. I shall not rest until I have vented my anger today. Young master, please calm your fury. I implore you. As Ren Song's words grew increasingly irrational, Ren Quan hastily grasped his arm. What I meant was not that he is lost in time or that he deliberately snubbed you. I was indicating that his attire and demeanor are indeed exceptional, and his behavior is far from ordinary. Naturally, what sort of person would be so discourteous? I risked my safety to come to his aid, and yet he continues to mock me at every turn. Ren Song's face flushed with indignation, although his outcry diminished, and he refrained from taking further action. Young master, please allow me to finish. Fearing that Ren Song would escalate the situation, Ren Quan shook his arm gently, eager to clarify. That object in his possession is not a unique weapon. It is merely a wrapped package secured with straps. Originally, it should have contained a book, but it appears that loose stones were hastily stuffed inside. And what of it? If he wishes to avoid being devoured by wolves, he must surely find something substantial to fill the package. Confounded by Ren Quan's cryptic insinuations, Ren Song rolled his eyes, responding with irritation. The wolves were thwarted, both ends. Yet the exterior of the package remains unscathed. The book inside appears intact. Ren Quan, with his keen observational skills far surpassing those of the privileged Ren Song, continued to whisper thoughtfully. When the master scattered the stones, I discreetly glanced into his package. It contains numerous compartments, each sealed with a row of tiny golden nails, each no larger than an ant, perfectly aligned with precision. In his eagerness to ensure that his young master comprehended, he gestured with one hand while pinching his thumb and forefinger together with the other, attempting to illustrate the appearance of the golden nails. However, much of his effort was in vain. The wealthy young man, Ren Song, remained oblivious to the rarity of the meticulously arranged golden nails, each the size of an ant, aligned with precision. Instead, his attention was entirely captured by the initial inquiry. The package is truly undamaged. Can you ascertain that? Master, I have safeguarded my lord through countless journeys over the years. My eyes have never deceived me. Ren Quan, his face flushed with indignation, vociferously reminded him, feeling dissatisfied by Ren Song's doubts regarding his competence. Yet, Ren Song completely disregarded his vexation, clapping his hands together and laughing heartily. I see. The package is a treasure. Ostensibly for concealment, it is, in truth, a remarkable weapon. Young master, Ren Quan, caught between exasperation and amusement, could not deny the validity of his young master's assertion. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to convey the essence of his thoughts. Even if the golden nails were not crafted from pure gold, their creation at such a diminutive scale, with each aligned to the minutest detail, was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, the package, sewn with several rows of golden nails, was merely employed by the master to contain books and crush wolf heads. The opulence of the master's lifestyle was beyond extravagant. To say he squandered gold as if it were mere dirt would not be an exaggeration. Furthermore, even if the master abstained from consuming meat, the pelts of the two wolves, once processed, could easily fetch hundreds of coins. Yet, the master had cast them aside without a second glance, leaving them to lie in the wilderness. It was nonsensical to presume that one who fashioned a package with golden nails would covet mere wolf pelts. In an instant, Ren Song's irritation dissipated, and turning to observe Zhang Qian's receding figure, he quickly began to calculate. If Master Zhang had indeed spent gold liberally since childhood, it was understandable that he would overlook Ren Song's modest intentions. After all, the Ren family, residing near Chang'an, could only be deemed affluent. Though they owned estates and operated a business, they had yet to produce any notable scholars or high-ranking officials. The legendary figures were not easily engaged with common folk, and those with greater abilities often held loftier expectations. Upon reflecting upon Master Zhang's previous rejection of his invitation, his departure no longer seemed offensive. As the saying goes, a phoenix does not alight upon a common tree. Ren Song lamented that he could not secure the master's mentorship, attributing it to his own insufficient sincerity and the perceived inadequacy of his family estate. Yet, how could he reconcile the missed opportunity to study under such a distinguished figure? As he pondered what he might offer to impress Master Zhang, he was again interrupted by Ren Quan's incessant prattling. Moreover, young master, even to slay two wolves, one must wield a weapon. Yet Master Zhang dispatched the wolves using only the package. His strength, I dare say, surpasses any in the entire Ren estate. I have stated that the package is a treasure. Ren Song, now impatient as he contemplated how to persuade Master Zhang to take him as a disciple, retorted, "What purpose do your words serve? The master has departed, without even deigning to offer me a chance to prove myself." Ren Quan was scolded to the point of embarrassment, hesitating for a moment before mustering the courage to add, "But, my young lord, you did not mention the matter of apprenticeship earlier. I believe the master is not dismissive of testing you, but rather disinterested in associating with us. Is it not the same?" Ren Song stamped his foot, his eyes brimming with tears. Although he appeared quite mature, he was merely in his early 18th year. Thus, facing rejection for the first time left him disheartened. Observing his young lord's distress, the seasoned retainer Ren Quan cautiously offered comfort. "It is different." He declined the invitation to visit the manor, yet did not refuse to travel with you. "Young lord, let us accompany him without further mention of visiting, treating it merely as a fortuitous encounter and adapt as needed. From my observations, although Master Zhang's identity is enigmatic, he is not an unapproachable individual. His manner is somewhat awkward. If I am not mistaken, he is likely departing from his mountain for the first time. In such circumstances, if you could offer him some assistance, it would be akin to providing timely support during a snowstorm." Indeed, my young lord, a virtuous woman fears not the persistent suitor. Nonsense. That is what sincerity can unlock. Rin Wu, Rin Lu, and others hastened to offer Rin Song their suggestions. One must be wary of self-deception. Many scams in the 21st century, whether via phone or online, lack sophistication. Yet, some individuals eagerly fill in the gaps for the deceivers, making it impossible to stop them. The same principle applies in the Tang Dynasty of the 8th century. Zhang Qian's behavior and speech did not align with that of a master, but Rin Song, yearning for guidance, found himself captivated by the unfamiliar attire and belongings of Zhang Qian. Thus, recovering from the sting of rejection, the young master Rin Song hurriedly pursued Zhang Qian. He entrusted his mounts to Rin Wu and Rin Lu, fearful that riding would elevate him above the master and provoke displeasure. If they could persuade Master Zhang to return, even if he were not a true master, clarifying the origins of his garments and possessions would be a significant achievement for the Rin family. Should they find craftsmen to replicate them, the family business would surely ascend to new heights. Watching the earnest figure of his young Lord Rin Song, Rin Quan let out a sigh of relief, his face beaming with satisfaction. Perhaps the manor owner, recognizing his diligent efforts, would relieve him of his burdensome tasks and appoint him as a steward in Chang'an. Having accompanied Rin Song in search of masters for so many years, he was weary. Rin Wu, Rin Lu, Rin Qi, and the others felt the same fatigue. Cawing, several crows returned from their foraging, flying overhead while dropping clusters of droppings. Chapter 8. The book is full of deceit, alas. What a disgrace. You are the true disgrace, and your entire family embodies that shame. While Rin Song racked his brain, pondering how to leave a favorable impression on the esteemed Zhang Qian, the latter, devoid of any decorum, kicked at the dirt clods lining the mountain path, muttering curses under his breath. Having previously and decisively declined Rin Song's invitation and choosing to part ways, Zhang Qian was not acting irrationally due to the effects of excessive drinking after vigorous exertion. Nor was he flustered by any overwhelming stimuli. His choice to rapidly distance himself stemmed from a vigilant wariness of strangers in an unfamiliar environment. Arriving in the Tang Dynasty, devoid of any acquaintances and situated in a desolate wilderness, reason dictated that he could not entrust his safety to the moral integrity of a group of unknown individuals. Though this band of strangers had responded to his cries for help, tended to his wounds, and offered him wine, who could guarantee that their invitation was devoid of ulterior motives? Moreover, what merit or virtue did Zhang Qian possess that would warrant such hospitality from a young noble of the Tang? As the adage goes, excessive flattery often conceals treachery. Thus, the more enthusiastic Rin Song and his companions had been, the more unsettled Zhang Qian felt. This unease was deeply rooted in his personal experiences and was further fueled by his cautious scrutiny of Rin Song and his associates. He had noticed on multiple occasions that the disheveled doctor, adorned with a blue round hat, had been surreptitiously observing him, scrutinizing every article of clothing, down to his backpack, belt, and shoelaces. Such a gaze was not merely one of curiosity, it hinted at a desperate greed, as if the doctor wished to strip him bare and leave him exposed in the evening light. Particularly when Zhang Qian emptied his backpack, the disheveled doctor seemed almost eager to bury his head within it. At that moment, the only item visible within Zhang Qian's backpack was the English version of A Song of Ice and Fire, its cover marred by dirt and debris. Zhang Qian found it hard to believe that a Tang Dynasty doctor could comprehend 21st century English. His history teacher, had he lived, would never have informed him that by the time of the Tang, the Silk Road had already extended to Britain. Moreover, the disparity between Old English and Modern English rivaled that between classical Chinese and contemporary Mandarin. Convinced that the disheveled doctor could not decipher English, Zhang Qian's unease in his company intensified. While his backpack contained little of monetary value, and the items within might have been shattered when he struck the wild wolf, each piece was a testament to his existence in the 21st century. What had once been of little worth now held immense value to him. The thought of his belongings potentially being damaged by the wolf's head sent a pang through Zhang Qian's heart. Glancing around to ensure no one was in sight, he hastily halted, opened his backpack, and cautiously examined its contents in the fading light of dusk. The cover and back of A Song of Ice and Fire were utterly ruined, with several pages adjacent to them, each suffering from the ravages of stones, riddled with holes. However, thanks to the thickness of the book, the Huawei phone nestled in the center of the pages had merely sustained a fine crack in the lower left corner of the screen, leaving all functions intact. save for those related to the network. This revelation eased Zhang Qian's taut nerves considerably. He swiftly unzipped a compartment, filled with hope, and unearthed a solar charger nestled between two sponge-lined layers. Miraculously, the solar panel remained unbroken. Only the plastic casing was dented, exposing the internal printed circuit board, which too was unscathed. An overwhelming joy welled within him, bringing tears to his eyes. He gently sniffed, then eagerly unzipped another hidden pocket, quickly extracting its contents. Fortune seemed to have its limits. The chocolate biscuits meant to replenish his energy during evening study sessions had crumbled into a mere bag of crumbs. His sunglasses, intended for eye protection, lay shattered among a jumble of plastic and glass shards. Gritting his teeth, he tore open the plastic wrapping and poured the biscuit remnants into his mouth, then reluctantly reached for the next storage compartment in his backpack. His wallet was still intact, containing a few colorful renminbi notes and 2 bank cards. The cards remained undamaged, still holding the school's financial aid for his hardships. The quandary arose. Where in the Tang Dynasty could he possibly find an ATM? In this era, even the most abundant renminbi would be no different from worthless paper. At least it's a token of hope, he mused, unwilling to discard the currency and cards. With a soft sigh, he tucked away the wallet and reached into another hidden pocket. He found a Swiss Army knife, no larger than his pinky, a small bottle of mosquito repellent for evening studies, and a pack of the universal remedy, Beifuning, also known as paracetamol. The former 2 items were unscathed, while the latter, though crushed, still retained their efficacy. With a sigh, he returned all items, except for the biscuit wrappers, to their original places. He closed his backpack and conducted a thorough check of himself. He wore a blended fabric shirt, a pure cotton vest, a synthetic leather belt, a pair of underwear, a pair of jeans torn by a wolf's claws, a pair of travel shoes, and last but not least, a high-quality imitation Rolex Submariner from Yiwu. This constituted his entire belongings. From here on, he must rely on these items to establish himself in the Tang Dynasty and strive to lead a life of dignity. Heaven, you could have given me a heads up. At least I could have brought corn, chili, and potato seeds. Having learned from a young age not to shed tears, he bitterly murmured, shouldering the blood-stained backpack and setting forth once more. Zhang Qian recalled Ren Song mentioning that Zhizhang Temple was nearby, directly facing Zhongnan, which led straight to Chang'an. As the capital of the Tang Dynasty, Chang'an was accustomed to visitors from all corners of the world, and the locals should not be averse to teaching him a few words of Tang language. However, reality proved that his optimism was misguided. 2 minutes later, his feet finally ascended the steps of the Xiangxiang Temple. With a resounding clang, the temple's grand door shut behind him. Almost immediately, the clear and melodious chime of bells resonated within the temple, accompanied by curling wisps of incense and the harmonious recitation of scriptures, declaring to him a message of no entry without invitation. What a display! I am not here to partake in a meal. He vaguely felt a pang of discomfort at the tip of his nose, and Zhang Qian muttered curses under his breath as he turned to leave. Though angered, he did not feel particularly disappointed. If the monks were truly hospitable, history would not have left behind the saying, "Once the meal is finished." The monks dispersed to their respective corners, leaving the guests to feel ashamed after the bell tolls. He vaguely recalled that the stingy monk referred to in the verse belonged to the Tang Dynasty, though the temple was not situated near Chang'an. Secretly, he derided the monks of the world as he set foot on the Zhongnan road. After walking less than 2 miles along the path, he spotted several households. At the first, before he could reach the doorstep, the family hurriedly shut their wooden gate, their movements even swifter than those of the monks at the temple. At the second household, he knocked for quite some time, but silence reigned within. The third house had its door ajar, however, just as he paused at the entrance. His fingers barely grazing the doorframe, a dog the size of a donkey leapt out from inside. "Don't bite. I am not a bad person." Lacking the energy to engage in a confrontation with the dog, Zhang Qian turned and fled. He ran for over half a mile before finally shaking off the persistent guardian. Damn it! What happened to the promises of bountiful years filled with hospitality and abundant provisions? What of the convivial gatherings over wine and discussions of the harvest? What of the joy of welcoming friends from afar? It was all a deceit. The books had lied. Supporting himself with his hands on his knees, panting and cursing, Zhang Qian found himself once more on the verge of tears. No one answered him. Only the continuous barking of dogs echoed across the wilderness. Woof, 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 woof. Chapter 9. Do you need a permit? Curse it. Had I known the people of the Tang Dynasty were so unsympathetic, I would have taken the risk to converse a bit longer with those surnamed Run. At least I could have clarified what Li Longji is currently doing and which direction his door faces. After being met with repeated rebuffs and nearly suffering a dog bite, Zhang Qian couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Although the Run group exhibited a somewhat excessive enthusiasm, they had yet to demonstrate any malice. In stark contrast, everyone Zhang Qian encountered since leaving Zhizhang Temple regarded him as a pariah. By comparison, the Rin fellows suddenly appeared rather endearing. However, having walked away with such nonchalance, Zhang Qian found himself reluctant to turn back. Just as he straightened his back, preparing to venture to the next farm in search of fortune, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Pardon me. I am not a master, as I mentioned earlier. Irritated, Zhang Qian turned around to correct him loudly, only to find Ren Song's sweat-drenched face. This time, Ren Song was alone, without his entourage. He had not even ridden a horse. His somewhat plump legs moved with surprising agility. Fearing that Zhang Qian might ignore him, he ran while vigorously shaking a leather pouch in his hand. Pardon me, sleep. Thank you. Having learned from their previous encounter, Zhang Qian recognized that the pouch contained sweet fermented rice. A wave of gratitude washed over him as he smiled, approaching to accept the leather pouch Ren Song had brought. Untying the strings to indulge in its contents, the fermented rice, brewed from corn, still retained a faint sourness, yet it tasted even sweeter on Zhang Qian's palate than before. As he savored the drink, Ren Song stood nearby, watching with delight, his chubby eyes curving into crescent moons as if he had partaken as well. This little chubby fellow is likely not a bad person. Zhang Qian, though more cautious than his peers, was not devoid of warmth. Noticing Ren Song panting heavily, he quickly halted, wiped his hand on the pouch's opening, and cheerfully offered it back. You should have some too. And no, Ren Song, not fully comprehending Zhang Qian's words, understood the gesture and hastily waved his hands. Yet, ultimately unable to withstand the torment of thirst and Zhang Qian's insistence, he shyly accepted the pouch after a few polite refusals and took a hearty swig. Two young men, fresh from their exertions, effortlessly tackled the pouch of fermented rice. 3 minutes later, the leather pouch was entirely emptied, and the bond between Zhang Qian and Ren Song had significantly deepened. And what of your horse? Zhang Qian inquired with a smile, looking around at the encroaching dusk, but failing to spot the bothersome, disheveled doctor or the remaining band of cloth-covered individuals. Ren Song, still struggling to grasp the conversation, cautiously glanced around before replying, 5 Thundervine. The vegetable field, is this 5 Thundervine? Sighing, Zhang Qian shook his head in frustration, crouching down to write in the dirt with a stone. Where are the others? Where's your horse? This sentence, however, did not conform to the grammatical structure of the Tang Dynasty, with some vocabulary originating from after that period. However, Ren Song pondered over the words twice and managed to grasp the essence of what he wished to convey. With a sheepish smile, he squatted down and slowly inscribed with pebbles, foolish, disturbing the master, following from afar. It dawned on him that there was indeed someone trailing in the distance. Once more, he sensed the goodwill in Ren Song's words. Zhang Qian chuckled softly and promptly corrected him. Not a master, I am surnamed Zhang. Very well, if you say so, then so be it. Ren Song observed Zhang Qian's bald head and peculiar attire, and inwardly mused. Nevertheless, he continued to write with fervor. This place is called Wulading. Zhuke Gate is not far. Brother, you are headed to Chang'an. Hurry, the city gates are about to close. Despite the absence of punctuation, he meticulously spaced the words and sentences apart. Upon seeing this, Zhang Qian quickly comprehended the meaning. He hastily discarded the stone, rose to his feet, and with cupped hands declared, Chang'an, I shall take my leave first. I shall accompany you. Ren Song also promptly stood up and took the initiative to step ahead. Although he knew it was improbable that Zhang Qian would truly accompany him, he could not refuse the goodwill. Thus, he quickened his pace, nodding with a smile, Thank you. Brethren. Aware that Ren Song could not comprehend his words, he gently waved his hand and continued to hasten. Yet, after merely 7 or 8 steps, he felt that proceeding in such a manner would not ensure Zhang Qian would enter the city before the gates closed. He quickly halted and rode in the dirt. Horse. Ride. Cannot. Zhang Qian decisively waved his hand in refusal. This gesture was clear to Ren Song, who, feeling helpless, stood up and gritted his teeth to quicken his pace once more, soon drenched in sweat. Seeing his stout form struggling, Zhang Qian felt a pang of compassion. He stopped and, while speaking, rode in the dirt. I walk, you ride. Let them bring the horse to you. Together, We shall travel. Exhausted, Ren Song shook his head stubbornly. This time, he did not squat to write, yet Zhang Qian understood his meaning. With a smile, he voluntarily slowed his pace. The little chubby Ren Song, in that instant, realized that they could indeed communicate without writing, and he blissfully forgot his fatigue. As they walked, he gestured and asked, "Sorry. Brother Zhang, how old?" "How old?" Zhang Qian was momentarily taken aback, yet with little effort, he comprehended that how implied age, and he replied with a grin, 21. "No. 22, according to your calculations." Fearing Ren Song might not understand, he deliberately extended his right hand, displaying 2 fingers, one upright and one inverted. Ren Song grasped the meaning and, in joyful exuberance, exclaimed, "I am 18. I am young, you are older." This statement was clear to Zhang Qian, who nodded with a smile. Encouraged, Ren Song once again gestured, "I am from Chang'an." "Brother Zhang, where are you from?" Zhang Qian felt a pang in his heart at this question. Looking around and revealing a hint of melancholy on his face. "I am from Shijian, no, Hejian." "Hejian?" Ren Song paused, filled with doubt, astonished that the accent of Hejian differed so greatly from that of Chang'an. However, he lacked the courage to express his doubts to the eminent figure. After a moment of hesitation, he tactfully diverted the conversation to another topic. The rotund young man harbored thoughts of becoming a disciple of the illustrious mentor, seeking to foster a closer relationship with Zhang Qian through conversation. Zhang Qian, in turn, aspired to learn a few phrases in Tang dialect as swiftly as possible. Thus, their intentions aligned, and as they journeyed together, they communicated through gestures when possible, and when that proved insufficient, they resorted to writing in the dirt. The more they conversed, the more fluid and congenial their exchange became. Being 4 years Zhang Qian's senior and having grown up in a humble setting, he endeavored to obscure his background during their discussions. Despite several inquiries from the chubby young man, he skillfully deflected them with vague responses about the distance and inconvenience of divulging such personal details. This only deepened Ren Song's admiration, leaving him in awe, almost to the point of sparks igniting in his eyes. As for the knowledge Zhang Qian desperately wished to acquire, he endeavored to ask questions that were straightforward and unambiguous. The young man found himself increasingly perplexed, questioning whether even a sage should lack such basic knowledge. Nevertheless, he rationalized that perhaps this was a form of testing by the eminent figure, and thus he answered earnestly and openly, sharing everything he knew without reservation. Through this exchange, and by comparing the scant historical knowledge he retained, Zhang Qian gradually came to comprehend the current state of the Tang Dynasty. He finally understood why the monks at Zhizhang Temple and the common folk along the way regarded him with such suspicion, as if he were a thief. It turned out that not long before, a bloody incident had transpired within the city of Chang'an. The crown prince, Li Chongjun, was suddenly kidnapped by his trusted confidants, who, leading 300 loyal followers, stormed the residence of Prime Minister Wu Sanxi, dismembering him in a gruesome act. Subsequently, the rebels attempted to breach the imperial palace with the prince in tow. Unfortunately, a mere 300 individuals were hardly a match for the imperial forces. At the emperor's commanding shout, the insurrectionists scattered like frightened birds. The crown prince, however, was whisked away by a handful of rebels to the foot as Zhang Qian's expression grew increasingly grave, the chubby Ren Song, aware that a person of great ability should not react so profoundly to mundane matters, nonetheless kindly offered a reminder. After their earlier stammering exchanges, Zhang Qian's communication with him had become considerably smoother. With a faint smile and a gentle nod, he replied, "I understand. I am indifferent to it. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Ren." "Brother Zhang, you are too polite." Ren Song chuckled, shaking his head as he continued to chat aimlessly. Given that Chang'an had recently been drenched in blood, it seemed rather unwise to venture there at such a critical juncture. Zhang Qian had initially intended to inquire whether the chubby fellow was aware of a certain Li Longji and what he was currently up to, whether he was surrounded by talented individuals or if he was viewed with skepticism. However, upon reflecting on his own situation, he realized that even if he were to seek refuge under Li Longji, he would likely only serve as cannon fodder, prompting him to decisively abandon the thought. As they conversed idly, Zhang Qian's attention was suddenly drawn to a watchtower appearing ahead. The citizens making their way to Chang'an, whether traveling by carriage, horseback, or carrying burdens, were all orderly lined up in 2 long queues, one to the left and one to the right, before the watchtower. What were they checking for? The remnants of the prince? Zhang Qian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively halting his steps to gaze into the distance. In the twilight, He observed individuals on horseback, in carriages, and those adorned with various hats featuring rabbit ears, all retrieving bamboo slips from their bosoms to present for verification to the officials at the watchtower. On the right side, those carrying burdens, or even those bareheaded, lifted their faces to be individually recognized by a few elderly men stationed before the watchtower. Brother Zhang, the pass, quickly. Fearing that they might delay too long and miss their chance to enter the city, Ren Song grasped Zhang Qian's hand and maneuvered through the crowd towards the watchtower, softly urging, "Familiar faces expedite matters." The pass? Although Zhang Qian understood that Ren Song intended to help him skip the line, he was perplexed as to why he needed a pass, furrowing his brows and stopping once more. "The pass, Brother Zhang, do you not have one?" Ren Song hesitated, scrutinizing Zhang Qian for a considerable time, before finally ascertaining that the other was not merely feigning ignorance. Stamping his foot, he whispered in a peculiar Tang dialect, "The pass. Brother Zhang, the verification." The verification? Zhang Qian had begun to correlate certain elements of the Tang dialect with the pronunciation of 21st century Mandarin. Yet he remained unclear about what the verification entailed, hesitantly shaking his head. "No, truly?" Ren Song could hardly believe his ears and lowered his voice to press further. At that moment, he genuinely began to doubt whether Zhang Qian was indeed a person of great ability. The legendary figures were either monks or Taoists. Yet Zhang Qian lacked the requisite pass that both monks and Taoists possessed, even if he did not have a pass. It was said that many reclusive sages typically concealed themselves in the countryside, occasionally emerging to seek out fated disciples to impart their extraordinary skills. Yet, Zhang, the supposed sage, appeared to lack even the necessary verification for travel. Without a locally issued pass and not being a monk or Taoist, how could he have traversed from He Zhizhang to Chang'an? Along the way, how had he managed to pass through checkpoints and find lodgings at inns? "I fear that before I have even ventured 20 miles from my hometown, I shall be intercepted by the petty officials, bound in ropes and forcibly escorted back, only to be mercilessly whipped by the village heads." Indeed, Zhang Qian, feeling a surge of panic, maintained a composed visage and nodded vigorously. At this moment, he finally comprehended the nature of that dreadful thing. It was none other than the travel pass of the Ming Dynasty. Oh heavens, martial arts novels can truly lead one to ruin. The heroes traversed the land. Yet none ever carried such a document. Thank goodness I have not yet reached the gates of Chang'an. This is merely the first road checkpoint. Just as the words left his lips, in a swift motion, before the soldiers and officials could take notice, Ren Song seized Zhang Qian's arm and turned to flee. "Brother Zhang, how bold you are. Are you willing to risk your life? Where shall we go?" Zhang Qian realized that without the travel pass, he was likely to encounter grave trouble today. He dared not resist, and allowed Ren Song to hastily pull him away from the checkpoint. "Let us go." At this moment, Ren Song cared not whether Zhang Qian was indeed a man of great skill, ensuring that he was not detained by the authorities, thus safeguarding his own family, was of utmost importance. Casting a glance back, he decisively transformed his brisk walk into a hurried run towards my home. To my house, for the travel pass. I shall devise a plan for you. Chapter 10. Is it Reningying? My buddy is Ling Hu Chong, a wretched bastard, abandoned by both father and mother. Wang Qian's Lego must have been stolen by you. Hurry up and confess. A group of little tyrants cornered the 7-year-old Zhang Qian behind the teaching building, wielding willow branches and striking indiscriminately. He fought back desperately with his school bag, but his thigh was repeatedly struck, each blow resonating with excruciating pain. Suddenly, someone tripped him, and he fell backward, facing the sky, as the gang of bullies cheered and rushed toward him. At that moment, a celestial voice resonated from above. "What are you doing? What is this? Do you believe I will call your parents?" The little tyrants scattered in disarray, and in the next instant, Aunt Lu, the director of the orphanage, approached Zhang Qian and gently helped him to his feet, brushing the dirt off his clothes. "All right, stop crying. A real man sheds blood and sweat, but not tears. Aunt, I am not a wretched bastard. I am not. Where are my parents? Why did they abandon me? No one would willingly discard their own child. They must have accidentally lost you. They are probably searching the world for you right now. Focus on your studies. Aim for a good university, pursue a master's degree, and then a doctorate. One day, when they see you on television, they will come looking for you." Aunt Lu's words always carried such wisdom and warmth, soothing like cough syrup, quickly drying his tears. A gust of wind swept through, and Aunt Lu suddenly vanished. Uncle Zhang from the duty room rushed before the 17-year-old Zhang Qian, thrusting an old Oppo phone into his hands. Your aunt is in the hospital. She wants to see you. You. Boy, how can you be so heartless? Look at how sick she is. Aunt. Hesitating, he glanced at the phone, where the director's weary face appeared on the screen. Surrounding her was a blanket of white, reminiscent of the dense fog of early autumn mornings. He tossed the phone back to Uncle Zhang and sprinted toward a bicycle, leaping onto it as he sped away. The hospital drew nearer, closer, when suddenly a wolf charged from the side, jaws gaping, blood-stained and ready to strike at his thigh. The bicycle toppled. The hospital crumbled before his eyes like a house of dominoes, swept away by the wind like paper. A photograph, carried by the breeze, floated before him, an image of Aunt Lu before her illness, her kind eyes and shoulder-length hair radiating warmth. Yet, around the photo loomed a glaring black frame. Aunt Lu, Zhang Qian cried out, reaching for the picture, but it shattered at his fingertips, transforming into a flurry of falling petals. The ferocious wolf lunged at him, its gaping maw ready to devour him. Ah! Zhang Qian screamed as he sat up, eyes wide open. The wolf, the bicycle, the flurry of petals, all vanished, replaced by the sunlit walls and the bronze-hued, intricately carved wooden windows. Dappled sunlight streamed through a thin layer of burlap window paper, illuminating the room and creating a beautiful tapestry upon the bronze wooden floor. Sighing, he slapped his forehead and rolled out of bed, extending his feet toward a pair of indistinguishable wooden clogs. It was already the 5th day of his stay in the Tang Dynasty, and the wound on his thigh, grazed by the wolf, had scabbed over. Yet he continued to awaken from the same nightmare he had experienced in college. In his youth, he endured the torment of bullying from classmates and suffered the profound loss of his sole relative during his middle school years, leaving scars upon his heart akin to those on an ancient tree. Such memories are burdensome to contemplate. The mere thought induces a suffocating ache within him. Yet, they are equally impossible to forget, as they periodically invade his dreams, reopening old wounds and causing his heart to bleed anew. If only he had traversed time to the Tang Dynasty 6 years ago, with a hopeful longing. Zhang Qian mused that this would afford him the chance to spend a few more days with Aunt Lu, perhaps even persuading her to undergo surgery sooner rather than waiting for him and a few other orphans to complete their college entrance examinations. Tragically, before they could step into the examination hall, Aunt Lu, the kindest and most beautiful woman in the world, had perished. A wave of scorching sensation threatened to spill from the corners of his eyes. Struggling to regain composure, he stifled his tears and began to adjust his garments. Aunt Lu had instilled in him that a man should sweat and bleed, but never cry. She had taught him to remain resilient in the face of adversity, to rely on oneself rather than others, and to never forget one's dignity, regardless of circumstance. Zhang Qian would not forget these lessons, for he knew that, even from beyond, Aunt Lu continued to watch over him, despite the passage of time that had transported him to over 13 centuries prior in the Grand Tang Dynasty. "Excuse me." A soft, melodious voice suddenly interrupted his reverie, dispelling his sorrow and regret. Following this, a girl of approximately 1 meter and 45 centimeters, with an oval face, entered with small, hurried steps. She greeted him promptly and deftly unfurled a neatly pressed long robe, ready to assist him in dressing. "I am not a master," he corrected her softly, stepping back slightly. "Please do not address me as such. Just place the clothes on the bed. I can dress myself." "Yes, esteemed one." The girl obediently amended her address but continued her task, smoothing out the outer robe and fastening a belt adorned with amber and glass. "I am not an esteemed one. You may call me Mr. Zhang or young Master Zhang," he insisted, his face flushed as he hesitated to push her away. "Please, let me handle the rest myself." "The maid dares not," she replied respectfully, kneeling. "I am but a servant assigned to assist you. It is my fortune to attend to your needs." As she spoke, she casually picked up a pair of clean, dry cloth socks. "Please, esteemed one, have a seat. I shall assist you with your footwear." The young man's instinctive reaction upon waking lingered, his gaze fixed upon the girl's forehead. A wave of guilt surged through Zhang Qian's mind. Swiftly snatching the socks from her hands, he stepped back, his face burning, and exclaimed, "Put them down. I can manage this myself. I've told you repeatedly. I am no master, merely a guest residing in this abode. Forgive me, esteemed one. Forgive me." The young girl with an oval face mistakenly believed she had misaddressed her esteemed guest, which incited his ire. Terrified, her complexion drained of color, she wept and bowed repeatedly. Zhang Qian, overwhelmed by her tears, helplessly perched himself on the edge of the bed, surrendering his cloth socks. "Fine, you may come, after all. It won't trouble you for long." Thank you, dear. The girl, as if granted a reprieve, hastily wiped her tears with the back of her hand and cradled Zhang Qian's large foot in her arms, carefully slipping on the sock. I am not a dear. Zhang Qian instinctively sought to correct her, but resigned himself with a sigh. So be it, if you wish to call me that, then let it be. The girl softly replied. Though her mind was clouded with confusion, she dared not pose any questions. She continued to hold his other large foot, meticulously dressing it in the cloth sock before kneeling on the floor to don his soft-soled deerskin boots. What about my shoes? Are they dry yet? Zhang Qian pondered to inquire about his mismatched travel shoes, but the question lingered on the tip of his tongue before he reluctantly swallowed it back. The girl kneeling before him appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years of age. In the 21st century, had she not shared his misfortune of being an orphan, she would surely be the cherished jewel of her parents. Yet, in the Rin family estate, she belonged to the most humble class of existence. Everything about her, including her very being, was owned by the Rin family. Her actions, eating, walking, working, were governed by a strict set of rules. A slight transgression could lead to a swift punishment. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian's travel shoes, denim jeans, blended fabric shirt, tank top, and undergarments had been collected by the steward Rin Fu under the pretense of assisting with their laundering. He Zhizhang had no authority over the matter, nor even the right to inquire. Initially, Zhang Qian paid little heed to these occurrences. However, since the previous morning, he had begun to sense that the duration required for the washing and drying of these garments was excessively prolonged. One must consider that it was autumn, with dry winds. Even the most challenging items like denim jeans would have dried by now, not to mention the cotton tank tops and undergarments. Yet, Zhang Qian was not particularly concerned about the fate of his clothing. From what he had gradually gathered, the Rin family, while ostensibly upholding the values of agricultural scholarship, actually derived most of their income from commerce. The head of the Rin estate, known simply as Qian, possessed remarkable business acumen, seemingly owning numerous shops and even dabbling in the trade of jewels and spices with merchants from the western regions. Therefore, Zhang Qian surmised that the steward's interest in his denim jeans and travel shoes was entirely natural, seizing the opportunity to study their construction, materials, or origins. Deep down, he even harbored a hope that Rin Fu might discover similar products within the Tang realm. This would mean that he was not the sole traveler from the 21st century. Others had arrived before him, more acclimated to the current societal milieu. Of course, it would have been even better if the chubby Rin Song had approached him to discuss the matter or offered an explanation afterward. Such gestures would undoubtedly improve Zhang Qian's comfort and foster a more favorable sentiment towards the Rin family and their estate. However, after repeated observations over the past few days, Zhang Qian concluded that although the chubby young man Rin Song held the title of the young master of the Rin family, his actual standing within the household was merely mediocre. Many matters were beyond his control, and few paid heed to his words. Even Rin Quan, Rin Wu, and Rin Lu showed him only superficial respect. As for Rin Fu, the steward of the Rin estate, and other high-ranking servants, their attitude towards the chubby Rin Song was even more perfunctory. Although they did not openly defy him due to their respective social hierarchies, they strictly forbade him from meddling in their affairs. The root of Rin Song's awkward position stemmed entirely from his father, Rin Xiong. According to information gleaned from Rin Song himself, the true master of the Rin estate, Rin Xiong, rarely resided in the manor, preferring instead to live in the city with other members of the family. Rin Song's mother had passed away while he was still an infant, and his father quickly remarried a woman named Shui. Madame Shui not only managed the household adeptly, but was also remarkably robust, giving birth to a sister and 3 brothers for Rin Song in subsequent years. Therefore, Rin Song's reluctance to discuss matters regarding the trousers and sneakers was not something Zhang Qian intended to hold against him. After all, with time dragging on, the steward Rin Fu would likely return the clothing and shoes within half a month. By that time, Zhang Qian should have fully mastered Tang Yin and would be able to depart leisurely with the travel permit Rin Song had promised to assist him with. Master, the water is ready. The maid is here to assist you with your cleansing. The soft voice of a young girl suddenly interrupted Zhang Qian's thoughts, pulling him back from his reverie. With a resigned nod, he stood and hastened towards the basin. Within the white copper basin, unbeknownst to him, half a basin of water had already been prepared for washing. Not wishing to impose upon a young girl of 13 or 14, Zhang Qian swiftly shielded the basin with his body before washing his face with remarkable speed and efficiency. Master, the maid is here to assist you with your teeth. The maid, Zhiwan, unable to outmaneuver him, took small steps to circle around and presented him with a willow twig covered in salt foam and a cup made from bamboo. The bamboo tube had already been carefully filled with clean water, and the end of the willow twig had just been delicately chewed by Zhiwan to prevent it from injuring Zhang Qian's gums. Despite having used a willow twig for brushing his teeth before, Zhang Qian felt a wave of nausea at the sight of the faint traces of saliva on it. As a normal person, he had no inclination to taste the saliva of others, even if the person in question was a charming young woman with a fragrance like orchids. Just as he pondered how to discreetly dispose of the section of the twig that had been chewed by her without hurting Zhiwan's feelings, he suddenly heard a sharp voice calling from outside the window. "Where's that scoundrel? Take me to him, so I can deal with him." "Ren Quan, Ren Wu, your father instructed you to keep an eye on your elder brother, not to be consumed by these absurdities. Is this how you have been watching over him? Please. Young lady, calm your anger. Young lady, I assure you this time the master is telling the truth. If you don't believe me, ask the steward." "Young lady, oh dear." The voice of the untidy Dr. Ren Quan resonated, swiftly followed by the sound of a body collapsing and gasps of astonishment. Note: the term Miss refers to a title from the Song Dynasty, while in the Tang Dynasty, it was referred to as little lady or young lady. Quite an awkward distinction. It is indeed a young lady. The maid Ziju, who was attending to Zhang Qian, turned pale with fright, covering her cherry-like lips with her hand. And in a voice as delicate as a mosquito's buzz, she hastily cautioned, "If the young lady were to arrive, master, please do not take offense. She is a very reasonable person. Indeed, she is merely concerned that the young master is not diligent in his pursuits, which is why she often feels compelled to oversee him. In any case, master, please be accommodating. When the young master hears the news and arrives, he will have his own means of handling the situation." The young lady, could it be named Ying? Zhang Qian had long heard from the chubby Ren Zong that he had a sister named Ying. Initially, he had secretly mused that if only this Ren Ying were the same as that Ren Ying, he would certainly seek to make her acquaintance and, by extension, forge a brotherly bond with Ling Huchong. Who could have anticipated that Ren Ying would arrive so swiftly? "I cannot dare to utter the young lady's given name," Ziju exclaimed, her hand still pressed to her mouth, retreating quickly, her large eyes blinking like a startled fawn. Bang! Before Zhang Qian could utter a word of comfort, the outer door was forcefully kicked open by a girl clad in red, who stormed in like a blazing fire. Chapter 11. Who is more foolish? Miss. The immortal master is changing clothes and cannot receive guests. In a moment of desperation, the young maiden Ziju suddenly summoned the courage to scream at the top of her lungs. After all, she was still a girl, and even in the Tang Dynasty, where the constraints of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues had yet to take full effect, Ren Ying, the daughter of the Ren family, lacked the fortitude to confront a man in the nude. She immediately halted her steps, brandishing her riding whip and hurling insults at the curtain of the inner room. Fraud. If you have the audacity to act, you must possess the courage to admit it. Hiding behind a maid, what are you? Can clothes be worn for a lifetime? A man of 7 feet, why engage in such disgraceful conduct that dishonors one's ancestors? If I were you, I would have. Dare I ask, Miss Ren, where's the fraud? What have you been deceived of? An inquiry, neither soft nor harsh, interrupted her tirade. Regaining his composure, Zhang Qian lifted the curtain and strode out with confidence. You. Ren Ying found herself at a loss for words, caught off guard. In the past, the charlatans her brother Ren Zong had invited back to the estate, when faced with her accusations, either panicked and frantically defended themselves or feigned profundity and remained silent. Yet none had the audacity to retort as boldly as this short-haired fraud, having rushed over from the city without fully understanding what price her brother had paid. She realized that presenting evidence would be no easy feat. Do not feign madness. You are the fraud. What have you deceived the young master enough? Are you not clear in your own heart? As the saying goes, a fence needs 3 posts. Seeing Ren Ying rendered speechless, another maiden in green rushed in from behind her, pointing her whip at Zhang Qian's nose and vociferously supporting her. Both she and Ren Ying were in their blossoming youth. Tall and graceful, their features captivating, adorned in red and blue that complemented each other beautifully. However, Zhang Qian had no inclination to admire their beauty, nor would he allow them to place the label of fraud upon his head simply because they were attractive. Memories of childhood bullying and wrongful accusations surged in his mind, causing his eyes to redden and his newly sprouted short hair to bristle. Silence. You are the one feigning madness. When catching a thief, one must catch the stolen goods. When catching an adulterer, one must catch both. Did Zhang Qian defraud you of wealth or of virtue? You come at me with reckless abandon? Haven't your elders taught you how to speak, or have you grown up without any guidance? Though much of his speech lacked the proper pronunciation of Tang dialect, the ferocity of his expression and vigorous gestures conveyed his sentiments with clarity. The green-clad maiden, having been berated, turned pale, tears brimming in her eyes as she retreated. Observing this, Reninging could no longer bother reasoning with him. She swung her whip and struck down. Throughout his life, Zhang Qian had fought countless battles against local bullies, unwilling to bear false accusations. When their schemes failed, their first reaction was to resort to violence. As a result, his body had developed a conditioned reflex. Before Ren Yingying's whip could land, he had already raised his arm and firmly grasped her wrist. With a sudden flick of the whip, he advanced, executing a series of fluid movements that resembled the graceful flow of water. The impact sent the girl staggering backward, her back colliding forcefully with the wall. This was only due to his abrupt realization that she was a female, prompting him to temper his strength. Otherwise, Ren Yingying's head would have surely met the wall with a rather intimate greeting. Even so, the girl was left dazed, stars dancing before her eyes, and in an instant, her shrill scream pierced the air. "Scoundrel, how dare you commit violence?" The green-clad woman who had just entered was likewise startled, her hair standing on end as she brandished her whip, flailing it wildly in front of her. Zhang Qian cast a cold glare in her direction, discarding the whip he had just seized. "Put down the whip and do not compel me to take action. Scoundrel, scoundrel, you have defrauded others of their wealth, and yet you dare to strike." The green-clad woman shouted, although her frantic movements involuntarily halted, lest she provoke the short-haired rogue before her and find herself plastered against the wall alongside Reninging. "Scoundrel, cease your actions." For maidservants, dressed similarly to Zizhang, crowded at the entrance, shouting loudly, "Help! The scoundrel has attacked. The scoundrel has assaulted the young lady and the young lady of the Guo family. Try shouting scoundrel again. I dare you." Zhang Qian ignored the maidservants, glaring fiercely at the green-clad woman, threatening her in unfamiliar yet commanding language. The woman was taken aback, turning to flee in tears, colliding with the maidservants who were calling for help, sending them tumbling in disarray. Zhang Qian, seeing this, did not pursue. Instead, he turned his attention to Ren Yingying, who was secretly gathering her strength against the wall, and with a cold smirk said, "Be sensible and do not seek unnecessary trouble. Others may indulge you, but I will not stoop to such demeaning behavior." Master, it is a misunderstanding." The wandering physician Ren Quan, alerted by the maidservant's cries for help, rushed in, positioning himself between the two parties, and then bowed to each, saying, "Master, the young lady was misled by a treacherous individual and thus offended you. Please, show mercy and forgive her." "Young lady, the master is indeed a person of great skill, unlike those previous swindlers." "Indeed, master, it is a misunderstanding." Ren Wu and Ren Lu, covered in dust, hurried in, their astonishment evident on their faces. The reason they had refrained from intervening earlier was twofold. Firstly, they feared incurring the wrath of their own young lady and becoming collateral damage. Secondly, they were confident in Ren Yingying's abilities, especially with the assistance of the green-clad Guo Xiaolon. They believed that whether it be insults or a scuffle, the one at a disadvantage would undoubtedly be the enigmatic Zhang Qian, who was laden with peculiar treasures. They planned for Ren Yingying and Guo Xiaolon to assert their dominance over Zhang Qian first, allowing them to later enter and clarify matters, thus making it easier to manipulate him. At the very least, they intended for Zhang Qian to understand that he was currently under their roof, too timid to reclaim his exquisite garments and shoes. Of course, it would be even better if they could compel Zhang Qian to surrender his bag and the treasures concealed within. In recent days, Ren Quan has repeatedly witnessed Zhang Qian extracting a treasure from his backpack, basking it in the sunlight to absorb its essence. Although Zhang Qian did not immediately consume the treasure after its sunbathing, Ren Quan believed his actions were far from mere amusement. However, what they could never fathom was that Zhang Qian, a master without a home to call his own, dared to engage in a confrontation with the young ladies. Even more astonishing was the revelation that both young ladies possessed martial skills and, with the assistance of their maidservants, effortlessly subdued him, leaving him utterly defeated. In desperation, they feigned a sudden realization of a cry for help and hastily intervened to dispel the misunderstanding. They sought to avoid further pretense, lest the ill-mannered Master Zhang should leave their young lady bruised and battered. You. The woman in red, torn between fear and indignation, withdrew her feet, tears streaming down her cheeks. What is there to cry about? Zhang Qian, who despised being falsely accused more than anything, glared at Ren Yingying and demanded loudly. Does weeping absolve one of reason? If you claim I deceived your brother, then produce your evidence. If you can, I shall immediately kneel and apologize. You profess to be a recluse, claiming to teach my brother the ways of the swordsman. Yet you deceive him into consuming those absurd concoctions and coax him into financing your extravagance. As her family guards rallied around her, Ren Yingying's courage surged, and through her tears, she shouted in indignation. When did I ever say such a thing? Are there any witnesses? Zhang Qian regarded her coldly, disdain etched on his face. What exactly have I deceived him about, and who has seen it? As for finances, in the 5 days I have been at your esteemed residence, have I taken even a single coin from you? Ren Yingying, relying on her past experiences, hastily accused him. Yet, when Zhang Qian pressed her for clarity, she faltered, her gaze shifting anxiously to Ren Quan, Ren Wu, and Ren Lu, urging them to step forward and testify against the alleged fraud. To her utter dismay, Ren Quan, Ren Wu, and Ren Lu all quickly lowered their heads, none daring to stand up for her. Is it amusing to first pin the accusation of fraud on me and then fabricate evidence? Zhang Qian, accustomed to the antics of those who resorted to slander when their arguments faltered, scoffed derisively. He then added with a cold smile, I, however, would like to inquire of Dr. Ren when my garments and shoes will be returned from laundering. The longest have been with your maid for 4 days, and the shortest for 3. Surely, those clothes ought to be dry by now. Chapter 12. A sudden breeze disturbs the tranquil spring waters. He had previously been aware that the maids had taken his clothes, belt, and shoes under the pretense of washing them, suspecting there was some ulterior motive behind it. However, he refrained from confronting the issue, largely out of consideration for the earnest assistance provided by the chubby Ren Kong. Yet, when the young lady Ren Yingying stormed in early that morning, unjustly accusing him of deceit without any inquiry into the matter, and attempted to reprimand him as if he were a servant, it struck a nerve. Consequently, he could no longer afford to spare Ren Song any face and had to promptly expose the truth, allowing Ren Yingying to witness for herself who was truly scheming against whom. As soon as he spoke, the retainers Ren Quan, Ren Wu, and Ren Lu immediately shrank back, averting their eyes and adopting a posture of feigned indifference, unwilling to meet his gaze. As the earliest to discern that Master Zhang's garments were far from ordinary, they had been involved in nearly every plot against him. Each of them was acutely aware that those rare articles of clothing and shoes had been specifically sent to Chang'an by the estate's steward, Ren Fu, to be examined by the managers, buyers, and artisans of all the stores under the Ren family's banner, meticulously tracing their craftsmanship, materials, and sources of procurement. Thus, it was implausible for them to return anytime soon. Unbeknownst to Ren Yingying, the intricacies behind this situation eluded her understanding. She presumed that the garments and footwear mentioned by Zhang Qian were merely common luxuries, such as brocade robes, silk trousers, and leather boots. Therefore, she regained her composure and, placing her hand on her waist, commanded loudly, Ren Quan, return his tattered belongings. While our Ren family may not be excessively wealthy, we are certainly not petty enough to covet a few of his garments. Inquire among the household servants and ascertain where they have carelessly tossed them after drying. Return them. Does he not admit to being a fraud? Hurry and return his rags, and let him leave. Ren Quan, Ren Wu, and Ren Lu, mortified, felt their faces flush crimson, wishing the floor would suddenly split open to provide them with an escape route. Why are you silent? Have you all lost your tongues? Have you truly taken his? As Ren Yingying received no response from the retainers and servants, she began to sense something amiss, her voice dropping to a low tone. It cannot be. There must be more to this. It was my elder brother. He instructed you to provide him with an excuse, did he not? Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang, I have returned. I have prepared the travel permits and household registration for you, and even secured a piece of perpetual farmland. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward and tense, Ren Song's voice rang out from the courtyard, brimming with his usual enthusiasm. The household registration was settled in Weinan County, entirely organized by the government's meticulous records, ensuring that henceforth, no one could challenge it suddenly. His voice faltered as he caught sight of the green-clad girl, Xiaolan, standing at the door, weeping and wiping her tears, accompanied by four grim-faced maidservants. With a swift stride, he rushed into the outer room, eagerly inquiring of Ren Yingying, Sister, when did you arrive? Why did you not inform me? Did you, perchance, injure Zhang? He is a distinguished guest I invited. Ren Yingying had previously tempered her demeanor, but upon hearing her brother's entrance, instead of inquiring about her safety, he first expressed concern for an outsider. This ignited her fury once more. Instantly, she raised her delicate brows and interrupted sharply, "Distinguished guest? In what sense? He lacks even a household registration in the Tang Dynasty. How can he be deemed esteemed? Just half a month ago, the streets ran with blood. Have you forgotten? You dare to bring such a vagabond into our home. Do you wish for your life to be cut short? Or perhaps you find our father and mother a nuisance?" Her words struck like daggers, each one aimed at Zhang Qian's most vulnerable spots. The Tang Dynasty was renowned as the wealthiest nation in the world, with Chang'an being its illustrious capital. During these times, it was commonplace for Koreans, Japanese, and Persians to seek residence in Tang. Those fortunate enough to secure a household registration, even as a mere farmer, could walk with their heads held high in their hometowns. However, just half a month prior, Crown Prince Li Chongjun had been surrounded by his subordinates during an attempted coup against the court and subsequently took his own life in penance. Countless officials lost their heads in the aftermath. In such perilous times, families would avoid unfamiliar faces, and only a fool would welcome a stranger into their abode. Should one unwittingly harbor a remnant of the prince, it would not only cost them their own head, but also endanger their entire family. After delivering her scathing remarks, Ren Yingying felt a surge of satisfaction, anticipating her brother would, as in the past, humbly apologize when confronted with the truth of his folly in harboring a deceiver. Yet, to her astonishment, today's Ren Tsong seemed bewitched, his eyes widening as he shouted assertively, "Nonsense. Zhang is not a vagabond. He merely lacks a household registration. If he were truly a remnant of the prince, how could he not even speak the Tang dialect? Our father entrusted this estate to my management. It is I who holds the authority here. I do not require your guidance. Do not require my guidance. If it were not for my watchful eye, this estate would have been swindled clean of its very doors." Ren Yingying was taken aback by her brother's newfound obstinacy, her anger bringing tears to her eyes. "Have you forgotten how the so-called experts you once invited to the estate only deceived you for your wealth, indulging in debauchery? The past is the past. The present is the present." Firmly believing in Zhang Qian's uniqueness, Ren Tsong, with an unusual confidence, interrupted with a stern countenance, "This time, I shall not rely on your concern." With that, he swiftly turned towards Zhang Qian, bowing deeply, "Brother Zhang, my sister has been disrespectful. I beg for your forgiveness." "Nay, brother, you are too harsh. It is I who have overstayed my welcome in your estate." Zhang Qian felt a sense of indignation for being looked down upon in the Tang Dynasty due to his lack of capital registration. He managed a forced smile, gently waving his hand in modest dismissal. "You see your elder brother completely siding with outsiders, while those outsiders are relentless." Ren Yingying, filled with a mix of anger and anxiety, felt tears streaming down her cheeks. Just as she was about to confront them and engage in a proper discourse, a sudden commotion erupted in the courtyard, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Soon after, the pale-faced Ren Si rushed into the guest room, exclaiming, "Young master, young mistress, it's terrible. The master has come to the estate. What nonsense are you spouting? My father coming to the estate is hardly a bad thing." Ren Tsong, pent up with an abundance of suppressed rage, glared fiercely at Ren Si and bellowed, "No, it's not that." Ren Si gasped, bending over as he spoke. The master was injured and had to stop at the estate. He was supposed to return directly to Chang'an, but he fell unconscious on the way. Thus, the second steward decided to bring him here first. Before Ren Si could finish, Ren Tsong bolted out like a rabbit, his legs moving swiftly as he dashed towards the back hall. "Why didn't you summon the physician? How was my father injured? Who harmed him?" At this critical moment, Ren Yingying displayed more composure than Ren Tsong, grabbing Ren Si's arm and demanding answers. Ren Si, casting a wary glance at Zhang Qian, gritted his teeth and replied in a hurried and muddled tone, "The second steward sent someone to Chang'an to fetch physician's son, and he should arrive shortly." The master was tasked by the Duke of Baogua to retrieve a shipment of valuable goods from the west. On the way back, the caravan was ambushed near Jincheng. It was initially a minor injury, but the assailants had smeared filth on their arrows. The terms, physician, duke, ambush, arrow, swirled in Zhang Qian's mind, each word igniting a tempest of anxiety within him. What sort of background does the Ren family have? How could they possibly summon a physician who treats the emperor? Who is this Duke of Baogua? How could an ordinary trade venture end in an ambush? It sounded as though their adversaries had employed bows and arrows. What kind of respectable establishment is this Rin family estate? Just as he was engulfed in suspicion, a shout from the chubby boy broke through his thoughts. Looking up abruptly, he saw Rin Song rushing back, drenched in sweat, holding onto the land deed for 20 acres of Yongye fields. My father is injured, and I'm in utter disarray. Unable to explain further. Please don't rush to leave. After my father is out of danger, I'll take you to Weinan to complete the final formalities. With that, he slapped the documents into Zhang Qian's hands and swiftly turned back, racing away like the wind. Chapter 13. With sword drawn, I gaze aimlessly. Thank you, Rin Xiong. A warm current surged through Zhang Qian's heart as he gently cupped his hands towards the retreating figure of the chubby boy. Regardless of how the others in the estate treated him, Rin Song had proven himself to be a paragon of loyalty. The warm mulberry paper document in his hands was ample evidence of this. Rin Quan, Rin Wu, return his belongings to him. Also, find out who is so petty as to covet a few old garments. Give him a thrashing and expel him from here to fend for himself. The eldest lady, Rin Yingying, who had already scurried to the entrance of the back courtyard with her maid, suddenly turned and issued her command loudly to Rin Quan and the others. Clearly still unwilling to concede, intending to reclaim her dignity after her father emerged from danger. Zhang Qian merely smiled at the veiled threat in her words. It was evident that she overestimated his resolve, believing he would linger. Once he acquired the travel permit, he would have the freedom to traverse the vast lands of the Tang Dynasty. Why would he wish to remain hidden in the estate, dependent on others? From Zhang Qian's understanding of historical trajectory, Emperor Zhongzong did not reign for long before the throne passed to Li Longji. The early years of Li Longji's governance heralded the illustrious Kaiyuan era, during which the Tang Dynasty revitalized itself, regained control over the western regions, and re-established the Silk Road. Renowned for its might, the culture and commodities of the Tang spread far and wide. During this period, the populace flourished, the national treasury overflowed, and calamities became nearly non-existent. As long as one was willing to work hard, no one would starve in the streets. Citizens from neighboring nations took pride in speaking the Tang dialect and donning Tang attire. Merely immigrating to the Tang and securing a modest bureaucratic position was a source of lifelong pride for their descendants. In this era, anyone who adhered to Tang law and wielded a sword in service to the empire would not be judged by their origins, nationality, or ethnicity. If even foreigners could carve out a niche for themselves in the Tang through their own merit, Zhang Qian, with his limbs intact and over 13 centuries of accumulated knowledge, had every reason to believe he could secure a livelihood. With this thought, a sudden fervor ignited within Zhang Qian, compelling him to approach the desk eagerly and examine the document he held. The warmth in his heart deepened, just as he had surmised. The travel permit functioned akin to a Ming Dynasty pass or a 20th century letter of introduction. It bore his name, age, place of origin, a brief physical description, height, and the reason for his travels, educational exploration. The document was further endorsed with the seal of the local headman and the Household Registration Department of Weinan County. Remarkably, the permit's validity date was left blank. This indicated that he could roam freely as he pleased, so long as he did not venture into forbidden territories. He could wander for as many days as he wished, unburdened by concerns of being detained at checkpoints, as long as the expiration date remained unfilled. Far more complex and infinitely more precious than the travel permit was the household registration document from the Tang Dynasty, known as the Shou Shi. In addition to his basic information, which corresponds meticulously with previous records, it also specifies the time and reason for his settlement. In the first year of the Shenlong era, the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, reflecting on the arduous establishment of the state, decreed the reconstruction of the Lingyan Pavilion. He pardoned the scattered meritorious officials and re-granted titles to those who had lost them, regardless of the reasons. Furthermore, he instructed the officials to allocate land for the descendants of these officials in the Jingzhou prefecture. Essentially, this was akin to a grand rectification of past injustices during the Tang Dynasty. Amidst this sweeping imperial grace, the descendants of Duke Zhou, Zhang Qian, also benefited from this benevolence, being granted a title by the emperor's decree. However, the descendants of Duke Zhou were rather numerous, compounded by certain direct subordinates and relatives who had ingratiated themselves after the family's rise to prominence, making it difficult for the Jingzhou prefecture to find sufficiently expansive land to accommodate them all. Thus, the officials devised a compromise, diverting some less significant members of the Zhang family to Weinan. One of these, named Zhang Junbao, unfortunately succumbed to illness shortly after arriving in Weinan, leaving behind 3 sons, one of whom was still underage and reliant on his elder brother for support. Upon reaching adulthood this year, he requested the officials to allocate land according to the law, establishing an independent household. This individual was Zhang Qian. As for the 20 acres of perpetual farmland, although it was referred to as 20 acres, the government could only allocate half of that. Situated along the banks of the Wei River, it bordered the lands of his 2 elder brothers, Zhang Sheng and Zhang Su. Due to his impending travels for scholarly pursuits, the land remained in his name, while the management was temporarily entrusted to Zhang Sheng. This favor seemed rather substantial. Setting down the land deed, Zhang Qian rubbed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. He had initially anticipated that the plump Rinzong would, like in the 21st century, seek out a dubious vendor to procure a false certificate for him. However, he never imagined that Rinzong would act with such integrity, not only securing the necessary documentation, but also arranging for his Tang household registration. From the completeness of the documents, it was highly probable that these records were authentic and could withstand scrutiny of any level. Once the final procedures were completed, Zhang Qian would transform into a bona fide Tang citizen, free from any future troubles regarding his household registration. To put it simply, the affable Rinzong had used his connections and funds to procure a household registration for Zhang Qian from Weinan. In return, Zhang Qian merely had to accept 2 nominal elder brothers and 10 acres of perpetual farmland that required no oversight and yielded no benefits. Suddenly, a commotion interrupted Zhang Qian's thoughts. Make way. The imperial physician is arriving. He rubbed his sore neck and knelt on the ground, gazing out the window. He observed an elderly man clad in a green robe, adorned with a black circular hat with wings, hastily entering, flanked by 3 young men carrying medicine boxes. Rinquan, the servant tasked with retrieving his clothing and shoes, cautiously cleared a path ahead, as if an assassin might suddenly emerge from the courtyard to strike down the elderly man on the spot. The young prince has arrived. Quickly open the main gate and let the young lord come forth to welcome the young prince. Before Zhang Qian could discern the true visage of the imperial physician he had only witnessed in dramas, the excited voice of the steward, Ren Fu, echoed from beyond the gate. It felt as though a legendary healer, akin to Bian Ke or Hua Tuo, had arrived. Capable of miraculously curing the ailing father of the chubby Ren Kong moments later, chaos ensued in the courtyard as servants dashed forth, swiftly unbolting the main entrance. Soon, the silhouette of the chubby Rinzong emerged into Zhang Qian's view, akin to a marionette, flanked by several attendants as he approached the entrance. Bowing deeply to a 2-wheeled cart. Was this visit meant to comfort the sick, or merely to agitate the family of the patient? Zhang Qian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He stood and closed the window. As a guest, he held no authority over the affairs of the estate. Nor could he rightfully resent the chubby boy for having to greet some insignificant young noble at such a time. Thus, he chose to turn a blind eye. His gaze returned to the desk as he crouched to carefully stow away documents such as the land deed and other items into his bag. In mere days, he would taste freedom, as long as he accompanied the chubby boy to Weinan to complete the final formalities. From then on, the vast seas would allow fish to leap, and the skies would grant birds the freedom to soar. Yet, what should he do next? In an instant, the joy of resolving his identity was supplanted by an overwhelming sense of confusion. He was acutely aware that the impending Kaiyuan era represented the zenith of the Tang Dynasty's development, a golden age that would endure for several years before the cataclysm of the Enlushan rebellion abruptly interrupted it. Just as a certain child surnamed Du, whom he envisioned punishing with a ruler, had poetically depicted, during this interval, the Tang Dynasty prospered with ample rice and millet, and the roads were safe for travel. However, a significant caveat loomed. From the 3rd year of the Shenlong era to the 1st year of Kaiyuan, how much time remained? Zhang Qian found himself racking his brain in vain. He was utterly in the dark regarding how Emperor Xuanzong ascended to the throne, what deeds he performed prior, and which allies he cultivated. In Zhang Qian's recollections, there were the prosperous times of Jingguan, the glory of Kaiyuan, the upheaval of the Enlushan rebellion, and even the accomplishments and historical significance of Wu Zetian, the first female emperor of China. Yet, the period between Wu Zetian's abdication and Emperor Xuanzong's ascension remained a blank void, followed by another blank. The reason was simple. The first 4 topics were potential focal points for examination, while the latter segment held no relevance for any level of testing. Zhang Qian was not a history enthusiast. He could hardly be expected to commit to memory the content deemed unworthy of examination. Had Zhang Qian been born 2 or 3 decades earlier, perhaps he could have gleaned some insights from the historical drama Daming Palacii. Despite the likelihood of discrepancies with actual history, alas, he was born too late, by the time he found leisure to engage with television or online series. The screens were dominated by tales of beautiful women vying for favor in the Qing Dynasty, bearing no relation to the Tang Dynasty, and certainly not to him, a man of 6 feet tall with a disposition far removed from such frivolities. This exemplifies the consequence of possessing a general understanding of historical trajectories while remaining utterly oblivious to the intricate details. Seeking an appropriate entry point proves to be an arduous endeavor. Perhaps, as suggested in the writings, I should embark on a study abroad journey? A sudden flash of inspiration struck Zhang Qian, his face reflecting a blend of resignation and imagination. Without a suitable approach, it seems improbable that he could grasp the robust support of Li Longji. Should he fail to secure that connection, Chang'an would not be a bastion of safety for him. Whether he inadvertently aligns himself with Li Longji's adversary or merely assumes the role of an ordinary citizen, the potential for conflict renders him vulnerable to collateral damage. Conversely, distancing himself from Chang'an would significantly ameliorate his plight. At the very least, he would be spared the dread of being violently intruded upon by bloodthirsty soldiers in the dead of night. Yet, despite having a place to reside, he is devoid of a single coin. In this era, there are neither trains nor long-distance buses. Should he venture far, he would likely perish either at the jaws of a wild beast or succumb to starvation along the way. Having already been branded a fraud, he cannot possibly borrow travel expenses from the chubby lad. Letting out a deep sigh, Zhang Qian approached the bedside, contemplating the items within his backpack. His mobile phone and solar charger are not for sale, and the paracetamol and cephalosporin must be retained for critical moments when his own life hangs in the balance. Presently, the only possessions he has that could be exchanged for a modicum of currency are a diminutive Swiss Army knife from Yiwu and a high-quality imitation of the Submariner. Although the Submariner features a quartz movement, the buyer is unlikely to inspect the watch's case on the spot. In the tales recounted, Qin Xiong selling his steed evokes a similar sentiment. He withdrew the imitation Submariner, his palm gliding over its surface repeatedly. The more he caressed it, the deeper his sense of loss became. Suddenly, the outer door was forcefully thrust open. Who could it be? Hastily concealing the Submariner within his backpack, Zhang Qian turned with a frown, ready to inquire. To his surprise, the chubby lad Ren Tsong hurried towards him and, without warning, knelt down, bowing his head in silence. Once, twice, thrice. Before Zhang Qian could extend a hand to intervene, blood had already stained the floor crimson. Chapter 14. The old man knows the quality of the medicine by looking at the bottle. Oh my heavens, just the sight of it is painful. Zhang Qian felt a surge of compassion as he observed Ren Tsong's distress. The flicker of annoyance that had briefly arisen within him vanished in an instant. He quickly extended his hand, firmly grasping Ren Tsong's shoulder. Brother Ren, what has happened? Quickly, rise. If your clothes and shoes are lost, I shall not mind. Material possessions hold little value. Help. I implore the master to save my father's life. Ren Tsong's words resonated on an entirely different frequency. He cried out desperately, beseeching assistance. Did we not summon the imperial physician? I am truly no master, nor have I ever treated anyone. Zhang Qian found himself bewildered by Ren Tsong's sudden demands and instinctively chose to refuse. Master, I beg of you, I beseech you. I am willing to serve you in any capacity, to repay your kindness in saving my father. Ren Tsong, consumed by a delusion of urgency, could not be swayed. He staggered back a step, bowing his head repeatedly. Do not bow, do not bow. I genuinely lack medical knowledge. Unable to bear the thought of Ren Tsong injuring himself, Zhang Qian once more reached out to stop him. Yet, Ren Tsong remained resolute in his belief that Zhang Qian possessed the means to rescue his father. And he shifted his body, continuing to prostrate himself. While he bowed, he wept and cried out, Master, be merciful. My mother passed away long ago, and my father raised me alone. If he were to perish as well, oh, woe is me. Do not cry, do not cry. Zhang Qian, an orphan himself, understood the profound sorrow of being without parents. He was deeply moved by Ren Tsong's lamentations, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. I shall go and see your father's condition and hear what the imperial physician has to say. At the mere mention of the imperial physician, Ren Tsong's cries intensified. Master, the imperial physician, son, said there is no hope. Please, save my father. I am willing to pay any price, any price. Let me there first. Zhang Qian wiped his face, steeling himself. Do not focus solely on weeping. Your father is ill, and you must be the pillar of your family. If you cannot even offer him support, it will only exacerbate his distress. I shall not cry, I shall not cry. Ren Song responded loudly, rising to his feet and attempting to wipe away his tears, yet the more he tried, the more they flowed. Look at you in such a state. No wonder they do not take you seriously. Frustrated by Ren Song's lack of composure and responsibility, Zhang Qian could not help but push him firmly on the shoulder, commanding him, lead the way. The imperial physician's words are not definitive. If he cannot help, it does not mean that others cannot. Some may have illustrious titles but lack true skill. If you can maintain your composure, we can summon every physician in Chang'an. These were, in truth, mere platitudes. Should someone be at death's door, calling upon every physician in the city or even the world would be of little use. However, for Ren Song, who had never faced a significant challenge alone, these words were akin to a series of invigorating tonics. In an instant, his tears were held at bay within his eyes, and he nodded vigorously, leading Zhang Qian with determined strides toward the inner hall. The main hall was already crowded with people. More than half an hour ago, Zhang Qian had seen the venerable physician surnamed Sun, who was now seated on a stool near the entrance, teetering on the edge of slumber. The young Lord Duan Huaijian, in his 30s, had come specifically to inquire about Ren Qiang's condition and was currently leaning forward, murmuring soft words of comfort to Ren Yingying. As for the housekeeper Ren Fu, along with the family retainers Ren Quan, Ren Wu, and Ren Lu, they were all in a state of frantic agitation. Circling a low table laden with precious medicinal herbs, their faces bereft of color. Upon noticing the plump Ren Song had summoned Zhang Qian, a glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of Ren Quan, Ren Wu, and Ren Lu. The so-called young lord, abruptly ceasing his consolation of Ren Yingying, sat up straight, while housekeeper Ren Fu stepped forward, positioning himself at the threshold of the bedroom. Young master, the master is gravely ill. It is not suitable for outsiders. Step aside. Ren Song, anxious for his father's safety, shed his usual benign demeanor, raising his hand to push the housekeeper back 3 feet. Master, please follow me. Do not call me master, I am no such thing. Zhang Qian corrected him sternly, quickening his pace. Although he possessed no medical knowledge, Ren Song was the first friend he had made since arriving in the Tang Dynasty. Out of loyalty to their friendship, he felt compelled to at least offer a glance at the ailing father. Moreover, the precarious position of the chubby Ren Song within his household left him vulnerable. If no one stood by him in this critical moment, following his father's passing, he might find himself worse off than an orphan. Preposterous. A voice suddenly thundered from behind, laced with palpable indignation. Who are you? Whom do you serve? To take advantage of another's misfortune for personal gain is a grave offense in the Tang. Which of your eyes saw me engage in deceit? Zhang Qian retorted angrily, turning to face the source of the voice, only to meet the disdainful gaze of Physician Sunday. As for my master, you would not recognize him even if I told you. Lord Duan. The mere mention of Zhang Qian's words sent the physician's beard quivering in fury. Without hesitation, Physician Sun directed his attention to the young Lord Duan Huaijian, imploring him to render justice. As one of the most esteemed physicians in Chang'an, his patients typically hailed from royal or noble bloodlines. Commoners like Ren Qiang, who straddled the line between agriculture and commerce, were not worthy of summoning him. His presence at the Ren estate today was solely due to the favor of the Duke. If the Ren family did not swiftly expel this apparent charlatan, he would certainly take his leave in indignation. Yingying, who just entered, young Lord Duan inquired with calm composure, refraining from immediate outburst as he turned his attention back to Ren Yingying. My elder brother invited him. Ren Yingying instinctively began to disclose that the newcomer was a fraud. Yet, suddenly realizing the potential repercussions of such a statement on her brother, she twisted her words, saying instead, the guest he invited is said to possess some remarkable qualities. In response to the Lord's inquiry, the attire of the so-called master is unlike anything seen in this world. Ren Quan interjected, clenching his teeth. In recent days, the proprietor and his assistants have been searching diligently for the origin of this fabric, yet they have been unable to uncover its provenance or identify the material used. As for the tailoring skills, they are nothing short of exquisite craftsmanship. Should Director Zhuang Qiong depart this world at this moment, the household affairs would undoubtedly fall into the hands of his subsequent wife, while the other servants may not matter for the devoted protector of Ren Song. The days ahead would surely be fraught with hardship. Thus, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope to revive Ren Qiong, even if it requires a shamanistic leap, He would advocate for trying every possible means. Being an extraordinary individual, it would be prudent to allow him a chance, lest any regrets linger. Seeing that Ren Yingying herself showed no signs of dissent, Duan Huaijin promptly formed a resolution, aligning with Ren Quan's sentiments, and with a smile, instructed, Sun Yui, please step inside and keep a watchful eye. We must ensure that the master's actions do not stray too far from reason. Since Master Duan has given his command, I shall enter and take a look, Sun Yui replied, feeling compelled to comply, as he dared not offend such an individual, despite being denied support from Duan Huaijin. Eager to visit his friend's father, Zhang Qian was oblivious to the fact that his seemingly innocuous remark had sparked a cascade of events. As he crossed the threshold, he hastened to the bedside. A pungent odor assaulted his nostrils, causing his stomach to churn violently. In the dim light, he beheld a middle-aged man, over 40, lying motionless on the pillow, his breath faint as a whisper. Grandfather, the bravado he had mustered evaporated swiftly. The chubby Ren Song knelt by the bed, weeping uncontrollably. What good does your crying do? Can your tears restore him? Zhang Qian thought, simultaneously feeling disdain and pity for the young boy. He gently pushed him aside and leaned down to examine the patient's condition closely. The man's lips were cracked, his complexion a ghastly hue, and his skin appeared dull and lifeless. The neck and earlobes, exposed beyond the covers, were lined with pronounced wrinkles. It was evident that Ren Qiang, Ren Song's father, was in a state of dehydration, and the situation was dire. He reached out to touch the man's forehead, feeling an intense heat radiating from it, which immediately transferred to his fingertips. As he cautiously lifted a corner of the blanket, he was met with the sight of an arm wrapped in cloth, resembling a rice dumpling. The exposed area near the shoulder had swollen to a girth akin to that of a thigh, glistening ominously. Draw back the curtains to let the sunlight in, and poke a couple of holes in the window paper for ventilation. Just ensure that the openings do not face your father, Zhang Qian commanded, silently cursing the incompetent physician for causing harm. The bewildered Ren Song quickly found his resolve, wiping away his tears and eagerly responding as he dashed to the window. With a fierce tug, he tore apart the curtain. Then, using his right index finger as a makeshift rod, he stabbed at the window, producing 2 resounding pops as he pierced the paper, creating large holes. Are you out of your mind? Do you even realize what you are doing? The voice of Sun Yui resounded behind Zhang Qian, for he had been sent by Duan Huaijin to oversee how Zhang Qian practiced medicine. Ventilation is essential, otherwise, even if the patient does not perish from illness, he will suffocate from lack of oxygen. Zhang Qian retorted coldly, unwilling to turn back. As he lifted one layer of the 2 silk quilts covering the patient, he continued to issue commands loudly. Ren Song, send someone to fetch hot water, add 2 spoons of salt, and once it cools, administer it to your grandfather. Oxygen deprivation. What is oxygen? Why administer saline? The imperial physician's surnamed Sun furrowed his brow in protest. The malicious heat should be countered with ginseng soup to restore balance. And the body was too weak. Using Glauber's salt could be detrimental. Stand by and observe if you do not comprehend. Zhang Qian had no time to explain the concept of electrolyte imbalance. He shot a stern glare at Sun and issued orders with authority. It was no wonder he was brusque. This physician, despite his title, lacked substance. Zhang recalled a childhood incident at the orphanage, where a fellow child suffered from a persistent fever. The inept resident doctor, fixated solely on reducing the fever, failed to recognize the child was nearly dehydrated. It nearly cost the child's life until Aunt Lu, who was not yet the director, acted swiftly to call a taxi and rushed the child to a children's hospital, ultimately saving him. The negligent doctor faced no repercussions for his blunder and was soon transferred to the Elder Care Bureau, where he was said to excel in advising retirees on health practices. Based on 21st century wisdom, Zhang believed that the physician surnamed Sun had likely secured his position through similar dubious means. Zhang refrained from expelling this negligent doctor in anger, having already shown him considerable leniency and thus felt no inclination to offer further respect. Ren Song, the chubby young man, shared Zhang's sentiments toward the physician. Just moments prior, Sun had proclaimed his father beyond saving. Yet now, the expert he had summoned had entered and immediately pointed out 2 of Sun's fallacies. This perhaps indicated that Sun's earlier judgment was flawed. There remained significant hope for his father's recovery, as the expert might draw him back from the brink of death. Quickly circumventing the shocked physician, Ren Song hurried back to the main hall to arrange for hot water and coarse salt. Just as he completed his frantic preparations, Zhang Qian's voice rang out from the bedroom. Fetch a pair of scissors to cut these strips away. If the blood vessels remain obstructed, even if cured, your father's arm will be rendered useless. If circulation is restored, the toxic energy will surge back, directly affecting the heart and lungs. Sun could no longer contain his frustration and shouted hoarsely, "You are playing with lives. Silence if you do not understand." Zhang's rebuke swiftly quelled Sun's outburst. Almost immediately, the reprimand transformed into a command. "Ren, send someone to my room to bring my backpack." "Yes, yes." Ren Song responded loudly, then turned to Ren Quan. "You go to the master's room." He paused, furrowing his brow, and decisively amended his statement. "No, I shall go myself. You stay here and follow the master's instructions." Evidently, despite his usual carelessness, he had noticed that Ren Quan and his peers were eyeing Zhang Qian's personal belongings. Thus, to prevent them from meddling with the contents of the backpack and incurring the master's wrath, it would be prudent for him to take matters into his own hands. For the sake of saving his father, a son should not be concerned about any hardships. Sprinting swiftly, Ren Song soon secured Zhang Qian's backpack, cradling it in his arms. Coincidentally, Ren Wu and Ren Lu had also brought hot water and salt. Without delay, Zhang Qian instructed Ren Song to prepare a saline solution, which he blew on to cool, before hastily administering it to the fever-stricken Ren Qian. He then retrieved a pill of Bafening paracetamol from his own bag, carefully cutting it in half and placing one piece in Ren Qian's mouth. With a resolute heart, he cut a second piece and administered it as well, cautiously pouring the saline solution into Ren Qian's mouth, ensuring the misshapen capsule was swallowed. Whether this would save a life, he could not guarantee. Yet, at the very least, his actions would alleviate some of the suffering from the high fever afflicting his friend's father. As for the arm swollen to the size of a thigh, he could only place his hopes on the efficacy of cephalosporin. Should this 21st century antibiotic prove ineffective, there would truly be no hope left. However, he felt he had done his utmost, and when he later witnessed Ren Song overwhelmed by the grief of losing his father, he would not bear an excessive burden of guilt. "Are you feeding him elixirs?" The voice of physician Sun suddenly echoed from the corner, tinged with a hint of grievance and unmistakable trepidation. As a court physician catering to royalty and high officials, he had encountered countless medicinal vials and silver-wrapped pills in his lifetime, yet he had never seen anyone manage to reduce silver foil to half the thickness of paper. Nor had he ever beheld a luminous pill, vibrant with red and white hues. "If you believe it to be an elixir, then let it be so." Zhang Qian had no time for idle chatter. He carefully stored away the remaining large piece of Bafening, along with the freshly cut plastic shell and the silver foil, into his backpack. He then retrieved a bottle of essential oil, not for medicinal purposes, but merely to improve the atmosphere in the room and prevent himself from feeling dizzy from the foul odor. With a deft twist of the plastic cap, he poured a few drops of the oil into his palm, rubbed it to evenly distribute, and gently applied it to Ren Qian's temples. A refreshing medicinal aroma swiftly dispelled the stench, accompanied by a low groan that resonated throughout the room. "Grandfather!" The chubby boy's hand trembled, causing the porcelain bowl containing the saline solution to crash to the floor, shattering into countless pieces. Ignoring the shards piercing his knee, he rushed to the bedside, tears streaming down his face. "The master has awakened? What a peculiar scent!" The young Duke Duan Huaijian, who had been seated stoically in the back hall, suddenly sprang up, sniffing the air and looking around in astonishment. The steward Ren Fu and the young lady Ren Yingying, forgetting their composure, dashed towards the bedroom door, tears cascading down their cheeks. Meanwhile, physician Sun Enzu stared, wide-eyed, at the transparent glass bottle containing the essential oil, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an entire goose egg. He had seen glass before, including transparent glass bottles. Yet today marked the first time he encountered a hollow glass vessel, no larger than a baby's palm, capable of holding liquid. As for the verdant substance within the glass bottle, there is no need for inquiry. It is undoubtedly the ethereal jade dew, originating from the same source as those two pills. Otherwise, how could just 2 drops eradicate the foul stench that pervaded the room? Moreover, Ren Qian, who had already 1 foot in the realm of the dead, found herself moaning audibly after applying it externally. Chapter 15. Pay attention to efficacy rather than advertisements. Zhang Qian was taken aback by the patient's reactions. Having used essential oil since childhood, he recognized only 3 primary applications: alleviating itching from insect bites, invigorating oneself when drowsy, and eliminating odors in the restroom. He could never have fathomed that this oil could miraculously awaken someone from a coma. However, Upon reflecting on the procedure he had just undertaken, Zhang Qian felt less astonished. The patient was suffering from a high fever and dehydration, confined in a stuffy room devoid of fresh air. Upon entering, he had instructed Rin Song to puncture 2 holes in the window, administered electrolytes and hydration, and combined with the strong stimulation from the essential oil to the nerve endings. It was only natural for the patient to regain consciousness. Do not rush to tears. There is much to be done. This is merely the first step. He gently nudged the already tearful Rin Song with his toe and commanded, "The 2 pills administered earlier primarily serve to reduce fever and alleviate pain. They should take effect in approximately 20 minutes, just a little over a quarter of an hour. Go fetch the strongest liquor available, and prepare a large bucket of saline solution with boiling water. If the medication does not sufficiently lower the fever, we will have to resort to physical methods." Zhang Qian's words, laden with modern terminology such as minutes, fever reduction, and physical, were likely incomprehensible to Rin Kong. Yet, having witnessed his father being revived from the brink of death by Zhang Qian's 2 drops of the miraculous green remedy, Rin Song revered him as a deity. He sprang to his feet, shouting loudly in the main hall, "Quickly, quickly! The master says to bring all the liquor from the estate and all the salt. Dissolve it in water. Only the strongest." Zhang Qian, exasperated, rolled his eyes and hastily chased after him, delivering a firm slap to the back of Rin Song's head, loudly correcting him to procure only the strongest liquor. Half a barrel would suffice. And do not gather too much saline. Just half a barrel mixed with boiling water for bathing. Go personally, do not hinder my work here. Also, next time anyone enters, they must rinse their mouth, wash their hands, and face with saline. At that moment, even if Zhang Qian were to send him to traverse a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, the chubby Rin Song would not have flinched. He readily agreed and dashed out of the room at lightning speed. Concerned that he might err in his haste, the family retainer, Rin Quan, hurriedly followed him. Meanwhile, Rin Song's elder sister, Ying, swiftly wiped her tears, knelt at the door, and earnestly confessed, "Master, I was blind and misunderstood you earlier, deserving of death 1,000 times over. If you can save my father, I am willing to submit to your will. Firstly, I am not a master. As for the rest, let's wait until your father is truly out of danger." Zhang Qian frowned, responding casually. Realizing midway that she might not comprehend, he shook his head and resignedly switched to a more traditional manner of speaking. "Let us first ensure your father is truly rescued. Additionally, have someone retrieve my clothing, belt, and shoes. I possess only that one set, which I wish to keep as a memento. Rest assured, I shall fetch them immediately." The steward, Rin Fu, was filled with regret, wishing he could turn back time. He eagerly agreed, realizing that had he known Zhang Qian was a genuine expert, he would never have suggested that the servants confiscate the other party's belongings. Compared to the life of his own estate's director, Qiong, those peculiar garments and shoes, even if successfully replicated, would yield profits that were utterly insignificant. "Master, do you mean that my father has not truly awakened yet?" Miss Ren Ying's attention was entirely captivated by the 2 words concealed within Zhang Qian's discourse. Her complexion instantly turned ashen. She reached out to lift the curtain and leaned in, inquiring loudly, "Do not recklessly lift the curtain. Be wary of bringing in germs." Zhang Qian was poised to use scissors to cut away the cocoon-like bandages from Rin Xiong's arm when he heard a commotion at the door and swiftly turned to reprimand. He soon realized, however, that the people of this era were utterly ignorant of the concept of germs. Furrowing his brow, he added, "Your esteemed father is in a state akin to semi-consciousness. His groans are entirely involuntary. Indeed, he is not even aware that he is groaning. Nor can he hear what you are saying. Whether we can successfully bring him back hinges first on our ability to reduce his fever. Secondly, we must ascertain if we can dispel the infection in his wound, what you refer to as malevolent energy, through medicinal means." Previously, when administering medication to the patient, he felt no fatigue. Yet, explaining the patient's condition to Rin Ying left him perspiring profusely. Fortunately, the inept physician's son Anzu remained in the room. His grasp of medical knowledge surpassed that of Rin Ying. As the celestial master struggled to elucidate, this individual proactively interjected, clarifying that reducing the fever essentially meant dispelling the malevolent heat. "Your father's arrow wound, in itself, is not particularly severe. The arrow shaft was removed promptly. The crux of the issue lies in the wound becoming festering, with malevolent energy contaminating the blood vessels. If we can eliminate the malevolent heat, it would effectively stem the onslaught of this malevolent energy. However, this addresses only the symptoms. To tackle the root cause, we must employ medication to eradicate the malevolent energy, ensuring the wound ceases to fester and the arm no longer swells so dramatically. Celestial Master, I hope my explanation is not amiss. The final remark was directed towards Zhang Qian, delivered with an unparalleled respect. Upon hearing it, the latter felt only partially comprehended. It was at a loss for more fitting words to amend the situation. He could only manage a wry smile and nod in agreement, acknowledging the imperial physician's wisdom. In his haste, the younger had spoken rather impulsively, and thus he humbly sought the elder's forgiveness. It was indeed a grave mistake, a grave mistake. Upon hearing this, Sun Anzu was taken aback, repeatedly gesturing in refusal, fearing that the immortal master might inadvertently harm a younger generation. He humbly acknowledged that his medical skills were far inferior to those of the immortal master, and merely being able to absorb such invaluable teachings was a blessing beyond measure. He would never dare harbor any resentment towards the immortal master. In this era, physicians are inextricably linked to Taoism. His great-grandfather, Sun Simiao, was not only a renowned healer but also a distinguished Taoist priest. Thus, in his eyes, Zhang Qian's ability to produce such exquisite elixirs with merely 2 drops of celestial liquid to revive Ren Qiong from the brink of death clearly indicated that he was a person of profound enlightenment. Furthermore, the age of such enlightened individuals cannot be judged by their appearance. It is said that many Qi practitioners, who are over 1,000 years old, can rejuvenate themselves, perpetually appearing as youthful and handsome as 17 or 18-year-olds. Before me stands Master Zhang, a remarkable figure capable of reviving the dead, and yet also a youthful beauty, presumably a prodigy of agelessness. In such circumstances, I, Sun Anzu, consider myself a mere junior, confident that I shall not come to any harm. I am truly not a master, nor is my age greater than yours. The thought of being respected as an elder by a white-bearded old man sends shivers down Zhang Qian's spine. He hastily sets down his scissors and raises his voice in protest. Yes, master, I understand. The path to enlightenment is long, and the accomplished take precedence. Sun Anzu pauses, then quickly conjures an alternative interpretation. It is rumored within the Taoist community that some extraordinary individuals are born with their Baihui acupoint unblocked, achieving profound insights into the Tao by their teenage years, and subsequently ascending to the heavens. Master Zhang, it seems, belongs to this category. I am not an accomplished being. Zhang Qian exclaims, stamping his foot in frustration, before helplessly shaking his head. Fine, do as you wish. Regardless, I do not acknowledge myself as a master or an exalted figure. I merely happened to arrive here, bringing along a few medicinal herbs by chance. I understand, he insists. It was merely a coincidence. Sun Anzu contemplates this and nods earnestly. The master's denial of his own status indicates a necessity to undergo trials in the mortal realm to refine his heart. The mention of a few medicinal herbs implies a precautionary measure to deter mundane individuals from intruding in the future, establishing a barrier. Such remedies should only be bestowed upon those fated to receive them. Those without such fate who come seeking will find themselves out of luck, having exhausted their chances. Once a person's thoughts stray from the path, it is nearly impossible to redirect them. Sun Anzu finds himself in this very predicament. No matter how Zhang Qian articulates his thoughts, he finds a way to relate them to the Tao. You understand nothing. If you truly comprehend it, you would devise a means to send me back to the 21st century. I would willingly hand over my cash and bank cards along with their passwords. The moment Zhang Qian glimpses Sun Anzu's expression, he realizes the misunderstanding has deepened, inciting a torrent of curses within him. However, he recognizes that the more he explains, the worse the misunderstanding becomes. Thus, he decides to cease his futile attempts at clarification, letting out a sigh. He gestures towards the outdoor space and instructs Sun Anzu and Ren Yingying, come over and lend a hand. First, find some saline water to cleanse your hands and faces. Then rinse your mouths. After a quarter of an hour, he casts another glance at Ren Qiong, whose groans have begun to subside, and continues issuing orders. In 15 minutes, we shall find a way to re-cleanse her wounds. On the sickbed, a glimmer of moisture appears on Ren Qiong's forehead, and her breathing gradually steadies. Chapter 16. The probability of longevity truly deserving of its reputation as the universal remedy of the 21st century, the efficacy of beifuning in reducing fever is indisputable. Before Zhang Qian could direct the imperial physician Sun Anzu and the young lady Ren Yingying to hastily complete the task of cutting the bandages from Ren Qiong's arm, The latter's high fever began to subside. A faint glimmer of vitality returned to her haggard visage. Sun Anzu had initially deemed the patient's condition hopeless, primarily due to Ren Qiang's persistent, which had proven resistant to all treatments. However, at this moment, he noted that her forehead no longer burned with heat, and she was sweating profusely, filling him with unexpected joy. His right hand, which clutched the scissors, trembled uncontrollably, almost causing him to inadvertently stab his own left hand. As for the young lady Ren Yingying, having previously listened to Sun Anzu's explanation, she was elated to realize that the dissipation of the indicated that the medicine had begun to counteract the malevolent toxins. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she nearly knelt down to Zhang Qian in reverence. Wait. It is far too early for such gestures. This is merely the first step of a long journey. As an individual hailing from the 21st century, Zhang Qian could hardly tolerate such displays of reverence, especially from those who had previously insulted him. Thus, he deftly stepped aside, repeatedly clarifying that while the sweat and reduction of fever addressed only superficial concerns, the true challenges lay ahead. Instead of bowing to me, you would do better to hasten outside and inquire when the strong liquor and saline solution will arrive. Master, the strong liquor has arrived, and the saline solution is prepared. Both have been placed at your doorstep in 2 large wooden barrels. The eager voice of the chubby Ren Song echoed from outside, tinged with a hint of emotion. I refrained from disturbing you earlier, seeing how busy you were. How is my grandfather? You mentioned he was sweating. The fever has subsided, what you commonly refer to as has diminished. Sweating is one of the signs of fever reduction. Zhang Qian's tone softened considerably towards Ren Song, who had earnestly sought to assist him. After a moment's thought, he endeavored to provide clarity. If you are concerned about your esteemed father, you may come in to check on him. However, remember to wash your hands and face with saline solution beforehand, and rinse your mouth with it as well. Ah, yes, I will wash right away. Ren Song exclaimed with delight, eagerly agreeing. Just as he finished speaking, he casually inquired, Master, do you need to wash as well? Me? Zhang Qian paused, suddenly realizing that he had failed to adhere to the hygiene standards he had set for others. His face flushed slightly as he chuckled awkwardly in response. Yes, please bring me a basin and a cup as well. Fortunately, the bandages had not yet been fully cut, and it was not yet time to attend to the wounds of his esteemed father. Of course, Master. The chubby Ren Song was exhilarated to find himself able to assist Zhang Qian in this manner, his voice quivering with excitement. Continue cutting the bandages. I will step outside for a moment. And please, refrain from calling me Master. Address me as Zhang Xiaolang or Zhang Gongzi instead. After issuing this instruction to Sun Anzu and Ren Yingying, Zhang Qian stepped out of the room. Yes, Zhang Xiaolang. Sun Anzu and Ren Yingying were momentarily taken aback, but they swiftly made the right decision. The title of young master is one reserved for the scions of noble families, and typically, in the absence of outsiders, it might be used casually. However, with a genuine minor prince seated in the main hall, it is prudent to avoid any deliberate transgressions of decorum. Young Master Zhang, the steward, Ren Fu, was no slower to respond than Sun Anzu and Ren Yingying. Before other servants could inadvertently offend the eminent guest, he took the lead in addressing him. Young Master Zhang, you wish to cleanse yourself, do you not? The salt water has already been prepared for you. Ren Si, Ren Wu. Ren Lu, why are you not fetching the basin and teacups for young Master Zhang? Immediately, a throng of servants gathered around, like stars surrounding the moon, some carrying basins, others teacups, to assist Zhang Qian in washing his face, hands, and rinsing his mouth. They then presented him with pristine towels, carefully drying the water from his face and hands. Zhang Qian, however, felt uncomfortable being attended to, especially by a group of older gentlemen. He mustered the courage to endure until he finished rinsing, quickly parting the crowd and heading straight for the 2 wooden barrels placed at the door of the sick room. Which one contains the wine? Ah, young Master Zhang, please take a look. Ren Song, freshly washed and brimming with eagerness, approached and lifted the lid of one of the barrels for him. Just call me Zhang Xiao. Zhang Qian picked up a wooden spoon from the side, scooping the wine while issuing instructions. That cannot be. Ren Song protested, waving his hands and stepping back. Young Master Zhang saved my father's life. Whether he could indeed be saved remains to be seen. Zhang Qian shot him a glare, raising his voice. Moreover, you have helped me before. It is only right that I assist you in return, unless you believe that I am unworthy of your friendship. Zhang Xiao, I am most grateful. With his father's life hanging in the balance, Ren Song dared not resist. After a stammering moment, He finally managed to utter the words Zhang Qian. The alcohol is too weak. Zhang Qian had no time to squander on formalities, glaring at him. He raised the wine to his lips, savoring it carefully. It was evident from the aroma that it lacked potency. Do you not have any strong liquor? Something like baijiu. The kind that hits hard after 3 bowls? And no, I have never even heard of it. Ren Song racked his brain, unable to fathom what baijiu was, and could only shake his head in honest defeat. In Chang'an, the strongest liquor available was Lu Lingzue, which was distilled 3 times. Yet, it still fell short of the potency Zhang Qian had mentioned regarding 3 bowls not surpassing the hill. The minor prince, Duan Huaijian, eager to befriend the eminent figure, interjected with supplementary information. Then it shall have to suffice with salt water. Zhang Qian lamented, casting aside the spoon with a disappointed shake of his head. Even as a liberal arts student of the 21st century, he understood a fundamental truth. For alcohol to serve as a disinfectant, it must reach at least 70 degrees. The carefully selected wine presented by Ren Song had been fermented from grains, lacking any form of refinement. At best, it might reach an alcohol content of 11 or 12 degrees, akin to the strong beers of later generations. Even a seasoned drinker would find it lacking in strength, let alone suitable for sterilizing wounds. In the midst of my gloom, a sudden shriek pierced the air, followed by the desperate cries of Ren Ying, "Master, young Lord Zhang. Help me, help me. My grandfather's arm is leaking. Do not panic. It surely cannot be water." Zhang Qian, bemused yet concerned, swiftly turned and rushed to the bedside. There, he beheld that the bandages enveloping Ren Qiang's arm had been entirely removed by Sun Anzu and Ren Ying. The wound, no longer discernible in color, oozed a dark yellow liquid, steadily dripping out. "Go outside and fetch a wooden basin." Zhang Qian, uncertain of the substance, was resolute in his belief that a person could not leak water. He commanded Ren Ying to step aside and retrieved a Swiss army knife from his bag, igniting the thinnest blade over the forgotten oil lamp. He then gently pricked the wound on Ren Qiang's arm with the knife's tip. "Fool, you truly are playing with lives," he muttered under his breath, unable to stifle his scorn upon contact. Drawing from his experience as a volunteer in earthquake-stricken areas during his sophomore summer, where he had briefly assisted doctors, he discerned that the negligence of the physician treating Ren Song's injury bore at least 70% of the blame. The wound itself was quite minor, not exceeding 2 centimeters in length, and had evidently been cauterized, effectively halting the bleeding at the time. However, whether due to the amateurism of the caretaker or intentional negligence, the cauterization had only superficially seared the wound. Consequently, while the blood ceased to flow, the bacteria became ensconced within the flesh along with the clotted blood, inevitably leading to inflammation over time. Contemplating the presence of a young duke in the main hall, the truth began to crystallize. Ren Laozhuang's status was far from that of an ordinary landlord or merchant. The fact that a young duke and a royal physician were summoned post-injury suggested he was akin to the white gloves found in later nations like Japan, individuals who managed discreet affairs for the elite, profiting from their endeavors. Such a significant figure would warrant a cautious approach from the attending physician, who would dare not inflict excessive pain during treatment. Yet, this leniency inadvertently permitted the bacteria to remain, compounded by the lack of ventilation post-injury, ultimately resulting in acute inflammation that nearly cost him his life. Earlier, upon inspecting the wound, I had noted it was not yet festering. The surface appeared intact, yet Ren Zhuang lay unconscious, tortured by a fever that had already spread beyond the shoulder blade, compelling me to conclude that his ailment transcended mere medicinal remedies. Believing Zhang Xianshi was scolding him, Sun Anzu blushed deeply and cautiously offered explanations from the side. "I can hardly fathom how Wu Zetian lived to such an age." Zhang Qian silently lamented the medical standards of this era. Shaking his head, he called out softly, "Ren Song, find a clean basin and a piece of clean cloth, and bring in some saline solution." Alas, alas! The voice of Ren Song resonated against his back, clearly laced with tremors. He had evidently rushed in closely behind, yet dared not approach too near, fearing to disturb Zhang Shaoling as he endeavored to save his father, Ren Qiang's life. "Master Zhang, shall we wash the wound with saline for Master Ren?" Sun Anzu ventured tentatively, realizing that even the most meticulous washing could not extract the vile poison from the shoulder. Noting Zhang Xianshi's silence, Sun Anzu pressed further. "It seems we must excavate all the festering flesh from the wound." Zhang Qian gritted his teeth and replied in a hushed tone, "Have you heard of scraping bones to dispel poison? Today, even if we must force the issue, we shall attempt it." Scraping bones to dispel poison? Despite having grown somewhat accustomed to Zhang Qian's extraordinary methods, Sun Anzu was still taken aback. Master Zhang possesses this remarkable technique? I have heard of it. It is documented in the records of the Three Kingdoms. Yet, since that time, it has not been witnessed again. Are you aware of the recipe for Ma Fei-san? Zhang Qian inquired. Disappointment etched across his features, though he still clung to hope. Paracetamol may provide some analgesic effect, yet it is unlikely to quell the intense pain of excising rotten flesh. This conclusion is drawn from my own childhood experience with toothaches. Thus, he could only place his hopes on the legendary ancient remedies. I have heard of it, yet have never seen the prescription. It has been lost since the Wei and Jin dynasties. Sun Anzu shook his head, responding candidly. What of Minghan Yao? Do you know how to concoct it? If the ancient remedy fails, we must turn to legends. Zhang Qian pressed on, undeterred. I have not heard of it. Sun Anzu, fully aware that the answer would dishearten Zhang Qian, nonetheless replied truthfully. What about Woma soup? Never heard of it. In the mandragora flower? Surely it can be found? I have heard of it, but it certainly does not grow in Chang'an. What of the soul-returning herb? Never heard of it. What of passion flower? In response to Zhang Xiaolong's inquiry, Sun Anzu asked, what is passion flower? Are you referring to the aphrodisiac herb that is used for breeding livestock? It has no numbing effect. After exhaustively querying various folktales, cinematic portrayals, and martial arts novels regarding anesthetics, Zhang Qian finally succumbed to utter despair. He slammed his small knife upon the table and demanded vehemently, when you typically attend to dental care or cleanse wounds, you must have some means of alleviating pain. If not this, then what do you use? Gold needles. Sun Anzu retreated in alarm, feeling quite aggrieved as he answered, the gold needle acupressure alleviates pain. And there is also aconitum. Each time, no more than 2 taels brewed, it does not kill but merely induces a stupor for several hours. Chapter 17. Do not underestimate the imperial physician. Why not use arsenic? Zhang Qian finally comprehended why so few ancient emperors lived long lives. They dared to use aconite as an anesthetic and casually took medicine for minor ailments, unwittingly ingesting toxic substances with side effects. In contrast, ordinary people, unable to afford medication for trivial maladies, relied solely on their bodies to endure, perhaps even extending their lifespans. Arsenic, is that what you mean by the trust stone? Sun Anzu, deeply engrossed in the art of medicine, failed to detect the sarcasm in Zhang Qian's words. Furrowing his brow, he earnestly discussed that the trust stone was primarily used to treat malaria, venereal diseases, and hemorrhoids, but he had never heard of its use as an anesthetic. Do you know the dosage? What other medications should accompany it? If it proves effective, I might consider employing it in my treatments. I have no idea. You can emulate Shen Nong and try it yourself. Zhang Qian was utterly at a loss for words. Grasping a high-quality replica of a Swiss Army knife, he once again sterilized it with fire. Now, he was troubled by the thought of having Sun Yui use golden needles to alleviate pain. If all else failed and the situation worsened, he would have to knock the patient unconscious. I must swiftly remove the necrotic tissue from the wound. With that, he grasped the scalding knife and approached Ren Qianger, bending down to whisper in a voice only he could hear, Old Master Ren. You must have heard what Sun Yui said. If you do not rid yourself of the bacterial infection within, you are certain to face a grim fate. And should you perish, I assure you, Ren Song will be devoured by others until not a bone remains. With a gentle sigh, he continued in a low voice, thus, I must treat this dying horse as if it were alive. If I happen to be heavy-handed, please bear with it. If I inadvertently strike a blood vessel and cause severe hemorrhaging, do not blame me for being a quack who causes death. Even if I falter, at least you would pass away more peacefully. Had it been others, you would have suffered even more indignities before your end. He spoke these words purely to soothe his own conscience. After all, if it were the 21st century, such actions would undoubtedly land him in prison, regardless of the outcome of the treatment. Yet at present, if he did not take the risk, Old Master Ren could only await his demise. Given the cowardly demeanor of the chubby Ren Song and the attitudes of his stepmother, steward, and servants towards him, the man was surely destined to be stripped of his inheritance and cast aside. Sun Anzu, unable to comprehend Zhang Qian's 21st century Mandarin, observed him murmuring by Ren Qianger's side, mistakenly believing it to be a soul-binding incantation necessary before performing his miraculous bone-scraping treatment. Thus, he dared not listen too closely, focusing instead on instructing his apprentice to retrieve silver needles from the medicine chest, which he then deftly inserted into Ren Qian's palms, shoulders, and neck. He subsequently ignited moxa and placed it at the needle tips to slowly apply its warmth. This technique, known as the Fushi Divine Needle, was a treasured skill passed down through his lineage, honed from childhood to old age. Consequently, the entire series of movements flowed with grace and fluidity. After the needles were applied, the skin and muscles of Zhang Qian's arms visibly relaxed, clearly indicating that the acupuncture was indeed effective in alleviating pain and soothing nerve tension. Seeing this, Zhang Qian's confidence in the success of the procedure surged significantly. Grasping the Swiss Army knife, he roasted it over the fire for the third time, and then commanded Sun Anzu to assist in restraining Ren Xiong's injured arm. With the blade's tip, he delicately sliced into the festering wound. Perhaps Ren Xiong had been unconscious for too long, rendering her pain receptors numb. Perhaps the effects of Beifuning and the golden needle had synergized. The patient on the sickbed merely furrowed her brow slightly, offering no further movement. As the skin, forcibly seared together by the hot iron, was sliced open by the keen blade, the yellowish fluid that had previously oozed from the wound quickly transformed into a mix of pus and blood, cascading down the blade. Ren Yingying, tasked with holding a wooden basin to catch the yellow fluid, let out a low scream. Immediately, without hesitation, she raised her hand to cover her mouth, fearful that her cries might disturb the master performing his extraordinary technique. The little plump Ren Tsong, assigned to bring salt water as a precaution, swiftly turned his head aside. With muscles in his cheeks, arms, and thighs twitching uncontrollably, cold sweat rolling down his forehead. This was Zhang Qian's first experience of cutting into human flesh, and he too was startled by the tainted blood. However, with the wound already opened, he felt compelled to continue, regardless of his inexperience. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, endeavoring to delve deeper with the blade, convincing himself that as long as he did not awaken the patient with pain, he was merely carving wood. Fortunately, the wound on Ren Xiong's arm was not extensive, and there were no significant arteries or veins nearby. Thus, after 4 or 5 gentle cuts, he could see the vibrant red muscle beneath the blade. Turning his head aside, Zhang Qian took several deep breaths to calm his nerves. He then resumed his task, scraping away the decayed muscle, not seeking absolute precision, but rather aiming to eradicate the corruption entirely. Blood began to flow more freely from the wound. Ren Yingying, witnessing this, turned pale, instinctively closing her eyes and feeling a chilling wave wash over her. As for the plump Ren Tsong, though he dared not gaze at the wound, his face had turned ashen, his limbs growing weak, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. In contrast, the imperial physician Sun Anzu, having dealt with countless wounds throughout his life, had accumulated ample experience, his nerves sufficiently hardened by the gruesome sights of patients. Observing Zhang Qian's trembling right hand and the sweat-soaked forehead and nape, he surmised that this was not the young man's first encounter with such a peculiar procedure. After a moment's hesitation, he lowered his voice and inquired, "Are you feeling fatigued, young lord? If the task merely involves excising the decayed flesh, it can be entrusted to the younger generation without hesitation. However, if the malevolent poison remains unvanquished, today's removal of the rotten flesh will inevitably give rise to new, festering blood and flesh on the morrow, leading to an endless cycle of excision. Will you indeed sever the decayed tissue? Why did you not say so sooner?" Zhang Qian, feeling utterly exhausted and dizzy, decisively handed over the high-quality replica Swiss Army knife and declared loudly, "You need only to excavate the decayed flesh with care, being cautious not to harm the blood vessels. As for the pathogens, which are the vile toxins, I possess other remedies. Thus, young master, please take your rest," allowing the younger generation to lend you a helping hand. Hearing from Zhang Qian that there exists another remedy to combat the malevolent toxins, the imperial physician Sun Anzu, who had previously witnessed the miraculous effects of Beifuning and alleviating fevers, was immediately invigorated. He eagerly seized the finely crafted military knife, bent down, and with remarkable swiftness, skillfully excised the decayed flesh from the wound with precision. Chapter 18. Something seems off, as the saying goes. An expert can discern the truth with a mere touch. The skill displayed here far surpassed the clumsy attempts of Zhang Qian earlier. The latter felt a wave of inadequacy wash over him and quickly murmured his admiration, "Dr. Sun, your skills are remarkable. Had I known, I would have entrusted this surgery to you from the start. It is not the prowess of the junior, but the quality of the blade wielded by the young master," Sun Anzu humbly replied, shaking his head. "I have never handled a wound with such ease before." As he spoke, he deftly adjusted the blade, delicately rotating it against the edge of the wound. He carefully excised the final thin layer of infected muscle, then lifted his gaze, filled with anticipation, towards Zhang Qian, urging softly, "I have concluded my part. Young master, if you could eliminate the malevolent toxins, please. Wash the wound thoroughly with saline solution twice, and if you have any hemostatic agents, apply some as well." Zhang Qian commanded, recalling the emergency treatment procedures he had witnessed during his time as a volunteer. He promptly turned to his backpack and swiftly extracted a complete strip of cephalosporin capsules. This was the true source of his confidence. Living in an era of rampant antibiotic misuse, cephalosporin capsules had been his panacea until the state mandated a prohibition on the non-prescriptive sale of antibiotics. From minor respiratory infections to injuries sustained in fights, he had never hesitated to rely on cephalosporin. If one strip fell short, he would simply consume another. Moreover, the pathogens of the Tang Dynasty had likely not yet developed resistance. Thus, with cephalosporin in hand, he believed he had at least a 50% chance of controlling the infection within the rotund man's father. "Master, what is this?" Sun Anzu's gaze fell upon the front of the medication strip, and he was utterly astonished by the transparent plastic shells containing the vividly colored capsules. He was left speechless for quite some time, unable to utter a single coherent sentence. "I am not a master, nor do I presume to be your elder. Please, just call me by my name." Zhang Qian responded with a smile, not wishing to appear enigmatic before someone who had just demonstrated such impressive surgical skill. He continued softly, "As for this item, although it is somewhat flattened, it does not diminish its efficacy and is precisely what is needed to combat the wound infection." With that, he swiftly cut the medication strip, tore open the foil, and extracted 2 deformed capsules, placing them into Ren Qiong's mouth. He then took a cup of saline and gently guided the capsules down the patient's throat. "Fortune smiles upon you, old Master Ren." Sun Anzu blinked rapidly, striving to suppress his curiosity. With the malevolent heat persisting, it was fortuitous that 2 capsules could suppress it within 15 minutes. The toxins within the body are notoriously difficult to treat, yet it was a stroke of luck that 10 capsules were available to expel the poison. Old Master Ren was indeed exceedingly fortunate. The life-saving substances he desperately needed were all conveniently present with young Master Zhang. Exhausted from performing surgery for the first time, Zhang Qian had neither the energy nor the focus to observe Sun Anzu's reaction. While examining Ren Qiong's eyelids and monitoring the patient's condition, he casually instructed, "The medication should take effect in about an hour, roughly half an hour, in order to thoroughly cleanse his body of the infection. It is estimated that he will need to endure at least 3 days of treatment. Has he been administered the hemostatic medication? If so, please proceed to suture the wound. By the way, you know how to suture, don't you? You have the necessary needles and threads, I trust." "Yes, yes." The brevity of time required to eradicate the malevolent toxins left him in a state of astonished disbelief. Sun Anzu nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grains, only to suddenly grasp the latter part of Zhang Qian's statement, his eyes widening in shock as he exclaimed, "Suture? The wound can be sutured? Just like sewing clothes? Of course. Haven't you ever sewn before?" Zhang Qian furrowed his brow, puzzled by Sun Anzu's reaction. No. Sun Anzu, blushing and stammering like a student caught by a teacher during a home visit, replied softly, I beseech you, esteemed sir, please guide me. In the past, I only used a branding iron. There's nothing much to guide you on. It's quite simple. Just stitch the skin together as best as you can, leaving a gap the size of a chopstick at the bottom to allow for the drainage of blood clots." Zhang Qian, having been disappointed many times by the lack of knowledge regarding wound suturing among doctors of this era, chuckled as he explained. He then glanced down at the unconscious Ren Yingying, drenched in sweat, and cheerfully instructed, "All right, open your eyes now. The wound has been mostly treated. Go assist Dr. Sun in finding a set of needles and threads, and remember to scald them with boiling water before bringing them in." Yes, master." Ren Yingying, as if granted a reprieve, struggled to rise and began to make her way outside. Just as her legs crossed the threshold, she nearly stumbled, but fortunately, Ren Quan was quick enough to catch her, preventing her from embarrassing herself. "And you, get up as well. The wound treatment is complete." After a taxing operation that left him utterly exhausted, Zhang Qian had no time to sympathize with Ren Yingying. He kicked the incapacitated Ren Song, who was sprawled on the floor and on the verge of fainting, and commanded loudly, "Get up and fetch medicine for your father. I will teach you how to use it in the meantime." "Ah!" Ren Song groaned as he opened his eyes, struggling to rise but failing several times. ultimately grasping Zhang Qian's sleeve for support. "Sir, brother Zhang, my legs, they are numb. Look at your pitiful state." Zhang Qian scolded him softly while roughly pulling him up. He helped him sit on a stool by the bedside and then thrust the remainder of the large plate of cephalosporins into his hands. "I just fed your father. He needs to take 2 pills each morning and evening until they are finished. Cut here to open it and consume the capsules inside. This is what you refer to as elixirs." "Ah." The chubby Ren Tsung seemed to grasp only part of this information, nodding repeatedly. "And this?" Zhang Qian retrieved another large plate of antipyretics from his bag, keeping 2 for himself, and, with a heavy heart, handed the rest to the chubby Rincon. "Take 1 every 3 hours to reduce the fever. Once the malevolent heat no longer recurs, do not administer any more to your father. Save them as best as you can. I only have these few left, and once they are gone, there will be none." "Thank you, brother Zhang." The chubby boy finally realized the true value of the medicine, cradling the 2 types of capsules in his hands, ready to kneel before Zhang Qian in gratitude. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Qian swiftly extended his hand to steady him, smiling as he shook his head, urging him not to bow excessively, lest their friendship be jeopardized. "Put away the medicine. You must hurry outside to wipe the sweat from your face and have someone bring you a clean set of clothes to change into. Otherwise, when your father recovers, you may find yourself unwell." "No bowing, no bowing." The chubby boy, filled with gratitude and excitement, tearfully tucked the medicine into his chest pocket. He turned and strode confidently out the door. Since the age of 12, he had been regarded as the family's prodigal son. Despite lacking for nothing financially, he had never received any respect from his relatives. Particularly in his pursuit of a mentor among the enlightened, he had become the subject of ridicule among his family. Though only his half-sister, Ren Yingying, openly showed him kindness. Yet today, it was an unintentional encounter with a wise friend that led to the miraculous recovery of his father, who had generously bestowed upon him a rare and invaluable medicine, leaving him overwhelmed with gratitude and a sense of vindication. Sighing softly, Zhang Qian gazed at the chubby boy's damp back. An orphan himself, without parents or siblings, he had never felt the strife that often accompanies familial bonds. In contrast, it seemed that besides his father, only the spirited Ren Yingying cared for the boy, while the rest of the Ren family had seldom shown him any genuine affection. "Young Master Zhang, I have a word to share, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate." Just as he was lost in thought, the voice of the imperial physician, Sun Enzu, suddenly broke through. This time, he did not refer to himself as a junior. "What could be inappropriate to say?" Zhang Qian replied, somewhat bewildered. "Then I shall speak candidly." Sun Enzu rinsed his hands with saline and solemnly clasped his fists in respect. "Young Master Zhang, may I inquire how much of that miraculous medicine you possess?" "None left." Zhang Qian immediately grew alert, furrowing his brow as he responded loudly. "Did you not see for yourself? I have given all that remains to Ren Tsung." "That is good, that is good." Sun Anzu smiled and performed a slight bow before turning to meticulously examine the patient, scrutinizing from head to toe with utmost diligence. Chapter 19. The drumbeat of landlords. It has been proven that the bacteria of the 8th century Tang Dynasty stood no chance against the 4th-generation cephalosporins from the 21st century. That evening, Ren Tsung awakened from his slumber, and his once bright and darkened arm began to gradually swell down. By the following morning, his arm had slimmed considerably, its hue shifting from a deep black to a dull yellow. By the 3rd day, the color of his arm had nearly returned to normal. With the assistance of his children and servants, he could walk around the house, leaving his sickbed behind. During this time, Zhang Qian visited him twice more. Observing that the inflammation had been entirely suppressed by the cephalosporin capsules, while the task of cleaning the wound and changing the bandages was handled far more adeptly by Physician Sunday. Thus, he entrusted the concluding tasks to him and settled down in the guest room to peruse the English novel he had borrowed from the 21st century, all the while awaiting Ren Tsung to take him to Weinan to complete the final formalities of settling in the Tang Dynasty. To his surprise, the old landlord, Run, was rather impatient. Just as he had managed to rise from his bed, he immediately sent his son, Ren Tsung, to summon his benefactor for a meeting. Despite Zhang Qian's repeated refusals, he eventually found himself compelled to accompany Ren Tsung to the main hall. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than he beheld a scene that took him aback. 3 men and a woman were kneeling before him, bowing deeply in reverence. "Immortal Master, you have saved my father's life. We are at a loss for how to repay you. Should you ever call upon us, we would not hesitate to sacrifice ourselves." The foremost kneeler was the fiery Ren Yingying. Her earlier skepticism toward Zhang Qian had transformed into profound devotion. Please rise. It was merely a trifling act. Such grand gestures are unnecessary. Besides, I am no immortal. Zhang Qian protested, feeling discomfort by the fervent display of gratitude. One of the most challenging aspects he faced upon arriving in the Tang Dynasty was the frequent act of others kneeling and bowing before him. Instinctively, he took a step back, firmly declining their homage. However, he found his retreat blocked by the corpulent Rinzong, who had resolutely knelt on the tiled floor outside the hall, banging his head with fervent gratitude. Immortal Master, you have bestowed a great favor upon the Rin family, a debt I shall never forget. I vow to follow you in this life, ready to heed your commands, come what may. Zhang Qian was caught off guard by this unexpected display, nearly stumbling over the earnest young man. Infuriated, he grasped Rinzong's arm and hoisted him into the air. Stand up. A man's knees should not bow unless there is gold beneath them. Do you understand? I have told you 100 times, I am not an immortal. If you bow again, I shall take my leave. Please, immortal master, do not depart. I shall not bow again, I promise. To Zhang Qian's astonishment, he discovered the young man's strength and submission, as Rinzong maintained his kneeling posture even while suspended. This is for my father. It is not our wish to bow. I cannot defy my father's command. Please do not be angry. Do not call me immortal master. Stand up straight, Zhang Qian commanded, unable to harbor any genuine anger toward the innocent yet earnest young man. Thus, he feigned fury, lowering his hand while issuing a firm directive. Indeed, brother Zhang, exclaimed the pudgy youth, as he set his feet upon the ground, playfully sticking out his tongue before swiftly correcting himself. Brother Zhang, please allow me to express my family's profound gratitude. My father had originally intended to personally convey his thanks for the life-saving grace bestowed upon him. However, due to his physical limitations, we, his children, must undertake this task on his behalf. Following this, he eagerly introduced his siblings as if presenting treasures. Inside, you will find my eldest sister Yingying, my second brother Bai, my third brother Zhang, and my fourth brother Huang. They too come at my father's behest to express their gratitude towards the esteemed benefactor. As his words echoed through the room, a harmonious chorus of thanks arose. With 3 young men and a young woman, akin to songbirds emerging from the valley, expressing their heartfelt appreciation for the benefactor who had rescued their father's life. We are incapable of repaying such kindness. From this day forth, should the benefactor require our assistance, we would not hesitate to sacrifice ourselves. Please, everyone rise. There is no need for such formality. With a moment to acclimatize, Zhang Qian felt less constrained than before. Following the few days of learning about Tang etiquette, he bowed deeply, acknowledging, your esteemed father is indeed fortunate, and I merely happen to possess some medicine. There is no need for such great reverence. For the master of the house, it was mere chance. For Rin, however, it was a resurrection from death. At that moment, Rin Xiong, still recovering from a grave illness, emerged slowly with the support of a middle-aged lady, bowing deeply. Esteemed master, please allow me to pay my respects. As she spoke, she struggled to kneel. Seeing this, Zhang Qian swiftly stepped forward to support her arm, exclaiming, there is no need for such deference. It was merely a fortunate coincidence. I am not an esteemed master. And besides, you have already expressed your gratitude. Since childhood, he had trained diligently to avoid being bullied. After entering university, he had even dabbled in a few days of free fighting during his spare time. Thus his physical coordination and strength far exceeded that of the average person. Upon making contact with Rin Xiong's arm, he immediately prevented her from kneeling further. However, while he successfully supported Rin Xiong, he was unprepared for Rin Xiong's wife. Seeing that her husband was not in immediate danger of falling, she promptly released her grip and gracefully bowed, declaring, I thank the esteemed master for saving my husband's life. Please allow me to pay my respects. No, please. Zhang Qian urged, his hands firmly holding on to Rin Xiong, too timid to assist his wife. He stepped aside and called out, there is no need for such courtesy, Madam Master. I am not an esteemed master. The only reason I was able to assist was that Master Rin's fate was not yet sealed. Furthermore, glancing at the grinning Rinzong by the door, he continued, furthermore, it is due to the kindness with which young Master Rin treats others. When he discovered my predicament, he immediately extended a helping hand. My subsequent actions were merely a reciprocation of goodwill. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards Master Rin and Madam. The pudgy Rinzong felt a swell of pride, having finally accomplished something beneficial for his father, and bashfully scratched the back of his head with a sheepish grin. Though Ren Xiong felt a sweetness akin to honey in his heart, he forced a stern expression and glared at his son. The esteemed master is merely being polite. And you take it to heart. Hurry and fetch tea for the esteemed master, or do you truly expect me to prostrate myself before you? I dare not. I dare not. I merely express my joy at seeing your recovery. My heart is filled with happiness. Ren Song immediately leaped up as if stung by a scorpion, hastening into the room with great urgency. He personally took the teapot to serve tea to Zhang Qian, his father, and his stepmother. The child is delighted for your sake. Do not be so stern with him. The middle-aged beauty, Madame Run, gently tugged at her husband's sleeve and stood up, adding that the immortal had spoken wisely. It is thanks to Tsonger's sincere heart and his years of diligent seeking of wise mentors that this time, his husband has transformed misfortune into fortune. Though he faced numerous setbacks, he remained undeterred. Her words encapsulated the essence of Tai Chi, revealing not only a mother's tenderness and love, but also deftly diffusing Zhang Qian's earlier attempts to gain favor with Rincon. The chubby boy, believing his stepmother was speaking kindly on his behalf, wore a broad grin that nearly split his face. As an outsider, Zhang Qian discerned the subtle sharpness in Madame Ren's words, but felt powerless to do more, only able to sigh inwardly. Just as he was deeply concerned for the chubby boy's future, the lad was already gleefully pouring the tea. He carefully placed 3 teacups on 2 different low tables and then smilingly invited, "Immortal Zhang, please take a seat. Father, mother, please sit as well. Ren brother. There is no need for formality. Come and support your father. He has just recovered from his illness. Be cautious, he does not fall." Zhang Qian sighed quietly to himself and gently nudged Ren Xiong's arm towards the chubby boy, smiling as he instructed. He promptly withdrew his hands. "I will do it. I will do it. Mother, you sit first. Brother Zhang, please have a seat." The chubby boy, heavily reliant on his father, strode forward and supported Ren Xiong's arm. "Wan Jun, you may sit first. Let Tsonger assist me." The director Ren Xiong felt a surge of joy at her son's newfound perceptiveness. Leaning his shoulder against Ren Tsong's, while smilingly instructing his wife, "Then I shall not delay your father-son bonding," the middle-aged beauty teased, a warm and thoughtful demeanor evident in her tone. However, she did not immediately take her seat. First, she ensured Zhang Qian was settled across from them, and only after her husband was firmly seated did she gracefully take her place beside him. As Zhang Qian was new to the customs of the Tang people, he found himself at a loss. Noticing Ren Xiong's insistence on serving him tea, he ceased to be overly polite. The tea of this era, made from powdered leaves boiled with spices and salt, did not quite suit his palate. Thus, after taking a few symbolic sips, he set the teacup down, preparing to exchange a few trivial pleasantries before taking his leave. "The debt of gratitude for saving my life, I cannot express enough," Ren Certain did not dare to thank. Observing Zhang Qian set down his teacup, Ren Xiong promptly followed suit, sitting upright and cupping his hands as he proclaimed loudly, "I ought to have personally expressed my gratitude to the immortal for saving my life, but Dr. Sun advised against exposure to the wind. Therefore, I could only command Tsonger to invite the immortal over. Master Ren is too courteous. I feel an instant kinship with your son, and there was no need to trouble you to visit your junior." With a heart full of respect for the chubby boy, Zhang Qian smiled and returned the bow. What audacity! What merit does Ren have to be considered a senior by the immortal master? Upon hearing this, Ren Xiong immediately struggled to rise, causing the chubby boy to hurriedly press down on his shoulder, urgently emphasizing, "Be careful. If the wound tears, Brother Zhang has no second pill to offer you. You may not regard Brother Zhang as your elder, but he truly considers me as his own brother. You child, is this how you speak to your father?" Ren Xiong turned his head and scolded loudly. However, he ultimately dared not tear the wound, ceasing his struggles and gently shaking his head. "The immortal master addressing you as brother is merely his kindness. You must not be disrespectful or overstep your bounds. Release me, and go bow to the immortal master on my behalf." Allah. As long as Ren Xiong remained still, the chubby Ren Tsong did not mind bowing a few more times to others. Agreeing repeatedly, he stood up and walked to the low table where Zhang Qian was seated. Kneeling before him, Zhang Qian was unwilling to accept and quickly rose to stop him. Yet, Ren Tsong, grateful for the salvation of his father, sincerely wished to pay his respects. After much tugging back and forth, it was ultimately Ren Tsong, with tears and snot flowing freely, who gained the upper hand. persisting in bowing 3 times to Zhang Qian before finally relenting. The rarity of the pill left Ren unsure of its true value, and he dared not inquire. Thus, he could only keep this gratitude in his heart, hoping for an opportunity to repay the immortal master in the future. Ren Xiong acted with great decisiveness. As soon as he saw his son rise, he immediately added loudly, "No, no, you must ask quickly, and once you are done, do not forget to pay. I am so poor that I can barely afford a meal." Although Zhang Qian had never expected to reclaim the cost of the medicine, hearing that Ren Xiong did not intend to pay still caused him to mutter under his breath. Yet, he could only smile and say, "The master speaks too heavily. It is merely a few pills. Moreover, Brother Ren previously assisted me with my matters, tirelessly working for 4 or 5 days without asking for a single coin." As soon as these words left his lips, Ren Xiong, sitting opposite, immediately shook his head vehemently, insisting that it was merely a small favor and could not be compared to the debt of saving a life. Despite lying in bed and unable to rise, Ren had been contemplating how he could repay the immortal master. Discussing money with the immortal master would surely tarnish his reputation. "Do not fear, speak freely. The more brazenly the better." Zhang Qian silently roared in frustration, yet he could not bring himself to disclose his current state of utter poverty. Just as he was fuming with indignation, Ren Xiong suddenly shifted the conversation, smiling as he added, "Coincidentally, 2 springs ago, I acquired a small estate by the Wehe River, only 6 miles from where the immortal master resides. As I often travel, I have neglected its upkeep, and it has fallen into disrepair, overgrown with weeds. Therefore, I shall boldly offer this estate, along with its tenants, to the immortal master. Once you settle there, my son can visit you any time for guidance." "What?" Caught off guard, Zhang Qian could scarcely believe his ears. "You wish to gift me an estate?" Suddenly, he realized that the other party was not joking. He quickly stood up, repeatedly waving his hands, insisting it was too extravagant, claiming that a few medicinal herbs were not worth such a sum. It was merely a small estate, hardly comparable to the life-saving grace he had received. "Steward, fetch the land deed and the tenant registry. Present them to the immortal master at once." However, Ren Xiong was adamant about the gift, unwilling to give Zhang Qian a chance to decline. Even if the estate was indeed as small as Ren Xiong described, it was still a property near Chang'an. In later times, it would be akin to a substantial parcel of land in Tongzhou, Beijing. No matter how financially distressed Zhang Qian was, he could not bring himself to accept such a lavish gift and resolutely declined. Yet Ren Xiong, eager to express gratitude, insisted on bestowing it. The 2 parties remained at an impasse amidst their fervent dispute. At that moment, the chubby Ren Xiong suddenly smiled innocently and exclaimed, "Brother Zhang, you should accept it. From your appearance, it's clear you are not one to till the fields, and you refuse to acknowledge yourself as an immortal master. Without an estate to collect rent from, will you not be left to endure the bitter winds of the Northwest? As for the value, surely my grandfather's life is worth more than a mere dilapidated estate." Chapter 20. Rescuing a person led to great trouble this loquacious individual. No wonder Ren Xiong was not well liked throughout the village. As his words fell, even Zhang Qian felt an overwhelming urge to pin him to the ground and deliver a thorough beating. Meanwhile, Ren Xiong, his father, was so enraged that his brows furrowed fiercely. He raised his leg and aimed a kick at his son's backside, exclaiming, "Silence. If you keep talking, no one will mistake you for a mute." "Grandfather, please calm down. I won't say another word, I promise." The chubby Ren Xiong, wishing to evade his father's wrath, found it easy to dodge but feared that too vigorous a movement might aggravate his injury. Thus, he took a small step forward, bracing himself for the impending kick while pleading loudly for mercy. In this manner, the father found himself unable to follow through with his punishment. Sullenly, he merely tapped the tip of his shoe against Ren Xiong's rear and muttered, "Get lost. Just seeing you irritates me." The esteemed master, a figure of the transcendent realm, obviously had little understanding of mundane agricultural matters. Henceforth, all trivial affairs of the village would fall upon your shoulders. If you dare to continue your carefree ways as you did at home, beware of your skin. Rest assured, it will certainly fall upon me. After all, I am his good brother. The chubby boy felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, responding joyfully, thanks to his meddling. The transfer of the village by the banks of the Wei River into Zhang Qian's name became an undeniable reality. Consequently, exchanges between the 2 parties grew markedly more relaxed. The master possessed profound skills in detoxification and miraculous elixirs, yet he repeatedly asserted that he was not a master, leaving the reason for such claims ambiguous. After a few more tangential remarks, seizing the opportunity when Zhang Qian declined the title of master, Ren Xiong earnestly inquired, I assure you, I am neither a master nor have I ever learned any mystical arts. You may call me virtuous nephew or young Zhang as you wish. Having just acquired a village, albeit unaware of its size or specifics, Zhang Qian's fondness for Ren Xiong continued to grow. With a smile, he candidly explained, the so-called miraculous skills were merely learned by observing my senior brothers in action. As for those elixirs, they were crafted by my sect, and, by mere coincidence, I happen to have them with me. To learn such remarkable skills merely by observation? Young Master Zhang is indeed extraordinary. If it were my son, even 3 years of hands-on teaching might not suffice. Ren Xiong, momentarily taken aback, swiftly raised his thumb in praise. How did I become part of this discussion? Grandfather, surely I am not as foolish as you suggest. Ren Song, feeling unjustly wronged, lifted his head and protested with a mournful expression. If you were truly clever, you wouldn't have spent 7 years in official studies without passing even a basic examination. Clearly a father, Ren Xiong never held back in chastising his own son. Look at young Master Zhang, possessing unparalleled skills, able to learn merely by observing. It is not as simple as learning with just a glance. I only grasped the general idea. The situation was urgent, and I had to take a risk. Thankfully, Dr. Sun was present to handle most of the responsibilities. I merely initiated the process and then handed it over to the physician. Zhang Qian felt increasingly uncomfortable under the praise and hurried to recount the entire surgical procedure truthfully. Zhang Shaoling understood precisely what actions to take. That was the crux of the matter. Ren Xiong harbored no delusions regarding the medical prowess of Physician Sun, dismissing him with a smile and a gentle shake of her head. As for Physician Sun, his only merit lay in his familiarity with the craft. This situation resembled a battle between two armies, where the key lay in the general's strategic acumen, while those charging into the fray could at best be assessed by their lesser contributions. Ultimately, they had to rely on Physician Sun. Zhang Qian could only smile in acquiescence to Ren Xiong's assertions. Naturally, Physician Sun was willing to lower his status to attend to Ren, and he would undoubtedly receive a token of gratitude from her. Ren Xiong chose not to linger on the same topic, adding with a smile. And after sipping a few more cups of tea, she hesitated before inquiring. Given that your esteemed sect can concoct such miraculous elixirs, your reputation must be illustrious. However, during my days of contemplation in bed, I scoured through various schools of thought and could not identify a single one that possesses the same depth of pharmacological knowledge as yours. Regarding your lineage, might I inquire if you could enlighten me? In the future, when I pass through Baoshan with my trade caravan, I would wish to express my gratitude in person. Fearing any potential misunderstandings, before Zhang Qian could respond, she hastily added, if it is inconvenient to disclose, you need not do so. I am merely curious. There was nothing inappropriate to share. For days, Zhang Qian had been relentlessly pursued by the rotund Ren Song, who questioned him about his origins, and he had long since recognized the necessity of fabricating a plausible story, lest he invite further complications. Thus, he had discreetly prepared several narratives. Upon hearing Ren Xiong's inquiry, he promptly recounted the least likely to raise suspicion, albeit it was rather fantastical and might not be entirely credible. My sect is neither Buddhist nor Taoist. It traces its lineage back to the spring and autumn period, belonging to the Mahist school. During the Warring States, the Mahists were divided into 3 factions, and my master's branch was known as the Eastern Mahists, which was not to be trifled with. In a stroke of fate, the 4th generation of the Juzi, Yangxing, rode into Qin, offering his expertise in weaponry and crossbow construction to Duke Hui, thus enabling Qin to assert dominance over the realm. After Qin unified the Central Plains, the national fortune waned in the 2nd generation and the 7th generation of the Juzi. Having received the emperor's grace, abstained from consuming the grains of Chu. He led his disciples into the mountains, and from that point, the Eastern Mahists vanished from the world. Within our sect, we only utilize the Qin calendar and no longer inquire about the outside world, be it Han or Jin, disregarding the astonished expressions of those around him. Zhang Qian took a sip of water and continued with his prepared narrative, gradually elaborating. The lineage of the Eastern Mahists has reached my master, the 32nd generation of the Juzi. My mentor, surnamed Liu, is a rare and extraordinary woman. After accepting me as her disciple, she treated me like her own child. Alas, I am but a dullard, and my learning pales in comparison to that of my mentor. Even more regrettably, A few days ago, under her orders, I ventured out into the world in search of medicinal Ganoderma, only to return empty-handed at dusk, unable to find my way back to the mountain gate. Since my initiation, I have never left the mountain and am utterly oblivious to the goings-on outside. It was only by chance that I encountered your esteemed self, preventing me from being apprehended by the authorities as a vagrant. The earlier portion of his account regarding the origins and lineage of the Eastern Mahis was meticulously validated by the esteemed historian Guo, rendering it undeniably authentic. However, from the point concerning the national fortune of Qin being severed in the second generation onward, it was entirely fabricated. After all, the expanse of Mount Zhongnan is vast, and it is unlikely that every individual from the Tang Dynasty traversed its entirety. Even if one sought to investigate, it could be attributed to my mentor's formidable skills, deliberately obscuring the mountain gate with extraordinary techniques as a ruse. No wonder, on the day we first met, you were utterly oblivious to the current year and month. While others might harbor doubts regarding Zhang Qian's words, the chubby boy eagerly accepted them as truth. With a sense of pride, he clapped his hands a few times and exclaimed, "Grandfather even said your memory surpasses mine. I have never lost my way since childhood." Remaining silent, one would not be mistaken for a mute. Enraged by her foolish son, Ren Xiong shot him a fierce glare and scolded him loudly. After a moment's contemplation, she continued to inquire, "I heard from Tsonger that the young lord hails from He Zhizhang. Are there any other family members? Are your parents still alive? What does this mean? Is she attempting to introduce me to someone?" Zhang Qian felt a pang of anxiety at the question. He cast a glance at the middle-aged beauty seated beside him. Her complexion slightly flushed and quickly diverted his gaze. This matter, when recounted, was indeed incredulous. From a very young age, Zhang had been separated from his parents, which led him to be taken up the mountain by his mentor. Apart from remembering that he was from He Zhizhang, he had no recollection of anything else. Now that he found himself lost and unable to return to the mountain, he indeed yearned for an opportunity to visit He Zhizhang. Perhaps he might discover his biological parents and bask in their affection, alleviating their perpetual worry for him. While his parents might still be alive, locating them would not be an immediate endeavor. Without finding his biological parents, he could not engage a matchmaker nor fulfill any familial obligations. As for that fiery girl, Ren Ying, she could marry whomever she wished. She was not Zhang Qian's type. Historically, one who is overly eager for affection finds no rights. He was certainly no sycophant, enamored with a fierce girlfriend. Unfortunately, the convoluted thoughts in his mind fell upon deaf ears. It appeared that Ren Xiong's inquiry had been casual. She soon expressed profound sympathy for Zhang Qian, astonished by the unfortunate circumstances surrounding his lineage. The Ren family operated a trading convoy to He Zhizhang, and should the opportunity arise, the young lord was encouraged to provide portraits of his esteemed parents. Ren would enlist the help of her staff to keep an eye out, perhaps enabling the young lord to fulfill his wishes. "Thank you, master of the manor." Zhang Qian offered a rueful smile, a faint sorrow rising uncontrollably upon his countenance. "To be honest, I do not even recall what my parents looked like. If I were to search, I could only deduce a likeness based on my appearance at the age of 2 or 3, and then post inquiries in He Zhizhang about a child who went missing 2 decades ago. Having a direction is a start. Perhaps fate will show mercy upon the young lord." Hearing this, Mrs. Ren felt a pang of sorrow and gently offered words of comfort, her eyes reddening. "When the next trading convoy departs for He Zhizhang, I shall assign the task to my staff." Ren Xiong, with a warm heart, immediately took charge, proposing that Mrs. Ren hire a painter for the portraits. In Chang'an, there happened to be several renowned artists with whom Mrs. Ren maintained a good rapport. After a moment's pause, she tentatively suggested, "We could even have someone paint your current likeness and post it throughout the depths of Zhongnan Mountain. Perhaps your mentor, noticing your prolonged absence, might send your fellow disciples to search for you. Would it not be wonderful if they happened to see the portrait?" "Alas, it seems exceedingly difficult." Zhang Qian sighed softly, unable to suppress his discontent. He did not believe that a singular wormhole in time and space would manifest in the same location on 2 occasions. In the 21st century, he found himself utterly alone. After his disappearance, he would likely become nothing more than an unsolved case for the authorities, with no one caring whether he still drew breath. Contemplating this, a deep sense of solitude welled up within him. He sighed deeply and murmured, "Initially, Zhang thought he had merely lost his way. Yet, in hindsight, it seems more likely that his master, deeming him foolish, deliberately concocted an excuse to cast him out. Otherwise, his fellow disciples would have sought him out long ago, and he would not have had to wait until now. Do not overthink it, young Master Zhang. Perhaps your fellow disciples simply took a different path. Ren Xiong, displaying remarkable loyalty, immediately offered words of comfort. Then it falls upon the estate's owner. Although Zhang Qian was well aware that posting notices would bear little fruit, he found himself unable to decline, thus smiling and cupping his hands in gratitude. No trouble at all. It is indeed a simple task. Ren Xiong chuckled lightly, shaking his head gently. He then straightened his posture and spoke up, young Master Zhang. Please do not find my inquiries tiresome. I have another question, though I am uncertain if I should ask. Feel free to inquire, for I shall speak candidly. Zhang Qian assumed Ren Xiong had uncovered a flaw in the fabricated lineage or background he had presented. With the intention of rectifying any oversight, he nodded with a smile. Then I shall pose my question. Ren Xiong suddenly ceased his mirth, adopting a serious demeanor as he asked, regarding the elixir bestowed upon you the other day. How many grains remain with you now? And do you remember the secret formula for the potion? A chill autumn breeze wafted through the window, sending a shiver through Zhang Qian's core. Chapter 21. The Millennium Fox speaks of Liao Zhai to think he is actually contemplating the formulation of capsules and prescriptions. No wonder this morning has been filled with sending off the estate and the daughter. A chill swept through him, accompanied by an invisible fury directed at Zhang Qian. Had I known this would unfold, I would have preferred to watch him perish. It would have alleviated much trouble. Yet, regret is a remedy that cannot be procured. And at this juncture, Zhang Qian could only offer a cold smile and a slight bow, declaring loudly, since the estate owner is now able to walk, those medicines are of no consequence to him. As for the formulation, it is a secret not to be divulged by my sect, and I am unworthy to know it. Even if I did, I would be incapable of concocting an identical potion. You misunderstand me, young master. Seemingly anticipating Zhang Qian's reaction, Ren Xiong did not display anger. Instead, he responded with a gentle smile and a bow. I swear to the heavens, I have no intention of pursuing elixirs, nor am I the sort to repay kindness with enmity. If I were so inclined, I would simply seize it directly. After all, it would ultimately lead to animosity with you, young master. Why then would I feign kindness by presenting an estate? Zhang Qian furrowed his brow, caught in a whirlwind of skepticism. There was indeed a semblance of logic in the other's words. Here he was, a solitary refugee residing in Ren's estate. Should they covertly eliminate him, the authorities would likely turn a blind eye. Furthermore, should they pilfer his capsules, animosity would surely ensue. Whether or not he received the estate, the outcome would remain unchanged. Young master, I sincerely wish to repay your life-saving grace, which is why I intentionally broached the matter of elixirs and formulations. Noticing the anger on Zhang Qian's face dissipating into suspicion, Ren Xiong made another respectful gesture and explained loudly, You saved my life with your extraordinary techniques and elixirs. Witnessed by many. During my recent illness, I was too preoccupied to issue a silence order. In truth, even if I had, it would have been futile. There are no secrets that can remain hidden forever. I believe it won't be long before your name as a divine physician spreads throughout Chang'an. After granting Zhang Qian a moment to ponder, he took a sip of tea to soothe his throat and lowered his voice hastily. If you possess a plentiful supply of elixirs, it is only fitting that you extend aid to those who sincerely seek your help. However, if you have only a few remaining, or none at all, how will you respond to those who come seeking? Should you refuse, they will surely harbor resentment. If you oblige, the first request will inevitably lead to a second, and the day you exhaust your elixirs will also mark the day you cultivate enmity. Should they retaliate, how will you confront the situation? Zhang Qian had been so preoccupied with feeling pity for the portly fellow that he had not anticipated the myriad consequences of saving a life, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded by Ren Xiong's inquiries. And Ren Xiong, being the mastermind behind numerous trading houses, took another sip of water before elaborating slowly. These are the actions of ordinary individuals. However, if a noble from a distinguished family were to come seeking medicine and were denied, and in a fit of rage resorted to force, how would you navigate such a predicament? Over the years, under the reign of a wise sovereign, the realm has enjoyed tranquility, and the court is filled with eminent scholars. Yet, there are always one or two unruly scions who may appear. If they were to demand the secret formulation from you, would you grant it or refuse? Moreover, the previous words of Ren were not without purpose. He had inquired earlier if the young lord could descend from the mountains, but the young lord had lost all hope. Just now, Ren asked if the young lord had any family in the He Zhizhang area, to which the young lord could only shake his head sorrowfully. If the young lord hailed from a prominent local family or had a powerful sect to rely upon, others might have hesitated when coveting his elixirs and secret formulas. Yet, without family support or the protection of a formidable sect, possessing such treasures was akin to a child flaunting gold bricks in the marketplace, indistinguishable from folly. Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Qian's forehead. What wise emperor ruled the land, bringing peace and prosperity? He had never heard in his history lessons that Emperor Zhongzong was a sage ruler. Occasionally, there would be a few unreasonable nobles, and even in the 21st century, the scions of wealthy families in Korea and Southeast Asia seldom reasoned with the common folk. Coercion and plunder were their daily fare. Let alone in the grand Tang Dynasty of the 7th century. For such individuals, coveting his elixirs and formulas was merely a display of grace. If he did not obediently present them with open hands, he would be deemed ungrateful. To bargain or take pride in his possessions was nothing but a delusion. At this moment, Zhang finally comprehended why physician Sun had asked him whether he possessed more elixirs that day. Upon hearing his denial, Sun had seemed relieved. It dawned on him that, at the moment he produced the Beifuning encephalosporin capsules to save Ren Qiang's life, physician Sun had already foreseen the risks that would ensue from his actions, hence his kind warning. However, at the time, he had been unable to discern the hidden meaning in Sun's words, and their brief encounter had led Sun to refrain from elaborating further. Now, with Ren laying everything bare, he realized with startling clarity that he had one foot teetering on the edge of a precipice. The carefully crafted background he had devised over many days, which he believed to be flawless, appeared to those of Tang descent as nothing more than a noose meant for his own demise. Heaven above, how difficult it was to live safely in the Tang Dynasty. Father, you must have a solution, right? Please tell me. Did Zhang brother attract this heap of trouble by saving you? Before Zhang could recover from his shock and regret, the chubby Ren Tsong rushed to his father's side, shaking the uninjured arm vigorously. You share a unique bond with Lord Duan. Could you possibly ask him to look after Zhang brother? When I implored Zhang brother to save your life, he didn't even blink. Let go. If you shake any harder, you'll tear the wound. Ren Qiang shot a glare at his son, reprimanding him loudly. Immediately after, she turned her gaze back to Zhang Qian, smiling as she inquired, does young Lord Zhang have a plan to extricate himself? If so, please share. I can assist you in considering it. If you cannot think of one at the moment, I have already devised an idea, but it hinges on whether young Lord believes that I act without ulterior motives. Master Ren, you jest. You laid everything bare, candidly communicating with Zhang, leaving no room for doubt regarding your intentions. Ultimately, it is a consequence of having been undermined since childhood. Zhang Qian felt the cold sweat on his forehead emerge rapidly, only to dissipate just as swiftly. Shaking his head with a smile, he respectfully clasped his hands towards Ren Qiang, stating, as a newcomer, I am unfamiliar with the intricacies of Chang'an. Now faced with a grave predicament, I kindly request Master Ren to illuminate my path. Ah, indeed, Ren Qiang replied, pleasantly surprised by Zhang Qian's swift decision to place his unconditional trust in him. With admiration, Ren nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the young master's forthrightness. Since you are so forthcoming, I shall dispense with any circumlocution. Do you know when it is most perilous for a child to carry a gold ingot through a bustling market? Chapter 22. The Veteran and the Young Master Wen? Zhang Qian furrowed his brows, instinctively murmuring the question. Although vivid, this inquiry felt somewhat beyond his grasp. In the 21st century China, aside from a handful of unfortunate souls like him, which parent would allow their young child to roam the streets alone? Even less likely would it be for a child to carry any valuable possessions. While the security in the city of Xi'an may not rival that of Beijing, Shanghai, or Shenzhen, it is improbable that one would witness brazen acts of robbery in the bustling streets, especially with surveillance cameras everywhere. I know. Just as he had stepped away from the crowded marketplace. For the chubby native Ren Tsong, however, the same question was exceedingly simple. In the market, even if the authorities merely feigned concern, they would undoubtedly intervene. Once one had departed the marketplace, though, it was a matter of which thief acted first. The one who was late would be left with nothing. Are you so clever? Ren Qiang shot a fierce glare at his son, reprimanding him in a hushed tone. The chubby boy, frightened, retracted his neck, no longer daring to interject foolishly. Yet, Zhang Qian had gleaned sufficient insight from his response. He gently tapped the low table before him and spoke softly. The owner suggests that as long as the child remains in the marketplace, the thieves, despite their desire for his gold bricks, would still exercise a degree of caution under the watchful eyes of the public. Indeed, seeing that he was a teachable child, Ren Xiong nodded with satisfaction. Unless in times of chaos, when law and order disintegrate and the authority of the government evaporates, the officials would still desire to preserve some semblance of face, even if merely as a pretense for the common folk. Oh, I understand now. Thank you for your guidance. Master Ren, Zhang Qian exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him as he smiled and bowed to Ren Xiong, quickly redirecting his gaze to the chubby boy, loudly requesting, Brother Ren, please do me the favor of fetching my backpack from the guest room. Hey. The chubby boy, still bewildered, paused for a moment before responding and turning to leave. Meanwhile, Ren Xiong's eyes suddenly brightened. He lifted his teacup, savoring the brew as if it were an exquisite nectar enhanced with spices and salt. I have heard from Brother Zhang that under your command, Master, you manage numerous businesses, encompassing all the rare treasures of the world? Zhang Qian inquired with a smile after taking a sip of tea. Do not heed his exaggerations. It is merely 3 or 5 establishments, and most of the stakes belong to others. I merely oversee them on behalf of the actual proprietors. Ren Xiong's eyes sparkled anew as he regarded Zhang Qian, admiration welling up from within. He had encountered clever individuals before, but none quite so astute. With just a slight nudge, this person had promptly devised a way to extricate himself from his predicament. The fact that Zhang Qian had initiated the topic himself felt far more agreeable than if he had broached it first, effectively allowing him to evade any accusations of unscrupulousness. The ensuing events unfolded precisely as Ren Xiong had hoped, not denying the existence of multiple businesses under the Ren family name. Zhang Qian promptly smiled and clasped his hands together, stating, I have an unreasonable request, and I sincerely hope Master Ren will consider it. As long as it lies within my capabilities, I would never dare to refuse. Polite expressions must still be uttered, even if one feels a twinge of insincerity in doing so. Zhang, possessing several items of little use to him, wishes to trouble the merchant under the stewardship of the proprietor to assist in their sale. As for the operational details and the distribution of proceeds, the proprietor is free to decide post-transaction. Proposing this matter with a casualness akin to selling a piece of old clothing, Zhang's demeanor was surprisingly nonchalant. For the esteemed young gentleman to take an interest in his humble establishment is indeed a stroke of fortune. Rest assured, I solemnly vow that I shall not allow the young gentleman to suffer any loss. Despite being mentally prepared, Ren Xiong still felt a thrill that left her nose tingling. Swearing fervently with a quivering voice, the miraculous efficacy of the elixir had been personally experienced by him. To claim it could resurrect the deceased would not be an exaggeration. The merchant under the Ren family had secured the consignment rights to this divine remedy, and the profits from such a venture would elevate the status of all associated merchants by several tiers. Then, I must trouble the proprietor. Unlike Ren Xiong's palpable excitement, at this moment, Zhang's demeanor was unexpectedly calm. Once more, he offered a respectful gesture to Ren Xiong, subsequently lifting his teacup, awaiting the return of the portly youth while meticulously admiring the kiln transformation on the surface of the cup. A replica of the green water ghost watch adorned his wrist, while a Huawei phone habitually nestled in his pocket. Presently, his bag contained merely the remnants of 2 capsules of bayfuning, a strip of cephalosporin, a high-quality replica Swiss Army knife, a bottle of essential balm, and a solar charger, leftover provisions after distributing some to the portly youth. The bayfuning, cephalosporin, knife, and bomb had already been revealed during his rescue of Ren Xiong, so he bore no fear of further exposure. As for the solar charger, to speak frankly, even before his crossing into this era, such devices were utilized only by a few electronic enthusiasts or miserly souls wishing to conserve energy. Legitimate manufacturers deemed it beneath their dignity to produce. Unless, in the vast expanse of the Tang Empire, there existed another unfortunate soul akin to Zhang. He need not fret that anyone could identify this peculiar object. This lad is truly remarkable. The life-saving item he so casually relinquished exhibits the poise of a noble scion. Observing Zhang's leisurely examination of the teacup's intricate patterns, Ren Xiong felt an increasing admiration for him. If only Tsong could possess a fraction of his composure, I would not be so burdened with worry. As a prominent figure in the Chang'an business sphere, Ren Xiong had encountered countless young lords on the verge of pawning or consigning ancestral treasures, often weeping and lamenting like mourners. Yet, encountering someone like Zhang, who grasped his subtle hints and decisively relinquished his treasure without the slightest display of reluctance, was indeed a rarity. This led him to ponder whether his approach today might be somewhat short-sighted. Although from his perspective, he had endeavored to assist Zhang to the fullest extent while ensuring the safety of the Rin family. Should he not, when the elixir was presented, request that Zhang secure it and promise that the Rin family would mobilize all resources to guarantee he would not face any coercion? In a fleeting moment, Rin Xiong contemplated the notion of altering his decision, willing to sacrifice everything to repay Zhang Qian's life-saving grace, while simultaneously nurturing the friendship between his son and Zhang Qian. Yet, a glance at his beautiful family, alongside his 3 sons and 1 daughter, extinguished this absurd thought before it could fully blossom. The adage of repaying a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude and the valor of risking oneself for a friend belongs solely to the legends of the marketplace. In the realm of reality, such gallant souls have long since perished. At least in Rin Xiong's lifetime, he had never encountered one. As he hesitated, heavy panting emanated from the entrance. Turning to look, he beheld his son, the chubby Rin Xiong, rushing in, sweat pouring down his brow, clutching an oddly shaped satchel. "Zhang, brother, this is for you." Oblivious to his father's gaze, the boy dashed towards Zhang Qian, carefully presenting the backpack with both hands. "Thank you," Zhang Qian replied with a smile, accepting the satchel. Before everyone, he proceeded to unfasten every buckle and zipper, unveiling 2 capsules of Beifuning, a strip of cephalosporin, a finely crafted imitation Swiss Army knife, a bottle of essential oil, and a solar charger, laying each item on the low table before him. He then inverted the backpack, giving it a vigorous shake, before cheerfully announcing, "Here are the medicines for expelling the malevolent heat, known as Beifuning. I only have these last 2 capsules left. And for purging the internal toxins, the remedy called the exorcism pill, of which I have 12 remaining, all right here. These 2 medicines are inseparable and are only sufficient to save 1 more patient afflicted with blood poison. If left in my possession, they would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Thus, I wish to entrust these 2 remedies to Master Ren for consignment. As for the price, 100,000 coins, payable in Kaiyuan Tongbao or equivalent gold and silver. A deposit of 10% can be made to young Master Ren." Suddenly struck with inspiration, Ren Qiong cast aside all distractions and resolutely made the boldest decision of his life. He would not consume these alone, but instead collaborate with Baozang Sheng and He Zhizhang to consign them together. Both of these enterprises had formidable backing and would not easily succumb to coercion. Regrettably, his efforts were destined to be in vain. Zhang Qian was entirely unaware of the standing of Baozang Sheng and He Zhizhang in Chang'an and focused solely on the staggering price of 100,000 coins. 100,000 coins? Is that not excessively dear? After all, it can only save 1 more person. The fact that it could save just 1 life was indeed the justification for the exorbitant cost. In the realm of commerce, Rin Xiong far surpassed Zhang Qian. Shaking his head, he earnestly explained, "Young Master Zhang, heed my words. In Chang'an, only families capable of affording 100,000 coins in Kaiyuan Tongbao are worthy of possessing this medicine. Selling it at a lower price would only serve to harm the buyer." "Very well, I shall leave everything to the master's discretion." A vivid image flashed before Zhang Qian's eyes, a middle-class family, pouring all their resources into acquiring Beifuning and cephalosporin, only to have it snatched away by a certain official's descendant before they could even use it. With a grimace, he sighed and nodded in agreement. The ancient poem states, "With a waist adorned with 100,000 strings of gold, I ride a crane down to Yangzhou." From this, it is evident that 100,000 taels is undoubtedly an exorbitant price. Gazing across the city of Chang'an, it is likely that no more than 200 families can afford such a sum. Yet, these few individuals control the entire operation of the Tang Dynasty, while others, including the likes of Rin Xiong, merely gaze up in awe at how these elites manipulate affairs. Contemplating his own lack of even the qualification to look up, Zhang Qian felt a profound sense of ennui. With a smile, he handed the Beifuning and the final dose of the cephalosporin to the astonished little chubby boy, commanding loudly, "Kindly deliver these medicines to the master." "Wait." Before the boy could respond, Rin Xiong interjected loudly, "How can one so casually transfer life-saving medicine? Dr. Sun is still at the estate, and the Duke of Shao has mentioned that he will return tomorrow to check on me. Young Master Zhang should keep the precious medicine safe for now. Tomorrow, I shall invite both of them as witnesses, and we can draft a receipt on the spot for the transaction." Very well. Having resolved to sell the Beifuning and the final dose of cephalosporin for money. Zhang Qian was indifferent to whether the transaction occurred a day sooner or later. He chuckled, carelessly stuffing the 2 capsules and other items from the tea table into his bag, then rose, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. I shall keep these for the master for a day. Since he is just recovering from a serious illness and requires careful nurturing, I shall not impose further. When the Duke of Shao arrives tomorrow, please have someone summon me. Good, good. Take care, young master. Witnessing Zhang Qian treat the life-saving medicine worth 100,000 taels with such casual disregard, Ren Xiong felt a pang of distress, veins throbbing on his forehead. After much restraint, he suppressed the urge to snatch the medicine back, smiling as he urged, Songer, why aren't you seeing young Master Zhang off? Sighing, Ren Song, still reeling from the shock that his father had just struck a deal worth 100,000 taels with Zhang Qian in less than a quarter of an hour, reluctantly agreed, then hurriedly followed Zhang Qian. Alas, once again, Ren Xiong could clearly perceive the vast chasm between his son and Zhang Qian, prompting him to let out a low sigh. Master, are we really going to involve Bao Changsheng and the Four Seas Curiosities in selling those 2 doses of medicine? Mistakenly thinking Ren Xiong sighed due to the burdens he bore, the steward Ren Fu cautiously interjected. 100,000 taels is no trifling sum. Ren Xiong glanced at him, nodding slightly. Even if it were merely a tenth of that amount, if carelessly presented, the business could find itself in dire straits for quite some time. That is not my meaning, Ren Fu replied, shaking his head with regret. What I meant was that the Dukes of Bao, Kuei, and Xiao are shielding him from the storm. That is excessively lenient. Unlike Zhang Qian, Ren Fu was acutely aware of the costs borne by his master Ren Xiong. He added, shaking his head in sorrow, just now, I observed him feigning generosity, yet he has never answered the master's inquiries regarding the secret of the elixir. Silence. Have you lost your mind, or are you eager for the downfall of the Ren family? Before Ren Fu could finish his sentence, he was sternly interrupted by Ren Xiong. He, who had always placed great trust in the steward, suddenly abandoned his usual forbearance, striking the table with his hand. His brow furrowed in anger. Regardless of whether he was aware of the elixir's formula, even if he did know, how could Ren, who owed him a life-saving debt, possibly dare to exert excessive pressure upon him? Furthermore, Ren himself did not even have the courage to consume the life-saving potion alone. If he were to present the formula willingly, what foundation or qualification would the Ren family possess to claim it? Chapter 23. The Curse of Lingyan Pavilion. The words spoken resonated loudly, causing the countenance of everyone present to shift dramatically. Although the Ren family indeed had the backing of the Duke of Bao's residence and boasted numerous commercial establishments, with grand estates both within and beyond the city of Chang'an, they remained far from the ranks of illustrious noble houses. When compared to the royal family and dignitaries, they were scarcely worth mentioning. Upon acquiring the spiritual elixir, the Ren family promptly allied with 2 other prominent merchants to market it, thereby distributing the risk while showcasing the strength of their commercial enterprises. However, should the Ren family obtain the formula for the elixir, it would be akin to an infant brandishing a gold ingot in a bustling market. Any misstep could result in catastrophic loss. Master, the old servant was indeed reckless earlier. I beseech you to punish me. The steward, Ren Fu, quickly grasped the situation and, with a beaded brow, bowed deeply in apology. Enough. You acted out of concern for the Ren family. Ren Xiong waved his hand dismissively, his spirits waning. Yet, he then inquired solemnly, have the garments belonging to young Master Zhang been returned? Were there any damages or losses? They have been returned in their entirety, as of the evening 2 days ago. Without any damages or shortages, the steward, Ren Fu, felt his face flush as he reported, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The old servant even arranged for them to be mended, restoring the parts damaged by the wolf's claws. That is well, Ren Xiong exhaled. He has shown kindness to me. I cannot allow others to mock me for neglecting the garments of my benefactor. He nodded gently once more. Upon hearing this, Ren Fu's face reddened even more, and he hastily explained in a hushed tone that he had initially mistaken Zhang Qian for a charlatan flaunting bizarre garments acquired from unknown sources, which prompted his inquiry into the materials, craftsmanship, and origin of the clothing, not out of malice. However, Ren Xiong was uninterested in excuses and gently interrupted. Your ambition is commendable, and your abilities far exceed those of ordinary individuals. To confine yourself to the role of a steward is indeed a grave injustice. Thus, The Duke's residence is preparing to establish a branch in Jincheng to facilitate the flow of goods between the western regions and the Central Plains. And we are in need of a capable and responsible individual. I believe you are the perfect fit. I shall draft a letter of appointment for you shortly. Take it and proceed to assume your duties there. The sooner you arrive, the sooner you can establish your foothold, allowing the Duke to rest easy. Master. Ren Fu was taken aback, collapsing to his knees in astonishment and repeatedly bowing his head. The old servant acted with the interests of the Ren family in mind when he meddled with the benefactor's garments. There was no selfish intent. I swear to the heavens. Rise, rise. I have tasked you with a significant responsibility. Why do you behave as though you have been cast out? Ren Xiong stood and approached Ren Fu, grasping his arm with the hand and scathed by injury. If it were anyone else, they would likely be overjoyed. Master. Ren Fu, fearful of aggravating Ren Xiong's injury, stood slowly, his heart heavy with grievance. The old servant acknowledges his mistake and is willing to relinquish his duties as steward. I implore you to grant me another chance and not to dismiss me, even if it means having the old servant lead your horse and lift your stirrups. Nonsense, leading a horse and lifting stirrups. What need have you for that? Ren Xiong smiled gently, raising his thumb to wipe away the tears of the other. Ren Fu, as I mentioned earlier, sending you to Jincheng is not a punishment. Your ambition is commendable, and your decisiveness in action is exactly what is needed in Jincheng. The Duke of Bao has allied with several prominent figures to explore trade routes in the western regions, and they require someone with your enterprising spirit. Here in Chang'an, the waters are deep and turbulent, fraught with danger. What is needed is not ambition but steadiness. It is better to hesitate and miss opportunities than to act recklessly. He cast a glance at his wife and children, raising his voice slightly as he sighed and added, "These words are not meant solely for Ren Fu. You all must exercise careful consideration in your endeavors. Do not think that having acquired some wealth allows you to court trouble. The city of Chang'an is perilous. A single misstep could endanger the entire family. In the past, Emperor Taizong commemorated the merits of his ministers, erecting statues of 24 noble lords in Lingyan Pavilion, which is a great honor for them and their descendants. However, just 2 years ago, upon ascending the throne, our wise emperor, reflecting on the trials of founding the Tang Dynasty, summoned the descendants of those noble lords from various regions back to Chang'an to bestow titles and restore provisions. An astonishing 19 families were involved. The 24 worthy ministers, despite their foundational achievements, could not guarantee lasting wealth and prosperity for their descendants. Nowadays, court intrigues grow fiercer by the day for families like ours. If we do not tread carefully, we could easily be swept away in the turmoil, vanishing without a trace. Fearing that his wife and children might not believe him, he sighed again and continued solemnly, 19 families of the 24 meritorious ministers have fallen into disgrace. Why has our Ren family, serving the Duke of Bao for 3 generations, not been among them? Firstly, the first Duke of Bao passed away early, in the 16th year of the Jingguan era, and thus missed the subsequent turmoil surrounding the Crown Prince's deposition and the succession disputes. Secondly, the first Duke was adept at educating his children, allowing the old Duke to focus solely on making money with his former comrades, without involving himself in any ostentatious matters. After his passing, the old Duke, lacking the seniority of his predecessors, lost his authority and could not engage in significant affairs. Consequently, the Duke of Bao's household became one of the most prosperous among the 24 families of meritorious ministers. The master foresaw the future, and the old servant acknowledges his mistakes. The steward Ren Fu no longer dared to voice his grievances, bowing deeply to Ren Xiong in respect. The old servant will exert every effort in Jincheng to create a new foundation for our Ren family and for the Duke of Bao. When leaving, ensure that there are ample funds available to prevent any financial strain upon arrival. Suddenly, a wave of reluctance surged within Ren Xiong, and he nodded, earnestly advising, "Furthermore, I shall turn my gaze towards my wife and children," continuing in a low voice, "I have not spoken these words before, and I shall not speak them again. The situation is murky, and I would rather you all lead your lives quietly than seek any prominence. From the time of your great-grandfather, our Ren family has accumulated wealth alongside the Duke of Bao. Even if you do nothing, you possess enough to live comfortably for several generations. If you stray from the right path or join the wrong faction, it is not only your own life that may be at stake. Your entire family could be dragged down by your missteps." The children heed their father's admonitions. Ren Yingying and her brother Ren Zhang, the 4 siblings, listened with a faint understanding, yet they responded in unison. No wonder that Song is so enamored with the ideals of chivalry and the mystical path. You, my lord, do not dissuade him, for your foresight is indeed profound. The middle-aged matron smiled gently and nodded slowly. Just as she was about to utter a few sharp remarks to prevent Rin Song from overshadowing his younger siblings due to his valor in saving their father, a panting voice came from outside the door. Grandfather, grandfather, urgent news. Brother Zhang has something of grave importance to discuss with you. That evil-repelling pill, after consumption. One must not touch alcohol for 12 hours. Otherwise, the effects of the medicine and the alcohol will clash, and the taker's life will surely be in jeopardy. Rin Xiong was startled, her hair standing on end, and in an instant, she was drenched in sweat. The descendants of the Mo family truly live up to their reputation. Fortunately, she had changed her mind at the last moment and did not press this individual too hard. Otherwise, this crucial reminder would have been forgotten, and after indulging in a celebratory drink, she would have found herself in a predicament. Chapter 24. The Good Samaritan card from the Tang Dynasty. Heaven bears witness. Zhang Qian harbored no intention of holding back. He would gladly swear this before the tombstone of Emperor Gaozu of the Tang Dynasty, Li Yuan. Although similar oaths made by the latter were often forgotten as soon as they were spoken. In truth, even if Rin Xiong's attitude towards him today were less than cordial and the offered price insufficiently generous, as long as the demands were not excessively unreasonable, he would not entertain the thought of exploiting the adverse interaction between cephalosporins and alcohol to deliberately send this individual to the afterlife. By Fu Ning and the fourth generation of cephalosporins, though the remaining quantity was merely sufficient for one person, did not hold the value in his eyes that Rin Xiong and Sun Anzu perceived. For the likes of Rin Xiong and Sun Anzu, these were miraculous elixirs capable of reviving the dead. However, for Zhang Qian, who hailed from the 21st century and had grown up consuming cephalosporins, and by Fu Ning, these medications were exceedingly mundane. They were certainly not worth risking his life to possess, let alone committing murder for. Indeed, when he received Rin Xiong's reminder and realized he might attract significant trouble due to these two medications, his immediate thought was to rid himself of them. The price at which he could relinquish them would merely need to alleviate his current state of financial destitution. He harbored no lofty expectations. Yet, Rin Xiong's offer was a staggering 100,000 taels. Even in the event of a failed transaction, the advance payment amounted to 10,000 taels. This was not a world akin to that of martial arts novels, where a hero might casually spend 50 taels on a meal. From Zhang Qian's observations over the past few days, in the third year of the Shenlong era of the Tang Dynasty, even near Chang'an, 2 taels of silver could procure a good acre of land. 100,000 taels translated to an astonishing 50,000 acres. Can you imagine the sensation of someone from the 21st century who could barely afford a toilet in the Baqiao district of Xi'an, suddenly discovering that they had inherited 50,000 acres of land on the western outskirts of Xi'an? If he did not lose his mind on the spot, it would be a testament to Zhang Qian's extraordinary composure. 2 capsules of Bai Fu Ning and a strip of 4th-generation cephalosporins would typically cost about 10 yuan in the 21st century, equivalent to 2 jin of aged millet. Presently, according to Zhang Qian's inquiries, the price of rice outside Chang'an was 6.5 copper coins per dough, which meant that each copper coin could buy 2 jin of millet. The cost of 1 copper coin, juxtaposed with a final selling price of 100 million copper coins, made for an undeniably lucrative deal. If he could locate the time tunnel that had transported him here, Zhang Qian would wish to traverse it daily, each time bringing a truckload of 4th-generation cephalosporins and Bai Fu Ning. Alas, that tunnel was invisible to him, and he likely would never have the chance to touch it again in this lifetime. Thus, facing the unexpected windfall of 50,000 acres of prime land on the western outskirts of Xi'an, bestowed upon him by the fortuitous Rin Xiong, Zhang Qian could hardly contain his gratitude. How could he ever consider letting Rin Xiong consume cephalosporins with wine? His previous lack of reminder was merely a result of his overwhelming joy. Just now, having regained a semblance of composure in the guest room, he immediately recalled the prohibitions surrounding the consumption of cephalosporins and hastily dispatched the chubby boy to the main hall to remind his father, fearing that he might be too late should Rin Xiong suddenly desire a drink. As for this action, the manner in which it terrified Rin Xiong to the brink of death and rendered others in awe of his enigmatic presence was merely a collateral effect, entirely unforeseen by Zhang Qian and not one of his intended outcomes. At present, his sole desire is to hasten the journey with the plump Rin Xiong to Weinan, to finalize his settlement procedures in the Tang Dynasty. Then, he yearns to swiftly pack and relocate to his own estate, embracing the blissful life of a modest landowner. An estate by the banks of the Weishui River. 100,000 cash, still a substantial amount in Kaiyuan coins. The thought of such a life brings forth a joyous euphoria. As for the affairs within Chang'an, who reigns as emperor, who engages in tumultuous battles, or the prince's mother compelling him to take his own life, these matters hold no significance for a humble landowner like him. Regardless of who ascends the throne, he remains obligated to pay taxes. Who among the contenders will include him in their ranks for promotion amidst their strife? Moreover, history has taught Zhang Qian that all victors are ultimately destined for disgrace. It is well known that the one who laughs last is named Li Longji. Following his ascension, peace reigned across the nation for a considerable duration until the Inshur rebellion, long before which Zhang Qian anticipates he will have reached the venerable age of 70. Given that it is rare for individuals to thrive joyfully until such an age, he sees little reason to concern himself with the trivialities of others. When one is enveloped in happiness, the passage of time becomes imperceptible. He merely scribbled a few characters on a piece of paper while engaging the maid Ziju in light-hearted conversation about the local customs of Weinan, and before he knew it, night had fallen. Although his phone brimmed with gigabytes of literary works, gossip, and even indulgences for the reclusive, Zhang Qian refrained from indulging in distractions under the lamp, opting instead to preserve both battery life and the longevity of his charger. After hastily consuming a late-night snack and, under Ziju's attentive service, brushing his teeth with salt and washing his feet with warm water, he reclined upon his bed. Thanks to the absence of industrial pollution, the moonlight of the Tang Dynasty is far brighter than that of the 21st century. It soon streamed through the papered window, casting a luminescence upon his canopy. The exquisitely crafted fabric, unblemished by chemical bleaching, became ethereal under the moon's glow, resembling a soft, creamy mist when viewed from the pillow. Each autumn morning, the vicinity of Chang'an University is often veiled in a similar hue of fog. Yet, the smog of the 21st century is forever tinged with the acrid scent of exhaust fumes and burning straw, while now, the air is suffused only with delicate fragrances. Ultimately, Zhang Qian found himself yearning for the 21st century. Just as he glimpsed the hope of settling down in the Tang Dynasty, having extricated himself from one complication after another, a tide of homesickness surged uncontrollably within him, chilling his limbs, causing his eyes to sting, and tightening his heart with a heavy ache. Tears silently trickled from the corners of his eyes onto the pillow. Despite his uncertainty as to whom his tears were shed for, or what in the 21st century still held significance worth longing for. At this very moment, he resembled a solitary goose, lost from its flock, unable to discern where his companions had gone or the path he ought to take. He could only linger by the shore, wallowing in self-pity, oblivious to the lurking dangers beneath the water. Whether crocodiles lay in wait, or if a hunter had stealthily knocked an arrow behind the grass, the soft sound of sniffling suddenly pierced the night air, resonating with unusual clarity on this homesick evening. What troubles you, Ziju? Has someone wronged you? Zhang Qian's thoughts were abruptly pulled from the 21st century back to the Tang Dynasty as he sat up, inquiring, towards the outer room. He had been so engrossed in his own merriment during the day that he had failed to notice Ziju's emotional shift, unaware of the troubles she might be facing. Thus, upon hearing her weeping, he could not help but feel taken aback. And no, it's nothing. Just a slight nasal congestion. I have disturbed the young lord's slumber. I am most unworthy, Ziju replied, her voice trembling and faint. Please, young lord, do not be angered. The sound of her sniffling abruptly ceased. Yet her affliction was not to be dismissed lightly. Have you seen the physician? Do you require medicine? Zhang Qian inquired softly, rising from his bed. Entirely unaware of how peculiar his concern was in the context of the Tang Dynasty, the sniffling resumed, only to be hastily stifled once more. It's nothing, young lord. I am quite robust, no need for a physician. I shall simply have some ginger soup in the morning, and I will be well. Robust, indeed? Zhang Qian chuckled lightly, donning his outer robe as he jested. A gust of wind could send you tumbling. I shudder to think how you manage in winter. Truly, it is unnecessary. I have caused the young lord undue worry. I am but a humble maidservant, and there is no physician in the manor for my ailments. Ziju laughed softly, her nasal congestion becoming more pronounced. Is not physician's son present? Zhang Qian instinctively retorted, only to swiftly remember that he was in the Tang Dynasty, not the 21st century. Rising to his feet, he parted the curtain and strode purposefully towards the outer door. intending to send Ren Quan to seek out the physician. Promising to cover the expenses himself, he had just secured a lucrative deal worth 10,000 taels that very morning, and his spirits soared, untroubled by the prospect of calling for someone who might not respond. However, just as his fingers grazed the door latch, a petite figure leaped from behind, clinging tightly to his waist. "Young lord, do not call for the physician. I am fine, truly," she pleaded, her voice quivering. "I simply thought of my father and mother." Her words faltered, and she buried her face in Zhang Qian's back, overcome with tears. It became clear that she had not merely been sniffling. Like him, she had been silently weeping in the dark. Zhang Qian's heart sank heavily, feeling an acute pang of sorrow. Stopping in his tracks, he reached back to gently pat the hand resting on his waist, murmuring softly, "Do not weep, do not weep. You miss your grandfather and parents, do you not? Tomorrow morning, we shall visit them." "Ah, I see. You fear the steward will deny you leave, correct? Worry not, for I shall speak on your behalf come dawn." No. Zhizhang could no longer contain herself. Her sobs swiftly morphed into lamentations. "My grandfather and parents have long since passed. Young master, you are about to depart, are you not? You are a good person. It is a blessing from a past life that I can serve you." A good person? The unexpected accolade left Zhang Qian bewildered. What did his imminent departure have to do with his character? He had barely spent a few days at the Ren residence. How could his presence be deemed a fortune for another? As her weeping intensified, Zhizhang's tears seeped through his clothing, warm and vaguely painful against his back. She truly did not wish for him to leave. Considering she was merely 13 or 14, her attachment to adults was entirely understandable. Zhang Qian instinctively smiled to console her. "Then I shall speak to Ren Song about extending my stay at the estate. Be good, do not cry. The night air is chilly, and if you continue, you may catch a cold." Zhizhang nodded, yet her tears continued to flow. "Young master, you are a good person. The young master arranged for me to serve you, yet you have never mistreated me." "Mistreat you? At my age, what pleasure would I find in bullying a child?" The innocence of her words, so devoid of malice, brought a smile to Zhang Qian's face as he gently patted her small hand clasped around his waist. "All right, stop crying now. Quickly light a lamp and dry your tears. Otherwise, you shall awaken with swollen eyes, and others might truly believe I have bullied you." To his surprise, his attempt at comfort only caused Zhizhang to wail even more fervently. She clung tightly to his waist, akin to a drowning person grasping a piece of driftwood. "What is the matter? Have you encountered some trouble?" he asked, concern lacing his voice. "Zhizhang, if you are facing difficulties, speak up. Perhaps I can assist you." Zhang Qian felt a tightness in his chest as she clung to him, struggling to break free while still maintaining a gentle tone. He dared not pull too hard, fearing he might inadvertently hurl Zhizhang away and cause her harm. Sensing his struggle, Zhizhang pressed her frail body against his back, trembling with an unmistakable intensity. "Young master, please accept me," she implored, her voice hoarse and tinged with desperation in the darkness. "It is a monumental fortune for me to be assigned to serve you. If you do not accept me, I will be sent to serve someone else in the future." Chapter 25. The first Oscar Golden statue. It suddenly dawned upon Zhang Qian that the concept of bullying in the Tang Dynasty was entirely different from that in the 21st century's Chinese vernacular. In an instant, an indescribable sensation surged within him. In the Grand Tang era, being a virtuous individual was astonishingly effortless. As long as he refrained from causing harm to a 13 or 14-year-old maid, he was already ahead. Yet, he soon found himself ensnared in a ludicrous and awkward predicament. A mere twist of her fingers or a swift throw could easily resolve the situation, yet he found himself incapable of being ruthless. Perhaps, in uttering those previous words, Zhizhang had exhausted all her courage. She fell silent, pressing her forehead firmly against his back, her arms encircling his waist like an octopus. As if the slightest relaxation would cause Zhang Qian to dissipate into thin air, vanishing from her sight. Was he moved? To assert he felt nothing would be a blatant falsehood. As a 22-year-old virgin yet to find a girlfriend, the shock, joy, and pride from receiving a confession from a girl before him was a cocktail of emotions that rivaled the finest of wines. However, to act upon it, how could that be anything but brutish? Zhang Qian's skin was not thick enough to shamelessly claim that he and a 13-year-old girl had fallen in love at first sight. He would never presume that a few benevolent gestures entitled him to her body. Such behavior was typically reserved for those returning from studies abroad, while he was merely an undergraduate philosophy student preparing for graduate school. Moreover, the Zhizhang behind him, completely vulnerable, was a living, breathing human being, capable of speech and emotion. Not a mere animation from a computer or a smartphone. Many harbor a fondness for younger girls, including Zhang Qian himself. Yet most enthusiasts prefer the animated characters with large eyes, petite noses, and curvaceous figures on screens, or the idealized beauties conjured in their imaginations. Without imposing such fantasies upon reality. Zhizhang, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Zhang Qian spoke in the gentlest of tones to the girl clinging to his back, urging her to loosen her grip, for he was nearly suffocating. A soft whimper escaped her lips, and though her arms slackened slightly, her fingers intertwined even more tightly. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window, he could see the pallor of her knuckles. Zhizhang, please release your hands and allow me to speak to you calmly. A tender ache surged within him, overpowering the fleeting desire he held. In the choice between being less than human and a mere beast in clothing, he resolutely opted for the former. He was a product of the 21st century, a person shaped by 16 years of comprehensive education, not a creature driven solely by instinct. Another mournful cry escaped Zhizhang, laced with evident despair. Her arms grew weak, yet her fingers remained tightly interlocked. Simultaneously, an abundance of tears streamed through the fabric, dampening Zhang Qian's back and heart. No, I'm not rejecting you. Zhang Qian swiftly recognized the misunderstanding his words had caused and hastily corrected himself. No, I did not imply that I would abandon you. You are still young, do you understand? You are merely 13. He continued, what I mean is, you need not sleep beside me. I can take you away. The effort of articulating these few sentences left him more fatigued than battling a wolf, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. A mournful wail emerged from behind, transforming suddenly into a quiet sob. Zhizhang's arms began to tremble, her fingers loosening weakly, and she sank gently to the ground. I am not deceiving you, truly. I swear by the heavens, I will take you away. Zhang Qian felt a pang in his heart as he turned to crouch beside her, carefully explaining, as if raising his voice even slightly would frighten Zhizhang. He had never seen the faces of his biological parents and had never engaged in a romantic relationship. Yet a remarkable woman had imparted to him the essence of love and kindness at an early age. He understood that the young Zhizhang did not harbor an instant infatuation for him, even though he believed his appearance was worthy of the term handsome. With broad shoulders and a robust presence, he recognized that Zhizhang's eagerness to offer herself was merely a reflection of her profound insecurity. His consistent kindness had illuminated a glimmer of hope for her amidst despair. It was akin to a person who had traversed a snowy landscape for an extended period suddenly spotting a flickering campfire, driven to rush towards it despite the strong possibility that it was merely a figment of their imagination. It resembled the tale of the little match girl who, in the glow of her last match, beheld her grandmother. She would unhesitatingly open her arms to her grandmother, fully aware that her grandmother had long since passed away. Yet in that fleeting embrace, she would welcome death. At least, before being claimed by death, she would experience the final vestige of warmth this world has to offer. I am good friends with Director Zhong of Shaozhuang. Tomorrow, I will speak with her and have her give you to me. The compassion swelling within him intensified, and his heart ached more. Zhang Qian endeavored to make his voice sound softer and more trustworthy, as if addressing the younger version of himself in an orphanage. If she refuses, I shall pay her to release you. I have just earned a substantial sum, Zhizhang, a considerable amount, enough to redeem you from the Rin family. As he gently combed through her disheveled and yellowing hair, he continued to speak softly, as if this might alleviate her tension. If she still refuses, I will inform her that she will never learn anything from me again. That fellow regards me as a recluse, you know? He wishes to take me as his master to become a sword immortal one day. Although I am not a sword immortal, I possess many other skills that could occupy him for a lifetime. If all else fails, I could even tempt him with comics. I can draw comics, albeit not exceptionally well. Comics, do you know what they are? They are illustrations that can captivate one's heart, compelling one to indulge in them ceaselessly for an entire year without repetition. Young master, Zhizhang suddenly raised her head, her eyes glistening with a crimson hue, still filled with despair. Do you find me unattractive? My mother is quite beautiful. When I grow up, I will surely resemble her. I can wash your clothes, prepare meals, and conjure an array of dishes surpassing even the finest chef. I can also craft garments and shoes for you, and even groom your hair and massage your back. Alas, all those words I just uttered were in vain. Zhang Qian shook his head in resignation, a smile playing on his lips as he gently grasped Zhizhang's hand. Rise, you mustn't crouch. It's uncomfortable. You are quite lovely as you are, a little beauty. Come, let us sit on the bed and converse. Suddenly, Zhizhang's hand trembled, followed by a noticeable shiver throughout her body. Nevertheless, she struggled to stand, striving to reach the bed as if fearing that Zhang Qian would retract his words if she hesitated. That is not what I meant. Zhang Qian felt a surge of frustration, torn between releasing her hand and not wishing to crush the remnants of her fragile confidence. With a sigh, he smiled and shook his head. Sit down first, we shall talk. Some matters must be approached gradually. Do you understand the saying, more haste, less speed? This time, Zhizhang did not succumb to despair. She nodded and slowly sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at him through teary eyes, filled with hope. I will surely take you away. Ren Song owes me a favor. He should not refuse my request. After all, having studied for 4 years at a teacher's college, Zhang Qian had acquired some knowledge on how to guide a young mind. Seated beside Zhizhang, he offered her words of reassurance. Indeed, a flush of crimson swept across the girl's cheeks, illuminated by the moonlight, creating an alluring haze. Turning his gaze slightly aside, Zhang Qian silently recited the principles of honor and shame, then continued to elaborate gently. I have arrived here, far from kin, yet I have a trustworthy companion beside me. You are intelligent and can both learn and assist me. I understand that you wish to demonstrate your worth to me. However, your value does not lie in offering me your body, at least not at this moment. Your body has yet to fully develop. Do you understand what development means? It is akin to a young tree growing tall. Have you seen an apricot tree? If it blossoms before it has grown sufficiently, it is destined to wither and may even perish. Do not rush to interrupt. Listen to me, for I will surely take you away. Look around our village. Some women perish in childbirth, a tragedy of 2 lives lost, often due to premature blossoming. More verbose than even the monk Tang's son, he continued to promise that he would take her along when he departed. Thus, after an hour and a half of earnest discourse, he finally succeeded. How much Zhizhang truly comprehended, Zhang Qian could not ascertain. In the end, however, the result was that Zhizhang ceased her tears, resting her head against his chest. Her arms wrapped around his waist, asleep like an innocent child. Ah, in this day and age, being a good person is indeed a challenge. Bowing his head, Zhang Qian instinctively glanced between his legs, sighed, and rose to his feet. He gently lifted Zhizhang and laid her on the bed, ensuring her comfort. Then, he struggled to make his way to the makeshift bed in the outer room. Contemplating how to broach the subject of leaving with Zhizhang to Rinsong without provoking any misunderstandings, he fell into a deep, muddled slumber, unaware that dawn was breaking. Turning over, he sensed something amiss. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he still lay on the floor, while Zhizhang, who should have been on the bed, was quietly sleeping beside him. Her chest rose and fell evenly, her long, dark lashes unmoving. A soft gasp escaped his lips as Zhang Qian quickly sat up, his mind sharpening in an instant. He swiftly checked his attire, reassured that nothing had changed. However, a natural reaction in a certain part of his body upon waking was more pronounced than the previous night. Finally, he exhaled, exchanging a wry smile and a shake of his head. The young girl remained unperturbed. For now, he would have to accommodate her. Once they arrived at his estate, there would be ample rooms to settle her, and plentiful time to impart the fundamental knowledge of physiological development. Before Zhang Qian could devise a method to connect theory with practice for Zhizhang's better understanding, a gentle knock echoed from outside. Tap, 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 tap. Zhizhang. Has Brother Zhang awakened? The Duke of Shao has come early, wishing to invite him for tea in the main hall. I'm awake, Brother Ren, please wait. To avoid any misunderstandings, Zhang Qian hastily replied, rising to his feet, slipping on his mismatched wooden clogs, and hastening to the door. He opened it just a crack and quickly slipped outside, closing the door behind him. Please hold on while I freshen up. Why has the Duke arrived so early? I thought it would be at least noon. Ren Song did not respond, but instead fixed his gaze intently behind Zhang Qian. What is the matter? A surge of foreboding flooded Zhang Qian's mind, compelling him to turn around. The door, whether he had not secured it properly or the wind had forced it open, swung wide, flooding the room with bright sunlight. In the radiance stood the young Zhizhang, hands cradling her dental tools, her brows slightly furrowed, cheeks flushed, and her legs awkwardly squatting together, creating a deep crease in her skirt. Chapter 26. Why are there so many actors? This little girl. Did I not treat you well last night? Zhang Qian instantly grasped Zhizhang's intentions, shaking his head in a blend of laughter and exasperation. The more beautiful a girl is, the more deceptive she tends to be. Indeed, the great Master Jin Yong does not deceive me. Even as a two-time young virgin, Zhang Qian had witnessed similar antics and expressions on television. It was unmistakably the demeanor of a maiden, shyly enduring the pangs of first intimacy with her beloved. Congratulations, Brother Zhang, you have embraced a beauty. As if he were not already awkward enough, Rin Song's voice swiftly echoed in his ears, imbued with genuine sincerity. Zhang Qian's face turned crimson, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Such matters would only exacerbate the situation. Unless he could summon the audacity to demand that the Rin family arrange for a servant to verify Ziwan's purity. Such an action would only cast her into the depths of despair. Regardless of their motivations, whether to uphold their family honor or to provide an explanation to their esteemed guest, the Rin family would never allow Ziwan to serve him again. Nor would they relinquish her bond of servitude. What awaited her after his departure would be harsh familial discipline and an unending cycle of humiliation. Young master, please rinse your mouth. Aware that her actions may have crossed a line, Ziwan called out in a voice as delicate as a mosquito's buzz. Raising her dental tools above her brow, Zhang Qian felt a sudden softness in his heart. Shaking his head, he resignedly instructed, "All right, just leave it there. I will brush my teeth when I go inside. Please fetch me some water to wash my face." There was no need to expose the girl's little ruse. She merely wished to label herself as someone of importance. Her actions, in a way, were beneficial, saving him from the awkwardness of broaching the subject of her bond when he later needed to request it. Sighing, Ziwan lifted her head, stealing a glance at Zhang Qian to ensure he was not truly upset by her antics. Her tone softened and became syrupy. "I will fetch it right away, young master. Please wait a moment." As she spoke, she did not forget to bow gracefully to Rincon. Yet, in the instant she bent her body, it appeared as though she were suppressing some discomfort, her delicate brows knitting slightly. He. Rin Song turned his face towards Zhang Qian, grinning and playfully winking. It was not until Zhang Qian, unable to endure any longer, clenched his fists that Rin Song ceased his laughter, gently raising his thumb. "Brother Zhang is quite fortunate. This girl was originally purchased by my father, intended to be raised for a few years as a gift for my younger sister. She excels in needlework and possesses a charming disposition. Though she is yet to fully mature, the more she remains this way. In a moment of absurdity, I have become the subject of your amusement, Brother Rin." Zhang Qian felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead, hastily interjecting, "I wonder if Brother Rin would consider." The more he spoke, the more he felt a pang of guilt, and the few phrases he had recently acquired in the Tang dialect suddenly seemed inadequate. Fortunately, Rin Song was already well-versed in such matters, and had long since become accustomed to the exchange of beautiful maidens as gifts among friends. With a knowing smile, he nodded decisively, "Of course. My younger brother sent her to serve you, hoping she would keep you warm at night. The deed of sale has long been prepared. I merely observed that you had not yet approached her, leading me to believe she did not pique your interest." Thank you. Zhang Qian raised his hand to wipe the beads of perspiration from his forehead and once again clasped his fists in gratitude. Rin Song stepped aside, returning the gesture. His plump, round face gleamed with a cunning smile akin to that of a fox that has pilfered oil. After such a lengthy acquaintance, he finally discerned what Master Zhang truly cherished. It was neither wealth nor gourmet delicacies, nor antiquities or precious artworks, but rather something slender and delicate, as fragile as a washboard that could be swept away by a gust of wind. This was easily remedied. The servants of the Rin family traversed the land and had encountered families in dire straits, willing to sell their daughters for survival. They could procure a fetching maiden to bring back. After all, his estate was vast and in need of liveliness. Should any of these slender maidens find favor in his eyes, or, taking advantage of the matroness' absence, ascend to his bed, they could help the Zhang family flourish. Hailing from the 21st, Zhang Qian could not possibly fathom Rin Song's current thoughts. Embarrassed by his laughter, he could only make an excuse about needing to brush his teeth and fled in haste. Rin Song, however, did not rush him, but continued to stroll back and forth beneath the willow tree by the guest room door, as if this area were suffused with ethereal energy, and breathing in a few more breaths could lead to celestial ascension. After pacing an ample 20 circuits, Zhang Qian finally finished his ablutions. The earlier embarrassment had vanished from his fair, angular face. The two brothers exchanged a knowing smile and walked side by side until they arrived at the main hall of the Rin estate. Duke Duan Huaijian, Imperial physician Sun Anzu and director of the estate, Qiong, had long been waiting, their patience wearing thin. Yet, upon the arrival of the seller, they did not immediately proceed with the transaction. Instead, they commanded that breakfast be served to satisfy the hunger of those present. Note: in ancient times, people typically had two meals. Breakfast was referred to as chaoshi, and the afternoon meal as bushi. Wealthy families could indulge in late-night snacks, while ordinary households had to make do. The meal lingered for a good half-hour before concluding. Subsequently, Ren Xiong presented fruits and tea for the guests to savor. The host and guests seemed to have no pressing matters to attend to, engaging in light-hearted conversation for a full hour. Only when the sun had passed over the rooftops did they finally broach the main subject. As the highest-ranking individual present, Duke Duan Huaijian felt compelled to deliver a few pleasantries. He first praised Ren Xiong for upholding a legacy of scholarly pursuits, characterized by integrity and virtue, and then lauded Zhang Qian for his vast knowledge and remarkable skills. Having just departed from his mentor's tutelage to wield his miraculous healing hands and save Ren Xiong's life, he further commended both Ren Xiong and Zhang Qian for their concern for the common people, using Ren Xiong's near-fatal injury as a springboard to express their collective decision to entrust the final life-saving elixir to the collaborative consignment of the three commercial houses, He Zhizhang, Chang'an, and He Zhizhang. Throughout this formal discourse, there was no mention of He Zhizhang being the largest shareholder belonging to the noble Duan family, nor that the second shareholder bore the surname Ren. Furthermore, it went unspoken that Zhang Qian, following Ren Xiong's counsel, had marked the life-saving elixir with a staggering price of 100,000 guan. However, in the ensuing transaction, each step was conducted with the utmost commercial integrity. He first presented the established contract to both Ren Xiong and Zhang Qian for their review. Only after both parties confirmed its accuracy did they proceed to sign and seal the document. Following the signing, there was no haste in exchanging contracts. Instead, they laid the spiritual herbs in the deposit out in plain sight. In the presence of the two intermediaries, the steward sent by the Duke of Bao and Zhang Qian personally verified that both the deposit and the quantity of herbs were correct, allowing them to secure the herbs and deposit in their respective boxes. Ultimately, the two transacting parties, Ren Xiong and Zhang Qian, stood before the portrait of one of the three sovereigns of antiquity, Shennong, jointly offering incense and swearing an oath of goodwill and mutual trust. The contracts were then exchanged, completing the entire process. At this moment, Zhang Qian finally grasped the reality of the previously agreed-upon deposit of 10,000 strings of cash. Due to the substantial amount being cumbersome to carry, the Ren family had specifically provided him with only 40 strings of Kaiyuan Tongbao on the spot to cover his immediate expenses. The remainder was recorded in a ledger designated for debts, allowing him to send someone to any of the three main shops in Chang'an, He Zhizhang, or He Zhizhang, to withdraw the funds as needed in the future. Nevertheless, the sheer volume of copper coins filled an entire large box. The Kaiyuan Tongbao, when first minted, was designed for ease of use and had a standardized weight. 10 coins were equivalent to 1 tael, and with 16 taels to a pound in the Tang Dynasty. 40 strings of cash amounted to an impressive 250 pounds. Thanks to Ren Xiong's thoughtfulness, immediately after the transaction, he dispatched Ren Wu and Ren Lu to assist in transporting the box back to the guest room. Otherwise, Zhang Qian would have found it quite laborious to carry alone. There were not even promissory notes or flying tickets yet. Witnessing the backwardness of Tang Dynasty commercial activities firsthand, and with his own purse now pleasantly swollen, Zhang Qian emerged from the main hall while engaging in casual conversation with Ren Xiong, all the while secretly pondering. The absence of the most rudimentary checks and exchange operations suggested that the concepts of bank capital and capital adequacy had yet to form in the Tang Dynasty. If peace were to prevail after the ascension of Emperor Xuanzong, there would surely be an opportunity to establish a bank in Chang'an, potentially yielding a bountiful profit. Perhaps, just perhaps, the wealthiest person in the Tang Dynasty could be none other than himself. He envisioned purchasing not one, but 2 grand villas, both within the second ring road, each occupying no less than 2 acres. He would employ several Persians as accountants, Japanese as gardeners, and Kunlun slaves as guards. One villa would be for his own residence, while the other would be procured. Chapter 27. If I cannot defeat you, I shall smother you, second brother. It's a misunderstanding, Ren Xiong exclaimed, turning his head and raising his voice in a futile attempt to dissuade the conflict. But it was too late. He could only watch in horror as Guaer's fist hurtled toward him, leaving no time to intervene. In the blink of an eye, just as Guaer's blow was about to make contact with Zhang Qian's nape, the latter unexpectedly tilted his head, swiftly turned, stepped forward, twisted his waist, and retaliated with a powerful right hook. Bang! Despite Guaer's agility and his timely attempt to block with his left arm, the force of the punch sent him staggering. Abruptly halting his assault, Zhang Qian, who had never been one to simply endure blows without retaliating since his first day in elementary school, launched a flurry of punches in response, leaving Guaer flustered and retreating while shouting in alarm. "Second brother, stop. Please, stop." Rensong's voice rose again, still naively perceiving Zhang Qian as the one at a disadvantage. "He only took my second sister's riding whip. He didn't he?" But his plea faltered, caught in his throat. His eyes widened, staring at Zhang Qian, his mouth agape as if it could fit a goose egg. In his mind, Zhang Qian was undoubtedly a master of numerous secret techniques, possessing strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. Yet, in this urgent moment, without the luxury of time to invoke spells and summon celestial swords like the legendary swordsman, he was bound to be caught off guard by Guaer. However, Guaer was infamous in Chang'an, a notorious thug who had, over the years, used his martial prowess and familial protection to batter countless young rascals into a bloody pulp. With the intention of launching a surprise attack, how could Zhang Qian possibly avoid a significant setback? To everyone's astonishment, the assailant Guaer gained not a single advantage. He was instead forced to retreat, shielding his head with both hands, as Zhang Qian unleashed a series of unconventional strikes. Clearly not of the Central Plains martial arts Rensong had ever witnessed or even heard of before. "You wild monk, you're quite the fighter. I, Gua, will not rest until I settle this." Just as Rensong was struck dumb with astonishment, Guaer's threatening voice reached his ears, sounding markedly less confident than before. In Rensong's memory, Guaer had always been one to endure humiliation without yielding, even in defeat. Why, then, was he shrinking back so swiftly today? Intrigued and bewildered, Rensong focused intently on the unfolding spectacle. In a matter of mere breaths, Guaer's arms bore the marks of bruises, while the left side of his face swelled prominently, with traces of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the master had proven his lineage. Without summoning a precious sword, he had managed to render Guaer utterly impotent. Rensong felt an immediate sense of calm wash over him as he quietly retreated 7 or 8 steps, crossing his arms and preparing to watch the confrontation. Little did he know that Zhang Qian's prowess in combat did not stem from any traditional school of martial arts. Zhang Qian's ability to remain unyielding, even when ambushed by his adversaries, can be attributed entirely to the harsh circumstances of his upbringing. From the very first day of elementary school, he became a target for the local bullies. While other children, battered and bruised, could rely on their parents to confront teachers, principals, and even escalate matters to the Education Bureau, Zhang Qian often found himself swallowing his tears and blood in silence. Although Aunt Lu would occasionally step in to advocate for him, her influence was limited. As a non-parent and a state employee, her intimidation factor paled in comparison to that of other parents. Consequently, the more often he sought assistance, the less seriously the school took his plight against the bullies. Thus, until he reached the second year of high school, his only recourse to avoid being bullied was to retaliate fiercely, often against multiple assailants. Over time, he not only honed his fighting skills, but also developed an exceptional tolerance for pain. Upon entering his second year of high school, as his peers began to mature and cease to view bullying as a source of amusement, Zhang Qian, having witnessed online videos of traditional martial arts masters being bested by mediocre fighters, became enamored with the art of free combat. After years of rigorous training during his spare time, he made significant strides in physical strength, endurance, coordination, and reflexes. While he may not have reached the level of a professional athlete, he was more than capable of handling common ruffians. This was also a contributing factor to his eventual triumph when pursued by a wolf. The wolf, intimidated by Zhang Qian's robust physique, attempted to exhaust him before striking, hoping to sever his throat once his strength waned. However, after sprinting for several kilometers, Zhang Qian found himself with residual stamina, and by cleverly exploiting the wolf's cunning, he caught the creature off guard. "Stop! Brother Gua, please cease." A high-pitched voice suddenly rang out in the courtyard. It was Rensong's sister, the spirited Reningying, who had rushed over upon hearing the urgent news from the household servants to plead on Zhang Qian's behalf. Yet, as she began her appeal, her voice faltered. Upon closer inspection, she beheld the infamous Guo, renowned for his prowess in the ring, sporting a blackened eye, swollen lips reminiscent of dumplings, and multiple crimson marks adorning his neck. His forearms, marred with bruises, bore no unblemished skin. Despite being on the receiving end of a beating, Guo, with no means to retaliate, stubbornly refused to concede, bellowing defiantly, "Wild monk, come at me. Today, I will not relent until you have tasted my fists. Zhang, please, stop." Guo is not a bad person. He was the one who facilitated your affairs. Ren Song interjected earnestly, witnessing Guo endure several more blows. However, it was Zhang Qian who became the target of the plea. "Zhang, cease. Listen to me. I have an arrangement with Guo to help you finalize matters tomorrow." "Guo, please, do not continue. Zhang truly did not lay a finger on your sister." However, Guo remained obstinate, shielding his cheeks with both hands as he sought an opportunity to retaliate. "It was unacceptable. My sister had wept for an entire day upon returning home, her eyes swollen from tears. Today, even if it cost me my life, I must avenge my sister. Tell him to cease his assault and keep his distance." Zhang Qian's response was considerably softer than Guo's, yet it bore an unmistakable note of desperation. It was not fear of Guo's relentless pursuit that troubled him, but rather the formidable chemical weapon that the latter wielded. The man was corpulent, his body adorned with a profusion of hair, clearly a product of overdeveloped sweat glands. To make matters worse, he had likely arrived after a frenzied gallop on horseback. Thus, the pungent odor of body odor mingled with the sounds of punches and kicks, assailing the senses. Ren Song and his companions, accustomed to dealing with such a character at a distance, seemed unaffected. However, for Zhang Qian, who hailed from the 21st century, it was akin to confronting a skunk perpetually releasing its noxious fumes. With each exchange of blows, his nose and eyes were subjected to yet another assault from this chemical weapon, in a mere span of 3 or 4 minutes. Zhang Qian had landed only a few punches, yet he found himself reeling from the overwhelming stench, his insides churning. Ironically, the more Zhang Qian recoiled in fear, the more Guo seemed determined to provoke him. Upon hearing Zhang's request to maintain distance, Guo suddenly bent low, disregarding the blows to his back and shoulders, and lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Zhang Qian's waist. Almost simultaneously, he exerted full force, unleashing a wave of foul odor. Hey, having engaged in fights since childhood, wrestling was a fundamental skill. Realizing his waist had been ensnared, Zhang Qian immediately lowered his center of gravity and extended his right leg to trip Guo's heel. "Take that." With a thud, Guo tumbled to the ground, sprawled like a turtle, breathless. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian staggered back several steps, bent over, tightly clasping his mouth and holding his breath, his throat convulsing incessantly. He was on the verge of expelling his breakfast. Lang Jun. Guo's attendants and Ren Song's servants rushed forward to assist the sprawled figure of Guo, exclaiming loudly, "Is the young lord injured? Shall we summon the physician?" "The imperial physician, son, is at the manor." "Young lord, do not move. I shall fetch the physician at once." "Stop. I am fine." Though Guo was somewhat odorous, he was undeniably a man of fortitude. With a bellow, he halted his attendant's fawning behavior, using hands and feet to rise from the ground. He then shouted once more, "You all have witnessed it. Guo fought valiantly for my sister's honor. The failure to secure justice lies not in Guo's lack of effort, but in his inferiority and skill." All present, including Ren Song, Ren Yingying, and Zhang Qian, stood in stunned silence. After a moment, someone finally called out, "We saw it. We saw it." Guo Lang Jun exerted himself to the fullest, battling Zhang Xianshi for over 100 exchanges, a stalemate. "We saw it. We saw it." Guo Lang Jun fought with his life on the line. It was merely the superior agility of the Xianshi that resulted in a draw. The other servants immediately understood the unspoken cue, laughing heartily while trying to avert their gazes. "Brother, we stand as witnesses. You exerted every effort. Yet the celestial master eluded you with his elusive arts." The last remark came from Ren Song, who had stifled his laughter to the point that his stomach was in spasms as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the second son, Guo, seized his arm, exclaiming, "You uttered those words. I heard you clearly. Once we resolve the matter of Zhang Xiaoxian's registration, you must personally visit my home. In front of my father, you shall convey that Guo acted to defend my sister's honor. Certainly, it is my duty." Ren Song, laughing to the point of discomfort, could not refuse and solemnly clasped his hands in agreement. "That's splendid. It spares me from their incessant claims that I lack the qualities of a true elder brother." Guo, having successfully manipulated the situation, released Ren Song and strode towards Zhang Qian. From a distance, he beamed with enthusiasm, clasping his fists in greeting, "Brother Zhang, I have experienced your formidable martial prowess today." Guan had heard from his sister that the celestial master possessed a miraculous elixir capable of dispelling all unpleasant odors with just a single drop. "I am but an unworthy individual, but I humbly request the master to bestow this potion upon me. State the price, and I promise I shall not haggle." Chapter 28. Blood brothers and clear accounts. Of course. Zhang Qian replied with utmost eagerness, not out of admiration for Guan, but rather due to an overwhelming aversion to the unpleasant odor emanating from him. After a vigorous exertion, he found it difficult to hold his breath. According to the chubby Ren Song, all matters concerning the past and the present were orchestrated by that odious Gua. To turn away upon encountering him would be exceedingly rude. So Zhang Qian, if only to spare himself a few whiffs of that stench, dared not delay his acquiescence. "Thank you for the elixir, master." Guan, oblivious to the true reason behind Zhang Qian's prompt agreement, took several steps forward, bowing deeply. "Your kindness shall never be forgotten, my dear brother." Suddenly, a wave of even more pungent odor assaulted Zhang Qian's senses, thrice as strong as before. Unable to endure it any longer, he turned and fled in desperation. "As for the price, let young Master Gua determine it. I shall fetch the medicine for you. Ren, please entertain young Master Gua. I will return shortly." Alas! Though familiar with Guan, Ren Song found the offensive smell difficult to tolerate. Holding his breath, he stepped forward and greeted him with a smile. "Brother, you must be thirsty from the journey. How about we go to the flower hall for some tea? The osmanthus has just bloomed, and the trees are laden with golden blossoms, filling the air with a honeyed fragrance." "I refuse. I detest the scent of osmanthus." Guan waved his hand dismissively, rejecting the suggestion. "Since childhood, my mother has filled my room with sachets made of osmanthus and the gardenias. The mere thought induces a headache. I shall wait here, lest the master think me lacking in sincerity." "Little Wu, the master just mentioned that the price is at my discretion. Pray, offer me some guidance on what would be an appropriate sum." "How would I know?" Ren Song, feeling helpless, positioned himself at a moderate distance from Guan, enduring the discomfort to provide counsel, for this medicine was indeed one of a kind. Although it was not a life-saving remedy, the exquisite glass vial that contained it. "My good brother, you are quite the charmer. Once this transaction concludes, I shall ensure you receive a commission." Zhang Qian listened intently to their exchange and turned back to surreptitiously give Ren Song a thumbs up. However, upon witnessing Ren Song's pained expression, which betrayed a desire to escape, Zhang Qian felt a swell of sympathy. Yet, despite his compassion, it was utterly inconceivable for him to return and allow Ren Song to take his place. Adhering to the principle of not succumbing to the foul air, he swiftly turned and made his grand exit. Only when he had crossed the threshold of his guest room did he finally release his nose and mouth, leaning against the doorframe and gasping for breath. "What is that stench?" Meanwhile, Ren Wu and Ren Lu, who had been tasked with carrying copper coins, sat at the table, exhausted and sipping water. They turned their heads in suspicion, quietly alerting Zhang Qian. "Young master, did you step in something foul? Young master, watch your step. Curse it! Who let their dog roam in the courtyard without cleaning up after it? I shall ensure the steward disciplines them." "No, not at all." Zhang Qian found himself in an exceedingly awkward situation when questioned, hastily waving his hands in explanation. He had just engaged in a brief exchange of moves with Lord Gua Erlang. "Ah, no more of that. Zhizhang, please hand me my backpack." It turned out to be Lord Gua Erlang. Ren Wu and Ren Lu suddenly realized, their gazes towards Zhang Qian immediately filled with sympathy. Why did the young lord decide to spar with him? Did our young master not warn him? Lord Gua Erlang relished the practice of working up a sweat before a bout, and once the contest reached a standstill, the unbearable odor would drive his opponent away, ensuring his victory. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian felt an overwhelming urge to bang his head against the wall in regret. It dawned on him that the repugnant stench from his opponent was partly deliberate, intended to disgust him. What a peculiar fellow this was. Why did Ren Song choose to seek assistance from him? Nevertheless, despite Gua Erlang's penchant for annoyance, he was remarkably righteous in his dealings. Understanding Zhang Qian's recent plight and grateful for his young master's life-saving deed, Ren Wu pondered for a moment before adding with a smile, "His father, Governor Gua, manages the largest courier service in Chang'an, enjoying significant influence both officially and among the populace. Furthermore, his uncle is a bona fide governor of Weizhou, highly esteemed by the emperor." This was a clear indication essentially advising Zhang Qian that forging a connection with Guan was worthwhile. Even if it did not prove immediately beneficial, it could only yield advantages. Zhang Qian was no longer the naive newcomer oblivious to the intricacies of the Tang Dynasty. Hearing from Ren Wu that Guan father held the rank of a fourth-grade governor, yet continued to run a courier business with considerable standing in both the underworld and legitimate society, he understood that this was a person one should not offend. Moreover, learning that Guan had an uncle governing Weizhou only solidified his realization that his earlier offer of essential oil had been a wise decision. At that moment, Zhizhang returned from the room with the essential oil. Zhang Qian accepted it with a smile, bowing in gratitude to Ren Wu and Ren Lu. Without heeding their anxious return gestures, he turned and strode purposefully towards the door, his back a portrait of determination. He was resolute. Whether for the sake of his household registration or to cultivate another friendship within the Tang Dynasty. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Zhang Qian encouraged himself inwardly while discreetly uncapping the bottle of essential oil, applying 2 drops beneath each nostril. It was merely a matter of enduring a foul odor for a few minutes. It was not a humiliation. After all, King Gojin of Yu had endured far worse, having even consumed excrement. In comparison, he thought, he was. In the courtyard, the negotiations between the chubby Ren Song and Guan had reached a conclusion. Upon seeing Zhang Qian return so swiftly, both were filled with delight and hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Zhang, you're back so soon. We just finished discussing. The price can be addressed later." Having resolved inwardly to cling to Guan support, Zhang Qian decided to fully embrace his role as a good Samaritan. From a distance, he halted, tossing the essential oil along with its bottle into Guan arms, exclaiming, "Brother Gua, take this and use it first." Originally, it was nothing of great value. "Thank you, master," Gua exclaimed loudly, hastening a few steps forward to carefully catch the bottle of essential oil. He glanced at it several times and, evidently understanding its significance, decisively twisted off the plastic cap. It was clear he was acutely aware of the unpleasant odor clinging to him. Thus, he was eager to test the efficacy of the miraculous remedy. However, before he could pour the first drop from the bottle, Zhang Qian's voice of restraint, mingled with the fragrant aroma of the essential oil, reached his heart. "Hold on, brother. This item requires a specific method of application. Otherwise, no matter how much you use, it will be in vain." "What?" Gua shivered in surprise and hastily replaced the cap. With wide, pleading eyes resembling those of a goldfish, he gazed at Zhang Qian, silently begging for guidance. "Before using this, one must first bathe and change clothes. Then, evenly rub the potion in the palms and apply it to the armpits, shoulder hollows, and the blood vessels at both wrists. A single drop will suffice. This bottle should last you for at least half a month. After using it, if you find the effect satisfactory, feel free to come back to me." Understanding his companion's impatience and wishing to alleviate his own discomfort, Zhang Qian provided a clear and concise explanation. This method is akin to the use of perfumes in later generations, with the aim of eliminating body odor or enhancing one's natural fragrance. The principle remains the same, utilizing the alcohol content to suppress the secretion of sweat in the armpits, while leveraging the warmth of the blood in the shoulder and wrist veins to facilitate the evaporation of the fragrance. "Thank you, master. I shall go bathe first and return to express my gratitude for your generous gift of medicine." Gua's eyes sparkled with excitement as he bowed to Zhang Qian and turned to leave. "Ren Wu, may I borrow your bathtub?" Ren Quan led Gua to the guest room in the left courtyard, instructing someone to bring a tub filled with hot water. Ren Song, eager to witness the effects of the miraculous remedy, did not hesitate to issue commands. However, as his words concluded, both he and Gua simultaneously turned their gazes towards Zhang Qian, one with an excited flush on his face and the other with lips trembling in anxiety. "Brother Zhang, did you just say that Gua can come to you after using this remedy?" "Master, do you have the formula for this potion? Can you concoct it?" Upon asking, Ren Song could no longer afford to be bothered by Gua's odor. He pushed the other aside with his body and added loudly, "Brother Zhang, the formula must not be shared with anyone else. This potion is not just a lifesaver. It holds immense potential and no risk. It is better to be familiar with what you know. Master, let us invest together. The Gua family will provide the funds, manpower, land, and herbs. You only need to supply the formula." As the heir to the largest private courier company in the Tang Dynasty, Gua would not allow a fortune to slip away before his eyes. He collided with Ren Song, causing him to stumble, and decisively raised the offer, insisting on how the profits would be divided. Gua'er, Brother Zhang was invited by me. Rin Song protested urgently, his face flushed with frustration. One must know contentment. Although the master arrived first at your home, I never even inquired about the life-saving potion. Gua, unwilling to be outdone, immediately retorted loudly, while using her hands to shield Zhang Qian behind her, resembling an indignant hen fiercely protecting her soon-to-hatch eggs. Chapter 29. Are you also from another world? You two are putting on quite the act. Regardless of how fervently Rin Song and Guanu argued, Zhang Qian resolutely remained silent, merely observing from the sidelines. He realized that in this grand Tang Dynasty, the most abundant resource was theatrical talent. Although Rin Song and Guanu appeared to be at odds, one seemingly foolish and the other cunning, in truth, both were well-versed in the art of commerce, having inherited the acumen of their forebears. Despite their heated exchange, which nearly escalated to physical confrontation, they were, in fact, merely performing for his benefit. Otherwise, they would have first inquired whether Zhang Qian was willing to share the formula for a remedy to eliminate unpleasant odors, rather than squabbling over their qualifications for collaboration. Regardless of whom he ultimately chose to partner with, the remedy would no longer remain solely his enterprise. As for how the shares he relinquished would be divided between the two, there surely existed an intricate system of arrangements. Xiao Wu, Erlang, what could possibly have stirred such a ruckus between you two? Just as he was enjoying the spectacle, a voice emerged from the direction of the main hall. It was the young Duke Duan Huaijian, whose tone conveyed both concern and a hint of cunning. Do share, so that I may act as your mediator. It's nothing at all. We are merely jesting. Guanu and Ren Song shivered in unison, turning to Duan Huaijian, responding in perfect harmony, which startled the young duke. We beseech your forgiveness, your grace. Oh, it was merely a jest. I thought you were genuinely at odds. Duan Huaijian exhibited no semblance of superiority, yet an invisible pressure accompanied his presence. As long as all is well. I was just hearing something about exiting a place and doing business, and I thought you two were engaged in a serious financial dispute. Rather than quarrel, why not let me cover the deficit? Your grace, how could we, mere juniors, dare to disturb you? Rin Song lamented inwardly, quickly offering a polite refusal with a forced smile. Even his father, Rin Xiong, merely served as a steward for the Bao Guogong manor. What capital could he muster to secure even a minor say in a partnership with the young Duke Duan Huaijian? In contrast, Guanu appeared far more composed than Rin Kong. He turned respectfully towards Duan Huaijian and bowed. Your grace, I pay my respects. I only wish to partner with Zhang Xian to earn a little pocket money. How could I trouble you for funds? Is that so? Yet I just heard someone mention a life-saving remedy, suggesting you wish to involve yourself in that as well. Duan Huaijian, ever astute, seized upon Guanu's earlier words and pursued him relentlessly. Forgive me, your grace. I spoke indiscreetly. Guanu's hair stood on end upon hearing this, and he hastily bowed repeatedly. Now, the situation had escalated. Duan Huaijian halted abruptly, furrowing his brow as he scolded. Well, you Gua'er, resorting to such underhanded tactics. I shall certainly pay a visit to Governor Gua and personally recommend a strict mentor for you, in order to prevent you from repeatedly making the same mistakes and inviting calamity upon yourself in the future. Duke Xiao, I merely spoke a careless word. You cannot be so ruthless. Guanu emitted a mournful cry, quickly retreating while clutching his armpits. After all, you are an elder, and by rights, I ought to address you as third uncle. As he spoke, his tone softened, taking a couple of steps back to ensure that his odor would no longer afflict Duan Huaijian. He continued to plead with a forced smile. Third uncle, this is merely child's play. I implore you to refrain from involving yourself. Even a single hair from your esteemed self is thicker than a pillar. We are but your juniors. How could we dare to bargain with you? This last statement was pivotal. Upon hearing it, Duan Huaijian nodded gently. However, he was reluctant to immediately acquiesce to a change of heart, instead shifting his gaze towards Zhang Qian, who was watching the commotion with folded arms, and inquired with a smile, Master Zhang, what are your thoughts? Please, just call me Zhang Qian. I have merely acquired a smattering of knowledge from my master, and I would never presume to call myself a master. Zhang Qian had anticipated that the ball would eventually land in his court, and without hesitation, he responded with a smile. As for collaborating on the creation of this odor-eliminating potion, I believe the initial round should merely test the feasibility of production and would not require significant investment. We might as well allow Master Ren, Lord Gua, and myself to give it a try. Once the potion is successfully formulated and production needs to be scaled, Duke Xiao can then decide on the second round of investment based on the actual output. Despite his efforts to articulate his thoughts in a manner comprehensible to those of Tang descent, his words still left Duan Huaijian, Rin Song, and Guan Nu momentarily dazed. However, given their profound scholarly backgrounds, it took less than the time for half a joss stick to burn for them to grasp his meaning. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly unable to contain their enthusiasm. Well, after all, I have grown up alongside Guaer and Xiao Wu. Duan Huaijian expressed great interest in Zhang Qian's proposal for multiple rounds of investment and quickly made connections to similar concepts. However, after the second round of investment, should there be a need to further increase production, would there be a third round? Yes, so long as the shareholders of the first two rounds reach a consensus. Zhang Qian thought to himself, impressed, before responding vocally. As a graduate student from the 21st century, he had dabbled in concepts of angel rounds, Series A, Series B, and even in rounds of financing, so it was hardly surprising. Yet, it was indeed remarkable that Duan Huaijian, as the Duke of the Tang Dynasty, could so swiftly grasp the essence of it all. Moreover, judging by his tone, this individual had already set his sights on the goal of profitability with successive rounds. Akin to a game of hot potato, such business acumen would be rare even in the 21st century. That is splendid. Duan Huaijian's admirable qualities were not limited to a single aspect. After hearing Zhang Qian's response, he added with a smile, I believe the application of this substance extends beyond merely eliminating odors. It could potentially yield even greater results when used in women's daily makeup. It will simply require adjustments to the formula by young Master Zhang to experiment with creating various fragrances. Excellent. Zhang Qian could not help but clap his hands in enthusiasm. If there had been any pressure stemming from Duan Huaijian's esteemed identity in accepting his investment, it had now transformed into genuine interest. At this moment, the factors within his heart had been entirely shattered by the gaze and capabilities of the other. Could this individual be another who has traversed time? Stealing glances at Duan Huaijian from the corners of his eyes, Zhang Qian's suspicions deepened with each passing moment. Yet, he soon expelled this thought from his mind, inwardly chuckling at his own naivete. His solitude in the Tang Dynasty was profoundly palpable, leading his subconscious to yearn for the encounter with a kindred spirit. Alas, such a desire was likely destined to remain unfulfilled. Even if he were to meet an exceptionally intelligent individual, one who could effortlessly grasp knowledge from the future, there would always exist a chasm between them. In one particular place, the people surrounding him would forever differ from him. If one were not to observe closely, this distinction would remain unnoticed. However, upon closer inspection, it was as evident as a bonfire in the night. Most of the time, he regarded those around him as equals, yet they instinctively upheld their respective hierarchies. This included Ren Song, Guaer, and Duan Huaijian. Despite the fade of ignorance that Rin Song and Guaer presented before Duan Huaijian, even feigning simplicity, they meticulously maintained their boundaries, never daring to tread beyond the limits. On the surface, they appeared to be concerned about Duan Huaijian's substantial wealth, attempting to tactfully decline his financial contributions. In truth, what they feared more was his status as a noble of the state. Although the four of them were ostensibly negotiating collaboration, as long as Duan Huaijian remained silent, they would not dare to speak first. In a sense, Duan was merely showing off his skills in front of the master. Zhang Shaoling, I hope you do not mock me. Responding as if to confirm his inner deductions, Duan Huaijian resolved to focus on matters of greater significance, choosing not to squander time with a few younger individuals. With a smile and a nod, he gracefully turned and departed, announcing that he would take his leave first, eagerly awaiting favorable news from the three. At the appointed time, he would naturally dispatch capable individuals to negotiate with them on how to participate. Chapter 30. The angel wheels slowly. Duke of the small nation. Ren Song and Guan Nu felt an immense sense of relief as they respectfully bid farewell to the harbinger of misfortune. The pressure exerted by Duan Huaijian was too great, leaving them with great abilities yet lacking the courage to unleash them. However, before the figure of this person could vanish from the main hall's entrance, the two swiftly returned to their previous lively demeanor. Exchanging glances, they silently agreed upon the order of speaking. Brother Zhang, you have promised to provide the formula. Shall we three collaborate to conduct our initial experiment? In the future, should others wish to invest, we will double our shares before transferring them, allowing them to profit alongside us. However, The control over the elixir shall remain with us, correct? Ren Sung's demands were modest, thus granting him priority, and the matter was relatively uncomplicated. Of course, otherwise, why would I have previously assured Lord Gua that he could return for more after the first use? Zhang Qian chuckled, nodding amicably in response. As for the future, it may not merely be a doubling. It would depend on the initial sales performance of the potion. If the sales are robust, we could see multiples, even tenfold increases. And there would be no shortage of those willing to invest. Regarding control, you are indeed correct. We will certainly not relinquish it. The three of us must work in unison to prevent it from falling into the hands of latecomers. Even in business, the little round fellow exhibited a greater degree of integrity than others. Thus he was willing to elaborate further, offering more guidance to his companions. Master, how much should we each invest in this first round? Guanu, having just met him, posed the question with a straightforwardness born of their lack of prior acquaintance. And what will our respective shares be? Do not call me master. Zhang Qian laughed, drawing upon his understanding of Tang Dynasty customs. At home, I should rank 13th. You may simply call me Zhang 13 or 13 Lang. As for the investment, I shall provide the formula and the venue. While Ren Xiao Wu and you shall each send 10 trusted individuals to assist and manage the sales of the first batch of goods. Regarding the capital for purchasing medicinal materials and crafting instruments, let us initially calculate it at 300 taels. We shall each contribute 100 taels. Once the venture is successful, I will hold 60% of the initial equity, while the remaining 40% will be evenly split between you and Ren. Sensing that his counterpart might not fully grasp his intentions, he added swiftly with a smile. The reason I claim 60% is not solely because I believe the formula and venue are worth that much. I consider that both of you come from illustrious families and may not have the energy to manage such a small enterprise in the future. I have just acquired a manor and am in need of an industry to consolidate the loyalty of my subordinates. Moreover, when the second round of investments occurs, the specifics will need to be carefully planned by me. Holding a larger share will facilitate our discussions. Had Ren Song and Guanu been scions of officialdom or noble lords, Zhang Qian would not have engaged in such negotiations. However, given their backgrounds as sons of wealthy merchants, both having inherited their father's wisdom, Zhang Qian found that conducting business in a straightforward manner was far more efficient than attempting to forge deeper connections. After all, they were merely transient acquaintances, and even amidst mutual affinity, they could not afford to treat each other as inseparable allies. In the realm of commerce, even the most meticulous calculations are acceptable as long as the actions remain within reasonable bounds. Thus, the three parties find it easier to reach consensus and maintain enduring friendships. Indeed, as the words were spoken, Ren Song and Guanu promptly expressed vehement opposition. However, the former felt that his share of 20% was excessive, while the latter believed his initial investment in both capital and effort was insufficient. Zhang Qian, of course, sought to negotiate, and after a vigorous yet amicable discussion, they reached an agreement. An investment of 300 copper coins was established, with Ren Song and Guanu each contributing 150, while Zhang Qian would contribute not a single coin. For the initial equity distribution, Zhang Qian, to facilitate decision-making, would acquire 52%, with Ren Song and Guanu each obtaining 24%. As for the second round of financing, the trio would need to deliberate on how much capital each would allocate for external transfer, the pricing of each share, and only upon reaching a consensus would they finalize their decisions. By coincidence, Dr. Sun was present, allowing them to invite him as a witness to formalize the contract. Ren Song, unable to restrain his exuberance, urged everyone to proceed immediately after their verbal agreement. Yes, I will first take a bath. Ren Xiao Wu, you prepare the contract. Once I finish bathing, following Zhang Qian and 13 Lang's instructions, after applying the medicinal lotion, we shall proceed to the main hall to formalize the agreement. Guanu, optimistic about the financial prospects of their collaboration, voiced his support loudly, fearing that prolonged discussions might lead to complications. After the contract is signed, I will promptly send someone to procure medicinal materials and create the necessary alchemical tools. We shall sharpen our blades before splitting the wood. Once 13 Lang settles in his new estate, we can attempt to produce a batch of spirit medicines. As you both desire, the contract can indeed be signed this afternoon. Initially, Zhang Qian had introduced the medicinal oil to win over Guanu, thereby facilitating his own integration into the Tang Dynasty. Thus, he remained unpretentious, nodding with a smile. However, the required medicinal materials, alchemical tools, and procedures were quite intricate, and Zhang knew he needed at least one night to articulate everything clearly and precisely. He quickly pointed to his head, adding, "All of this is contained within here. I kindly asked the young master for a sheet of paper and a pen. Moreover, apart from Zhizhang, please do not allow anyone to disturb me tonight. Rest assured, tonight, both Xiao Wu and I will personally keep watch for you." Misinterpreting Zhang's concern about secrets leaking regarding the potion's creation, Guan decisively took charge. "Brother Zhang, feel free to proceed. Tonight, no fly shall enter within 30 paces of your guest room." Rin Song, believing Zhang intended to employ secret techniques from his school, responded with firm assurance. "That will be a burden for both of you." Zhang Qian replied with satisfaction, bowing in gratitude. Finally, he could boldly peruse the contents on his phone. Although he could not connect to the internet or access certain untrustworthy applications, his device held a vast repository of academic papers. Zhang Qian distinctly recalled one particular study that verified medicinal oil as a variant of cooling oil, first appearing around 1870 in the South Seas, detailing its primary ingredients and original preparation methods. Ingredients such as mint and wintergreen leaves could undoubtedly be sourced from a traditional apothecary. The volatile liquids can be entirely substituted with alcohol. As for the apparatus for purifying alcohol, it is even more straightforward. Guan and Rin Song share a common advantage. They are not lacking in funds. By pooling their resources, they can commission a massive teapot crafted from pure copper, elongating the spout into a long copper tube coiled in a spiral, thereby creating a self-cooling distillation tower through a vat of cold water. When needed, they procure the strongest liquor from the Tang Dynasty, filling the copper vessel before igniting a fire beneath it to gradually heat the contents. Utilizing the property of alcohol having a lower boiling point than water, it will naturally drip from the end of the spout. If the purity is insufficient after the first distillation, they can repeat the process, perhaps 2, 3, or even countless times. After all, they are in the angel investment stage. With eager investors lining up for series of funding, they certainly have ample resources to indulge in such endeavors. However, the whimsical notion of carelessly experimenting was swiftly dispelled by the sound of counting money behind him as he sketched out the distillation tower. 923, 924, 925. Ziyuan meticulously reopened each stack of Kaifeng coins, counting each one, fearful that a servant of the Rin family might deliberately mix in inferior coins or shortchange him by a couple of coins. "Sleep now. Nothing will be missing," she mused. 40 stacks, counted one by one. We'll keep you up until dawn." Tenderly setting down her homemade charcoal pencil, Zhang Qian turned around and softly commanded her. The young girl was evidently frightened by poverty, possessing an almost obsessive fascination with counting money. Despite her eyes growing heavy with fatigue, she stubbornly shook her head. "If the young master has not slept, I cannot rest. The young master is kind-hearted, and I must watch over him to prevent anyone from deceiving you." To deceive me, they wouldn't dare to do so over these 40 stacks. Though unable to comprehend Ziyuan's naive thoughts, he felt a twinge of emotion. Zhang Qian smiled and continued softly, "Do you see that ledger? The significant amounts are all recorded there. When it comes time to exchange, we can easily find an excuse to delay for a few days. The interest accrued will far exceed any minor discrepancies at this moment." "What is interest? Would they take the young master's money to lend out?" Ziyuan's eyes suddenly sparkled, and she quickly regained her focus. "Young master, we cannot allow them to proceed as they wish. Once we reach the estate, you must immediately dispatch someone to retrieve all the money. Where shall we keep such a sum? Are you watching over it?" Her vigilant expression amused him. Zhang Qian assessed her slender frame and jested, "Dig a cellar and store it there. Convert the copper coins to silver. They take up less space." Without a moment's hesitation, Ziyuan replied resolutely, "The cellar will be in my room, covered with wooden planks. I will work in the room during the day and sleep on the floor at night. Whoever dares to steal from the young master must first step over my dead body." "What nonsense are you uttering? Your life is not worth such trivial money." Startled by her readiness to sacrifice, Zhang Qian couldn't help but gently shake his head. "All right, go to sleep early. We shall address these matters later. This sum is not worth your distress." Having spoken, she languidly stifled a yawn and turned her gaze back to the blueprints, picking up the charcoal pencil to continue her sketches. It was no toil. Truly, the maid was not weary. However, Ziyuan's voice suddenly grew choked, as if she had borne the weight of an immense grievance. What was amiss? Zhang Qian, perplexed, set down his pen once more and inquired with a hint of impatience. Before he could even turn his head to discern the matter, he felt a firm embrace around his waist from Zhizhang. "It's nothing, my young master. Please do not harbor anger towards Zhizhang. I'm not crying on purpose, nor do I wish to vex you," she sobbed. I'm so sorry. Enough. Do not weep. I bear you no ill will." Sensing the trembling form behind him, akin to a washboard, Zhang Qian's irritation swiftly dissipated. He gently patted the back of her hand, soothingly urging her, "Yes, no tears now. All right, I shall cease my weeping at once. My young master, I never anticipated that in your eyes, my life could hold such worth." Zhizhang endeavored to stem her tears, whispering an explanation, but instead, her sobs intensified. I'm but a maid, purchased by the master for 5 taels of silver. They all say the master overpaid. I'm just a maid," she continued to wail. Chapter 31. The most profitable business in the Tang Dynasty. With 5 coins, one could procure a purple cuckoo. With 40 coins as pocket money, one could acquire 8 purple cuckoos. With 100 coins, 20 could be purchased. With 300 coins, 60 could be obtained. And with a staggering 100,000 coins having resided in the Tang Dynasty for quite some time, Zhang Qian had previously compared the local prices with those of the 21st century agricultural market in Xi'an in secret. However, it was only now that he truly grasped the purchasing power of the Kaiyuan Tongbao in the most visceral manner, so palpable it was almost heartbreaking. If a fortunate soul in the 20th century, having secured angel investment, were to behold not merely a contract and a string of cold numbers in their bank account, but rather the number of daughters they had or the count of out-of-school children, they would undoubtedly cherish this opportunity and the trust of their investors even more. Such realization would undeniably double the success rate of their ventures. The same principle applied to Zhang Qian during the autumn of the 3rd year of the Shunlong era in the Tang Dynasty. Upon discovering that a mere moment of frivolity could squander 3 or 4 purple cuckoos, his already diligent nature became even more meticulous. The academic database he had downloaded to write his thesis was perused repeatedly while the purple cuckoo slept, regardless of whether it was humanities or sciences. He synthesized all knowledge available in his phone's memory or retained in his mind. As the battery dwindled, he hurriedly connected the charger. If the charger drained overnight, he would swiftly recharge it by day. When one becomes engrossed in their work, time seems to fly. For 5 or 6 consecutive days, Zhang Qian devoted all his energy to the preparation for the imitation production of medicinal oil, to the point where he appeared somewhat distracted even while completing the final registration and obtaining the necessary permits. Fortunately, the clerks responsible for his registration were considerate towards the Guo family and were well aware of the peculiarities surrounding the Zhang family's 3rd son. Thus, they chose to overlook Zhang Qian's distracted demeanor throughout the process, accepting the customary gifts and allowing matters to unfold as they would. However, Zhang Qian's elder brother, Zhang Sheng, noticed his brother's absent-mindedness, expressing concern for his health. After the registration formalities were completed, he specifically sought out Guo Qiao, the steward dispatched by the Guo family to oversee the matter, and solemnly cautioned him. The true 3rd son of their family was a child of misfortune, having passed before reaching adulthood. Should anything unfortunate befall Zhang Qian in his new position, he must not feign ignorance. Claiming to be affected by the fate of the deceased 3rd son, his family must not reclaim the 10 acres of perpetual farmland. Otherwise, even at the risk of a beating, Zhang Sheng would go to the authorities and reveal the entire story. "Rest assured, your 3rd son is quite fortunate. He has just acquired a substantial estate by the Wehe River, encompassing about 13 to 1400 acres. Guo Qiao, exasperated, rolled his eyes and retorted with scornful remarks. "Even if you return the 10 acres of perpetual farmland, they would still find you unlucky." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sheng remained unperturbed, casting a few glances at the marionette-like Zhang Qian before shaking his head and departing. Little did Zhang Qian realize that, in his bewilderment, he had unwittingly become a specter of misfortune in the eyes of others. Once the residency paperwork was completed, he hastily stuffed the relevant documents into his backpack and immediately redirected his focus to the specific techniques and machinery required for developing a homemade version of the medicinal oil. Thus, he lost track of time, engrossed in his work until the 6th day, when, after countless revisions and rejections of preliminary plans and sketches, he finally unveiled a proposal that was not only feasible but also promised the highest production efficiency. Simultaneously, under Ren Tsong's diligent arrangements, the transfer of his farmland was also declared complete, thereby saving a considerable amount of time. Guan Nu and Ren Tsong, selecting an auspicious day, brought along their capable subordinates to assist Zhang Qian and Ziwan in moving to their new residence in a lively manner. They also prepared various tools and components for the alchemical process, carefully assembling them in two strategically located rooms within the new estate. In an era devoid of screws and electric welding, the assembly and sealing of equipment relied solely on hammers, tin strips, and borax. Consequently, it took them a full 2 days and nights to finally organize a workshop that, through the lens of the 21st century, appeared exceedingly rudimentary. As the chief designer of the entire apparatus and the architect of the production process, Zhang Qian could not simply hand over the component design sketches to the craftsman and assume a laissez-faire attitude. However, he did not need to engage in the physically demanding tasks such as constructing the furnace, assembling the oversized copper kettle with its elongated spiral spout, or performing the intricate brazing. For the majority of the equipment installation, he merely had to direct with words to achieve remarkably satisfactory results. Particularly, the assembly and welding of the kettle body, spout, and the surrounding cooling water tank was executed with such exquisite craftsmanship that it far surpassed his initial expectations. Almost every weld was as fine as a strand of hair, leaving no room for substantial leakage, let alone any possibility of gas seepage. However, considering the cost of this apparatus, Zhang Qian was less astonished. The gourd-shaped copper kettle, the vine-like spiraled spout, and the cooling tank affixed to the spout had consumed a staggering total of 230 taels of silver. Notably, this figure did not even account for the craftsman's fees. In Guanu's words, the craftsmen were raised in their households from a young age, provided for with food and clothing, and rewarded during festivals. Why pay them a commission? Anyone who did would be derided as a spendthrift from Chang'an to the foot of the Zhongnan Mountains. Brother Zhang, the stout Rinzong cautiously remarked, I understand your compassionate heart, and your school embodies a spirit of benevolence. Yet, it is rare for me to perceive the subtleties in such matters. And I surmise from your intention to offer a commission to Gua's craftsmen that you may not be suited to be an effective landlord. Therefore, in the absence of your return to the school for the time being, it would be prudent to adapt to local customs. Otherwise, not only will the wealthy families within and beyond the city of Chang'an regard you as a thorn in their side, but those subordinates who have benefited from you will merely mock your foolishness, entirely devoid of gratitude. How is it that just a few days have passed, and you have grown so audacious as to presume to instruct me? Zhang Qian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, and deliberately adopted a stern expression as he reprimanded Rincon. Instead of wasting time on reprimands, he would be better off supervising the artisans as they cleaned the alchemical cauldrons. Should any mistakes arise, the cost would fall solely upon him. Nevertheless, despite his scolding, he recognized that the little chubby fellow's advice stemmed from genuine concern. Once he regained his composure, he earnestly consulted Rincon, the head of the bodyguards dispatched by the ruined residents to protect the workshop, as well as a practitioner of traditional medicine, regarding the specific matters of managing the estate. Upon witnessing Zhang Qian's remarkable ability to pull his estate manager, Rin Xiong, back from the brink of death, Rincon had long held him in profound respect. Eager to assist him in any capacity that might foster a beneficial relationship, he eagerly took on the role of advisor while the workshop had yet to commence formal production, guiding him step by step on how to be an exemplary estate master. According to Rincon, managing an estate is quite similar to commanding troops. A general does not, nor is it necessary for him to, know every soldier under his command. In the same vein, an estate master need not be familiar with every laborer and tenant on the estate. A commander only needs to be acquainted with his aides, quartermaster, and a few trusted subordinates, which suffices. By managing the military code through the aides, overseeing finances via the quartermaster, and maintaining discipline among the soldiers through trusted confidants, one can effectively orchestrate the forces at hand, akin to an arm directing the hand and fingers. For an estate master, he oversees the order of the estate through the steward, manages expenditures through the accountant, and governs the laborers and tenants through a few trusted individuals. The remaining responsibilities involve addressing the taxes imposed by the government and contemplating how to enrich the estate internally. The estate under Zhang Qian's name had been entrusted to him by the elder Run, who, in gratitude for his life-saving intervention, transferred not only the estate but also the steward, accountant, various managers, male and female servants, and all tenants along with it. The steward, accountant, and tenants were considered hired help, while the managers and servants were household slaves. Therefore, Zhang Qian merely needed to make the acquaintance of the steward, accountant, and managers, familiarize himself with their appearances, and offer a few encouraging words to ensure that he could navigate the challenges of the year ahead. Once winter had passed, he would become familiar with the prominent figures within the estate and, based on their abilities, decide on their retention or dismissal. Of course, if he had surplus funds, it would be prudent for Zhang Qian to purchase an official title for himself, thus ensuring greater security. He did not aspire to occupy a substantive position immediately, but at the very least, this would facilitate smoother interactions with the minor officials in the government, preventing them from exercising undue authority over him. Should he occasionally encounter unpleasant matters requiring an audience with the county magistrate or the inspector, he would not have to kneel or act as a supplicant. What? One can indeed purchase an official position? Zhang Qian was taken aback, momentarily forgetting his initial purpose for inquiry, his eyes wide with astonishment as he pressed for further details. Certainly, Ren Quan responded with remarkable composure, as if such matters were commonplace. Were it not for this, how could Lord Guo's father, a man who traversed both the underworld and the elite, don the official robes of a fourth-ranking magistrate? It is merely that I have followed the old landlord since childhood, rendering such ostentation unnecessary for me. Otherwise, with wealth in hand, I would surely procure a vice minister in Chang'an, though I may never attain such a position in my lifetime. At the very least, I could bring honor to my late father in the afterlife. Is it truly expensive? Where does one typically acquire such a thing? Zhang Qian felt his heart race, not out of a desire for officialdom, but in hopes of no longer having to kneel before officials in the future. The starting price is 30,000 coins, or 300 strings of cash, neither exorbitant nor particularly cheap. There are 3 intermediaries involved: General Wei, the brother of the Empress, Princess Annal, and the court lady Shangwan Wanner. The true majority stakeholder is undoubtedly the Empress herself. Ren Quan chuckled softly and shook his head. However, 300 strings would only suffice to purchase the position of a county lieutenant or a monk's credential. To acquire a county magistrate, one would need to double that amount. As for a provincial governor, the cost would be around 3,000 strings, while a prime minister would command an even steeper price. According to this year's market, one would require no less than 80,000 strings. One can indeed buy a prime minister. Zhang Qian's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment, and he blurted out his questions. This was far removed from the Tang Dynasty he had read about in history books, and certainly not the one depicted in television dramas. The Tang of his recollection was a prosperous nation, characterized by political integrity, military might, and cultural flourishing. Even during the reign of Zhongzong, despite some decline, it should not have fallen to such depths. The notion that one could purchase the position of prime minister, this was beyond the realm of the Tang, and even the Qing dynasty would scarcely have indulged in such absurdities. Of course, such transactions are possible. After all, who else could rival the Empress's family in wealth? Ren Quan, shaking his head in disbelief at Zhang Qian's astonishment, replied with envy. Although Lord Guo's father is renowned as Guo Banqing, the Guo family's business pales in comparison to that of the Empress's clan. Throughout the year, Guo's income barely exceeds 100,000 strings. Yet the Empress, with a mere flick of her wrist, could surpass that sum by granting 2 prime ministerial positions, all without any capital investment. Chapter 32. Trouble. Brother Zhang has dropped his money into the well. There is a well-known adage that states failure is the mother of success. Despite having grasped the general direction of research and development and having mastered the fundamental formula, Zhang Qian found himself in intimate proximity to success hundreds of times before finally catching a glimpse of its true form. Meanwhile, time slipped quietly from the autumn equinox to the cold dew. During this interval, the tenants came to pay their rents, and the officials arrived to collect taxes, all of which were adeptly managed by Ren Kong. Even though he might be a bit offbeat, the plump fellow was well acquainted with the way of things. Bolstered by the not inconsiderable backing of the Duke of Bao's residence, whether dealing with tenants or petty officials, he was far more capable than the outsider, Zhang Qian. Another reason for Ren Song's willingness to step in was his inability to tolerate Zhang Qian's relentless fervor during the alchemical processes, which seemed to make him indifferent to all familial ties. The clever assistants selected from the Ren and Guo families were directed with the precision of ants, and both he and Guo Nu often faced Zhang's wrath for seemingly trivial matters, such as speaking a tad too loudly or standing too close to the semi-finished concoctions. It was all Ren Quan's fault. Unable to comprehend Zhang Qian's temperament during the periods of alchemy as opposed to when he was not engaged in it, Ren Song began to search frantically for the cause. To his astonishment, upon investigation, The answer became glaringly evident. Zhang Qian's temperament had notably shifted on the fourth day following the autumn equinox, and the day prior, he had sought advice from Ren Quan on managing the estate. That loquacious fellow foolishly suggested that Zhang should consider purchasing an official position, claiming that the most lucrative ventures belonged to the Empress' family. He even asserted that a nominal position held by a chancellor could sustain all of Guo Erlang's enterprises for an entire year. This Ren Quan, truly lacking discretion, why on earth did he have to share such thoughts with Master Zhang? Consequently, it was no surprise that from that day forth, Zhang fell into an obsessive frenzy. As a result, the plump Ren Song had taken it upon himself to discipline Ren Quan privately several times over the past few days. Were it not for the fond memories of their years of companionship, he might have even traveled to Jincheng to join Steward Ren Fu in expanding their commercial ventures. The Zhang Qian who was consumed by obsession became exceedingly difficult to manage. Thus Ren Song preferred to remain outside, handling the estate rather than standing before the alchemical furnace, subjecting his ears to torment. In contrast, the foul-mouthed Guan Nu exhibited an unexpected resilience, enduring Zhang Qian's rebukes and insults with a peculiar sense of delight. However, all the patience and effort culminated on the day of cold dew, as 3 large bronze basins filled with medicine, each basin containing 5 dough, stood before him. If the medicinal liquids were replaced with water, each basin would weigh a staggering 60 pounds. The 3 basins, each distinct in color, aroma, and appearance, exuded an enchanting fragrance, quietly positioned before the gourd-shaped alchemical furnace, captivating all who beheld them. Immortal, immortal, immortal 13. Is this the wind oil essence you bestowed upon me last time? For an extended duration, the disheveled and grimy Guan Nu, his entire being smeared with oil, crouched before a basin of jade-like emerald liquid, cautiously inquiring. It seemed that even the slightest elevation in his voice would prompt Zhang Qian to respond with the suffocating shake of his head, as he had done on countless previous occasions. Fortuitously, this time, Zhang Qian did not proclaim failure in his concoction. Instead, with eyes ablaze, he offered a gentle nod, indicating that while not entirely identical, the efficacy should be comparable. From this day forth, you need not hold back. After your bath, apply as much as you desire. Before he could complete his sentence, a heart-wrenching howl erupted from the copper basin. Guan Nu, now on his knees, cradled the edge of the basin with both hands, wailing like an aggrieved infant. Meanwhile, Ren Song, who had only just recalled his role in assisting, seized a measuring spoon and swiftly scooped a generous spoonful of medicated oil, bringing it to his own mouth. The formula contains wintergreen oil. Consuming this spoonful would undoubtedly render your life unbearable. Fortunately, Zhang Qian, quick-witted and agile, managed to slap the spoon to the ground just before Ren Song could ingest it. I merely wished to taste it. I had no intention of consuming the entire spoonful. Ren Song shot a pleading glance at him, hastily explaining. He then retrieved the spoon from the ground, rinsed it with cold water, and dashed towards another basin brimming with medicinal liquid. This new concoction appeared even more enticing than the medicated oil. The oil was green, imbued with the characteristic cool fragrance of mint. In contrast, the potion Zhang Qian had preemptively named 6 Gods Floral Dew was a delicate pink, exuding a rich aroma of peach blossoms. 1 unit, 1 string, Zhang Qian succinctly declared, causing Ren Song's legs and hands to freeze at the edge of the basin containing the 6 Gods Floral Dew. What? Guan Nu, who had been sobbing on the ground, swiftly lifted his head, disbelief etched across his face. 13th Master, what did you just say? How much is 1 unit of that 6 Gods Floral Dew? This batch I plan to sell for 1 string per unit, Zhang Qian replied with a smile as he approached the basin. His voice calm to the point of evoking skepticism regarding its human origin. In the future, as we extract different essential oils from various petals, creating distinct flavors and colors, the prices may even escalate further. How can this be possible? Both Guan Nu and Ren Song exclaimed in loud disbelief. The other 4 men who were qualified to assist in the final stages all fixated their gazes on Zhang Qian, awaiting his admission that his prior statement had merely been a jest. They had all witnessed the final preparation of the 6 Gods Floral Dew firsthand. To be frank, it was significantly simpler than the medicated oil, with a complexity of materials and costs far below that of the latter. The entire basin before them, excluding the losses from previous failures, certainly did not exceed a string in cost. Yet, Zhang Qian intended to sell each unit for 1 string. The entire basin of 6 Gods Floral Dew would thus amount to 500 strings. This was not merely business. It was unequivocally a scheme to extort money. Consider it from this perspective. Amidst the skeptical and astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhang Qian slowly approached the 6-god flower dew. His youthful visage was etched with madness. For a woman willing to spend a considerable sum on a single bottle of 6-god flower dew, was the price truly of any significance? What she valued was the distinctive aroma that elevated her status, granting her a sense of superiority. Thus, that initial sum was merely a starting point. Subsequently, with a mere change of bottle and label, one could easily double, triple, or even quadruple the price. One could even deliberately create a sense of scarcity, ensuring that even the affluent could not acquire it. Alas, Zhang truly seemed to have lost his sanity. Observing Zhang Qian's eyes, one could not help but feel that his pupils had eerily transformed into shapes reminiscent of the ancient Kaiyuan Tonggao coins. Ren Song, in a fit of urgency, bellowed, "Go! Summon a few individuals to apprehend Ren Quan. I shall enact familial discipline upon him." Chapter 33. The art of marketing. Do not be ridiculous. I am not insane. With a swift motion, Zhang Qian delivered a sharp slap to the back of Ren Song's neck, demonstrating both his physical and mental soundness. He then inhaled deeply, turning his gaze towards Ren Song and Guan Nu, and solemnly emphasized, "If we were to merely sell the copper basins, spoon by spoon, we would certainly fail to earn even a single coin. However, if we proceed as I suggest, I assure you, in the future, each unit of 6-gods flower dew will be worth no less than a string of Kaiyuan Tongbao. Should we not achieve this, I shall bear the full cost of all wasted materials and expenses incurred in crafting our tools." Brother Zhang is jesting. We previously agreed to engage in this venture together. Is that not so, 13 Lang? Regardless of the outcome, it is unreasonable for you to shoulder this small sum alone. Upon hearing Zhang Qian's earnestness, Ren Song and Guan Nu ceased their playful banter, shaking their heads in unison before promptly declaring, "Please instruct us on how to proceed, Brother Zhang, 13 Lang, and we shall follow your lead. Firstly, we must increase our investment. The initial 300 strings of cash have nearly exhausted. Thus, I propose we invest an additional 1,000 strings, distributed according to our respective shares. I shall contribute 520 guan, while you two brothers shall each provide 240. As if this proposition had been meticulously contemplated, Zhang Qian articulated his first request after a brief consideration. "Agreed. Whatever Brother Zhang states shall be accepted without question. No problem. It's a trifling amount." While Ren Song and Guan Nu found some of Zhang Qian's terminology unfamiliar, they readily acquiesced without hesitation. 240 strings was an unimaginable figure for an ordinary family of that era, yet for Ren Song and Guan Nu, it was indeed a manageable sum, one that required no consultation with their elders. Furthermore, they were confident that even if the 6-gods flower dew failed to fetch a price of 1 string per unit, selling it at 10 times its cost would pose no challenge. Coupled with the effective remedy of He Zhizhang for eliminating body odor, along with the large basin of ointment whose purpose remained unknown, the more they invested, the greater their profits would assuredly be. Secondly, I request that Brother would dispatch someone back to Chang'an immediately to rent a shop in the most bustling area. Noting the absence of dissent from the two, Zhang Qian swiftly presented his next demand. Ensure it is eye-catching, spacious, and clean, ideally. It should be the kind of establishment that an ordinary person would glance at and instinctively know they could not afford the goods within. Very well. I shall attend to it at once. You need not worry, 13 Lang. This is precisely how jewelry and jade shops operate. I have witnessed it before and shall emulate their methods. Although Guan Nu was somewhat indolent, he possessed a keen understanding of the intricacies of commerce and immediately grasped Zhang Qian's intentions, nodding vigorously. Are we merely to sell the 6-gods flower dew and He Zhizhang? Might our offerings be too meager? Ren Song, being somewhat knowledgeable himself, cautiously interjected from the side. We shall not sell He Zhizhang. We will market it as a medicinal remedy, priced merely tenfold above cost, offering our services to the world without exorbitant charges. Zhang Qian cast a glance at him and gently shook his head. Currently, the store only sold Lushan floral water, but in the future, it could expand to include women's jewelry, clothing, bags, pouches, and boots. However, each item must be embroidered with the Lushan emblem or bear the Lushan nameplate. I apologize, Lushan, for preemptively utilizing your brand. In this lifetime, I shall repay you by making your name renowned across the world. Silently, he offered an apology to the Lushan company in his heart and continued to speak aloud. stating that these goods need not be exceptionally durable, but must be visually appealing and uniquely designed. Ideally, they should possess an unforgettable charm at first glance. Pausing for a moment, without waiting for Guan and Rin Song to react, his voice suddenly rose in pitch. Moreover, they must be exorbitantly priced. At least 50 times more than comparable items. Such a high price? How could anyone possibly buy it? Even though they had grown accustomed to Zhang Qian's astonishing declarations, both Rin Song and Guan were still taken aback by the prices he quoted, exclaiming in shock. This is what the three of us must do next. As long as you two follow my instructions, success is assured. Zhang Qian confidently glanced at the two, responding with unwavering certainty. Brother Zhang, please proceed. I reiterate, we are willing to follow your lead. Having already invested 340 pieces of the Yuan Tong Bao, Rin Song and Guan were not hesitant to expend more. Gritting his teeth, they continued to express their determination loudly. I will expedite the extraction of concentrated fragrances to broaden the variety of Lucian floral water. Zhang Qian waved his hand, signaling the two that there was no need for such tension. As for you, Xiao Wu, your task is to order the bottles. Whether silver or jade, they must be perfectly sized to contain a full measure of Lucian floral water. The foremost requirement is that they must be aesthetically pleasing, regardless of their cost. They should give the impression that the floral water inside is far more valuable than the bottle itself. It might be quite difficult to procure so many pieces of mutton fat jade. Silver would be too unremarkable. I suggest we use colored glass instead. We can order from the Long and Wang Glassworks, which offers a variety of colors and exquisite beauty. Our Lucian floral water will look stunning in those transparent, sparkling glass bottles. They would be a perfect match. Rin Song furrowed his brow, contemplating before providing a thoughtful response. Can colored glass bottles be ordered within Chang'an City? At last, it was Zhang Qian's turn to be astonished, his eyes widening as he quickly pressed for more details. That has been possible for quite some time. But colored glass is too fragile, with a mottled appearance and a texture far inferior to jade, not to mention that it is sold at a high price. Which is why people typically refrain from purchasing it. Rin Song immediately perked up, articulating the drawbacks of glassware with great clarity. Oh, I had always assumed that such items were brought by the Hu merchants. Zhang Qian exclaimed in realization, casually explaining. Hu merchants? They do indeed bring glassware, which is purer in color and of finer craftsmanship. However, the quantities are always quite small, Rin Song elaborated, growing increasingly animated as he continued the conversation. Of course, if there were more, it would lose its value. Guan interjected loudly, clearly displaying a keener business acumen. The merchants from who travel great distances in pursuit of exorbitant profits. Mid-sentence, he suddenly recalled a tremendous business opportunity. Leaping with excitement, we can sell essential oils and Lucian floral water to the Hu merchants. As they return, they will need prized items that are costly yet compact. Moreover, they are particularly odorous, 10 times worse than I was back then. A splendid idea. Zhang Qian wholeheartedly praised his notion, swiftly adding, when selling to the Hu merchants, we could include a third item, Wanjin oil, the yellow balm we can easily concoct. Indeed, Wanjin oil, a name that sounds worth a fortune. The more Guan spoke, the more exhilarated he became, unable to restrain his animated gestures. 13 Lang, let us have Xiao Wu order some glass bottles, and while he is at it, let us procure some Wanjin oil and essential oil as well. We can prepare everything together for shipment. The essential oil can be placed in magnetic bottles, nothing too extravagant. Zhang Qian chuckled, shaking his head in disagreement. As for the Wanjin oil, it should be in iron containers for ease of long-distance transport, resilient against bumps and bruises. That does make sense. Guan enthusiasm waned as his suggestion was rebuffed. Xiao Wu will handle these tasks. Next, we shall address your responsibilities. Zhang Qian, being a graduate student from a teacher's college with some understanding of psychology, nodded toward Rin Song, and then shifted his focus entirely to the now dwindling Guan. Aside from what has been previously mentioned, you must promptly arrange for capable personnel to rent a shop in a prominent location, ensuring it is spacious and well-lit. Additionally, you need to hire 7 or 8 robust men, preferably those with martial training, who appear formidable enough to intimidate. They should take turns standing guard on the steps outside daily. Huh, I understand. I know how to sell a bottle of floral water for a pretty penny. Guan immediately perked up again, excitedly applauding. This idea is brilliant. First, let us create an attractive storefront to draw people in. If anyone enters and merely browses without purchasing, the strong men will give them a good beating until they agree to pay. This method was famously employed by a cake vendor at the corner of the East Market. Chapter 34. What to buy after making money? Don't be ridiculous. Zhang Qian exclaimed, a mix of exasperation and amusement evident on his face. He raised his hand and playfully put Guan in a headlock, chiding him. Do you think you are some sort of celestial being, holding people for ransom in the bustling streets of Chang'an? At last, Guan had managed to secure the same treatment as Ren Song, refraining from his usual antics, no longer calling Zhang Qian 13th brother, covering his reddened neck with one hand. He nodded with a foolish grin. I knew brother Zhang didn't mean it that way. While coercive dealings may yield quick profits, they are not a sustainable strategy. People might fall for it once, but they will never return. Moreover, given that Chang'an is under the heavens, should we inadvertently extort from the royal family, we would have more than enough heads to lose. Upon mentioning the royal family, Guan recalled a peculiar term from Zhang Qian's earlier remarks and paused, inquiring earnestly, Brother Zhang, what is a celestial being? Is it an enemy of our sect? A legendary figure, Zhang Qian replied, nostalgia washing over him as he shook his head with a wry smile, explaining softly, it specifically refers to those who believe that everyone owes them something. They may disregard your respect, yet expect you to cater to their every whim. It is a tale of a young man surnamed Lu who encountered such a person during his maritime adventures. But never mind, that story is lengthy. Let's return to the matter at hand. If he were to recount the saga of One Piece, it could occupy him for days on end, leaving little time for anyone to profit from selling perfumes. Thus, Zhang Qian quickly dispelled the wistful thoughts and resumed with seriousness. The reason for hiring brawny men to guard the shop is to provide a sense of security for those purchasing goods, allowing them to feel that their status is elevated. Do you understand what I mean by security? It conveys a profound sense of safety. Since our shop exclusively sells perfumes and garments for women, all the staff should be young maidens, ideally between 17 and 18 years old, youthful, beautiful, and charming, so that customers feel that after adorning themselves with our goods, they too could be as lovely as the attendants. That is no easy feat. Guan pondered, shaking his head in earnest. Although the Tang Dynasty was not devoid of women in positions of authority, finding women willing to work as shop attendants was rarer than encountering Persian dancers. Then we shall invest more funds to hire them, offering higher wages. I trust that no one would refuse. Despite the continuous harsh realities he faced, Zhang Qian remained steadfast in his belief regarding the openness of the Tang Dynasty. He was convinced that in an era where even women could ascend to the throne, securing female sales clerks would be entirely feasible. Wages? Guan's focus diverged entirely. Furrowing his brow, he continued to question softly, must we pay them wages? Isn't it sufficient to provide food, clothing, and shelter? In Chang'an, only those who have served for over 5 years qualify for wages. What did you say? 5 years of labor before receiving wages. This time, it was Zhang Qian's turn to be astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. The oppressive feudal era could hardly be blamed for the lack of women willing to take up roles as shopkeepers. After 5 years of toil, without any remuneration, the prospect of marriage looms ahead, leading one to a life of domesticity, raising children, unless one is foolish enough to squander their youth in vain. Naturally, without completing the full 5 years, how could the employer ascertain their character and trustworthiness? It is not just Guan who feels this way. Even the rotund Ren Song believes that it is entirely justifiable for newcomers to labor without compensation. The rationale they provide is delivered with unwavering conviction. Thus, they decide to adhere to the established norms regarding salaries. If there is fear of disrupting the customary practices, they can hire from their own household or distant relatives of lesser means. Zhang Qian, lacking the energy to debate the fairness of such customs and unable to alter them, resolves to seek an alternative route. Surely, the Guo family cannot be devoid of impoverished relatives? As the saying goes, it is better to teach a person to fish than to merely give them fish. Encouraging his daughter to work is far more beneficial than annually providing financial assistance. Indeed, that could work. Guan blinked thoughtfully, pondering that once a servant reaches a managerial position, even if merely a minor one, their daughters can no longer be regarded as mere household maids. Yet, they willingly send their daughters to the household to learn the ways of propriety, in hopes of securing a good match in the future. With a sigh, a hint of helplessness crept into his voice. As parents, their intentions are noble. But with such a large family, it is inevitable that a few of his brothers might indulge in frivolous pursuits. The guards and foremen are not all of sound character, resulting in a plethora of troublesome incidents each year. to the extent that his mother now selects only the less attractive maids for entry into their home. If only those beautiful ones could be sent to the shop to serve as assistants, receiving monthly wages, it would spare his mother considerable worry. Yes, that is the way to proceed, Brother Zhang. This idea is splendid and serves a dual purpose. Your brothers cannot control their baser instincts, and yet they blame the maids for their beauty? If he were to maintain his virtue, surely the maids cannot force themselves upon him. Zhang Qian privately scoffed at this notion, but chose not to meddle in others' domestic affairs. With a smile, he redirected the conversation, declaring, I do not care whom you employ, as long as you can secure help. Make it clear to them that in addition to their salary, for each item sold, they will receive a commission of 20 coins. The more they sell, the more they earn. Such a delightful opportunity. Just hearing about it makes me want to work as an assistant. Rin Song exclaimed, unable to suppress his enthusiasm. Do not be so short-sighted. Consider how much you would earn with each additional bottle of 6 Gods flower water sold. Zhang Qian shot him a pointed glance, chuckling as he reminded him. He then elaborated with clarity. Craft a batch of nameplates from fine wood, gifting one to each customer who purchases 6 Gods. In the shop, maintain a ledger that records only the wooden plate numbers of the buyers, without names. Each purchase will be logged, and once a customer accumulates 10 purchases with the same number, they shall receive a complimentary sample of a new product to try out in front of those who buy less frequently. Furthermore, in the 21st century, despite never indulging in luxury items, he has read extensively on marketing strategies. Now, articulating these concepts seems to flow effortlessly from his lips, influenced by their respective forebears. Both Guanyu and Rin Song were not strangers to the art of business. Drawing upon their acquired knowledge and the current circumstances in Chang'an, they offered insights that were either critical, cautionary, or supplementary, harmonizing seamlessly with Zhang Qian's ideas. The three brothers engaged in a lively discourse for an hour and a half, ultimately devising a comprehensive and pragmatic plan. Eager to mobilize their resources for implementation, Guanyu and Rin Song were suddenly met with Zhang Qian's gentle shake of the head. Not so fast, Xiao Wu. You shall personally deliver the samples of Lu Shun Hua Lu to Duke Bao's estate and present them to young Master Duan. Erlang. Take the samples in your possession back to your father as well. Beyond seeking their assistance and offering samples for the ladies of their households to try, both of you should also solicit their help in finding 2 affluent acquaintances willing to invest in the second round. We still have ample capital for the second round. If needed, we can contribute more ourselves. At this, Rin Song and Guanyu reacted as though their funds had been snatched away, clutching their pouches and vociferously objecting. I am aware that our capital remains sufficient, Zhang Qian sighed deeply. But if Lu Hua Lu is produced as I suggested, the profit margins will be exorbitantly high. You both understand well the costs involved in this endeavor. If we were to sell at an exorbitant price of 1 tael per unit, can we sustain this business alone? Instead of being like a child flaunting a gold ingot in the marketplace, it is wiser to distribute some of that gold, allowing others to share the risks. Despite recognizing the soundness of Zhang Qian's reasoning, Rin Song and Guanyu found themselves mired in indecision. The Rin family, although backed by the Duke Bao's estate, wielded limited influence, yet they were anything but inconspicuous in the grand tapestry of the Tang Dynasty. Conversely, the Guo family ranked among the foremost noble houses in Chang'an. With Patriarch Guoxing proficient in both civil and martial affairs, adept in navigating both the lawful and illicit realms, the second master held the position of a powerful regional governor, a veritable local magnate. If these two families could not safeguard a venture like Lu Hua Lu, what formidable adversaries would they face? Surely, they would require the backing of at least the 5 surnames and 7 lineages to match such weight. I acknowledge the capabilities of your fathers, yet they are of a different generation. We must not rely on them for every challenge. After all, being slightly older than both of you and possessing a background in pedagogy, I have discerned your thoughts, Zhang Qian remarked with a smile, shifting his perspective to gently enlighten them. If you wish to surprise your fathers or demonstrate that you have matured and can alleviate their burdens, do not wait until troubles arise to call upon them. Instead, prepare in advance. My proposed method is one such means of preparation. On the surface, it may appear that we are distributing opportunities for profit, but in essence, we are enlisting investors to shield us from potential storms. The more profit this enterprise generates in the future, the more value they will place on it, and the less they will tolerate outside interference. Indeed, that makes sense. Let us proceed as Zhang Gu suggests. Your foresight is commendable, and I shall heed your counsel. Rin Song and Guanyu, at last persuaded, nodded reluctantly. Rest assured, I shall not relinquish their opportunity for profit without due cause. Amused by the expressions of the two, akin to the discomfort of constipation, Zhang Qian shook his head once more and declared emphatically, "You may confidently inform Duke Xiao and Senior Guo that this time we shall only be transferring 20% of the shares. Each share is divided into 10 parts, each priced at 1,000 taels. If they wish to purchase, let them do so. If not, once this opportunity passes, it shall not return." Does that mean each portion will fetch 10,000 taels? To spend 10,000 taels merely to acquire a mere 10% stake? Brother Zhang, are you certain you are sincerely inviting others to invest? 10,000 taels. Surely you cannot be serious. How could this possibly sell? This is merely a stake, not an official position from the court. Ren Song and Guan Nu both gasped in disbelief, their exclamations escaping simultaneously. Follow my instructions. Once the samples are dispatched, I assure you, there will be discerning buyers. Zhang Qian said, raising his fist with an air of undeniable authority. After we sell 20% of the stake, the three of us shall divide the profits. Then, each shall contribute 3,000 taels to purchase an official title. We shall at least start with the position of a magistrate priced at 3,000 taels, with the freedom to aspire for higher ranks. This is what it means to adapt to local customs. Since you are selling positions, I shall buy a significant one. I did not traverse to the Tang Dynasty to be a mere sycophant or to be trampled upon. I refuse to believe that a fourth-rank magistrate would be easily bullied without cause. If that were the case, the official positions sold by the Empress's family would lose all value, swiftly transitioning from sought after to utterly disregarded. It is easy to deal with a Zhang Qian with no roots or proof, but who would dare challenge the Empress's trade? Chapter 35, Beneath the Eastern Fence. Gathering chrysanthemums in truth, Ren Song's prior conjectures were not entirely erroneous. At the very least, he was correct in one aspect. Zhang Qian was indeed provoked by Ren Quan's remarks that day. As a denizen of 21st century China, even a liberal arts student well-versed in history could hardly have anticipated that the illustrious Tang Dynasty, once a source of pride and a testament to the grandeur of Huaxia civilization, often lauded in countless social media debates, had descended to such depths of degradation. From the highest-ranking chancellor to the county magistrate, positions were openly priced. One could simply purchase their way into office. The imperial examination system, established during the Sui dynasty and gradually refined in the early Tang, which had propelled Chinese feudal society to its zenith, had now been rendered a mere facade. From the moment the enlightened Emperor Li Xian ascended to the throne for the second time to the present day in the third year of the Shenlong era, a staggering 8,000 official positions had been indiscriminately distributed among the Empress, her brother Wei Wan, Princess Annal, and the courtesan Shangguan Waner, all within a mere span of 3 years. What does this signify? It implies that, with sufficient wealth, even a fool could infiltrate the ranks of national governance. This not only indicates a complete collapse of the official selection system, but also suggests that societal order teeters on the brink of disintegration. Admittedly, the imperial examination system has often been criticized by scholars, much like the contemporary Gaokao. Yet, the advent of this system meant that fate was no longer solely dictated by lineage. Theoretically, it provided a pathway for individuals from the lower echelons of society to ascend. It allowed even those of humble origins, through diligent study, to one day partake in the formulation of national policies, engaging in discourse alongside the scions of nobility. Certainly, the notion that a single examination could determine one's lifelong trajectory is fraught with flaws. The imperial examination system may not necessarily yield the most competent individuals. However, in most instances, it effectively excluded the foolish from the ranks of governance. Indeed, just as the Gaokao in later times has been subject to manipulation, so too could the imperial examination be exploited. Yet, in this era, it represented the final vestige of hope and fairness for the descendants of those dwelling at the lower rungs of society, offering a means to alter their destinies without resorting to violence. What, then, did Zhang Qian glean from Ren Quan's words? It was the notion that wealth could dictate all. The positions disseminated from the hands of the Empress, Princess, and Shangguan Waner were not merely opportunities for prospective candidates. Ren Quan had explicitly informed him that with sufficient financial backing and strategic maneuvering, one could transform a provisional appointment into a substantive position, a possibility bolstered by numerous real-world examples. Did you believe that those who spent tens of millions on official titles, only to subsequently invest thousands to secure their positions, were motivated solely by a desire for familial glory or the thrill of authority? Far from it. Zhang Qian, even without inquiry, could deduce that those who had purchased their offices and successfully maneuvered into substantive roles would inevitably exploit their positions, recouping their initial investments tenfold, if not 100-fold. Greed can swiftly transform individuals into a pack of ravenous wolves. The targets of these predators will undoubtedly not be the noble families or the descendants of kings and dignitaries, nor the esteemed progeny of the Li clan. Those who purchase their positions will inevitably seek to recoup their investments from the common folk, particularly from individuals like Zhang Qian, who, despite appearing prosperous, find themselves isolated in the vast expanse of the Tang Dynasty. From this perspective, the more Zhang Qian endeavors to enhance his modest existence, the more rapidly he will become prey for these wolves. Although he is acutely aware that, for the Grand Tang Dynasty, the current turmoil is merely a temporary affliction that will not endure long, and once Li Longji ascends the throne, order will swiftly be restored. He remains uncertain of his own survival until the end of this tumultuous period. After conversing with Ren Quan that day, Zhang Qian was immediately engulfed by a sense of unrest. Even the sound of Zhizhang counting money outside his door could not capture his attention. After a restless night of contemplation, he reluctantly arrived at 3 conclusions. First, if he wishes to survive until Li Longji's ascension, he must distance himself from Chang'an. Ideally, he should refrain from entering the city altogether. Second, unless he were to rally a rebellion, he may not evade the predatory grasp of corrupt officials, even if he cloisters himself in the countryside, never stepping outside. Third, given that evasion seems impossible and he lacks the means to revolt, his best option is to metamorphose into a wolf himself, or at the very least, to disguise himself as one of their allies as swiftly as possible. Synthesizing these reflections, in order to survive until the day Li Longji becomes emperor, he must urgently acquire an official position, one that cannot be too insignificant. A minor role would render him merely a small fish, insufficient to evade the jaws of larger predators. Therefore, after a night of restless thoughts, Zhang Qian embarked on a fervent journey into the realm of perfume development. Through this venture, he aimed to amass his first fortune, using the proceeds to infiltrate the ranks of the wolves. By sharing the substantial profits of his perfume business with other vested interests, he sought to convert formidable adversaries into allies, at least creating the illusion of a formidable network of associates. With the cover of these larger fish, he could hide in the shadows, seeking to survive in a chaotic world. Though this plan may not be flawless and is fraught with flaws, it stands as his best option at present. In the absence of any ancestral support, systemic advantages, or the mere fortune of being the crown prince, achieving even half of this plan is nothing short of miraculous. The Great Wall was not built in a day, nor was the long march completed in a single step. Even with a clearly defined life plan in his heart, Zhang Qian understood that to realize it, he must proceed methodically. Thus, having successfully created perfumes and medicinal oils, along with obtaining a byproduct of cooling balm, he found himself unexpectedly at leisure. It was not his exhaustion that compelled him to seek a moment of respite, but rather the inefficiency of the Tang Dynasty that necessitated a deceleration in the progression of his plans. This was far from the 21st century China, where, regardless of the item required, one could simply place an order online as long as it was lawful. Prompt payment typically ensured delivery within 3 days, right to one's doorstep. Merely procuring the glass bottles for the initial batch of perfume demanded a wait of a fortnight. This was under the fortunate circumstance that Ren Song, the portly gentleman, had connections with Wang Yuanbao, the proprietor of the glassworks, allowing for the expedited processing of his order. Meanwhile, the porcelain bottles for the camphor oil and the tin boxes for the universal oil required a full month's wait. The former necessitated locating a kiln owner and skilled artisans to design the clay molds and fire them separately. As for the latter, in this era, there were no tinplate or box-making machines. It was solely dependent on blacksmiths laboriously hammering each piece into shape. Perhaps it would be wiser to utilize porcelain bottles for the universal oil as well. Realizing he had once again made a presumptuous error, Zhang Qian promptly adjusted his approach. Nevertheless, he found little time saved in the process. His hope to utilize the absence of Ren Song and the odious Guanu, who were off to recruit new shareholders, to develop several new fragrances was, in truth, a naive aspiration. While Ren Song and Guanu were indeed occupied with their respective missions in Chang'an, Zhang Qian's ambition to innovate new perfumes was thwarted by his inability to acquire the necessary materials. Unlike mint, wintergreen leaves, peach kernels, and dried peach blossoms, which could be easily sourced from traditional medicine shops, He sought flowers that were common in the 21st century and easily extracted for their essences, yet found this to be an insurmountable challenge. As for the roses, which in the modern era were readily available and often utilized as natural fragrance extraction materials, it was a lamentable reality that, at this moment in the Tang Dynasty, they were merely beginning to be cultivated as ornamental flora, with scarcely a few specimens gracing the emperor's royal garden, certainly not available for his casual use. Consequently, after dismissing ideas involving roses, peonies, lotuses, and jasmine in succession, Zhang Qian was left with no choice but to reluctantly accept the reality and began with the chrysanthemum, a flower that, among the commonly found varieties, yielded the least fragrance. However, he soon encountered a significant setback. Due to the unique aesthetic standards of the Tang people, chrysanthemums were prized for their nearly imperceptible scent, or even the complete absence of fragrance. Constrained by the limitations of his equipment, craftsmanship, and personal abilities, his attempts to extract essence from several common chrysanthemum varieties rapidly culminated in failure. In desperation, Zhang Qian donned a medicinal herb collector's basket, grasped a hoe, and strapped a dagger to his waist, embarking on a journey as a herbalist. He Zhizhang would undoubtedly follow closely by his side, sharing in his trials and tribulations. Despite her slender frame appearing incongruous against the backdrop of the herb basket, when he initially rejected her company, only to be met with her tears, he had no choice but to relent. The young girl, having evidently endured some harrowing experiences, possessed a profound sense of insecurity. Thus, like a vine clinging to a grand tree, she remained steadfastly attached to Zhang Qian, unwilling to stray far from his side. The only thing that could momentarily divert her attention from him was perhaps a handful of copper coins. Whenever she counts money, her expression becomes profoundly entranced, and her gaze assumes an extraordinary tranquility. However, this act of counting usually occurs at night, when Zhang Qian is engrossed in his studies beneath the lamp, leaving her with little else to occupy her time. During the day, she evidently prefers to follow Zhang Qian like a shadow. Equally inescapable is Ren Quan, who, after enduring several reprimands from Ren Song, has convinced himself that Zhang Qian's abrupt change in demeanor is a consequence of his earlier remarks. Thus, burdened by guilt, he vows to atone for his transgressions. The moment Zhang Qian steps beyond his courtyard, Ren Quan immediately trails behind like a shadow, maintaining a distance of precisely 10 paces, neither more nor less, regardless of whether Zhang Qian walks swiftly or leisurely. Oh well, let it be. After several attempts to catch up, Ren Quan often vanishes from sight for no more than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, compelling Zhang Qian to reluctantly accept this man's penance. Zhang Qian, unfamiliar with the Tang Dynasty and even more so with its outskirts, finds a measure of security in having Ren Quan, who possesses some martial skills and a modicum of knowledge about herbal medicine, by his side. At the very least, it wards off numerous lecherous suitors who might harass Ziwan. In the brief span of just over 40 minutes since leaving his landlord's estate and venturing into gently rolling hills, Zhang Qian has encountered no fewer than 3 groups of young gentlemen out enjoying the autumn air, galloping past him with a flourish. Upon catching sight of Ziwan carrying a bamboo basket, the young men's gazes become fixed. However, once they notice Ren Quan, who follows Zhang Qian wielding a knife like a specter, they swiftly come to the realization that Zhang Qian likely shares a similar social standing with themselves. They promptly abandon any intentions of defending the beauty, lest they invite unnecessary trouble upon themselves. Plucking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence, I leisurely behold the southern mountains. Zhang Qian muses as he bends down to uproot a particularly fragrant wild chrysanthemum, placing it gently into the bamboo basket. The Chang'an Mountains lie to the southeast. A distance away, yet under the clear blue sky, they seem almost within reach. Having inadvertently wandered into the Tang Dynasty over a month ago, Zhang Qian finds himself lost in this place, gradually transforming into a Tang person, whether he wishes it or not. Chapter 36. Encountering a mediocre physician again as deep autumn settled in, the mountains blazed with crimson hues, and the forests were adorned in vibrant colors, creating a picturesque landscape that invigorated the spirit. Consequently, as Zhang Qian journeyed along the path, he frequently encountered several scholarly companions, some reciting poetry, others engaging in spirited discussions about the world, each exuding charisma and elegance. In stark contrast, Zhang Qian and He Zhizhang appeared somewhat out of place. In terms of appearance and complexion, it was evident at a mere glance that Zhang Qian was no ordinary herbalist. A physician accustomed to the elements, exposed to the sun and wind in the wild, would hardly possess such a fair and polished visage. Those who had endured the hardships of life rarely attained his towering stature. However, the pampered young gentlemen, accustomed to opulence, when on excursions, were invariably clad in fine garments and surrounded by admirers. How could they compare to him, who traveled with but a single maid and a servant, trekking on foot while shouldering a substantial medicinal basket? In other words, Zhang Qian's attire and demeanor resembled that of someone donning a sarong to attend a grand banquet, certainly eye-catching, yet devoid of any genuine admiration and unlikely to invite conversation from strangers. Fortunately, his purpose for venturing out was not social in nature. He found amusement in occasionally digging up wildflowers or plucking unripe persimmons and jujubes from trees. Each time he unearthed a relatively intact pottery shard or a rusted copper bowl from the earth, he felt his expedition was worthwhile. As the day wore on, he had discovered few varieties of wildflowers suitable for extracting essence, yet had gathered a modest collection of persimmons and jujubes. With the sun beginning its descent and his stomach rumbling, Zhang Qian decided it was time to cease his aimless wandering. He bid farewell to Ren Quan and Zhizhang and led them back homeward. The return journey was a gentle descent, and although the slope was not steep, it invigorated their steps. Just as they were enjoying the refreshing air, a loud voice called out from behind, "Master Zhang, is that you ahead? I am Sun Anzu, greetings." Sun Yui. Zhang Qian was astonished and delighted to unexpectedly encounter an acquaintance while foraging for wildflowers. He quickly halted, turned around, and exclaimed, "What a surprise to see you here. I was so focused on my journey that I failed to notice your presence." "Not at all, Master Zhang, you are too kind." Sun Anzu dismounted with remarkable agility, surpassing that of even the younger men, and approached Zhang Qian to pay his respects. With the double ninth festival approaching, I was persuaded by a few old friends to venture out and enjoy the autumn scenery. Having frequented the area near Zhongnan Mountain, we decided to explore the northwest of the city this time. Who would have thought I would encounter you here? Truly fortunate. The double ninth festival? Zhang Qian was momentarily taken aback, noticing for the first time that Sun Anzu had adorned his round hat with a sprig bearing red fruits. It must be cornelian cherry, he mused. While traversing time, he recalled his elementary school teacher's lessons, particularly the line about knowing brothers climbing high, with one missing cornelian cherry. In that instant, a wave of solitude washed over him, yet he endeavored to maintain composure, bowing in return to Sun Anzu's respectful gesture. "You are too courteous, Sun Yui. The younger generation did not anticipate encountering you here, esteemed elder. I am not a celestial master, nor do I possess the credentials of the Tang Dynasty. You may simply refer to me as Zhang Xiaoling, or 13 Lang, and please, do not call me senior." Sun Anzu, with a demeanor of great ease, promptly followed Zhang Qian's lead, stating, "I am but a physician, a Taoist practicing at home. You may call me Sun Longzhong or Sun Laodao, lest we seem distant." Sun Jusher. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian immediately clasped his fists in the traditional Tang manner. 13 Lang truly proved himself to be a scion of a prestigious family. Learning swiftly, in Sun Anzu's mind, the memory of their first encounter flashed vividly. Zhang Qian had struggled to articulate even the Tang dialect. He chuckled heartily and asked, "Have you brought your young attendant out to gather medicinal herbs? What extraordinary materials could possibly require your personal collection? If they are common, you may send someone to the Sun family clinic in the city. I shall prepare them for you without charge. Do not hesitate. How could I, with such humble merit, dare accept such generous gifts from an elder?" Zhang Qian felt a surge of gratitude, smiling as he clasped his hands again. Furthermore, 13 Lang's words were indeed an act of kindness. Sun Anzu waved his hand dismissively, his face glowing with camaraderie akin to that of a traveler in the martial world. On that day, when 13 Lang imparted to me the exquisite skill of suturing wounds, I have yet to find the opportunity to express my gratitude. Were it not for my awareness of your esteemed lineage and bright prospects, I would have already recommended you to the Imperial Medical Institute. Compared to such a skill, a few medicinal herbs are hardly worth mentioning. Sun Jusher, you flatter me. It was you who undertook the entire task of cleaning and suturing the wound that day. I lacked even the qualifications to assist you." Zhang Qian's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hastily waved his hand. "Does 13 Lang not wish for me to employ your master's exquisite technique on others?" Sun Anzu's expression faltered, his countenance swiftly becoming dejected. "I have indeed been reckless. Such techniques are the secrets of your lineage." No, not at all." Zhang Qian interjected urgently. Dear son, please do not misunderstand. To see you apply this technique on others would be my utmost desire. I merely feel unworthy of the term guidance. Your medical expertise far surpasses mine. I only happen to know a minor trick for wound treatment, merely breaking through a thin veil of ignorance. Upon their first meeting, Zhang Qian had hastily concluded that Ren Qiong was doomed, thus relegating Sun Anzu to the status of a mediocre physician merely occupying a position in the Imperial Medical Institute. However, after witnessing Sun Anzu's deftness in treating wounds, Zhang Qian began to realize that the man's skills were not lacking. Rather, the overall standard of medicine in the Tang Dynasty paled in comparison to that of the 21st century, leading to his initial misjudgment. If he were to abandon his preconceived notions and reflect deeply, he might find that Sun Anzu's medical prowess ranked among the finest in all of Tang, merely constrained by the limitations of his era, with vision and thought confined. Thus, upon learning of Sun Anzu's intention to promote the technique of suturing wounds, Zhang Qian was overjoyed, far from wishing to hoard such knowledge for himself. For the 13th master, it was merely a layer of thin paper on the window. For Sun, it resembled an impenetrable wall. Had it not been for the 13th master's enlightening words, Sun might have spent his entire life resorting to the torturous method of cauterization to treat wounds, never considering the possibility of stitching them, and even if he had, he would not have known to leave a designated passage for the pus and blood to drain naturally. This heartfelt truth revealed the simplicity hidden beneath the complexity of transitioning from cauterization to suturing. In reality, without Zhang Qian's guidance, even the most skilled physicians in the Tang Dynasty might not have discerned this for another century. Thus, to Sun, the ability of Zhang Qian to illuminate the path forward was of paramount importance. The finesse of the technique employed was merely a matter of proficiency. However, the more Sun emphasized this, the less courage Zhang Qian felt to claim credit. After careful consideration, he smiled and remarked, in truth, cauterization has its merits as well. Upon reflection, I found that suturing is only suitable for clean wounds, where one can effectively eliminate bacteria, what you referred to as malevolent toxins. Cauterization, on the other hand, can incinerate these toxins directly within the wound. The initial physician who treated Master Ren's injury, alas, did not dare to cauterize deeply enough, allowing the bacteria and toxins to linger, which nearly led to a grave disaster. Bacteria? Your master's sect refers to malevolent toxins as bacteria? Sun Anzu's attention was swiftly captured by the novel terminology in Zhang Qian's words. He furrowed his brow, pondering softly. The notion that cauterization could eradicate malevolent toxins was indeed a revelation to him. It was no wonder that, since time immemorial, wounds had been treated with cauterization. Was the use of saline solutions merely to cleanse these toxins? Considering that ordinary households struggle to afford salt, how could they possibly utilize such large quantities of saline for repeated wound cleansing? Thus, it became clear why esteemed physicians advocated for cauterization, as it could simultaneously halt bleeding and eliminate toxins, a truly advantageous method. Indeed, observing Sun Yu's serious contemplation of academic matters, Zhang Qian felt a surge of admiration for him. That day, he fortuitously possessed a potent remedy to suppress the malevolent toxins, which emboldened him to request Sun's assistance in suturing Master Ren's wound. In the absence of this remedy, should the wound not be guaranteed clean, or if time did not permit thorough saline cleansing, cauterization would likely remain the optimal choice. Your insights are worth more than a decade of study. Sun Yu's thoughts lingered on the intricacies of medical principles, and he sighed in wonder. He had become so engrossed in discussing the merits of cauterization versus suturing that he had inadvertently left his 3 companions and servants waiting by the mountain path. Those individuals, unfamiliar with Zhang Qian, found themselves unable to interject or abandon Sun Anzu, leaving them to endure a tedium of waiting. After much patience, seeing no signs of an end to the conversation, they could no longer restrain themselves and began to cough softly in unison. Ahem, ahem. Esteemed elder, your companions are still awaiting your return. Zhang Qian, eager to return home for his second meal of the day, leaned in with a smile to gently remind him. Oh, then, please allow me to take my leave. I shall seek the 13th Master's wisdom another day. Sun Anzu finally regained his awareness, offered a slight bow to Zhang Qian, and then turned, hastening towards his companions with purposeful strides. As he walked, he awkwardly offered an explanation. Esteemed Ji, esteemed Gui, esteemed Siyuan, I beg your pardon. Zhang Xiaoyu has bestowed upon me the grace of imparting his skills. I, Sun, have yet to find the opportunity to express my gratitude to him. Thus, upon this fortuitous encounter, I engaged in a few more words. I humbly ask for your forgiveness for any slight on my part. Is he not the one you have been yearning for, the very one who, with 4 miraculous elixirs, rescued Ren Xiong from the gates of the underworld? Such youth, such a handsome visage. Yet, how is it that he possesses such a blackened heart? Before his words had fully settled, one among them had swiftly shifted his gaze to Zhang Qian, his tone dripping with unmistakable disdain. Chapter 37. Do not blame me for retorting your words, you elder. How dare you speak ill of my esteemed young master when he does not even know you? In the eyes of Zhizhang, Zhang Qian's heart was tenfold kinder than that of all others combined. How could she allow an outsider to tarnish his reputation? Without hesitation, she turned her head and questioned him loudly. Zhizhang, let us go. Zhang Qian felt a twinge of annoyance at being unjustly accused of having a heart of malice. However, he was reluctant to let Sun Anzu lose face or to stir up trouble. He reached out and pulled Zhizhang along as they strode away. Young master, he slanders you. Zhizhang, filled with righteous indignation, raised her chin and reminded him loudly. You little girl, how loyal you are. Sun Anzu's companion was not willing to let the matter rest. He looked at Zhang Qian and Zhizhang's retreating figures, sneering mockingly. Your master sold 10 pills for an exorbitant price of 100,000 taels. Who in Chang'an does not know this? How dare he claim he is not malicious? You speak nonsense. Those are life-saving medications. There is but one last dose left in the world. Zhizhang turned her head again, flapping her arms like a fledgling bird, to retort. Yet, Zhang Qian pulled her back once more, dragging her along as they continued on their way. Why bother explaining anything to him? We do not know him. Zhang Qian chuckled as he guided Zhizhang back toward home. If I truly had a heart of malice, he would not need to slander me. I would still be unscathed. If I am innocent, then his slander merely reflects his own petty nature. Sooner or later, his words will fall back upon him. By contradicting him now, you are inadvertently helping him save face. We are strangers to him. Why should we be so kind? Regrettably, you have misunderstood young Zhang. Sun Anzu finally managed to grasp his friend's arm, loudly complaining. If he truly wished to profit unethically, he would not have used that miraculous medicine to save Master Ren's life. When he administered the medicine, he never mentioned a word about money. No, it is not a misunderstanding on my part. It is your excessively benevolent nature that renders you blind to his deceitful tricks. The elder, referred to as Gui Wang by Sun Anzu, retorted stubbornly, furrowing his brows. It is precisely because you have witnessed the miraculous effects of the pills that he could sell the other 10 at a heartless price. In military strategy, this is called to take. One must first give. Upon finishing, believing he had struck a blow against the deceitful Zhang, he swayed with pride. However, to his surprise, Zhang Qian remained indifferent, continuing to pull the articulate and spirited maiden away while softly admonishing. Some individuals are inherently incapable of understanding. Even if you lay mountains of logic before them, they will remain oblivious. Thus, it is better to engage in a battle of wits with the clever rather than debate with the foolish. You are not his teacher. You have no obligation to enlighten him. Moreover, you cannot out-argue him. Attempting to reason with him will only drag you down to his level of folly, where he will triumph with his extensive experience in being foolish. This was a common retort against contrarians in the forums of the 21st century, yet in the Tang Dynasty, its effectiveness was unexpectedly remarkable. At that moment, the individual known as Guiwang was rendered speechless, his face darkened, his beard trembling, and his body shaking as if seized by a fit. Meanwhile, Sun Yuyao and his 2 companions wished to laugh, but were constrained by the need to save face for Guiwang. They covered their faces with their hands, struggling to contain their amusement. Zhang Qian, who had merely come out to gather wildflowers, found himself relentlessly pursued and berated by a stranger, leaving him seething with frustration. He grasped the unwilling Ziwan and continued his tirade, remarking that when venturing into the world, there are 2 types of individuals one must never provoke, the foolish and the elderly. Should one encounter both traits in a single person, it is best to steer clear entirely. Even if they pursue you with insults, it is crucial not to retort. Should you respond, they may resort to feigning collapse. And in such a case, there would be no way to clear your name, even if you jumped into the Yellow River. Hey, you, stop right there. Who are you calling an old fool? Guiwang, knowing full well he could not outwit Zhang Qian, was too proud to retreat, pointing an unsteady finger at him, stumbling as he attempted to give chase. Do not look back, Ziwan, Ren Quan, Under no circumstances look back. If we do, he will surely drop to the ground. Zhang Qian, seasoned in the art of verbal sparring from years of being bullied, held on to Zwan with one hand and pulled Ren Quan, who was laughing to the point of tears, with the other, issuing a loud warning. Just as his words fell, the man known as Guiweng could no longer bear it. Overwhelmed with rage, his vision darkened, and he stumbled, indeed falling headlong to the ground. Fortunately, two quick-witted attendants who had followed closely managed to grasp his arms just in time, preventing him from landing in a most undignified manner. Guiweng, calm down, calm down. What is the purpose of this? Fearing for the man's well-being, Sun Anzu, the physician, hastily approached, resolutely offering to pat his back and ease his chest. If you find that elixir too expensive, then do not sell it. There is no need to seek misfortune from young Master Zhang. I have told you before. He hails from a prestigious lineage and possesses remarkable skills. Old man, the man named Guiweng was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed by his anger, but remained defiant, struggling to regain his composure while intermittently hurling curses. I do not believe for a moment that he is of any renowned family. Which sect could possibly produce such a rogue and spiteful wretch? Which esteemed master could be so blind? I am beginning to believe that he indeed hails from the Mo school, interjected a friend of Sun Anzu, known as Jiwan, who had brought his mount alongside, chuckling as he interrupted. Brother Ji, such eloquence should belong to the disciples of the school of diplomacy, not the Mo school, remarked the third companion, who had earlier been referred to as Shi Wang, swiftly joining the conversation with a smile. It was evident that he held no sympathy for Guiweng, who had nearly been rendered unconscious by his own fury. Ultimately, whether one is a disciple of the Mo school or the school of diplomacy shall be revealed in due time. The friend known as Ji Wang or Ji Zhun opted not to directly counter the claim. Dropping a phrase and the reins of his steed, he hastened to pursue Zhang Qian. Young friend, please pause, I implore you. I have a matter to inquire about, and I beseech you to enlighten me. Speak freely. Esteemed elder, while I may not possess the wisdom to unravel your queries, I assure you that I shall communicate all that I know without reserve, Zhang Qian replied, having subdued the provocateur, his irritation dissipating in the process. At this moment, hearing the elder's courteous tone, he wished to avoid deepening his enmity with the group and gradually came to a halt, politely clasping his hands in greeting. The elder, who referred to himself as Ji, was in truth only in his 50s, possessing elegant phoenix-like eyes and silken brows that exuded an otherworldly grace. Upon witnessing Zhang Qian's respectful gesture, Ji immediately reciprocated, cupping his fists in return. He had heard the saying from Mozi, to regard others as oneself. Yet, young friend, you have priced 10 life-saving elixirs at the exorbitant sum of 100,000 taels. I am at a loss to comprehend the reasoning behind this. If someone were to suffer from a malevolent poison but lacked the means of 100,000 taels, would they not be resigned to their fate? And if a wealthy household were to purchase this remedy only to sequester it away, would that not betray the very intent of the alchemist to save lives? I have heard from physician's son that when you saved Ren Qiong's life with this medicine, you demanded no payment. Thus, I cannot fathom you to be one driven by avarice. If you are indeed not such a greedy soul, why then have you engaged in this seemingly mercenary practice? It perplexes me greatly. Therefore, I humbly ask you to elucidate the reasons behind your actions. Having spoken, he bowed once more, disregarding the fact that Zhang Qian was at least twice his age, demonstrating a sincere eagerness to learn. Chapter 38. Who knows the location of the peach blossom spring? Had he been as aggressive as the previous elder, Zhang Qian could have effortlessly retorted with a dismissive remark and departed without a second thought. After all, he neither drew a salary from the Tang Dynasty nor sought to engage in commerce with these individuals. However, adopting a demeanor of earnest inquiry, Zhang Qian felt a twinge of hesitation about directly confronting them. Thus, after a brief pause, he smiled and bowed in acknowledgement. Sir, you are overly gracious. To be candid, I am equally uncertain as to the appropriate price for this medicine. Although there are 10 pills remaining, they suffice for only one person. If you could kindly provide a reasonable estimate, ensuring that this medicine reaches someone truly in need, I would be more than willing to adjust the price as per your suggestion. Passing the ball back, a debate technique he had acquired in university, he redirected the inquiry to the original questioner, using their own logic against them. The elder known as Ji was immediately ensnared by this tactic, his face turning pale as he pondered deeply for a considerable time, ultimately releasing a long, resigned sigh. Why did Ji sigh? Even if this medicine were unique in the world, demanding 50 taels was already exorbitant. The elder called Shi, baffled by his friend's sudden capitulation, furrowed his brow and attempted to assist. Before his words had fully escaped, Zhang Qian swiftly turned toward him, bowing in inquiry, "Might I ask, if someone were poisoned yet lacked the 50 taels, would they not be resigned to their fate? And if a wealthy family were to purchase this medicine merely to store it away, would that not betray the very intent of the alchemist who seeks to save lives?" These two questions, originally posed by the elder Ji, had been subtly altered by Zhang Qian, changing the amount from 100,000 taels to the 50 taels suggested by Shi, while keeping the essence intact. Upon hearing this, the elder known as Shi was momentarily left speechless. After a prolonged silence, he found himself at a loss for words. Much like contemporary China in the 21st century, the Tang Dynasty of the 8th century had its share of affluent individuals who could not afford 100,000 taels, as well as those of the middle class who could scarcely manage 50 taels. There were also families struggling daily, with monthly incomes barely reaching 101. Thus, unless the medicine were given away freely, it was certain that no matter the price set for those 10 pills, there would always be individuals unable to afford it. Moreover, the lower the price, the greater the likelihood that someone would buy it merely to hoard it away. From this perspective, the suggestion of 50 taels was profoundly misguided. May I inquire of you both, if one person were to spend 50 taels to purchase this medicine to save their child, while another offered 5,000 taels for a transfer, what do you think would happen? Would they choose to sacrifice their wealth to save their child? Or would they forsake their child in pursuit of wealth? Fearing that the esteemed Ji and Shi elders might engage in an interminable debate akin to that of the venerable Gui elder, Zhang Qian adopted a posture of humble inquiry, presenting the quandary he once faced to both men. If one were to spend 5,000 taels to secure this precious medicine, only to be confronted by someone bearing the county magistrate's official seal, requesting the transfer of the remedy to save the magistrate's father, did the two elders believe he would possess the audacity to turn the official away? And if the visitor bore not the magistrate's seal, but rather that of the governor or even a higher authority, I ask you, esteemed elders, into whose hands would this medicine ultimately fall? The two elders, known as Ji and Shi, found themselves blushing once more, rendered speechless. Were the Tang Dynasty to be in a state of tranquility, with virtuous rulers and loyal subjects, they could certainly rebuke Zhang Qian for harboring a petty mindset. If the populace were characterized by brotherly affection and filial piety, they could justifiably condemn Zhang Qian for spreading malevolent ideas. Yet, at this moment, the imperial court was mired in corruption and decay, while the common folk were ever eager to pursue wealth, regardless of the means. Hence, unless they were to close their eyes and speak falsehoods, they could not deny that the situation Zhang Qian described was, in reality, highly plausible. In such a case, whether Zhang Qian priced the medicine at 10 or 100 taels, it would never find its way into the hands of the common people. A lower price would merely incite more disputes. Rather, by placing an exorbitant price on it within the city of Chang'an, he could avoid many troubles. Although the Tang Dynasty was prosperous, within Chang'an, there were no more than 50 households capable of easily producing 100,000 taels without suffering significant loss. These households were either of noble lineage or had connections to founding heroes and the royal family. A household willing to spend 100,000 taels on medicine would undoubtedly possess the influence to prevent certain officials from unjustly seizing it. Thus, when Zhang Qian set the price at 100,000 taels, it was not an act of greed, but rather a well-considered act of benevolence. Others should not question his motives. Instead, they ought to applaud his wisdom. Little did the elders Ji and Shi realize that the peculiar pricing of the dispelling elixir was not conceived by the young Zhang Qian, but rather was the result of the astute merchant Ren Xiong's thoughtful deliberation. In terms of scholarship and governance, Ren Xiong might not match their erudition. Yet in the realm of commerce, he could easily outstrip them by a considerable margin. Both men were genuinely learned scholars, unwilling to act in a manner that disregarded the facts. However, to acknowledge that Zhang Qian's exorbitant pricing was an act of virtue proved exceedingly difficult for them. Consequently, after several moments of profound contemplation, Ji Elder chose to sigh deeply once more. Shi Elder, feeling somewhat embarrassed, offered a salute to Zhang Qian and swiftly diverted the conversation, remarking that if this were the only instance, he truly had nothing more to say. However, he was curious. Was the young friend truly a disciple of the Mo school? His eloquence was certainly on par with that of the strategists. This was the question that truly concerned him. regardless of the price at which the dispelling elixir was sold. He himself would never seek to purchase it. He would never emulate that pedant who seeks to assert his existence by perpetually finding fault. In this limited span of life, he prefers to devote his precious time to engaging pursuits, such as wagering with his old friend Zhizhang, often emerging victorious. Why do you speak thus? The abrupt shift in topic caught Zhang Qian off guard, and a sense of vigilance surged within him. Who claims that disciples of the Mo school cannot defend themselves when faced with slander? If only the strategists are adept at reasoning. What then was the foundation of the moists, who tirelessly endeavored to resolve conflicts during the Warring States period? These words struck home, leaving the elder known as Zhizhang momentarily speechless. The Mo school advocates universal love and non-aggression, embodying these principles through action. Historical records clearly document 7 or 8 wars thwarted by the founder Mozi and his disciples, and surely, many more remain unrecorded. If it were merely their advanced weaponry and fervent spirits that sustained them, Mozi and his disciples would have perished long ago, with no chance to establish a prominent school among the 100 schools of thought and to pass on their legacy. Thus, in most cases, Mozi and his direct disciples relied on reason to persuade others. Their rhetorical skills were among the finest of their time, rivaling their weaponry. Your words hold great merit. Zhizhang, you are too fixated on the superficial. Seeing Zhizhang rendered speechless by Zhang Qian's probing, the elder known as Zhizhang, with an ethereal air, quickly replaced his embarrassment and indignation with a sense of schadenfreude. He chuckled and supported Zhang Qian, stating that while strategists excel in rhetoric, it often leans towards sophistry and grandiloquence, rooted in nothing substantial and seeking only personal gain. The Mo school, however, is both eloquent and virtuous, guided by the principles of promoting the welfare of the world and eliminating harm. They do not sway like wild grass in the wind. Is this not so, young friend? Indeed, your words resonate. Having acknowledged his identity as a disciple of the Mo school, Zhang Qian could not refute the praise of his lineage. He promptly smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude, expressing his deep honor. Do not be in haste to thank me. Unexpectedly, Zhizhang's intentions were not merely to contest judgments with his old friend Zhizhang. With a smile and a wave of his hand, he continued, "May I inquire, who is the creator of this medicine? Is it truly impossible to produce a second batch? Ah, so you seek the recipe. I was foolish to regard you as a benevolent elder." Zhang Qian's heart raced with alarm, and he furrowed his brow as he coldly replied, "This medicine was crafted by my school. Upon my departure, I carried 2 doses, one administered to Lord Run, and the other currently resides in Chang'an, as you have observed. I, myself, am unaware of the formula and cannot concoct it. In truth, I would welcome the creation of a second batch. It would alleviate many troubles for me, at least preventing me from being unjustly summoned for blame." With that, he cast a sidelong glance at the individual known as Gui Gong and resumed his stride. It felt as though walking even a tad slower would result in being accosted and robbed by this group of disrespectful ruffians. Although the old man, nearing 50, still possessed keen eyesight and acute hearing, he was utterly humiliated by Zhang Qian's blatant disdain, his face flushing crimson as if it were about to bleed. Yet, mustering his resolve, he hurried after him, exclaiming loudly, "I understand your intentions, young friend. If only the world had more of this medicine, countless individuals would not cast their gaze upon you. I do not wish to be a nuisance, nor do I seek to covet your formula. I merely believe that since your sect can produce this medicine, if you were to return and procure more, many more souls could be saved." Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, he continued, with a naive fervor, "You claim to be a disciple of the Mo family, which is dedicated to saving the world and aiding humanity. Young friend, your words hold merit, esteemed elder, yet I can no longer return." Zhang Qian interjected with a sigh, cutting off the elder before he could finish. If he could return to the 21st century, would he still be here now? Not to mention the current chaos within the Tang Dynasty, which could spell disaster for someone like him at any moment. Life in this era, devoid of the internet, lamb skewers, television, films, and novels, where even a minor injury could lead to death by infection, held no allure for him whatsoever. While others who traversed time had systems to level up and benevolent guardians to protect them, he was left to stomp his feet in vain. With no eager followers to bow before him, no enchanting maidens to weep and throw themselves into his embrace, and certainly none with perfect figures and alluring curves. Instead, he had only encountered a single maiden named Ziyuan, a mere child, who offered neither beauty nor sustenance. Why, I have heard your sect resides in the Zhongnan Mountains. Noticing the genuine despondency etched upon Zhang Qian's face, which appeared far too authentic to be feigned, the elder could no longer suppress his curiosity and furrowed his brow, probing deeper. Although the Zhongnan Mountains were vast, sending more people to search would surely yield results in locating your sect. It seems that in his quest to sell medicine, Master Ren has spread all my words far and wide. With Zhang Qian's intellect, he could not fathom how the other party had discerned his background with such clarity. Thus, with a wry smile and a sigh, he provided the long-prepared response. Indeed, the Zhongnan Mountains are not particularly expansive, yet how do they compare to Wuling? Since Tao Yuanming's fisherman, has anyone truly found the Peach Blossom Spring? Chapter 39. Master, which leg should I kneel on first? In this day and age, anyone with an education cannot possibly forget Tao Yuanming's celebrated piece, The Peach Blossom Spring. This literary work not only encapsulates their idyllic vision of a society governed by non-action, but also embodies their yearning for a secluded life, born from a weariness with the darkness and helplessness of reality. Thus, since the Wei and Jin dynasties, numerous scholars have sought to discover the elusive Peach Blossom Spring. Yet few have endeavored to prove its non-existence. Today, when Zhang Qian broached the topic of the Peach Blossom Spring being irretrievably lost, he aimed to demonstrate that his lineage would forever remain undiscovered by the world, and the effect was instantaneous. The face of the elder Ji, previously flushed with embarrassment, swiftly turned pale and ashen, reminiscent of someone who had lost a priceless treasure, rendering him utterly despondent. After a prolonged pause, he sorrowfully shook his head and lamented, "Ah? You speak the truth. Since the time of Mr. Wuliu, Tao Yuanming, who has ever found the Peach Blossom Spring? That hidden realm surely has its own masters capable of shifting the heavens and earth. At this moment, it may be at the entrance of the Zhongnan Mountains. In the next moment, it could very well be Kunlun or Penglai. Alas, my young friend, you have had the fortune to enter the mountain gate. Yet you seem destined to return nearly empty-handed. If you were to write a science fiction novel, even Lu Zixin would have to bow to you." Zhang Qian silently mused, astonished by the elder's astonishing imagination. However, on the surface, he could only continue to feign a sorrowful demeanor, as though the old man's words had struck a personal chord. And he silently clasped his hands, trudging along the path. Unexpectedly, after merely 2 or 3 steps, he heard the old fellow, referred to as Guewang, panting as he caught up. Without regard for whether others were inclined to listen, he raised his voice in a loud proclamation. "Ji Wang, Si Wang, do not be swayed by his flowery words. The notion that the Peach Blossom Spring is no longer attainable is merely an excuse for him to withhold the elixir and neglect the salvation of the world. The teachings of Yang and Mo have never been separate. Those who refuse to contribute even a hair's breadth for the benefit of all are precisely who we speak of. These two schools have always conspired together, and they are the enemies of our scholarly fraternity. Those without a ruler or a father are akin to beasts. That is precisely what I mean." Had he uttered these words 20 days prior, Zhang Qian might not have grasped their true meaning. However, ever since he had falsely identified himself as a disciple of the Mahist school, he had diligently sought to cover the gaps in his deception, scouring through saved materials on his phone and ruminating deeply. Consequently, he had firmly committed numerous anecdotes regarding the Mahists to memory. Upon hearing Guewang's remarks, he immediately discerned that the elder was leveraging Mencius's criticisms of Yang Zhu and the Mahists to further his own agenda. As a disciple who remained unmoved by insults directed at his school, Zhang Qian felt an increasing compulsion to retaliate against the impostor. This was integral to his standing in the Tang Dynasty. He could not afford to feign ignorance simply because the other did not directly insult him. Drawing a deep breath, he turned with a cold smile, hastening back to confront the elder known as Guewang. Upon witnessing the imposing approach of the man, the individual, fearing an impending altercation, let out a startled scream and hastily sought refuge behind the elder Ji. Meanwhile, the young servants accompanying the man, each perceiving the situation as a grave threat, shouted and converged, effectively obstructing Zhang Qian's path. To pluck a single hair for the benefit of the world, he mused, if it were indeed possible to do so, then I would not only allow you to strip me of every hair upon my body, but even to take my flesh and blood. As a disciple of the Mo school, I would not even furrow my brow. With a cold smirk, he halted his advance, pointing at the elder hidden behind the throng, and vociferously interrogated, "If stripping me of all that I possess yields no benefit to the world, why should I permit your reckless tyranny?" Moreover, the so-called benefit for the world is not but mere rhetoric, a guise under which one engages in deceitful plunder. My body and skin were bestowed upon me by my parents. As Confucius rightly said, one must not dare to harm them. This is the essence of filial piety. If I cannot harm myself, why should I allow a stranger to trample upon my dignity? Without waiting for a rebuttal, he paused momentarily before continuing with fervor. As for the sage's past criticisms of the Mo school, I believe it to be a mere misunderstanding. The sage once proclaimed, "One desires life, one desires righteousness. One cannot attain both. Those who forsake life for righteousness are truly noble." In the past, when the Chu army besieged Yang City, all the meat-eaters fled in disarray, yet I, the Mo school's esteemed Mingsheng, along with 182 sages, faced the overwhelming forces without retreating, to our very last breath. Is this not the quintessence of forsaking life for righteousness as the sage described? The Confucian principles stand as words, while the moists embody them through action, each complementing the other. Criticizing the Mo school is akin to striking oneself, a foolish endeavor. As disciples of the future, being aware that the sage was momentarily blinded by slander, to hastily pass judgment without rectification is regrettable. To err further is truly laughable. The historical record confirms that the 182 valiant Mo warriors valiantly defended Yang City. Zhang Qian's relentless efforts over the past few days bore fruit. His eloquent articulation of classic texts not only silenced the elder but also earned him newfound respect from both Ji and Shi. While Ji and Shi undoubtedly possessed a mastery of the Confucian classics, far surpassing Zhang Qian's. The audacious amalgamation of Confucian wisdom with the heroic deeds of the Mo school displayed by Zhang was an endeavor they had never contemplated, let alone executed. Yet, Zhang Qian seamlessly intertwined the two philosophies, leaving them utterly astonished. My young friend speaks with wisdom, and although this is my first encounter with such thoughts, I find merit in them, the elder Ji remarked, revealing his character as a remarkably benevolent scholar, unwilling to deny reason. He gently pushed aside the servant blocking his view and stepped forward. The Confucian sages have imparted wisdom upon the Mo saint, and we, the disciples of the Mo school, shall never forget. Zhang Qian sighed and solemnly clasped his hands in respect towards the elder. Although he staunchly defended the dignity of his school, he was acutely aware from the annals of history that since the Han Dynasty, the realm had invariably belonged to Confucianism. Thus, he decisively chose to withdraw from the dispute with the old man, resolutely refusing to escalate their disagreement into a conflict between two factions. Observing his discernment, the elder, known as Ji, felt a surge of admiration and smiled, acknowledging, "You are too modest, young friend." The achievements of the Mo family, both valiant and wise, indeed enriched the historical records. However, it was later that the Mo school fragmented into three factions, each at odds with the others, leading to its gradual decline in later generations. Zhang Qian's understanding of Confucian theory surpassed that of the Mo school. Recognizing that Ji appeared to be a learned Confucian scholar, he took the opportunity to quote Confucius with a smile. As the master said, "It is time and fate." The diminishing influence of the Mo school may indeed be a matter of destiny. If we align ourselves with the will of heaven and exert our efforts, we shall have no regrets. Indeed, there is much truth in that. The elder, referred to as Ji by his companions, sighed thoughtfully and nodded vigorously, acknowledging the unpredictable nature of worldly affairs at times. We must simply acquiesce to fate while doing our utmost. Before he could finish his thought, another elder, known as Gui, suddenly interjected loudly from behind his servant. The disciples of the Mo school cannot forget the benevolence of the Confucian sages. Young man, your words are sweet, yet you just criticized a revered sage, unjustly maligning your own school. I cherish my teacher, but I cherish truth even more. Zhang Qian retorted with a cold smile, his words resonating with conviction. At the sound of his declaration, the expressions of the three elders shifted dramatically. Gui turned pale and trembled, while Ji nodded earnestly, as if he had gained insight. The elder known as Shi stepped forward, laughing heartily and clapping his hands, exclaiming, "What a statement! I cherish my teacher, but I cherish truth even more." With such words, I truly believe you are a disciple of the Mo school. Brother He, this time, I concede defeat with full respect. The latter part of his statement was directed towards Ji, who, upon hearing it, stroked his beard with a sense of pride. So, you finally acknowledge that my insight surpasses yours. If he were a disciple of the school of diplomacy, How could he possess such disposition? While the Mo disciples were plausible, the elder remained skeptical, asserting, although the language of the Qin differs significantly from that of our Tang due to the passage of time, I believe there are still traces to be found. Dialects from other regions, as well as the languages of Persia and the Arab nations, share similarities. Young friend, I have an unreasonable request. Please, if you would, utter a few words in the language of the Qin, so that I may discern the truth. What? You want me to speak in the language of the Qin? He can actually understand it? Zhang Qian was taken aback, astonished to encounter a linguist in the Tang Dynasty. For a moment, he was at a loss for how to respond. Ah, you clever Zhang Bingqiao, if you are delighted by the hunt, simply express your delight without boasting about your ability to comprehend the language of the Qin. Just as Zhang Qian pondered how to navigate this predicament, Ji unceremoniously undermined Shi's position. Young friend, do not be misled by his trickery. He sought to elicit a few words of Qin dialect from your lips, to serve as a reference for future contemplation of the languages and origins of various ethnic groups. I see, Zhang Qian exclaimed, a sudden clarity dawning upon him, as the heart that had risen to his throat plummeted back into his abdomen. He intended to casually utter a few phrases in modern Mandarin to satisfy that gentleman's penchant for collecting. However, he noticed the imperial physician, Sun Enzu, approaching with a genial smile, parting the servants as he came closer. 13th Master, allow me to introduce you, the old physician interjected. Sensing the growing rapport between the two parties and wishing to expand Zhang Qian's network, he stood between Zhang Qian and the others, cheerfully adding, this is my esteemed friend, the military officer from Gunzhou, surnamed Zhang, given name Ruoxu, courtesy name Shifu. His greatest passion in life is to delve into the nuances of languages from various nations and regions. 13th Master, what troubles you? Why do you tremble so? Senior, is it truly Zhang Ruoxu? Zhang Qian, overwhelmed with excitement, could hardly register Sun Enzu's subsequent words, disregarding all notions of propriety. He quaked with exhilaration, his head spinning and legs weak, his voice as feeble as a wisp of smoke. This is a true luminary. While Zhang Ruoxu might have shared a common name in the Tang Dynasty during the reign of Emperor Zhongzong, only one individual could have held the title of military officer from Gunzhou with that name, though his name may not have been resplendent in the Tang court. In the 21st century, anyone who is unaware of this figure surely lacks the qualifications to be deemed an intellectual. Upon encountering this esteemed personage, which knee should I kneel upon? I await your guidance urgently. Alas, had the Tang Dynasty possessed the internet, Zhang Qian would undoubtedly have pulled out his phone to solicit advice from his friends. Chapter 40. The truth, dear young friend, do you share any connection with Zhang? Zhang Ruoxu, whom his companions affectionately referred to as Sherwin, was left utterly bewildered by Zhang Qian's eyes, which sparkled with an almost infatuated fervor. He took a few hesitant steps back, murmuring, I am a native of Yangzhou and studied in Zhongnan in my youth before serving in Gunzhou as a military officer. His trepidation stemmed from his youthful days of extravagant indulgence, during which he forged numerous entanglements. If any noble daughter had borne a child from him back then, the age of the offspring might very well align with this young man before him. And what a coincidence that the lad bears the same surname. He was fair-skinned, tall, and handsome, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Zhang Ruoxu's own youth. Should the youth decide to acknowledge their kinship today, it would certainly lead to an uproarious situation for Zhang Ruoxu. Even if he were to steal his heart and resolutely refuse, he would inevitably become the subject of ridicule among his friends, particularly from the mischievous Ji Wang at his side. If things went awry, he might even find himself immortalized in verses for his romantic escapades. Fortunately, the scenario he dreaded most did not come to pass. Upon hearing the inquiry and observing the young man's guarded demeanor, Zhang Qian was taken aback, quickly realizing his own lapse in composure. He inhaled deeply to calm his racing heart and solemnly bowed. I apologize for my momentary indiscretion, esteemed sir. I have long admired your esteemed reputation, and it is indeed a fortuitous occasion to meet you today. You expressed a desire to hear the melodies of the Qin. I would not dare to refuse. Rather than reiterate previous words that lack flavor, allow me to recite your illustrious work. Without awaiting Zhang Ruoxu's response or considering the confusion of those around him, a melodious recitation flowed from his lips like a spring of water. The spring river's tides align with the sea's expanse. The bright moon rises in harmony with the waves, glistening and rippling for thousands of miles. Where, pray tell, is there a spring river that lacks a moon's brilliance? The river winds around fragrant fields, The moonlight graces the flowered woods like frost. In the air, the flowing frost is imperceptibly drifting on the sandy banks. The white sand remains unseen. The river and sky are free of dust. A solitary moon shines brightly in the vastness above. Who was the first to behold the moon by the river? In what year did the river moon first illuminate men? Generations of life are ceaseless, yet the river moon appears ever similar year after year. He ceased to ponder whether his pretense as a disciple of the Mo school would be uncovered. His mind was far from contemplating the possibility that Zhang Ruoxu might point out the inaccuracies in his recitation, questioning whether it truly reflected the language of the chain. It was akin to a parched soul encountering the melodious voice of Xiang Jingting, or a fugitive spotting the celebrated Jackie Chung. At this moment, Zhang Qian's heart was wholly consumed by the exhilaration of conversing with his idol, leaving no room for anything else apart from the venerable Zhang Ruoxu and the timeless piece Spring River, Flower Moon Night. As for Zhang Ruoxu, he initially furrowed his brow, intently discerning the similarities and differences between Zhang Qian's words and the language of the Tang Dynasty. As he listened, his eyes began to glisten with moisture. Soon, his lips quivered slightly, and his beard swayed gently, synchronizing with the rhythm of the recitation. Was he truly reciting the masterpiece of Sherwin? Though Ji Wang, Gui Wang, and Sun Yui could not comprehend Zhang Qian's Mandarin, they sensed, through the cadence and rhythm of each line, that Zhang Qian was indeed delivering an extraordinary work. One by one, they exchanged glances, each reflecting shock upon the other's visage. In their minds, Zhang Ruoxu was a master of multiple languages and music, possessing exceptional martial skills. He was indeed the epitome of both literary and martial prowess. Yet, this individual was not known for his poetic compositions, and he seldom indulged in poetry. Today, however, a youth claiming to have emerged from the reclusive ink school recited Zhang Ruoxu's grand work with remarkable fluency, nearly succumbing to madness at the sight of the poet himself. This was, without a doubt, astonishingly perplexing. The slanting moon sinks heavily, concealed by the sea mist. The rocky cliffs of Shaoxiang stretch infinitely before me. How many return under the moonlight? The waning moon stirs emotions among the trees by the river. Just as the bewilderment reached its peak, Zhang Qian had already recited the entirety of Spring River, Flower Moon Night. He lifted his gaze to the venerable Zhang Ruoxu, his youthful face illuminated with genuine admiration. Master, when did you compose this lengthy poem? Why not share it, so that this foolish brother may also read it? Not one to shy away from inquiries, Zhang Qian approached Zhang Ruoxu, urging him incessantly. Master, this poem flows beautifully. It vaguely aligns with the ancient rhythms of the UFO. Alas, I Lu understood not a single word. The elder known as Gui Wing, momentarily forgetting his earlier grievances with Zhang Qian, readily supported Ji Wang's sentiments. Oh no. Upon hearing their words, Zhang Qian shivered involuntarily. The excitement of encountering his idol dissipated in an instant. What if he had not yet composed Spring River, Flower Moon Night? Whose poem was this? Then, he had only 2 poems to his name that had survived the ages, and now he had unwittingly claimed one as his own. This was a grave transgression. To be candid, this poem was indeed penned by me, drawing upon the old themes of UFO, Spring River, Flower Moon Night. However, I was in a state of exhaustion at the time and refrained from sharing it, lest it ruin your spirits. Fortunately, Zhang Ruoxu responded promptly. Otherwise, Zhang Qian would have regretted it deeply. After somewhat settling his tumultuous emotions, he turned his gaze back to Zhang Qian, smiling as he said, I am unsure if the words you just employed were indeed Qin dialect, but judging by the rhythm of your voice and the application of your phrases, it is evident they belong to the same lineage as Tang dialect, rather than the nonsensical utterances of the Japanese. My humble work was written during a time of distress, steeped in melancholy, and truly not suitable for one of your age to contemplate. Young people ought to shine like the rising sun and not imitate an old man like me, wallowing in self-pity, devoid of vigor. Clearly, in his excitement, he had regarded Zhang Qian as a kindred spirit, thus adopting a paternal tone to guide him, hoping he would not be influenced by his own work and succumb to despondency. Ah, so it was the old theme of Spring River, Flower Moon Night. No wonder it sounded so familiar. Before Zhang Qian could respond, Gui Wang, suddenly enlightened, clapped his hands and laughed inappropriately. Such a fine poem. Why did you not present it to us sooner, Brother Zhang? I would have invited musicians and singers to spread your masterpiece far and wide. Do you really need to flatter me so? Dissatisfied with the boisterous demeanor of the individual before him, the elder known as Ji Wing cast a sidelong glance, chuckling as he shook his head. Zhang Qian, having recently emerged from the depths of the mountains, was already able to recite this poem flawlessly. It was evident that the poem had long been widely circulated. Alas, you and I, confined to our clerical duties day in and day out, have become increasingly ignorant and uninformed. Having spoken thus, he swiftly turned his gaze towards Zhang Qian, smilingly imploring, "Young friend, one matter should not trouble two masters. Since you have previously recited Brother Shifu's Spring River, Flowers, and Moonlit Night in Qin dialect, might you recite it once more in Tang dialect? This would allow us elder folk to alleviate the itch in our hearts a little sooner." The exhilaration of meeting an idol had subsided, and Zhang Qian dared not act recklessly. Instead, he turned to seek Zhang Ruoxu's approval. "Young friend, this gentleman is also a close confidant of mine. He is the top scholar of the year of Yima and a doctor of Taichung, surnamed He, with the courtesy named Zhizhang." Before Zhang Ruoxu could respond, the enthusiastic physician's son stepped forward, loudly introducing Zhang Qian. "He requests that you recite. You should comply. Countless young individuals take pride in receiving his guidance in person. Dear friend, what troubles you? Why do you tremble again? What else could it be? Try it yourself. I have just met Zhang Ruoxu, and now you tell me that the person I was just boasting about is He Zhizhang. The former is a titan of the literary world, while this one is a titan squared. You could have given me a heads up." Zhang Qian's heart cried out in turmoil, yet his lips remained sealed. It was not until the anxious physician's son stood on tiptoe and pinched his acupoint that he regained a semblance of self-control. He staggered back a few steps, resting his left hand on his knee while gently waving his right hand. "And no, it's nothing. I apologize for your concern. I never imagined that today I would have the honor of meeting General Zhang and He Taichung. The spring breeze of February feels like scissors. I have recited this poem countless times in my life. Is your mouth coated in honey, young man?" Though He Zhizhang had heard countless praises throughout his life, he still felt a surge of joy at the genuine admiration expressed by a stranger for his work. He waved his hand dismissively, chuckling teasingly. "You've only been out of the mountains for a few days. How could you possibly have memorized my poems? You can't possibly know how many times you've recited them." Note: He Zhizhang was born in 659, making him 48 years old at this time. "I memorized it in elementary school," Zhang Qian muttered to himself, though he dared not voice it, merely offering a sheepish smile. "This gentleman is also a close confidant of mine, hailing from the Lu family of Fanyang, named Sangyong and styled Ziqian. He currently serves as a bachelor in the Zhaowen Academy." At this moment, physician's son stepped forward once more to formally introduce his third friend, the elder referred to as Gui Wang, to Zhang Qian. "Young friend, should you wish to pursue learning in the future, do not hesitate to seek his guidance. I am unworthy, truly unworthy." Gui Wang Lu Sangyong stood tall, chin slightly raised, and waved his hand lightly. In his view, while his poetic fame may not rival that of He Zhizhang, it was not significantly lacking. Moreover, he held the esteemed position of a bachelor in the Zhaowen Academy and hailed from one of the 5 noble families of Fanyang. Upon hearing this, one would expect Zhang Qian from the countryside to be even more exhilarated, to the point of potentially fainting on the spot, only to awaken in tears, pleading for forgiveness for his earlier rudeness. However, after a prolonged wait, all that greeted him was a gentle bow from Zhang Qian. It turned out that Scholar Lu was present, and Zhang Qian of Changshan was merely offering his respects. His tone was remarkably calm, devoid of any trace of the excitement he had exhibited upon hearing the names of Zhang Ruoxu and He Zhizhang. The bow was simply a gesture of the utmost courtesy, seemingly inquiring silently, "Who is Lu Zhanyong? Is he renowned? Why have I never heard anyone speak of him?" Chapter 41. Ziyu once said the atmosphere suddenly shifted, becoming somewhat enigmatic and awkward. Lu Zhanyong's face turned purple, his lips gray, and his body trembled uncontrollably. In contrast, Zhang Qian's expression radiated sincerity. "My young friend, although you are slightly younger than I, your literary talent far surpasses my own." In a display of commendable character and quick wit, He Zhizhang discerned that Zhang Qian might not have heard of Lu Zhanyong's esteemed reputation. He quickly interjected, "Last year, your line, Phalo gently brushes the silver-tipped shadow. The waterfall encircles the jade steps, spread throughout Chang'an overnight. Scholars across the city vied to transcribe and recite it. It is merely that you ventured forth too late to witness the splendor of that moment. Oh, it turns out this poem was composed by the esteemed senior. Please forgive my ignorance," Zhang Qian exclaimed, grateful for the opportunity to seek guidance from the elder in person. He swiftly recognized that his previous actions were somewhat inappropriate and feigned astonishment, bowing deeply once more. How long had he been in the Tang Dynasty? To have grasped such etiquette in just a few days was indeed commendable. However, this awkward display of courtesy appeared to Lu Zhongyong as nothing less than an intentional slap to his own face. Unable to contain his irritation, he abruptly waved his sleeve and strode away. "My young friend, how can you treat an elder in such a manner?" Dr. Sun Anzu exclaimed in alarm, complaining to Zhang Qian as he hurried after Lu Zhongyong. "Elder, please, take care as you walk." His call only intensified Lu Zhongyong's anger, prompting him to quicken his pace. The servants leading his mount struggled to keep up, and unfortunately, one of them stepped into a pile of dog excrement, tumbling head over heels. Master, master." The servants, terrified, scrambled to assist Lu Zhongyong back to his feet. Sun Anzu held his breath as he approached, quickly checking for any injuries from the fall. Meanwhile, He Zhizhang and Zhang Ruoxu, initially intending to admonish Zhang Qian and appease Lu Zhongyong, fell silent upon witnessing his embarrassing predicament, lest he, in a fit of indignation, leverage his official status to trouble a mere youth. All of this transpired within the blink of an eye, leaving Zhang Qian momentarily bewildered. He could not comprehend why. Despite his courteous apology and admission of ignorance, Lu Zhongyong remained so enraged. Driven by sympathy, he hastened to catch up, retrieving a porcelain vial from his inner pocket and offering it to Sun Anzu. "Senior son, please apply this to Elder Lu. It can dispel bruises, invigorate the blood, and eliminate unpleasant odors." The vial contained, of course, an ointment. Whether it had any actual healing properties was secondary, in Zhang Qian's view. The priority was to temporarily mask the foul odor of dog excrement, sparing everyone further olfactory distress. Indeed, as Sun Anzu removed the stopper from the vial, a refreshing and subtle fragrance filled the air, captivating the senses of all present. With his little finger, he delicately extracted a small amount and gently applied it to the bruised palm, wrist, and elbow of Lu Zhongyong. The foul stench of dog excrement was significantly diluted, allowing everyone to breathe more easily. However, Lu Zhongyong, having benefited from Zhang Qian's kindness, remained ungrateful, turning his head aside and snorting derisively. It was Sun Anzu who, not wanting to offend the former while also wishing to be fair to Zhang Qian, tightly sealed the porcelain bottle containing the balm and politely gestured to Zhang Qian, expressing gratitude for the treatment. This ointment bore a striking resemblance to a popular medicinal oil but was crafted into a convenient paste for transport. "I recently learned to concoct this from the techniques of my esteemed elders," he explained. Indeed, it belongs to the same category of remedies as the medicinal oil, with remarkably similar properties. Anticipating that Zhang Qian might delve deeper into its origins, he candidly shared the story behind the balm. "If you find it to your liking, please feel free to keep it. The preparation is not arduous, requiring merely some materials and a bit of effort. Then I shall graciously accept it," Sun Anzu exclaimed, his previous apprehensions about offending Lu Zhongyong evaporating in an instant. "I must inform you, however, that this balm is for external use only and should not be ingested. Its primary purpose is to repel insects and alleviate itching, with the promotion of blood circulation being a secondary benefit. If it suits your needs, you may procure more from Rinzong. I can prepare additional batches at my leisure. Could you supply more?" Sun Anzu inquired eagerly, his joy evident as he waved his hands dismissively. "One bottle is more than sufficient." His eyes sparkled with delight, as he was an unabashed enthusiast of medicinal remedies, easily forgetting all else upon acquiring a new one. Meanwhile, Lu Zhongyong, having just tumbled ignominiously, felt a deep sense of grievance. Seeing Sun Anzu so easily swayed by an unknown ointment filled him with shame and anger. He brusquely shoved aside the servant and strode toward his steed, mounting with a flourish before galloping away. "Guewing! Guewing!" He Zhizhang called out twice but had to relent in frustration. "You young man, you are far too reckless. The poetry of Guewing is lofty and rarefied. Your lack of experience is one thing, but to not seek guidance humbly is another." I fear Lu Zhongyong may retaliate against Zhang Qian in a fit of wounded pride. Zhang Ruoxu, seizing the moment while Lu's servants had not yet fled, admonished Zhang Qian loudly. "Upon your return, purchase a few volumes of Lu Gong's works and study them attentively, so as to avoid further embarrassment upon your next encounter." "Yes, your guidance is most wise. I shall comply," Zhang Qian replied, suppressing a smile as he recognized the protective undertone in Zhang Ruoxu's admonition. This matter is not Zhang Xiaoyou's fault. He has only recently ventured into the world and is unfamiliar with the customs of the Tang Dynasty. He Zhizhang remarked, ever magnanimous, as he observed Lu Zhongyong's retreating figure. As the saying goes, unintentional blunders do not constitute faults. With the character of Scholar Lu, he would surely not hold grudges against a young junior. As I bid farewell to the retreating figure, he swiftly turned his head and softly admonished Zhang Qian, young friend. Chang'an is not a mountain gate. Before speaking, one must think thrice. Scholar Lu possesses a broad-minded temperament, yet should you encounter those who harbor grudges, you may find yourself in considerable trouble. Junior truly did not mean it. Zhang Qian clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, repeatedly proclaiming his innocence. I have only just emerged from the mountains a few days ago, and I have scarcely memorized a handful of poems. I certainly did not intend to slight that esteemed elder. This was an earnest truth. Although Zhang Qian was a student of the humanities, he lacked the ability to recite all the poetic works of the Tang Dynasty by heart. Aside from the likes of Li Bai, Du Fu, He Zhizhang, by Zhi, and Zhang Ruoxu, he could barely recall more than 3 poems by Jia Dao, let alone Lu Zhongyong, who was not even ranked among the notable poets of the Tang and Song dynasties. This situation is akin to the annual college entrance examination, where the top scholars of each province are generally well known, yet few pay attention to the second place. As for those ranking far beyond the top 300, it is likely that only their parents and peers would care, while others would hardly spare them a glance. Moreover, in accordance with the customs of the 21st century, Zhang Qian had previously taken the initiative to acknowledge his own ignorance. Even if the other party truly was a celebrity, his admission had already granted them considerable respect. Who could have anticipated that Lu Zhongyong would hold himself in such high esteem, insisting on being compared to He Zhizhang and Zhang Ruoxu? Having not heard of another's name, it suffices to simply express admiration in the future. There is no need to feign astonishment, nor to offer an explanation. Zhang Ruoxu also withdrew his gaze from Lu Zhongyong's silhouette, once again softly reprimanding Zhang Qian. Junior understands now, when encountering the obscure yet self-important, it is indeed prudent to express admiration. Zhang Qian humbly accepted the lesson, and knowing the other meant well, he smiled and clasped his hands once more. Yet, as the sage once said, a gentleman remains unperturbed when others are unaware of him. Scholar Lu is indeed a Confucian gentleman. Zhang Ruoxu coughed at the unexpected inquiry, decisively turning his head away to avoid further entanglement in the same topic. However, a hint of suspicion lingered in his gaze. Is this lad truly not a disciple of the strategists? The more I observe, the more I am convinced he bears the lineage of Su Qin and Zhang Yi. Chapter 42. The Cursed Huangshuren. Young friend, are you skilled in alchemy? He Zhizhang, reluctant to let Lu Tsong's narrow-minded behavior dampen everyone's spirits, pondered for a moment before decisively steering the conversation in another direction. I have only learned the rudiments in my sect, but recently, with some leisure time on my hands, I have managed to concoct a few remedies. Having heard firsthand how He Zhizhang and Zhang Ruoxu previously defended him, Zhang Qian now felt a blend of admiration and newfound intimacy towards these venerable elders. He cheerfully explained while making a promise. This medicine is known as Wanjin oil. It is highly effective against the vexing itch caused by mosquito bites. If the 2 esteemed elders are not in haste, perhaps they could afford to slow their pace a little. I shall send someone to fetch some Wanjin oil for your trial. With that, he swiftly turned to Ren Quan, instructing him to dash back for the medicine, not allowing He Zhizhang and Zhang Ruoxu a chance to decline. Both elders had, on numerous occasions, heard from Sun Anzu about the miraculous properties of the specially formulated wind oil from Zhang Qian's sect. They had just learned that Wanjin oil was closely related to the wind oil, known to alleviate itching, dispel pests, and had witnessed firsthand how Lu Tsong, after applying Wanjin oil, was liberated from an overwhelming stench. Their hearts swelled with appreciation for this rare remedy. Upon hearing that Zhang Qian was willing to offer it freely, they were pleasantly surprised. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they readily accepted. Ren Quan promptly borrowed a steed from Sun Anzu's attendant and raced back to the estate to retrieve the medicine. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian, He Zhizhang, Zhang Ruoxu, and Sun Anzu continued their conversation as they strolled towards the outskirts of the hilly region. Along the way, the 3 elders naturally inquired about Zhang Qian's sect, to which Zhang Qian had thoroughly prepared, responding with remarkable clarity. Seizing this rare opportunity, Zhang Qian earnestly sought guidance from the 3 elders regarding the current laws and institutions of the Tang Dynasty, local customs, territorial extent, and the situations of neighboring nations. He Zhizhang, Zhang Ruosu, and Sun Anzu appreciated his humble eagerness to learn and patiently offered insights and answers. Of course, the most fruitful discussions, and where they found the most common ground, revolved around their interpretations of Confucian classics. When it comes to the depth of study in Confucianism, Zhang Qian would likely never catch up to He Zhizhang and Zhang Ruosu, even with another 20 years of study. However, in terms of diverse experiences and broad perspectives, the three elders, untouched by the rote education and internet-induced distractions of the 21st century, would not be able to glimpse the back of Zhang Qian's head, even if they sprouted wings. Thus, despite the considerable age difference and their vastly different backgrounds and life experiences, the four found themselves engaging in remarkably harmonious dialogue. Unbeknownst to them, they had walked out of the hills and into the plains. The path beneath their feet gradually widened, surrounded by scattered farmhouses, with the sounds of barking dogs rising and falling in the air. As it was now early September in the lunar calendar, all the crops in the fields had been harvested, leaving only the dry yellow stubble. Near the farmhouses, however, patches of radishes, leeks, and mustard greens remained lush and vibrant. As Zhang Qian approached the estate of his landlord, he found himself pondering whether it would be presumptuous to invite the esteemed figures of He Zhizhang and Zhang Ruoxi to his home for a cup of tea. Naturally, if the two gentlemen were pleased and graciously inscribed a few words for him, it would be a cherished treasure for posterity, whether framed or passed down to his descendants. Just as he was caught in this indecision, a sudden cry pierced the air from not far ahead. Steward Shui, I implore you, please. Do not take my family's ox. My child's grandfather is ill and cannot work the fields. We depend on that ox for our livelihood. Do not wail as if we are bullying you. Let the villagers judge. How much grain has your family borrowed since spring? A voice, cold and harsh, rang out, akin to the biting winds of winter. In spring, we allowed you to cultivate fewer acres, yet you refused. Steward Shui, have mercy. If you could grant us just 5 more days, no, within 3 days, we shall deliver the rent in full to the landlord's granary. 3 days? How many sets of 3 days have passed since autumn? Do the math yourself. I am well aware of your intentions. The government forbids the slaughter and trade of work oxen. Thus, you continue to evade your debts and rent. I have already made arrangements with the village head. No, this is a misunderstanding. Please, do not take the ox. Without it, we cannot farm. What of your eldest son? Why is he not working the fields? He is already 17 or 18. My son needs to study. Look at you, unable to afford food. Yet you wish to provide for your son's education. If every household behaved as you do, borrowing without repayment, the landlord would be left to starve. The ox. It is my family's ox. Release it. If you do not, beware the whip. Though the cries and reprimands were intermittent due to the distance, Zhang Qian could discern that a cruel servant of the landlord was demanding payment, intending to seize the tenant's ox as compensation. Damn it. A scene from the opera The White-Haired Girl, in which Shear was taken away by the steward and his henchmen, flashed through his mind. Zhang Qian muttered under his breath and strode purposefully toward the source of the commotion. Young men are often inclined to champion justice, and especially with the 2 literary idols he admired standing beside him, Zhang Qian was determined to intervene, even at the risk of offending his neighbors. With a fire ignited in his heart, he quickened his pace and soon reached the scene of the altercation. Through the crowd, he heard a farmer's wife pleading tearfully, Steward Shui, I beg you, have mercy. My child's grandfather is still bedridden. If you take our ox, our family will have no means to survive next year. Without the ox, your eldest son can plow the fields instead. The landlord's willingness to lease land to your family is already a tremendous act of kindness. You refuse to pay rent and are reluctant to repay your debts. Do you believe you have a right to do so? The steward's voice cut through the air like a knife, piercing the hearts of those present with every word. If everyone were to emulate your behavior, what purpose would it serve for the master to lease out the land? It would be better to leave it fallow from the outset. Steward, do not seize my family's ox. I beseech you, I bow before you. A tender voice, barely audible amidst the crowd, emerged, sounding more fragile than a young girl, filled with a haunting despair. Release her, you wretch. Do you dare threaten to take her as payment? The steward's menacing tone bore no trace of human compassion. Steward, have mercy. Please, spare my family's ox. I implore you. I will offer my daughter, Arya, in exchange. The farmer's wife, driven to desperation, initially pleaded, but soon resolutely took up the steward's proposition. Do not take my ox. I will give you Arya. She is already 14 and capable of managing all tasks. You may take her now. From this day forth, she shall serve the master's will. Chapter 43. Zhang Qian, unexpectedly, became the target himself, transforming from a bull into the very essence of sacrifice. To his dismay, he realized that in his mother's eyes, he was deemed less valuable than a mere beast of burden. A young farm girl emitted a piercing scream, clinging desperately to the legs of a peasant woman, pleading, "I do not wish to go. Please, mother, do not let them take me away. I will work, I will toil in the fields, I can plow." "You foolish girl, you know not what is good for you. Our master is renowned for his benevolence. Serving him is akin to a magpie soaring to great heights. A blessing sought by many but bestowed on few." The steward's voice slithered through the crowd like a venomous serpent. "Wang Tian, you offer your daughter as payment. Yet you yourself have declared it, not by coercion from Chui." "Mother, mother, I can work. I am strong. I can plow." The girl's cries were heart-wrenching. Yet, her mother showed no sign of remorse. "I have spoken, steward. Take the girl and leave the bull." Alas, the neighbors surrounding them shook their heads, unsure whether to lament the Wang family's tragic fate or to marvel at Wang Tian's heartlessness toward her daughter. Make way, Zhang Qian, having pushed his way to the outskirts of the crowd, struggled to advance further, hindered by the low terrain, his conical hat and bamboo basket impeding his progress into the core of the throng. "Mother, please, I implore you, do not let them take me." The girl's voice resonated with despair. "I can weave. I weave swiftly. I can finish a bolt in 5 days. Enough, enough. No more dawdling. It will soon be dark, and the gentlemen have matters to attend to." The voices of the henchmen echoed like barking dogs. "Mother!" The scream tore through the air. "Zhang Ren, Zhang Fu, why do you linger? Step forward and take her. If she does not comply, let her learn the master's rules." The steward's tone oozed impatience, as if prolonging the girl's pleas would hinder his pursuit of wealth and advancement. "Mother!" The cries grew increasingly anguished, drowning in the growls of the household servants. "Let us go. Do not defy us. If she does not comply, we shall bind her with ropes." "Stop." From a position slightly lower than the epicenter of the chaos, Zhang Qian, unable to discern the situation clearly through the throng of farmers who sighed but did not intervene, raised his voice in a commanding shout. "In broad daylight, you dare to seize a person for debt? Do you not recognize the law?" The farmers, startled from their reverie, turned to see the source of the voice. Upon realizing that the speaker was a solitary figure, burdened with a large medicinal basket, the flicker of hope that had ignited in their hearts extinguished into resignation. The notion that a wealthy young man would gallantly rescue someone from the clutches of a tyrant was a tale fit for shadow puppetry. In reality, a wealthy scion would scarcely abandon the main road to meander through a village. Yet, this stranger, despite his towering stature and relatively tidy attire, could hardly be considered a noble youth. Otherwise, he would not be without a steed or attendants, shouldering a cumbersome bamboo basket himself. Alas, whose belt was not fastened tightly, revealing such a spectacle? More oblivious than farmers who only regard attire and not the individual, it is indeed the vile servant of a landlord. Initially startled by a sharp rebuke, upon discerning that the voice belonged to a young herbalist carrying a bamboo basket, a surge of righteous anger welled within. "It is only just that a life is repaid with a life, and debt settled with payment. Who are you, meddling in my family's affairs? Are your eyes blinded? We did not coerce her. It was her mother who exchanged her for a cow." Another wicked servant boldly approached, reaching out to shove Zhang Qian's shoulder. "How much does your family owe you? I shall repay them." Zhang Qian swiftly shrugged off the servant's hand, stepping forward with the medicinal hoe in hand, positioning himself as a shield for the girl, the cow, and her mother behind him. In that moment, it was as if the spirit of the Zhu family had possessed him, reborn as Zhu Ming. It was not solely the fervor of youthful blood. A purple cuckoo could be purchased for merely 5 coins, and Zhang Qian still possessed over 9,000 coins in advance payment from the Ren family, an amount he had yet to spend. With a full purse, his confidence was naturally bolstered, nor was he one to meddle in others' affairs. As a denizen of the 21st century, the tragedy unfolding before him starkly contradicted both his education and the moral standards he upheld. Moreover, having recently engaged in profound discussions on Confucian benevolence and Mahist universal love with his esteemed idols He Zhizhang and Zhang Ruoxu, how could he turn a blind eye to injustice? If he were to pass by an injustice without intervening, would that not betray his words? Of course, if the hoe in his hand were a sword, it would have been even more splendid. Zhang Qian could have struck a most dashing heroic pose. allowing the hurriedly approaching He Zhizhang, Zhang Ruoxu, and the almost tearful purple cuckoo to admire the demeanor of a true disciple of the Mahe's school. He could have effortlessly uttered a few resounding words to further enhance the favorable impression that the two venerable seniors held of him. Alas, the hoe was not a sword, and the tyrannical steward and his wicked servants offered him no opportunity. As the surrounding farmers closed their eyes, anticipating that the meddlesome herbalist would surely face a beating today, the previously menacing steward Chui, who had terrorized the farmer and her daughter, suddenly bent his waist like a noodle. "Master, why have you come here? Is it worth troubling the master over such trifles? The old servant deserves punishment." The two wicked servants, Zhang Ren and Zhang Fu, who were poised to strike the herbalist, trembled in fright, instantly dropping their clubs to the ground, mouths agape. They had long been aware that their master had become the savior of the former estate lord, and had habitually changed their surname from Ren to Zhang. However, this new master seemed strangely engrossed in eclectic studies, leaving matters of the estate entirely to Ren Song, rarely making an appearance himself. Thus, as their family servants, they had not yet earned the right to enter the courtyard and pay respects to the new master, nor had they had the chance to behold his visage. Yet today, they finally laid eyes upon him. One even casually inquired about the new master's parents. "Am I the creditor? Did I send them to collect debts? Am I the one who instructed them to seize the debtor's oxen and daughter? How could that be possible? When did I ever authorize anyone to collect debts? When did I become a tyrant like Huang Shuren?" At this moment, one can only imagine the turmoil within Zhang Qian's heart. His hands trembled as he clutched the hoe, lifting it and then lowering it, unsure of whom to strike. He could deny any knowledge of the matter, yet he could not refute the fact that the steward hailed from his own estate. Just prior to experimenting with the perfume, he had summoned this individual at Ren Quan's behest and entrusted him with the management of both major and minor affairs of the estate based on Ren Quan's recommendations. As for the two vile servants, he had, at Ren Quan's suggestion, deemed it unnecessary to summon every servant, as a landowner is akin to a general who only needs to know and effectively utilize his principal commanders and strategists. There is no need to be acquainted with every foot soldier unless one seeks to win their favor. "Uncle, what is happening? Who is this young man? And how has he become our landlord in Tiandong? Can't you see Chui is nearly bent double? This landlord must be genuine." Indeed, the new landlord appears thus. Quite handsome, albeit with a wicked heart. What is this charade? First, the steward comes to coerce debts. Then he himself plays the benevolent benefactor to win hearts? Hush! Keep your voice down. A hypocrite despises being exposed in public. The murmurs rose around them, as curious neighbors and tenants from Zhang's estate finally discerned the identity of the herbalist defending the oppressed. Some felt a sense of absurdity, while others wore expressions of disdain. Although the discussions were hushed, they struck Zhang Qian's ears like venomous darts. He longed to shout, "I am wronged," but despite opening his mouth, the words eluded him. Ultimately, he transformed his frustration into a fierce command. "Release both the ox and the people. Return. The rent for this household is hereby annulled." "Yes, landlord." The steward, recognizing the gravity of his blunder from Zhang Qian's expression, unhesitatingly clasped his fist in acknowledgement. Zhang Qian, no longer possessing the courage to face the surrounding gazes, turned and fled in disarray. The onlookers and tenants parted to clear a path, their faces reflecting confusion, astonishment, and even envy directed towards the dazed Wang Tian and her daughter. "Disperse, disperse, let all be gone. Landlord, watch your step. Landlord, allow me to assist you." The two wicked servants, Zhang Ren and Zhang Fu, fearing retribution from Zhang Qian, hurriedly followed, clearing the way for their new master. "Get away from me. Do you not think I am embarrassed enough?" Zhang Qian, filled with pent-up rage, swung the hoe to swat away Zhang Ren and Zhang Fu's hands, reprimanding them sharply. The vile servants recoiled, too frightened to continue their obsequiousness. Yet, Zhang Qian's anger remained unquenched. Just as he wished he could sprout wings and flee, He Zhizhang, Zhang Ruoxu, and Zhizhang arrived, panting heavily. "Fear not, young friend, I am here." In broad daylight, which tyrant dares to bully others with their power? "Do not panic, young friend. I am here. Today, I shall stand by your side to confront this bully to the very end, even if they are sons of nobility. I shall not permit such outrageous behavior. Young sir, do not stoop to their level. Let us return to the village and gather our allies. Once we have assembled our forces, we shall return to reason with them." The three concerned voices struck like three resounding slaps, leaving Zhang Qian's face bruised and his head spinning. Chapter 44. I have faith in you today. Zhang Qian found himself unceremoniously cast off to his grandmother's home. The injustice of it was profoundly vexing. The heavens can attest that ever since he took over the estate, Zhang Qian had been preoccupied with concocting perfumes, camphor oil, and ointments, his three essential lifelines, leaving him utterly unconcerned with the affairs of the estate, let alone instructing Steward Chui and the two malevolent servants to seize the cattle and daughters of the tenants. Yet, despite the overwhelming injustice, he found himself with no recourse for complaint. It was unthinkable to drag the steward and the two wicked servants to the magistrate to demand recompense for his tarnished reputation. The steward was his hireling, and the wicked servants had bound themselves to him in servitude until death, extending even to their progeny. Thus, whatever misdeeds these three committed, the blame rested solely upon his shoulders, as dictated by the laws of the Tang Dynasty. Misunderstanding. Senior He, Senior Zhang, and Physician's son, this is but a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Even as embarrassment and fury surged within him, compelling him to seek refuge in the earth, Zhang Qian steeled himself, striving to elucidate the situation. He did not expect Senior He Zhizhang and Senior Zhang Ruosu to fully believe in his innocence. He merely wished to avoid leaving them with the impression of a usurer, a tyrant preying upon the vulnerable. These venerable literary figures, though perhaps not occupying high official positions at present, wielded a literary influence that rivaled the legendary dragon-slaying sword, both in their time and for posterity. Should one of them return home today to pen a piece titled The Bully of Weinan, Zhang Qian would not only find his aspirations in the Tang Dynasty dashed, but would likely be condemned to infamy for millennia to come. The younger generation had only assumed stewardship of the estate in mid-month, and had since been engrossed in contemplating the formulation of several medicinal concoctions, thus remaining oblivious to the estate's affairs. Little did he know that a moment's negligence would lead to such grave consequences. The burden upon his shoulders felt unbearably heavy, rendering Zhang Qian nearly unable to stand upright. The slanting sun above blazed mercilessly, causing beads of sweat to cascade down his brow, each breath a laborious endeavor. The earth beneath his feet, soft and yielding, offered no support, leaving him unsteady and bereft of the courage to face the scrutinizing gazes of He Zhizhang and Zhang Ruosu. As a fan from over 13 centuries hence, Zhang Qian was loath to disappoint his idols. He was determined to preserve the carefully cultivated image of a disciple of Mozi he had so painstakingly built today. Yet, his typically articulate tongue faltered at this moment, and his usually composed mind became a tangled mess. Matters that could have been clarified in mere sentences devolved into a protracted explanation, taking the time of half a joss stick without yielding clarity. Instead, he inadvertently attracted the attention of several farm dogs from the neighboring households, who, from behind the followers of He Zhizhang and Zhang Ruosu, barked incessantly at him. In truth, this matter was not instigated by the younger generation. After all, at merely 22 years of age, even the most precocious intellect could not possess the maturity of experience. The more he attempted to explain, the more aggrieved he felt, and the greater his sense of injustice, the more convoluted his reasoning became. At last, with a decisive motion, he wiped the sweat or tears from his face and swore vehemently, "I am not so shameless, nor am I so despicable." The younger generation could solemnly vow to the heavens that if they possessed even the slightest knowledge of this matter, let them be struck by lightning. If the esteemed seniors doubt this, I can only express my sincerest apologies. Having spoken, he deeply bowed to He Zhizhang and Zhang Qian before shouldering his bamboo basket and staggering away. Young master, we all know you are not the culprit. Do not be disheartened." Zizhuang hurriedly pursued him, reaching out to grasp Zhang Qian's arm. The young master is the kindest soul under heaven and would never commit such a heinous act. Yet, the young master would not even spare Zizhuang a glance. "My young friend, why the haste? Your servant has yet to retrieve the bomb." He Zhizhang's voice trailed closely behind, akin to an invisible hand firmly supporting Zhang Qian's armpit. "Esteemed senior." For a moment, Zhang Qian found it hard to believe his ears. With reddened eyes, he turned back in bewilderment. "Esteemed senior, are you calling me?" According to his reasoning, even if he could extricate himself from today's predicament, He Zhizhang and Zhang Ruosu should sever ties with him, for their acquaintance had merely spanned a single hour of conversation, hardly warranting their trust. Moreover, it was not worth them risking their reputations by associating with someone entangled with a bully over a mere bottle of balm. "Not calling you? Is there another person who has promised to gift me balm?" He Zhizhang approached with a smile, his gaze brimming with amusement. What a trivial matter. I have eyes. After all, if you were aware, you would have remained silent. Why must you take a detour to showcase your embarrassment? He never anticipated that after expending so much effort to explain, He Zhizhang could articulate it so succinctly. Zhang Qian felt a mixture of gratitude and shame. His face flushed and rendered speechless. This morning, I was quite curious about who the new master of the neighboring estate was, as they have not shown their face even once after such a long time. Zhang Ruoxa laughed with an air of triumph, akin to a fox that had just pilfered a chicken. But to his astonishment, it turned out to be you, young Zhang. Esteemed sir, you also reside in this vicinity? Once again, Zhang Qian found it hard to believe his ears. His smile was more sorrowful than tears. Had he known that Zhang Ruoxa lived nearby, he would not have felt the need to explain himself so fervently. Those living nearby would undoubtedly be aware that the previous master of the estate bore the surname Rin, and that the steward and servants were left behind by the former owner, as the new master who had just taken over. It was only natural that he had yet to familiarize himself with the circumstances, leading to some misunderstandings. Not only does Sherwin live nearby, but my estate is also not far from here. Sun Anzu was the last to approach, gesturing towards a slightly elevated residence diagonally across, clearly delighted. In truth, both Sherwin and I are your neighbors. Only Ji Weng has not established his estate near Chang'an, as he remains ever mindful of his homeland. Esteemed sir, you reside nearby as well. In an instant, all the grievances that weighed on Zhang Qian's heart dissipated, leaving only astonishment and embarrassment. Why did you not inform your junior earlier? He pondered. Had he known that both venerable elders resided nearby, he would have. He intended to say that he would not have gone to such lengths to explain himself to them. However, the words lingered on his lips before he swiftly altered his statement, asserting that he had long prepared gifts and intended to pay a visit, now that he was aware. It was not too late. Sun Anzu regarded him with a smile, gently waving his hand, signaling to cease such discussions. The estate was indeed bestowed upon you by Master Zhuang, correct? I knew he would not neglect his savior. Though not extensively educated and quite ruthless in business, that man was one who valued gratitude. Otherwise, I would not have traveled all the way from Chang'an to save his life. However, he shifted the tone of the conversation, suddenly retracting his smile and adding with utmost seriousness, now that the estate belongs to you, you must invest considerable thought into its management. With your abilities, I am confident that you can secure a place for yourself in Chang'an without acquiring land. Yet, possessing this estate means you cannot allow those beneath you to act recklessly. Otherwise, the profits will dwindle while troubles multiply. Despite the gravity of his words, Zhang Qian felt an immense weight lift from his chest. He promptly stepped back and expressed his gratitude earnestly. You are absolutely right, esteemed elder. I shall certainly manage it diligently upon my return, ensuring that such incidents do not recur. Indeed, Ji Wang, I believe our young friend possesses a commendable disposition. Sun Anzu, thoroughly pleased with Zhang Qian's attitude, cheerfully inquired of He Zhizhang. Impulsive and hasty, eager to distance himself while neglecting to observe the reactions of others. He Zhizhang, shedding his earlier leniency, adopted a stern expression and quietly admonished, were he my student, I would not hesitate to administer a sound reprimand to instill the lesson that one must not act with undue haste. However, considering his recent departure from his master and his current state of vulnerability, his earlier indecision could be somewhat excused. I am grateful for your guidance. Zhang Qian acknowledged, understanding that He Zhizhang's critique was not unjust. He bowed respectfully. Enough, Ji Wang. The fact that he felt such anxiety over a trivial matter reveals his sensitivity to reputation. Zhang Ruoxa, who had been observing Zhang Qian favorably, interjected, concerned that he might be overly discouraged and thus overly cautious in future endeavors. In life, one need not be excessively clever or cunning. Rather, one must cherish their reputation. Otherwise, what does it matter if one rises to power? The day power is lost is the day when everyone turns against you. It is far better to live authentically and with integrity, at least with one's head held high. You, Zhang Shifu, always speak with reason. He Zhizhang shot a glance at Zhang Ruoxa, swallowing the additional words of counsel he had intended to share. It is not merely reason but insight. In today's world, living grandly pales in comparison to living freely and at ease. Zhang Ruoxa, unperturbed, smiled as he stretched his arms and looked around. Our young friend's home should be the nearest from here. After this arduous journey, I wonder if our young friend might graciously invite us to your abode for a cup of tea and a few snacks? The younger generation yearns for such opportunities. Once again, Zhang Qian was filled with unexpected delight, expressing his gratitude with a profound bow. He Zhizhang and Zhang Ruosu graced my home with their presence for a meal. Two esteemed guests at once. They took the initiative to come, without any invitation from me. What an honor this is. Oh heavens, thank you. I shall never utter a word of reproach towards you again. In his overwhelming joy, Zhang Qian barely registered how he made his way back to his residence, which leg he first stepped through the door with, or what he uttered upon entering. The thought of inviting He Zhizhang and Zhang Ruosu to leave behind their esteemed inscriptions completely eluded him. It was only after they had finished their tea and meal, and he had dazedly presented them with perfume, essential oil, and ointment, that he bid them farewell in a stupor and returned to the main hall of his home, that his mind began to regain some clarity. Young master, the steward Chui and Zhang Ren, Zhang Fu have arrived, all kneeling outside to offer their apologies. Ziwan entered gracefully, bringing him tea to sober him up while softly reporting the happenings. Every word fell upon his ears with remarkable clarity. Chapter 45. Who is to blame and what crime is committed? Do they still have the audacity to plead for forgiveness? Grant each of them 3 months' wages and send them on their way. The thrill of dining with an idol was swiftly overshadowed by feelings of disdain and anger. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Qian waved his hand vigorously, following his heart's desire. Indeed, the response from Zhizhang was crisp, yet her feet remained planted. She bent down, delicately lifting a spoon crafted from pure silver to scoop a spoonful of the sobering tea broth, slowly bringing it to his lips. Zhang Qian, reclining half-sitting on a low stool, did not accept Zhizhang's service and furrowed his brow in impatience. The young maid Zhizhang, sensing his displeasure, promptly shook her hand, retracting the tea and silver spoon with care, and explained cautiously, "My lord, please do not be angry. Zhizhang did not intend to disobey your command. Dispersing wages and expelling people are typically tasks for the steward." "Then go inform the steward," Zhang Qian replied brusquely, his reaction slightly dulled by the yellow wine he had consumed while entertaining guests. He propped himself up with his arm, expressing his impatience. "The steward is kneeling right outside the door." Having never been scolded by Zhang Qian before, Zhizhang was startled, setting down the teacup and retreating a few steps, tears welling in her eyes as she curtsied. "My lord, please do not be angry. Zhizhang will convey your message immediately." "Never mind." Zhang Qian finally realized that the steward was indeed waiting outside in a kneeling position, eager for his orders. He cast an apologetic glance at Zhizhang, who resembled a frightened sparrow, and gently waved his hand again. "You may call Ren in. Let him handle it. He is more familiar with such matters than both of us. Place the sobering tea here. I shall drink it slowly once it cools." "Yes," Zhizhang replied, carefully bowing before hastening to summon someone. Just as she was about to exit, she stumbled over the threshold, nearly losing her balance. "Be careful, young lady." "Zhizhang, watch your step. Do you need assistance? Leave it to us." Outside, a flurry of concerned voices arose, their flattery unrestrained. Clearly, as the only trusted confidant Zhang Qian had brought along, no one in the Zhang family estate dared to regard Zhizhang as merely a maid any longer. Regardless of the matter at hand, there were always eager souls willing to take up her burdens. What sycophants! Zhang Qian listened to the servants' reactions from within, unable to suppress a disdainful smirk and shrug. As a postgraduate student of the 21st century, untouched by the ravages of the workplace, he had not lost the pride characteristic of university students and held contempt for such obsequious behavior. Yet, having endured solitude and bullying from peers in his youth, a hint of cynicism lingered in his nature. At that moment, under the dual influence of yellow wine and anger, these traits manifested vividly. The troubling scenes he had witnessed during the day replayed in his mind, each memory intensifying the seething frustration within him. The servants in the courtyard were nothing but sycophants. The tenants in the estate were cold-hearted creatures. During the day, Steward Chui accompanied Zhang Ren and Zhang Fu to their neighbor's residence to demand repayment of debts. Astonishingly, they merely stood by to observe, with no one daring to speak a kind word on behalf of the Wang family. Moreover, Wang Tian, the matriarch, is hardly a paragon of virtue. Despite her family's misfortunes, she resolutely forbids her eldest son from laboring in the fields, opting instead to send her daughter out to settle debts. Is this how a mother should behave? Is not the heart of a parent equally divided between their children? Even with a bias towards sons, one cannot neglect a daughter to such an extent. Furthermore, the eldest son of the Wang family, witnessing his mother prepare to send his sister away as a means of repayment, ought to have stepped forward to voice his concerns. As the elder of the household, with his father ailing, he remained silent. "Ah, here comes Steward Ren." Fortunately, Zhizhang returned swiftly with Ren Quan. Otherwise, if Zhang Qian had been left alone for just a moment longer, he might have aired the shortcomings of everyone around him. Is it so soon? Zhang Qian exclaimed, blinking dully before quickly sitting upright, smiling and gesturing for Ren to take a seat. I have a matter I wish to entrust to you. Why is your head bandaged? I hurried back this afternoon to fetch some medicinal balm and was inadvertently scraped off my horse by a branch. Ren Quan steadied himself, offering a wry smile and bowing. I appreciate your concern, young Master Zhang. It is merely a superficial injury and poses no real issue. You were scraped off your horse? Zhang Qian blinked in surprise, quickly straightening his posture and gently patting his own head, lamenting his poor memory, having completely forgotten this detail. The image of Ren Wu riding Sun's steed and picking up the others to deliver the balm finally surfaced in his mind. At the time, he had felt a tinge of irritation, thinking Ren Quan was rather unreliable. How could it take so long to fetch something, and even require a change of personnel midway? Only when Ren Wu explained that Ren Quan had accidentally fallen from his horse did Zhang Qian finally comprehend why a journey from the hilly terrain to Zhang's village, which should have been so brief, took over an hour even on horseback. At that moment, while feeling pity for Ren Quan, he also felt an immense relief. Had the balm arrived sooner, he might never have had the chance to invite the esteemed He Zhizhang and Zhang Ruoxu to his home. Alas, in his exuberance, he had inadvertently forgotten about Ren Quan's misfortune. Now, reflecting on the circumstances surrounding Ren Quan's injury, Zhang Qian could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. As he stood, still patting his head, he muttered softly, "It is my fault. My fault. Had I not urged you to return for the balm? Please, do not say such things, young Master Zhang." Ren Quan quickly waved his hands dismissively. "This incident is certainly not your fault. That esteemed he is the top scholar of the year of Yima, a genuine reincarnation of the literary star. Under normal circumstances, even to catch a distant glimpse of him would be beyond my station. To be able to run errands for him today is a blessing I could hardly hope to earn in several lifetimes." In a moment of exuberance, the subordinate took a shortcut, only to be oblivious to the branches overhead. "So you are also an ardent admirer of He Zhizhang." A sense of kinship surged within Zhang Qian as he felt a connection with Ren Quan, both appreciating each other's sentiments. However, he maintained a rueful smile as he confessed, "In any case, it is you who has suffered. Zhizhang, please fetch 2 coins for Ren to take with him when he departs." "Such kindness is unnecessary," Ren Quan exclaimed, both astonished and delighted, waving his hands like a windmill, unwilling to accept the generosity of young Master Zhang. "Young Master Zhang has saved the life of our old steward. Our entire family is immensely grateful. Even if I were to sacrifice myself for you, it would be my duty. How could I possibly accept such a reward for merely running an errand?" This was his true sentiment. Although the Ren family appeared affluent and powerful, their strength relied heavily on old steward Ren Xiong. The children of the Ren family were far from being capable of supporting the family business or standing on their own. Moreover, the internal affairs of the household were anything but peaceful. If, by chance, Ren Xiong were to pass away, it would not be long before chaos ensued. Should a struggle for inheritance arise, it would be miraculous if young Master Ren Song could preserve their estate in the outskirts. Regardless of their loyalty or disloyalty to Ren Song, the direct descendants of these young masters would inevitably be purged by Madame Ren following defeat. They would either be dispatched to the western regions to establish trade routes or simply expelled from the household to fend for themselves. However, Ren Quan could not openly express these thoughts to anyone. Thus, since Zhang Qian had rescued Ren Xiong from the brink of death, Ren Quan's attitude towards him had transformed entirely. Previously, though he had referred to Zhang Qian as a mortal master with utmost respect, deep down, he was merely intrigued by Zhang Qian's peculiar attire, hoping to deceive his young master Ren Song into thinking he had an immortal to rely on, thereby preventing him from seeking out other charlatans. This would spare not only young Master Ren Song from embarrassment, but also save face for those loyal to him. Now, however, Ren Quan sincerely wished to regard Zhang Qian as his immortal master, grateful for his timely intervention that had saved the entire Ren family. He appreciated how Zhang Qian had enlightened his young master, steering him towards earnest endeavors rather than daydreaming about incantations and flying swords to behead enemies from afar. "Please, Manager Ren, do not be modest. This is not a reward, but merely your medicine expenses. I am unfamiliar with the area and do not know where to find a physician. Take this money to buy some medicine and perhaps a chicken to nourish your health." Zhang Qian had no inkling of the significant shift in Ren Quan's attitude. When Ren Quan persistently refused to accept the coins, Zhang Qian quickly added with a smile, "Why would you need so much to buy a chicken?" Ren Quan took a step back, continuing to bow and gesture, "Young Master Zhang, please do not put me in such a difficult position. Even in Chang'an, a chicken would not cost more than 40 coins. The subordinate genuinely wishes to run errands for the esteemed scholar and is more than willing to serve you in this capacity. Should I dare to accept your reward? Not only would I feel uneasy within my own heart, but my young master would undoubtedly chastise me severely upon my return. If you wish to take it, then by all means accept it. As for Ren Song, I shall greet him." Regarding the promised consolation funds, Zhang Qian insists on not retracting them, smiling as he continues. "Furthermore, I have matters to attend to tonight, and I require your assistance. To speak plainly, when you entered just now, you noticed someone kneeling at the door. Did you not? Shortly, please find Zhizhu and have her distribute 3 months' salary to each of those 3 individuals. Help me send them away. I do not wish to see them again today, and Zhizhu, being a young lady, is not suited to deal with this matter. This I am grateful for the generous reward, and I bow to you." Upon hearing that Zhang Qian had tasks to attend to, Ren Quan dared not delay further. He quickly clasped his hands together and performed a deep bow. "There is no need for such formality, Manager Ren," Zhang Qian replied, stepping aside with a smile and nodding. Having spent considerable time in the Tang Dynasty, he had acquired some understanding of the customs of the Tang people. As the estate owner, even if he was not Ren Quan's master, he could not casually return the bow. Otherwise, it would not only create discomfort for the onlookers, but also lead the other party to believe that he harbored great dissatisfaction and would seek vengeance. However, after expressing his gratitude to Zhang Qian, Ren Quan did not immediately proceed to execute the latter's request. Instead, he stepped forward slightly and earnestly reminded, "Young master, please forgive my impertinence. I have heard about the afternoon's events. I believe that dismissing the steward for merely urging the household staff to collect debts may be somewhat inappropriate." Where did he go to collect debts? He was clearly headed towards someone else's cattle. The effects of the wine had begun to dissipate, and Zhang Qian suppressed his displeasure, responding quietly. Yet, if he did not impose any form of punishment, the other tenants might emulate the Wang family and find excuses to delay their rents. Understanding Zhang Qian's benevolence, Ren Quan pondered for a moment and cautiously continued, "Although your family is prosperous and does not concern itself with this minor rent, once the floodgates are opened, the tenants will perceive you as weak and easily manipulated. If they refrain from paying rent this time, they may next attempt to take mulberry leaves from your fields without recompense. Soon, they will set their sights on the grain stored in your granaries. After all, if they have borrowed, they may not return, and those who do not borrow would be deemed fools." Chapter 46. Where did it go wrong? How could this be? Ren Quan's twisted reasoning provoked a throbbing headache in Zhang Qian. Furrowing his brows, he instinctively protested, "How could the tenants be as you claim? We are all adults. It is inconceivable that they would lack any conscience. Young Master Zhang, please hear me out. In prosperous years, when bellies are full and granaries overflow, everyone possesses a sense of morality." Ren Quan, bemused by Zhang Qian's naivety, repeatedly clasped his hands in resignation. "However, in the past 2 years, we have faced either an unseasonable cold spring or relentless downpours. Every household has seen their granaries run dry. With meals barely secured, who has the luxury to consider morality? Today, if we do not make an example of someone, I can assure you, the remaining households that owe rent to the estate will not pay up. Just ask Zhizhang. Could it truly be so?" Zhang Qian quickly turned his gaze to Zhizhang, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead under the light. One must prioritize their own survival before considering anything else. Zhizhang, with a heart full of sympathy, stepped forward, tilting her head to gently wipe his sweat with a handkerchief while carefully explaining, "Young master, your estate lies close to the Feng River, surrounded by several small hills, making the terrain inherently low. The past 2 springs have been cold, and the summer rains have been incessant, leading to severe flooding in the fields. Apart from sorghum, other crops cannot yield well. Unlike the household servants who belong entirely to the master, tenants have their own plots of land, albeit insufficient, which is why they rent from you. Consequently, they must pay their taxes and levies on time to the government. After settling these obligations and the rent, what remains is truly theirs. They dare not default on the government's taxes, but when it comes to your rent, if their food supply is dwindling, they will certainly postpone payment as long as they can. Are the taxes and levies exorbitant?" Though Zhizhang's touch was exceedingly gentle, Zhang Qian instinctively recoiled, as if the handkerchief had caused him pain. If the government were to distribute the Yongya and Kofan fields accurately to the tenants, the burden would indeed be manageable. Realizing that Zhang Qian had just emerged from the mountains and was largely oblivious to the conditions of the common folk in the Tang Dynasty, Ren Quan adopted a more patient tone to elucidate. Each household is required to pay merely 2 stones of millet as rent annually, along with 2 zhang and 5 chi of cloth and 3 pounds of hemp as taxes, in addition to 60 feet of silk to substitute for military service. However, due to the dense population near Chang'an, the government has never allocated the proper amounts of Yongya and Kofan fields to the tenants. Yet, the taxes and levies are never discounted. With a sigh, he shook his head and added, in prosperous years, if the tenants are diligent, they can manage to pay off their taxes and still have some provisions left. But in recent years of constant flooding, how could there be any surplus? When food is scarce, they must seek ways to rent land to cultivate. If the rented land is poorly managed, some may resort to unscrupulous means. Are you suggesting that the Wang family deliberately neglected to pay their rent to ensure they have enough provisions for themselves? Zhang Qian finally found a foothold for his kindness and wrath, gently pushing aside Zhizhang's handkerchief and hand, cautiously inquiring with Ren Quan. If that were the case, the Wang family's actions could be understood. He Zhizhang did not mind sacrificing a few measures of rent, while the Wang family needed food to survive. Weighing the 2 sides, if he suffered a slight loss, he would consider it a virtuous deed. Perhaps one day, his benevolence would touch the heavens, opening a temporal tunnel to return him to 21st century China. Not merely for the sake of sustenance, the Wang family, having fallen from grace, always aspired for their son to achieve scholarly success and restore their family's honor. Thus, in spring, they desperately rented an additional 20 acres, and by summer, the men of his household, overworked, fell ill. Consequently, they borrowed grain and copper coins from the village multiple times for urgent relief. Evidently, Ren Quan had done his homework before following Zhizhang, responding with an intimate familiarity regarding the Wang family's circumstances. However, after the autumn harvest, compounded by interest, they were utterly unable to repay their debts. Steward Chui had previously sent someone to gently urge repayment several times, to no avail. Thus, this afternoon, he had finally lost his temper. Even in his anger, it was unjust to seize their oxen, let alone their daughter. Zhang Qian stamped his foot, loudly interrupting, though his voice sounded rather feeble. In China, the principle of retribution for murder and repayment of debts has been a long-standing tenet throughout history. If one were to accept Ren Quan's description, then Chui's actions were not entirely unreasonable. However, if he acknowledged Chui's rationale, it would not be long before he, Zhang Qian, became a second Huang Shiren, with no place to escape. In the opera The White-Haired Girl, the steward, Chui, confronts young Bai Lao to demand repayment. Adhering to the age-old principle of debt repayment, Huang Shiren had lent money at high interest. The debts incurred by the previous landlord were not interest-free. When young Bai Lao could not repay, Chui sought to take away his daughter. The Wang family owed Zhang Qian, and Chui's immediate thought was to seize the Wang family's oxen, which soon escalated to seizing their daughter. According to Ren Quan, Chui's actions, albeit crude, could be justified. By the same logic, was the steward Chui and the white-haired girl not without fault? As for Yang Bailao's choice to end his life due to insurmountable debt, that was his own decision and could not be blamed on Huang Shiren. The effects of alcohol began to surge again in Zhang Qian's head, beads of sweat forming anew, while his ears buzzed with agitation. Ren Quan's words and logic were indeed irrefutable. However, they clashed violently with the modern moral principles embedded in his heart for over 20 years. As a creditor, Zhang Qian should naturally accept Ren Quan's judgment and refrain from punishing Chui, as the latter acted solely to protect his interests. Yet, as a normal person from the 21st century, his heart and soul could not reconcile the logic behind Ren Quan's words, even if it seemed flawless. Young master, please do not be angry. Do not be angry just yet. Perceptively sensing that Zhang Qian's demeanor and reactions were amiss, Zhizhang hastily exchanged a glance with Ren Quan. She then lifted her hand, anxiously using a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Zhang Qian's brow. The steward had overstepped his bounds. He should not have meddled with others' cattle, nor should he have involved their daughter. Such actions were excessive and tarnished your reputation. Punishing him with a salary deduction suffices. There is no need to let this distress you. Not merely excessive, he nearly brought me eternal disgrace. Zhang Qian, showing a lack of gratitude, swatted away the handkerchief and continued to mutter angrily. Had I not happened to witness this, would he have truly taken another's daughter back to the estate? What would the neighboring residents think of me as the lord of this estate? What would esteemed elders like He and Zhang think of me? If they were to document this incident, how could I ever establish myself in the Tang Dynasty? Seeing him in a fit of rage, Zhizhang dared not retort, retreating to one side to wipe her tears. Ren Quan felt a sense of injustice, but lacked the standing to confront him. He bowed his head in silence. Observing their responses, Zhang Qian's frustration only intensified. Grabbing a cup of tea meant to sober him up, he gulped it down and slammed the cup onto the table. Continuing his quiet outburst, "Why are you crying? Do you not find that Wang area is pitiable? How long has it been since her bond was returned? You just..." Suddenly recalling his own intention to return Zhizhang's bond, a notion that had yet to be acted upon, his tirade lost its fervor. He paced irritably, striving to soften his tone. One cannot merely focus on the age-old adage of repaying debts. Do neither of you feel the least bit of sympathy for Wang area? Pitiable indeed. In her mother's eyes, she is worth less than a cow. Zhizhang gazed at him with tear-filled eyes and nodded vigorously. Regardless of how heartless her mother may be, she was also driven to desperation by Steward Chui. Their thoughts were entirely disconnected, and Zhang Qian, unable to contain his anger, refrained from unleashing it upon the innocent Zhizhang, anxiously rubbing his hands together. She also had an elder brother. Had he been willing to assist, their family would not have fallen into such dire straits. Her responses, laden with grievance, still failed to align with his perspective. Forget about her brother. If you were in her place, how would you feel? Wouldn't you wish for mutual destruction? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Qian endeavored to appear less menacing. If even Zhizhang could not be persuaded, it would indicate that he was genuinely in the wrong. Thus, he ought to support the steward, offer comfort, and reward him generously. Then, he could encourage him to strive further, ultimately achieving the illustrious reputation of Huang Shuren in the Tang Dynasty. And one day, when the common folk rise in revolt or the authorities seek to quell public outrage, they will come to borrow his head. Curse my mother, curse my brother, curse Steward Chui, and everyone else. Zhizhang finally grasped a fragment of his thoughts, tearfully expressing her understanding. However, her subsequent words left Zhang Qian both amused and bewildered. But Zhizhang was now the favored one of the young lord. She could not solely focus on the plight of Wang area and her family. This estate was the foundation of the young lord's livelihood. Zhizhang, though somewhat foolish, resolutely stood her ground, determined to protect your interests, ensuring that outsiders could not take advantage of the situation. Zhang Qian, profoundly disappointed, felt an overwhelming urge to awaken the young girl with a sharp reprimand. Yet, upon witnessing her timid demeanor, he compelled himself to lower his arms to his sides, his hands fidgeting uncontrollably. My lord, I am but a simple servant, at a loss as to how to navigate this matter. Perhaps it would be best to wait for our young master to return. Ren Quan, a seasoned figure, recognized that the more Zhang Qian spoke, the less composed he became. Thus, he resolved to delay the discussion, knowing that Ren Song would soon return. In the past, it was Ren Song who managed the affairs of the estate, while the Steward Chui, had initially been employed by the Ren family before being transferred to the Zhang family. If Ren Song returned and Zhang Qian still harbored resentment, whether he dismissed Steward Chui or sent him back to the Ren family, it was ultimately a decision that rested with Ren Kong regardless of the outcome. The estate's managers, servants, and tenants would not lose respect for Zhang Qian as the new master, avoiding further complications. My lord, please do not be angry. This old man Zhang holds you in high regard. His estate is adjacent to ours, and if you are uncertain, it may prove prudent to consult him. Zhizhang, reluctant to provoke Zhang Qian further on the same issue, wiped her tears and subtly redirected the conversation. In her youthful mind, she believed that Zhang Qian's reluctance to heed her and Ren Quan's advice stemmed from their lack of influence. The same counsel, articulated by Zhang Ruoxu, would undoubtedly carry greater weight. Moreover, while their young master was enmeshed in the situation, the elder Zhang would possess the clarity of an outsider. Indeed, why was he so eager to resolve this matter? The moment the thought crossed his mind, Zhang Qian's expression brightened, and a significant portion of his agitation dissipated. He recognized his inexperience and how his thought processes often diverged from those around him. Zhang Ruoxu, however, faced none of those challenges. Moreover, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity between them. Why neglect such an excellent mentor and toil in isolation? The more he contemplated, the more he found merit in Zhizhang's suggestion, deeming it both reasonable and practical. Had it not been for the recent departure of Zhang Ruoxu from his home, he would have eagerly dispatched someone to seek his counsel. Yet, memories of their earlier conversation and the scenes from the banquet replayed in his mind, uncontrollably resurfacing before him. Today, the dialogue between host and guest had been remarkably congenial. Upon realizing that Zhang Qian was indeed a novice, unfamiliar with the intricacies of the Tang Dynasty's governance and local customs, the three elder statesmen had subtly offered him valuable insights, even alluding to how to navigate the current political landscape. Strangely, however, neither Sun Enzu, He Zhizhang, nor Zhang Ruoxu had touched upon the matter of Steward Chui's visit in the afternoon, which involved coercing tenants and seizing their oxen and daughters, as if such an issue were of little consequence. Could it be that the esteemed elders wished to test me, to observe how a disciple of the Mahist school would address this matter? Such a ludicrous notion swiftly flickered through Zhang Qian's mind. Impossible. He promptly chuckled and shook his head in denial. The elders simply preferred not to interfere in my familial affairs. Yet, despite his denial, the thought of how a disciple of the Mahist school ought to handle this situation took root within him like a seed, sprouting and growing rapidly, becoming something he could no longer suppress. While only mere seconds passed in the outside world, his mind underwent a profound transformation. The seed ultimately blossomed into a grand tree, bearing flowers and fruit. The fruit fell, bursting open, transforming into a flash of lightning. Crack! It was as if a bolt of lightning coursed through the air before him, illuminating the entire world. Chapter 47. The Tenant, the Steward, the Mahists, and myself. Although I have consistently proclaimed myself a disciple of the Mahist school and engaged in spirited debates to defend its honor today in the countryside, deep within, Zhang Qian has never truly regarded himself as a Mahist disciple. The so-called identity as a disciple of Mozi is merely a fabricated lie, a guise to obscure his identity as a time traveler. In truth, most of his knowledge about the Mahist doctrines is derived from the vast expanse of the 21st century internet, while his understanding of the tenets and historical figures of the Mahist tradition predominantly comes from academic papers saved on his mobile device. These fragmented maxims and anecdotes serve well enough for banter at the dining table or to counter provocateurs like Lu Zong, yet they fail to constitute a cohesive theoretical framework, let alone guide him on how to navigate an unfamiliar environment and societal structure. Nevertheless, apart from the hastily absorbed teachings of the Mahists, Zhang Qian finds himself devoid of superior theoretical support for his obstinate pursuits. Subconsciously, he resists the idea of allowing Rin Song to address the challenges he encountered today, as he has a foreboding sense that Rin Song would return, poised to chastise him for his shortcomings. He is also reluctant to trouble Zhang Ruoxu over trivial matters. Once the initial fervor subsided, the image of Zhang Ruoxu receded in his mind. Their connection was merely that of a shared meal, a bottle of floral water, a vial of medicated oil, and a container of ointment, items hastily prepared in ceramic jars 2 days prior, lacking any meticulous packaging. He cannot hope that someone would involve themselves in his domestic affairs for such modest gifts. Moreover, a profound sense of pride compels Zhang Qian to tackle the present dilemma alone. During the day, he boldly claimed to be a direct descendant of Mozi, eloquently referencing the teachings of Confucianism before figures like He Zhizhang and Zhang Ruoxu, asserting that Confucians articulate their principles while Mahists put them into practice. Yet now, when it is his turn to act, he finds himself faltering. How could he face these esteemed predecessors in the future, let alone engage in philosophical dialogues? Thus, it is imperative that Zhang Qian confronts today's predicament himself, and his approach must bear the semblance of Mahist principles, or at the very least, appear to do so. Although he has come to a clear realization that the notion of being evaluated by his predecessors is a mere figment of his imagination, it does not deter him from regarding today's events as the first test of his sojourn in the Tang Dynasty. Once this idea took root in his mind, it became inextricable. Ziwan, bring me paper and ink. Driven by a trifecta of inebriation, fervor, and an indomitable spirit, Zhang Qian struck the table decisively, issuing his command with grandiosity. Yes, young master. Ziwan was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Qian's sudden transformation, yet responded with evident joy. With Zhang Qian no longer troubled by how to manage the steward, she felt relieved from her concerns for him. As for the steward, the housekeeper, and the tenants, who is in the right and who is in the wrong is of no concern to her, little Ziqian. Young master, what are you planning? Ren Quan was utterly bewildered by Zhang Qian's sudden display of enthusiasm. He took a tentative step forward, cautiously inquiring. To solve problems. Zhang Qian replied with an air of confidence. He could hardly believe that, having successfully concocted a counterfeit version of floral water and medicinal balm, he would be stymied by such trifling matters encountered that afternoon. In any case, the worst outcome would merely be that all the rents would go uncollected, and the land in the village would no longer be rented out to outsiders, left to grow wild with flowers and bees. The meager rent collected each year, when compared to the profits from the floral water, was hardly worth mentioning. For the sake of that insignificant sum, tarnishing his reputation was simply not worthwhile. Moreover, as long as the tenants did not rent land from Zhang's estate, their debts to others or their inability to make a living would be of no concern to him. Cause and effect, cause and effect. One must be involved to establish causality. If one is not involved at all, then naturally, there can be no cause or effect. Thunder rumbled outside, heralding an impending rainstorm. The rainfall in the third year of Shunlong had been particularly abundant. Young master, it's raining. Not comprehending what Zhang Qian had said, nor understanding the source of his excitement, Ren Quan turned to glance outside, offering a smile as he reminded, Steward Chui and the others are still kneeling at the door. You go out and tell them to return to their rooms and rest. Tonight, I have no time to deal with them. Zhang Qian frowned, impatiently issuing his command. Yes. Ren Quan, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, promptly turned and walked toward the door. He discerned that young Master Zhang had lost face in front of He Zhizhang that afternoon, and his displeasure was palpable. Hence his desire to dismiss Steward Chui and the two servants, Zhang Ren and Zhang Fu. At this moment, young Master Zhang was clearly in a foul mood, making it futile for anyone to attempt to persuade him otherwise. If he could just endure until the end of the day, once young Master Zhang fell asleep with Ziqian, the anger within him would likely dissipate. Once his anger subsided, he would naturally comprehend that the steward's actions were merely a means to set an example. Having involved Wang's cattle, the steward acted solely to protect the interests of the estate, without any selfish motives. Understanding the steward's good intentions, young Master Zhang would inevitably temper his response, perhaps only scolding him publicly a few times to regain a sliver of lost face and rectify the tarnished image inadvertently caused by the steward. Just as Ren Quan was reveling in this thought, unexpectedly, Zhang Qian's voice came from behind. Hold on, Manager Ren, while you're at it, could you also ask the steward how many people around here owe rent to the estate and are suffering from famine? Then, have the steward and Zhang Ren, Zhang Fu reflect on where they went wrong today. Understood. Upon hearing this, Ren Quan felt even more relaxed, his steps quickening as if he had suddenly mastered the art of lightness. Shaking his head at Ren Quan's retreating figure, Zhang Qian turned his gaze back to the table. Ziqian had already fetched the writing materials. The pen was a wooden charcoal stick crafted specifically for his use. Writing with this tool is far less comfortable than using a pencil, and it cannot produce minuscule characters. However, its convenience surpasses that of the brush. The paper, commonly utilized by scholars of the Tang Dynasty, is made from mulberry bark, significantly thicker than the A4 white paper of later generations, being 3 times its thickness and lacking in pristine whiteness. Yet, it excels in durability, extending over 10 feet in length. Writing from right to left, the entire sheet can be completed and then rolled up, forming a volume of text. Zhang Qian pondered whether the ancient Chinese categorization of books into volumes stemmed from the practice of storing scrolls instead of binding them into books. He had neither the time nor the inclination to speculate. With a slight intoxication, Zhang Qian rotated the paper, originally meant to be laid flat, by 90 degrees, spreading it from top to bottom across the desk that Zizhu had hastily arranged. The mulberry paper cascaded like a waterfall across the desk, cascading down until its end reached the floor. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Qian lifted his brush, poised above the top of the paper, and slowly inscribed 3 sets of Chinese characters, tenant, steward, and, after setting down the brush, he tilted his head, scrutinizing the 3 sets of characters for a moment before raising the brush again and writing a large character for I at a distance of 4 fingers from the characters 4. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Lightning burst through the window, casting his shadow upon the pristine wall. In that instant, his shadow appeared like a wild demon. Zizhu, startled by the clap of thunder, hurried to the door to summon the maidservants to secure the outer shutters. The lightning and autumn rain were swiftly kept at bay behind the wooden shutters, yet the ominous rumble of thunder persisted, unrelenting. Right or wrong? He inscribed a set of simplified characters and symbols beneath the words tenant and steward, pausing his brush once more to contemplate, accompanied by the echoing thunder. Striving to set aside the influence of the opera The White-Haired Girl, he endeavored to approach the dilemma before him with the same detachment as if tackling an examination paper. From the perspective of safeguarding the employer's interests, Steward Chui could only conclude that the work was executed too carelessly, yet no fundamental errors had been committed. The steward's salary was dispersed by the landlord, and he must endeavor to ensure the landlord's profits as much as possible. Should he fail to fulfill his responsibilities, it would be a disservice to the generous remuneration provided by the landlord, and the subordinates would perceive him as weak and ineffectual. Conversely, from the tenant's viewpoint, if, after paying the rent and taxes, their food supplies dwindled to a mere pittance, they would undoubtedly seek ways to evade their obligations. As the taxes were levied by the government, which wielded significant intimidation and harm, the landlord's power paled in comparison. Thus, at crucial moments, the steward must assert his authority. He would select a tenant who had fallen behind on rent, making an example of them. From the steward's standpoint, all across the Tang Dynasty, similar decisions would be made, albeit with varying methods. However, from the perspective of the tenants throughout the Tang Dynasty, the steward's actions would be viewed as an unforgivable evil, fundamentally misguided. For once the steward collected the rent, the tenant's family would face starvation. If the steward seized their plow oxen, the tenant's family would be left destitute. Even in the particular case of the Wang family, despite their severe bias towards sons over daughters, they still sent their eldest son to school, even when they could barely afford the rent. Her actions can be understood. If no educated individuals are nurtured, the descendants of the Wang family shall forever remain tenants, devoid of any opportunity for advancement. No one possesses the right to deprive them of their upward mobility or obstruct their paths to progress, even if they are mere tenants. Thunder rumbled ominously, accompanied by flashes of lightning that struck from the heavens, shaking the very roof and causing dust to fall. The heavens, seemingly incensed by some unseen force, unleashed a tempest even in the autumn season. Ziyuan and Ren Quan, who had just returned to the house after completing their tasks, were startled by the thunder and the lightning that seeped through the cracks of the protective window, sending shivers down their spines. In stark contrast, Zhang Qian, fully immersed in his examination, remained oblivious to the storm's fury. Between the tenants and the steward, he drew a shield and a spear. He continued to write with fervor, his brush flowing like a dragon and phoenix in flight. If the steward were not punished, he would undoubtedly become increasingly oppressive. Under the steward's coercion, the tenants would find themselves in dire straits, resorting to selling cattle, daughters, and even the meager land they possessed. Conversely, should the steward be punished, the tenants, lacking the means to sustain their families, would likely emulate the Wang family, eagerly defaulting on their rents. Moreover, situations akin to those previously described by Ren Quan would undoubtedly arise. Survival must precede considerations of morality and conscience, a point Ren Quan articulated correctly, though Zhang Qian had previously lacked the courage to admit it. In this predicament, a more astute approach would be to deliver a severe punishment to the steward, thereby restoring the landlord's image. Simultaneously, all debts owed by the Wang family should be absolved, followed by the termination of their lease. In this manner, the landlord would still be regarded as a benevolent gentleman. With a precedent set for the Wang family's disqualification from tenancy, other tenants would be compelled to carefully weigh their options, to pay their rents in full or face lease termination. It is believed that, in most cases, tenants would choose the former. As for the unfortunate steward, he is accountable for the burdens he bears, having accepted his employer's remuneration. The Wang family initiated the breach of contract, and the landlord has already shown them the utmost mercy. Their future well-being is now entirely disconnected from the Zhang estate. As the thunder subsided, the rain pattered outside, chilling to the bone. With a gentle sigh, Zhang Qian endeavored to dispel the sympathy that had surged within him. He shifted his gaze to the teachings of the Mo family. If he were a disciple of Mo, what course of action would he take? He casually inscribed universal love beneath the characters for Mo, then paused, shaking his head with a sigh. After this moment of reflection, he resumed writing fervently, inscribing respect the elderly as one would their own elders, and care for the young as one would their own children. He followed this with an even longer sigh. His understanding of the Mo family and Confucianism was limited to this. He had not studied deeper theories systematically and could not draw upon them for reference. If he were to act according to the principle of universal love, he would need to impose a heavy punishment on the steward, subsequently announcing the absolution of all debts owed by the tenants. while hoping for the tenants' goodwill and the servants' gratitude, ensuring that no one overreached and that all remained honest and orderly. Furthermore, he fervently wished for the heavens to temper their temper, granting a year of favorable winds and abundant harvests. It is likely that what is being discussed is not the teachings of the moists, but rather the ideals of Confucianism, which have long aspired to a governance led by sages for over 2 millennia, yet have not seen fruition. Their ultimate resolution has been to attribute natural disasters to the emperor, compelling him to issue edicts of self-reproach, or perhaps seeking a new ruler to assume leadership. The efficacy of this solution is a matter of perspective. At least, popular grievances may temporarily diminish, and the losses incurred by the landowners could remain manageable. In stark contrast, the genuine moists, as known by Zhang Qian through the ancient sages of their school, in the absence of a revival of sage governance, would willingly partition their lands to give to their tenants, donning straw cloaks to cultivate their own sustenance, thus living a life devoid of luxuries and rich foods. He casually sketched a straw cloak and a hoe at the bottom of the moist lexicon. With a rueful smile, Zhang Qian shook his head. While life before his journey was modest, he relished meat daily. Upon arriving in the Tang Dynasty, he continued to indulge in a carnivorous lifestyle. The thought of subsisting solely on vegetables was unbearable to him. He firmly believed that within a year, he would perish from starvation in the fields. It was evident that, as a disciple of the moists, he could only feign adherence, incapable of embodying their principles. With a long sigh, Zhang Qian turned his gaze back to the term steward, and with gritted teeth, he sketched a whip beneath it, subsequently altering his hand to resemble a cart. His eyes swiftly darted towards the tenants, and with a stroke of his pen, he depicted a praying mantis. Lacking the courage and means to genuinely embody a true disciple of the moists, he found himself resorting to punishing the steward to win the favor of the people, employing the strategy of terminating the lease with the Wang family as a cautionary measure. Consequently, the steward continued to safeguard the interests of the landowner, while the tenants, eager to avoid being evicted, hastened to pay their rents. Thus, day after day, year after year, to avoid becoming mere specters of starvation, they were compelled to emulate the defiant mantis. A phrase devoid of humanity suddenly surged into his mind. A reflection from the late Ming Dynasty scholar regarding rebels, suggesting they should starve rather than revolt. Outside the window, the thunder rumbled ominously, and the rain fell like a whip. Each sound echoed urgently, hastening the passage of time. This was the ultimate reality. As long as the dynasty remained unchanged, the landowner would forever maintain the guise of a virtuous local sage. In truth, had revolution not transpired, Huang Shuren would have lived just as delightfully, carefree and content. Whether it was Qiao or setting fires or employing deceitful tricks, they could never inflict even a slight harm upon Huang Shuren. With a sudden slap to his own face, Zhang Qian swiftly regained his composure. Under the astonished gazes of Ziyuan and Ren Quan, he seized his charcoal pencil and hastily sketched the head of an orangutan at the end of the steward's lexicon, followed by a forceful question mark. He had evolved over 1,300 years beyond this era. Indeed, he had traversed time, yet he could not surpass the ancients in their wisdom. His gaze rapidly shifted to the final term. Gritting his teeth, he expanded his chest, then let his pen dance beneath the character. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder rolled again, drawing nearer. It seemed almost to hang above his head. Confucianism has erred, regardless of the emperor's moral standings. The landowner must strive to collect rent to safeguard their interests. The Mahists have also faltered, without ensuring an ample and swift supply of food and wealth. Even the most equitable distribution of resources will only result in collective impoverishment. No one wishes to endure a life of perpetual scarcity. The lands that are divided will soon fall into the hands of a particular tenant and their descendants, transforming them into landowners who will, in turn, hire stewards, thus initiating another cycle. Everyone is mistaken, be they tenants, stewards, landowners, or emperors. An entire era is misguided, including the heavens themselves. To alter this state of affairs, one must first reform the antiquated methods of production that prevail. Zhang Qian, a pretender to the Mahist lineage, is, in truth, a genuine scholar of philosophy, immersed in the pursuit of advanced studies. For nearly a third of his classes, he engages with the most incisive yet seemingly impractical philosophy, the art of dragon slaying. He harbors no illusions nor possesses the capacity to vanquish a dragon. Lacking both the tenacity and ambition to engage in such a feat, he is, however, at least capable of employing the principles of dragon slaying to transform his own estate and the lives of the families surrounding him. Boom, boom, boom. Outside, the thunder rumbles, accompanied by frenetic lightning, as if intent on tearing the world asunder, reshaping it anew. I have arrived in the Tang Dynasty. A dragon-slaying blade and a series of simplified characters appear beneath my pen. Clang, crack, crack, crack. The wind sweeps away a protective window, allowing countless bolts of lightning to stream inside, illuminating Zhang Qian's figure, rendering him a vision of frenzied brilliance. Ren Quan and Ziwan scream as they rush outside, attempting to reattach the window, yet Zhang Qian remains unfazed by the thunder, as if a heavy shell has been shattered by the lightning. In this moment, he feels an unparalleled lightness enveloping him. Setting down his charcoal stick, Zhang Qian slowly reveals a smile beneath the lamp's glow. From this moment onward, he is no longer a mere bystander in the Tang Dynasty. At last, he has become a true denizen of the Tang. Chapter 48. Does the young master harbor rebellious intentions? Thunderstorms are often sudden and fleeting. By the time Zizhu and Ren Quan, having changed into dry garments, returned to the main hall, the thunder outside had already ceased. It seemed the heavens had finally calmed, or perhaps had grown utterly exasperated with a certain miscreant, retracting the fierce winds, torrential rains, and flashes of lightning, laying down their arms. Zhang Qian, who had previously wielded a charcoal stick with fervor, had long since reclined back onto his stool, languidly savoring tea to revive himself. The celestial manuscript he had rendered was meticulously rolled up by him, quietly resting in a corner of the table, resembling a pupa in slumber, oblivious to when it might emerge as a butterfly. Seeing Zhang Qian's complexion had returned to normal and reassured that he would not suffer any collateral damage, Ren Quan, with his damp bandages, cautiously approached, attempting to strike up a conversation. Young master, have you finished your tasks? Indeed, Zhang Qian had just resolved the first conundrum since his arrival in the Tang Dynasty. His spirits elevated as he straightened his posture and smiled. You've worked hard tonight. Come, have some tea. With that, he took the initiative to pour a cup for Ren Quan. No, I can manage it myself, Ren Quan exclaimed, flustered. It is an honor to receive tea from the young master. Given the disparity in their statuses, how could Ren Quan allow Zhang Qian to serve him tea? He hurriedly scooped the cup into his embrace, bowing deeply. This is not outside. There is no need for such formality. Zhang Qian was slightly taken aback. Having not anticipated such a grand reaction from Ren Quan, he chuckled and waved his hand gently. Not at all. It is indeed my privilege to receive tea from the young master. I cannot let the young master serve me, or else you might reprimand me again. Ren Quan chuckled awkwardly, quickly steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. I have inquired with Steward Shui regarding the matter you tasked me with. There are a total of 22 tenants cultivating your land, each holding between 20 to 50 acres. Of these, 16 tenants still owe you rent, with the least at 1 stone and the most at 3.5 stones. Additionally, some are still indebted for provisions borrowed during the summer. Steward Shui has meticulously recorded everything, and it can be verified at any time with the accountant. Such a number? I hadn't anticipated that 2/3 of the tenants are in arrears. Zhang Qian exclaimed in surprise. Thus, the steward decided to confront the Wang family, who owe the most. But alas, it seems it has resulted in a loss of face for you. Ren Quan, appearing to have a good rapport with Steward Shui, seized the opportunity to speak favorably of him. The steward acknowledges his hasty actions and begs for your forgiveness. He is even willing to bear a thorny branch to the Wang family tomorrow to apologize. Bear a thorny branch, indeed? Is he not afraid that the Wang family might truly strike him down with it? Zhang Qian scoffed, dismissing the steward's self-punishment suggestion. Let us set that aside for now. Ren Quan, the total rent amounts are not substantial. Pressuring the tenants for payment would tarnish our reputation. I would prefer to have them work in exchange for their rent. What do you think of that? To work in lieu of rent, truly? Fearing he had not heard correctly, Ren Quan widened his eyes and pressed for clarification. Upon realizing that Zhang Qian was not jesting, he hastily set down his teacup and bowed deeply, exclaiming, My dear Zhang Xiaolang, you truly are a living bodhisattva. Now, those tenants will surely line up to pay their respects. Ren Quan continued, Let them pay their respects, but I find it cumbersome, even if they do not. Zhang Qian chuckled softly, waving his hand dismissively. I primarily understand that forcing them to pay rent is futile, as they simply cannot afford it. Rather than creating enemies, it is better to provide them with a way out. One must eat one bite at a time. Altering the entirety of the Tang Dynasty is far too unrealistic. Zhang Qian reflected on his own limitations, lacking both the ability and the courage to become another merchant like Yang, who met a tragic end. Thus, he resolved to find a suitable pretext to gradually assist the tenants in escaping their current subsistence farming methods. He intended to guide them step by step into the primitive industrial workshops he planned to establish. Even if his workshops were 10 times more rudimentary than the most basic ones of the 21st century, they would still represent a novel mode of production for the Tang Dynasty. While the dragon-slaying technique fiercely critiques the primitive accumulation of capitalism, it also acknowledges the advancement and wealth-generating efficiency of industrial production, which far surpasses that of traditional agrarian societies. In simpler terms, even the pigs of an industrial society possess more grain than the average individual in a smallholder society. This may sound unpalatable, yet it is a truth validated by history. Zhang Xiaolang, you must insist that they pay their respects, Ren Quan argued. Even if you remain hidden within your abode, they must still bow. After some effort, Ren Quan accepted Zhang Qian's reasoning but reiterated his stance, insisting that otherwise, the tenants would surely feel unsettled. Typically, when landlords hire tenants, providing meals is already a courtesy. When has anyone ever paid wages? Although you do not offer wages, you effectively offset their rent, do you not? This benevolence must be remembered for a lifetime, lest someone forgets in a couple of years and acts with ingratitude. However, after a moment's hesitation, he cautiously added, if you proceed in this manner, those tenants who do not owe you rent will undoubtedly feel a sense of injustice, even if they do not voice it. Zhang Qian had long contemplated a strategy and immediately gestured with resolve. Those who owe me no rent will receive wages. For every day they work, I shall pay them 10 cash and provide them with 3 meals a day. What do you think? Considering the purchasing power of millet, Zhang Qian estimated that a single Kaiyuan coin would roughly equate to 10 yuan in the 21st century. Therefore, a daily wage of 50 yuan, along with 2 meals, would likely provoke a backlash from laborers in 21st century Xi'an. Consequently, he hesitated while establishing the wage standards, ready to adjust based on Ren Quan's feedback. Little did he expect that upon finishing his proposal, Ren Quan would shake his head vehemently. Too much, too much. Young master, I do not mean to overstep. As the saying goes, a grain of rice brings kindness, while a dough of rice brings resentment. Your intention to provide the tenants with a means of survival during these difficult times is commendable. One becomes overly generous, and others may perceive one as a fool, leading them to demand even more. Typically, during the agricultural off-season, the landowner assigns tasks to the tenants as a sign of respect. Providing 2 meals a day and gifting a pair of shoes upon completion of the work suffices. Who has ever distributed copper coins? Do not shake your head, for their stomachs do not resemble yours, content with merely a bowl of soup noodles per meal. If they were to indulge, each could consume a considerable amount of rice in one sitting. 5 coins seems excessive? To my astonishment, a daily wage of 50 yuan has become a lucrative sum. Zhang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief, but he swiftly reconsidered, deciding against heeding Quan's advice. If I do not pay them, how can they settle their rent? So it was decided, everyone who comes to work shall receive 5 coins a day, regardless of any debts owed to me. This ensures a streamlined settlement. One cannot expect them to toil throughout the winter only to remain in debt come the new year. Some families may truly be unable to repay, dear young master, Quan exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. Take, for instance, the Wang family. They owe not only your rice, but also your money. Even if you were to provide them with 5 coins daily, it would take their men half a year to settle the debt. Moreover, their men lie incapacitated on the Kong and may not rise anytime soon. The Wang family's debt has already been forgiven. I must keep my word. Zhang Qian furrowed his brow, contemplating Quan's reminders to amend any oversights. For other families with substantial debts, more individuals should be employed, and I shall compensate them per head. Not just men, but married women may also come to cook for the laborers. How splendid! Dear young master, I shall first bow in gratitude on behalf of the farmers. Quan, filled with admiration and appreciation for Zhang Qian, took a step back and bowed deeply once more. There is no need for such formalities. If you believe this to be a good and feasible plan, then please help me organize it tomorrow. Zhang Qian waved his hand, smiling as he arranged the details. Initially, he had a rather poor impression of Quan, but over time, he discovered many admirable qualities in him. Particularly, his efficiency and broad perspective are rare traits among servants. Thus, Zhang Qian was more than willing to entrust certain responsibilities to him. The young master values his subordinates, and they, in turn, shall exert their utmost efforts. Quan felt honored to assist Zhang Qian. With his hands clasped before his chest, he sincerely responded. Then, he stepped forward to solemnly remind, "Dear young master, it is easy to gather people, and your subordinates know you possess a kind heart, unconcerned with such expenses. However, what tasks can they truly perform? Your alchemy room cannot be indiscriminately accessed. That is not an alchemy room. It is a production workshop." Zhang Qian rolled his eyes in exasperation as Quan had mystified it as an alchemy chamber. It is imperative that the newly recruited workers not be taken into the production area, as the demand for 6 divine flower lotion does not require so many laborers. At present, I am considering constructing a wall around the village. A simple earthen structure will suffice. This will prevent me from returning home only to find myself embroiled in unnecessary matters again. In his vision, 6 Gods floral water is undoubtedly destined to pursue a high-end route. For the time being, both medicated oil and all-purpose balm must first adopt a strategy of scarcity marketing, gradually expanding production capacity thereafter. Hence, the current workforce is sufficiently equipped. Any increase would complicate confidentiality. Furthermore, newly recruited personnel must engage in various tasks for a period, cultivating a certain degree of organization and discipline before any unscrupulous individuals can be filtered out, ensuring their readiness for true industrial labor. At that time, he will undoubtedly discover other best-selling products and establish a second original sweatshop. However, to his astonishment, this idea was met with vehement skepticism from Ren Quan. "What, young master? You wish to build walls for the farm, enclosing all the land within walls? Absolutely not. You must not indulge in such reckless whims. Without walls, it is merely a farm. With walls enclosing thousands of acres, even if it is just an earthen barrier, it transforms into a fortress. To dare construct a fortress on the outskirts of Chang'an, I fear that before the first earthen wall is erected, the cavalry will storm in, accusing you of treason." Chapter 49. The Sledgehammer. As for the matter at hand, I merely wish to provide the tenants with some tasks to occupy them. Ren Quan's words left Zhang Qian utterly astounded, scratching his head in frustration. "Young master, you mustn't say such things. It is but a half-hour ride to Chang'an." Ren Quan cautiously peered outside, lowering his voice in earnest explanation. Over 1,000 acres may seem modest, yet it could easily conceal 2,000 to 3,000 troops. Concealing 2,000 to 3,000 troops requires provisions to sustain them, Zhang Qian retorted, but upon recalling the illustrious traditions of the Tang Dynasty, his heart grew clearer. Ever since Emperor Taizong initiated the Xuanwu Gate incident, eliminating his own brothers, the royal family seemed cursed. Every 10 to 20 years, a calamity would inevitably arise from within. Thus, it was only prudent for the Tang to prohibit the construction of fortifications in the Jingzhou region. Otherwise, should a reckless scion of the imperial line stir trouble, these fortifications could swiftly transform into military camps. With this thought, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He then turned his gaze back to the ever-grinning Ren Quan, humbly seeking advice. "If we cannot build a wall, surely we can plant a ring of trees around the land of the estate. Even the largest trees will leave some gaps between them. Indeed, young master, did you not notice? Trees have already been planted around your fields, some as thick as a man's embrace." Before Zhang Qian could finish his sentence, Ren Quan interrupted with wide eyes, as if a fool had suddenly appeared before him. "Besides trees, there are boundary markers and stones. Otherwise, how could one delineate your land from another's? Trees have already been planted?" Zhang Qian's face flushed crimson as he sheepishly shook his head. "How did I overlook that? Well then, I suppose I could simply repair the walls of my courtyard. The city wall of Chang'an stands at a height of 18 feet, while that of Weinan measures 15 feet. The courtyard of the young master, inherited from a family of officials who could not maintain their estate, has walls standing 12 feet tall, already among the highest in the vicinity." With a sympathetic glance at Zhang Qian, Ren Quan patiently continued. "Although the government does not stipulate the height of commoners' courtyard walls, raising yours even a bit higher might attract unwelcome attention. As for stone facing, the walls of Weinan are constructed of loess." After much rambling, the conclusion was simple. Do not invite trouble. Zhang Qian's eyes blazed with indignation, yet he felt powerless. After a prolonged display of exasperation, he sighed deeply. This won't do, and that won't do. Am I to gather people for a square dance? Upon uttering this, he found himself laughing at his own absurdity. A square dance was certainly out of the question. In these times, those willing to step into the limelight were predominantly rough men. A group of such men bouncing around in a threshing yard would undoubtedly be mistaken for some cult leader rallying followers for a frenzied dance. As for military training aimed at fostering organization and discipline among employees, that was beyond the realm of possibility. In an era where even the mere act of repairing a farmhouse wall could arouse suspicions of treason, your sudden mobilization of a team, forming ranks and lines, resembles an old man contemplating his own demise, weary of his prolonged existence. Young master, upon hearing your earlier remarks, the maid recalled an idea that could engage the tenants. At this critical juncture, it is still Zichio's thoughtfulness that shines through. Observing Zhang Qian's futile attempts to devise a clever plan, she discreetly offered him a suggestion. What is it? Speak quickly, Zhang Qian exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy as he focused intently on Zichio's delicate features. Drain the water. Zichio, feeling somewhat bashful under his gaze, lowered her head and murmured. We could dig several ditches to channel all the accumulated water in the fields to the small river at the front. Thus, the waterlogged lands could be cultivated next year, and those currently unaffected would be spared from the threat of flooding. Oh, little Zichio, you are truly brilliant, Zhang Qian exclaimed, as if struck by enlightenment, raising his thumb in admiration. I should have thought of this when you mentioned the frequent floods in the village in recent years. This idea is splendid. Digging ditches to drain the water would also provide soil to repair the village paths, preventing us from stumbling as if climbing a mountain. Indeed, Miss Zichio is quite astute. Ren Quan, ever the smooth talker, chuckled softly, praising her. However, he quickly added a note of caution. But the unnamed river in front of the village connects to the Feng River, which in turn links to the Wei River. In autumn and winter, as the waters of the Wei and Feng rivers recede, the village's small river also diminishes. During summer, however, when both rivers swell, the small river widens considerably. Some of the village's lands are already low. If we connect the ditches to the river and the waters were to backflow, it could lead to unintended consequences. Is that so? What a world we live in. Why is it so challenging to do something good? Zhang Qian exclaimed in astonishment, slapping the table in frustration. In his recollection of the 21st century in Xi'an, summer rains were scarce, and drought was the prevalent concern, unlike the current situation in Chang'an and its surroundings, where 8 rivers encircle the area, and rainfall is abundant, a stark contrast to his memories. The compassionate young master, however, lamented the ill fortune of the tenants. Ren Quan, feeling remorseful for Zhang Qian's noble intentions, furrowed his brow and quietly suggested, perhaps we could build a bridge over the small river. The span is not wide, and a wooden bridge would suffice, costing little. It would facilitate passage for the villagers and enhance your reputation, young master. This indeed was a commendable idea. Providing the tenants with a task, while simultaneously aiding Zhang Qian in cultivating a virtuous image. Zhang Qian nodded in agreement. Yet, after doing so, he felt a lingering emptiness within, a disquiet in his heart. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he slowly articulated, the bridge can be constructed. However, the matter of drainage must take precedence over the bridge's construction. Let us consider this. In the lowest section of the village, we shall abandon the hope of cultivating crops and instead excavate a grand pond, nurturing lotus flowers and fish within its depths. All other fields will be interconnected through ditches leading to this pond. Accumulated water shall first flow into the pond, and then be channeled through a main conduit to the nameless little river at the front of the village. Yes, that is the plan, and I shall illustrate it for you. As he spoke, he unfurled the scroll of celestial script he had previously written. He tore off a section of blank paper from the end, and, with a charcoal pencil, swiftly sketched the layout, including a stone dam to separate the pond from the river. Furthermore, atop the dam, he envisioned a windmill that would tirelessly lift the water from the pond to the riverbank day and night. Wise young master. Wise young master. Ren Quan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and with each stroke of Zhang Qian's hand, he offered loud praises. After showering him with compliments for several moments, he lowered his head, a smile adorning his face as he inquired, but to operate a cart, we would need livestock to pull it. The village may not have enough large animals at present. A cart? What cart? Zhang Qian replied, bewildered. I meant a windmill, which harnesses the power of the wind to elevate the water into the river. Though he had begun to grow accustomed to the peculiar manner in which this individual spoke, he remained momentarily taken aback, instinctively querying, a windmill? Forgive me, young master. I have only heard of such a thing, but I have never seen one constructed. Do you know how to build it? Ren Quan's brow furrowed, his face a mask of concern. No, I am not certain. Zhang Qian instinctively wanted to admit his ignorance, yet recalling the information stored on his phone, he allowed himself a glimmer of hope. I shall ponder it tonight. I once witnessed someone crafting it during my time at school. However, I do not recall the specific designs. That is of no urgency. Tomorrow, you shall gather people to assist in digging the pond and ditches. While autumn and winter allow us to drain some of the accumulated water, the windmill can only be erected once the dam is complete. Even if the windmill cannot be constructed, I have other means to prevent the river from backflowing. His final statement was not merely a way to placate Ren Quan. During his junior high years, he had read a tale that could be deemed an ancient time-traveling web novel, which described a one-way wooden sluice gate used for drainage in coastal cities of antiquity. When the water level within the city exceeded that of the sea, the gate would be automatically pushed open by the flow of water. Conversely, when the sea level rose, the gate would be firmly sealed from the outside. The concept was remarkably simple, comprehensible even to a humanities student like him. Moreover, he had stored hundreds of similar time travel novels on his phone, including one by an ancient figure known as the wine drinker, who had repeatedly elaborated on the construction of windmills and remarked that the Dutch had completely resolved the issue of seawater backflow thanks to them. This evening, while the coast was clear, he could peruse this author's works and perhaps copy the designs. With the young master's assurance, Ren Quan felt reassured. Having witnessed Zhang Qian's remarkable ingenuity, he held his words in utmost faith. Then I shall gather a workforce tomorrow to commence the excavation of the pond. The rain outside has ceased, so young master, please rest early. I will take my leave. As he spoke, he picked up the sketch of the pond and ditches drawn by Zhang Qian, preparing to bid farewell. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qian immediately grasped his sleeve, urging, "Do not be in such a hurry to depart. Ren Quan, is your contract with the Ren family an irrevocable one? I have been relying on you for assistance. It is an honor for me to be commanded by the young master." Ren Quan dared not resist, quickly bending his body in a humble posture. "However, I have been loyal to the old estate master since my father's time. Although both my father and I have been freed from our servitude, we owe a great debt of gratitude to the old master. As long as it is not an irrevocable contract, that suffices." Having spent considerable time in the Tang Dynasty, Zhang Qian was no longer as naive as at the beginning. "When young Master Ren returns, I shall inform him that you are here to assist me. He has ample manpower and can spare you. Currently, I have only Zhizhu. Young Master T." Zhiju's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze and approached to pour tea for Zhang Qian. "Let it be." Zhang Qian smiled and nodded at her, then turned his attention back to Ren Quan. "So are you willing? Ren Quan, I implore you to speak candidly, without being timid like a young lady. I will certainly provide an explanation to young Master Ren, ensuring he does not suffer any loss. If young master does not consider Ren Quan foolish, I am willing to temporarily assist." Ren Quan slowly withdrew his sleeve from Zhang Qian's grasp, taking 2 steps back before bowing slightly. This was clearly an acceptance, albeit a hesitant one. Seeing this, Zhang Qian's spirits lifted considerably. He rushed forward, gently supporting Ren Quan's elbows, exclaiming, "Your willingness is all that matters. I shall handle the rest. I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. From today onwards, you shall serve as the chief steward of Zhangjia village. Henceforth, all matters, great and small, will be entrusted to you. But Steward Chui is also here for the estate." Ren Quan exclaimed urgently, raising his face to dissuade him. "I do not penalize him for considering the estate. I penalize him for his foolishness. Matters that could be resolved with different methods are instead approached in a manner that invites public ire." Zhang Qian glanced at him and shook his head gently. "I will neither dismiss him nor withhold his wages, nor will I allow anyone to punish him. In the future, responsibilities will be divided. You will be the chief steward, earning double the salary of Steward Chui, who will only oversee affairs within this courtyard. You will manage all external matters, including organizing the tenants' labor. Should we establish further workshops in the future, you shall also be responsible for their oversight. Then, I shall humbly comply, relieved that Steward Chui would not be dismissed." Ren Quan's initial worries were swiftly replaced with joy. He stepped back slightly and once again bowed to Zhang Qian. People naturally aspire to rise higher. Although Ren Quan held a position of greater rank than a mere servant as a steward by Ren Sung's side, he was still far from the status of chief steward. Moreover, Ren Sung's stepmother clearly looked down upon him, and he had 3 younger brothers who were envious of his position. In contrast, Zhang Qian was alone, fully in control, with neither parents nor siblings, and he was poised for rapid ascent. In light of these comparisons, it was abundantly clear to Ren Quan whom he should choose to follow. Thus, although he dared not appear overly joyous on the surface, at this very moment, Ren Quan's heart was blooming with delight. He hazily expressed his sentiments to Zhang Qian, clumsily performed a farewell bow, and dizzily grasped the 2 bags of medicinal fees that He Zhizhang had specially procured for him before stepping out the door. Little did he anticipate that just a few paces away from the main hall's entrance, a sudden gust of wind echoed through the air, followed by a resounding thud. Despite his martial prowess, Ren Quan was caught completely off guard. He barely managed to fling a copper coin, wielding it as a makeshift weapon, half a foot above to his left, but the bandaged area on his forehead was struck with considerable force. The impact left him momentarily blinded, his steps faltering, and he tumbled headlong into the muddy water. Chapter 50. No one will save you, no matter how loudly you scream. The assailant, treading through the mud, ascended the steps swiftly, leaving the unconscious Ren Quan behind. Upon stabilizing his stance at the top, he raised his right leg and, with a resounding thud, kicked the door off its hinges. "Secure the door," came a commanding voice from within the main hall. It was Zhang Qian, who had heard the commotion outside and had just pushed He Zhizhang into the side room. He then swiftly lunged towards the wall and retrieved the dagger hanging there. The door crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound. Just as it fell, Zhang Qian swung his steel blade towards the intruder, as quick as lightning. However, the assailant seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, effortlessly dodging the attack without a glance, and with a decisive twist of his body. He struck Zhang Qian's blade with the weapon firmly gripped in his left hand. The clash of steel resonated loudly, and sparks flew as a significant chunk was chipped off the blade. The finely crafted iron blade was sent soaring 2 feet into the air, nearly slipping from Zhang Qian's grasp and crashing onto the beams above. Despite this, Zhang Qian was left shaken, blood trickling from his palms, his body aching and numb. Realizing that he could not rely on his steel blade to vanquish the assailant, he quickly retreated, maneuvering his legs swiftly around the desk. "Die, tyrant!" The assailant, having thwarted Zhang Qian's counterattack, bellowed as he advanced, swinging his weapon with ferocity. Zhang Qian had no choice but to brace himself against the onslaught. The sounds of metal clashing echoed incessantly, transforming his steel blade into a mere saw, while beads of sweat streamed down his forehead. "Help! Help!" A piercing scream reverberated from the side room. It was He Zhizhang, standing at the window, desperately calling for help. "Thieves! Thieves have broken in. They are chasing the young master in the main hall. Everyone help! Shut your mouth, or I'll kill you first." The assailant, agitated by the cries, abandoned Zhang Qian and charged towards the side room, raising his foot to kick the door. Bang! 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 "Damn you, watch the blade!" Zhang Qian, refusing to allow harm to befall the innocent girl, roared as he rushed from behind, raising his now saw-like dagger to strike with all his might. The assailant had anticipated this reaction, immediately retracting his foot from the door. With fluid motions, he sidestepped, twisted his waist, and swept his weapon horizontally. Every movement executed with grace, the strange weapon whistling as it lunged towards Zhang Qian's midsection. If struck, Zhang Qian would either suffer grievous internal injuries or be confined to a sickbed for the rest of his days. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp. Realizing he had been deceived, he decisively leapt back, narrowly evading the strike by mere feet. He then swung wildly at the assailant and turned to flee. Nowhere to run. The assailant, frustrated by several missed attempts, pursued relentlessly, brandishing his peculiar weapon. The sound of his deerskin boots against the floor echoed. Splash! 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 Zhang Qian, unable to shake off his assailant, resorted to brandishing his blade from behind the desk. However, despite having trained extensively in free combat, he had never wielded a weapon nor engaged in a life-and-death struggle with one. Thus, within moments, he found himself at a disadvantage, compelled to abandon the desk and flee outside. "Don't run, you bully!" The assailant, unwilling to let him escape, pursued him into the courtyard with a peculiar weapon in hand. Zhang Qian had hoped that escaping the confines of the room would allow him to resolve the conflict swiftly. Yet, to his dismay, his proficiency with the blade faltered, and his punches and kicks were not as effective as he had hoped. Nevertheless, his speed in fleeing was undeniable, and he managed to leap and bound several dozen feet away, his figure nearly vanishing into the night. "Help! Catch the thief! Drive him away, and each of you shall receive 2 taels of Kaiyuan coins." The desperate cries of Zen echoed behind them, mingling with the damp autumn breeze. lending an air of poignancy to the scene. "Bully, if you run any further, I shall kill the girl." The assailant, frustrated by his inability to catch Zhang Qian, turned and charged towards the window. Zhang, terrified, felt her voice catch in her throat as she frantically attempted to secure the window, hastily piling pillows and blankets in a futile effort to barricade it. Such meager objects could hardly serve as an adequate blockade. The assailant swung his peculiar weapon, and with a couple of sharp cracks, he dismantled the wooden window guard, subsequently shattering the intricately carved window frame. With a resounding crash, a clump of debris, propelled by the wind, struck the window frame above him. Zhang Qian's furious voice soon followed. "You scoundrel! What kind of bravery is it to bully a young girl? Come and face me, Zhang." "Stop, you bully!" The assailant, realizing he could not reach Ziyuan, turned his ire back towards Zhang Qian, aiming to confront the main target of his wrath. Yet Zhang Qian, fearing that the assailant's rage might spill over and endanger the innocent, dared not continue his flight. He wielded his steel blade defensively while quickly retreating into the main hall. The assailant, believing he had cornered Zhang Qian, grinned wickedly as he followed him inside, expecting to have him trapped. However, to his surprise, Zhang Qian did not engage him in a direct confrontation. Instead, he maneuvered around the furniture, tables, chairs, pillars, and bookshelves, playing a game of hide and seek. The benefits of his free combat training became apparent, while it may not translate directly into combat effectiveness. His reflexes and adaptability to confined spaces far surpassed those of an ordinary person. Though the assailant possessed immense strength and exceptional martial skills, he was notably less agile than Zhang Qian. Moreover, with waterlogged boots weighing him down, even as he relentlessly pursued Zhang Qian, he could not quite catch him at crucial moments, allowing Zhang Qian to escape time and again. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian, though inept with the saw in his hands, wielded his words with the same agility as his legs and body. As he darted around the furniture, he launched sharp verbal counterattacks at the assailant. "Foolish thief. If you don't flee now, my servants will soon arrive. You'll find yourself in a trap with no way to regret your choices. You bully, I will take you down with me." The assailant, agitated by the relentless taunting, continued his pursuit with a furious roar. "Did I steal your wallet or harm your child? Why do you harbor such hatred for me?" Zhang Qian, quick of tongue and fleet of foot, circled around while incessantly questioning. Having taken over this estate for less than a month, he had yet to accumulate any enemies. "If you despise me, surely there must be a reason. If I were to kill you, don't flee, show some courage." The attacker refused to respond and continued to brandish his peculiar weapon, roaring in defiance. "How could I not run? To remain would be to face certain death at your hands. Do you not understand the tale of Jing Ku and King Qin? The first emperor of Qin was not a martial artist, but relied solely on his swiftness. The situation now mirrors that of our forebears. In terms of weaponry, the assailant was no match for Zhang Qian, yet in verbal sparring, he was a master while his opponent merely a novice. Enough of this chase. I comprehend your motives now. You've come on behalf of the Wang family. Haven to you? You fool, I have already absolved their debts. The numerous tenants from earlier can attest to that. I will kill you." The opponent neither confirmed nor denied, breathing heavily as he continued his relentless pursuit. "You will kill me? I have no other enemies, and suspicion will inevitably fall upon the Wang family. Even if the authorities cannot capture you, they would seize the Wang tenants to pay for my life." Zhang Qian, relying solely on his keen auditory senses, discerned the turmoil in his adversary's emotions. While evading, he continued his verbal onslaught. "Are you of the Wang clan or the Tian clan? I am alone. Should you take my life, the entire Wang family, from the eldest to the youngest, would surely be exiled to Ling'an. Do you know where that is? A place where the mosquitoes are larger than sparrows, and a single bite could drain you dry, leaving you a mere husk. Villain, perish." The assailant, increasingly agitated, kicked over stools and low tables towards Zhang Qian. This time, Zhang Qian suffered greatly, being struck multiple times, causing him to wail in pain. "Help! Help!" Zhizhang, hearing from within the adjacent room, felt a pang of anguish and rushed to the window, calling out desperately, "Someone! The Wang family has colluded with bandits. Come quickly to save the young master. Drive away the robbers, and you'll each receive 5 taels on the spot. Little girl, spare your breath. No matter how loud you scream today, no one will come to rescue this tyrant." The assailant, flustered by her cries, charged towards the door, prepared to employ the same trick again, intending to lure Zhang Qian in for a fatal blow. "Shatter your throat! Shatter your throat!" Suddenly, Zhang Qian's voice rang out behind him. reminiscent of a wild duck caught by the neck. The once tense atmosphere in the main hall crumbled in an instant. Not only did Zhizhang freeze, but the assailant, intent on taking Zhang Qian's life, also turned around, weapon drawn, caught between laughter and curses, the murderous intent dissipating. This was the opportunity Zhang Qian had awaited. He seized the saw in his hand and hurled it forward as a concealed weapon. Without hesitation, disregarding whether the saw had proven effective, he grasped the table with both hands, wielding it as a battering ram and forcefully struck it against his opponent's chest. Chapter 51. Unassailable. The assailant narrowly evaded the flying saw, yet could not escape the expansive desk, colliding with it forcefully. His robust form was sent crashing backward, making intimate contact with the door panel of the adjoining room, producing a thunderous sound. Bang, crack. The door latch, already at its breaking point, disengaged, flinging the door wide open. The assailant's back lost its support, sending him tumbling head over heels. Indeed, he was a formidable adversary, having just sustained a blow to his chest. He was now thrown into disarray, yet his peculiar weapon remained firmly clutched in his grasp. Before the stars in his vision could dissipate, he swung his right arm vigorously, sweeping the weapon chaotically to his side. Simultaneously, he exerted force through his back, hips, and legs, liberating himself from the desk's oppressive grasp. Just as he prepared to spring up like a carp leaping from the water to resume his pursuit of Zhang Qian, a cacophony of piercing metallic clinks erupted above him, followed by a cascade of glimmering hidden weapons raining down. The suddenness of the event left the assailant no time to discern the nature of the projectiles. Instinctively, he swung his weapon to deflect them, only to hear a sharp crack as a multitude of copper coins were sent flying. The cord binding the coins snapped, scattering the golden yuan tong bao across the floor. However, due to the motion of his arm, his legs and torso lost their coordination, transforming his intended nimble recovery into a hapless sprawl. A chilling scream pierced the air, reverberating loudly. Just moments before, the lavishly attired Z1 had leapt nimbly onto the windowsill. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Qian had navigated around the desk, unhesitatingly launching himself forward, using his body as a weapon to crash heavily onto the assailant's shoulder. Bang! The assailant's skull again met the floor in a close encounter. His second attempt to rise was swiftly quashed in its infancy. Instinctively, he swung his weapon forward. But Zhang Qian seized his right arm with his left hand with a vice-like grip. He swiftly drove his left fist towards Zhang Qian's armpit, yet to his surprise, Zhang Qian's speed outmatched his own, delivering a vicious right hook to his temple. This strike unleashed a cacophony in the assailant's mind, akin to the clangor of various instruments, gongs, bowls, bells, and drums, all resonating chaotically. The left knee continued to press down on the assailant's upper body, while the right knee suddenly shifted position, firmly constricting the individual's neck. A classic assassination technique reminiscent of the infamous methods taught by Zhang Qian during his days of learning free fighting. Once applied with sufficient pressure, even a target as robust as a 90-kilogram boxer could succumb to unconsciousness within 3 minutes, or even death within 10. Not from the aggressor's assault, but from the unfortunate conjunction of underlying conditions such as cardiac arrest, addiction, AIDS, or COVID-19. Catch the thief. Catch the thief. Perhaps fate had decreed that the assailant would not perish today, for Zhang Qian had barely held him down for 2 minutes when a throng of household servants and workers from the nearby flower water workshop rushed in, armed with clubs, short blades, and iron rulers, effectively barricading the main hall. Upon realizing the skirmish had concluded and the thief lay half-conscious beneath Zhang Qian's knee, the servants hastily set down their weapons, rushing to assist their master, pulling him aside before binding the assailant securely with ropes, as one would a pig. It was only at this moment that Zhang Qian felt the weight of exhaustion and fear. Leaning against the shoulder of a servant named Zhang Gui, he gasped for breath. Meanwhile, Xiao Ziju, though pale with fright and her legs trembling, gritted her teeth and leaped from the windowsill, staggering towards the wall to collect the yuan coins she had earlier hurled as projectiles, which the assailant had scattered. She feared losing them to some shameless rogue who might seize the opportunity to pocket them. Neither the tenants of the estate nor the locals were involved. Servant Zhang Fu was eager to redeem himself, using a cloth soaked in cold water to wipe the blood from the assailant's face, inspecting him closely. It appeared he was a runaway slave, evidenced by a tattoo behind his ear, indicating he had committed a crime and been sold into servitude by the authorities. How unfortunate he was. It seemed his family had spent a considerable sum to have the tattoo moved from his forehead to a less conspicuous location behind his ear. Judging by his attire, his former master was likely quite affluent. He was skilled in combat, wielding a golden hammer that an ordinary person could not possibly handle. Servant Zhang Qian, not wanting to be outdone, retrieved the assailant's weapon and presented it to Zhang Qian with a flourish. A golden hammer? Is this what it is? Zhang Qian felt no particular connection to the assailant's identity, yet the sight of the object and the name Golden Hammer left him momentarily speechless. In his youth, he had been captivated by tales of heroism, particularly the line about saving Zhao with a golden hammer, which he had recited countless times. The image of Li Yuanba from the television series, striking a drum with a golden hammer, was indelibly etched in his memory. Zhang Qian had always imagined that, while the hammer might not be as large as a watermelon, it should at least resemble a gourd. To his astonishment, the golden hammer he encountered in the Tang Dynasty turned out to be a mere gourd-shaped object, freshly harvested and barely a week old, best suited for stir-frying. However, before he could discern the actual weight of this gourd hammer, the assailant was already being roused from his stupor by Zhang Fu. Upon discovering himself bound by ropes, he immediately erupted in a fit of rage, cursing vehemently, "You shameless scoundrel, masquerading as a woman with such audacity. Why don't you just castrate yourself and embrace the charade fully? You wretched creature, which dog failed to restrain you, giving rise to such a despicable being? You dare to invade at midnight and still possess the gall to demand respect? Give him a beating, one that compels him to plead for mercy." Zhang Qian, infuriated, unhesitatingly commanded his servants to impose severe punishment upon the intruder. Most of the servants, having been in deep slumber, were roused by the commotion and had yet to showcase their prowess before the master. Thus, they were all seething with pent-up anger. At the sound of Zhang Qian's command, they immediately unleashed their fury, and within moments, the intruder was left bloodied and battered. "Well done, well done. Go ahead, strike me down. Let us see if my brothers will not exact vengeance upon your entire village afterward." The assailant, bound and unable to escape, remained defiant, issuing threats and declaring that he would rather be beaten to death than beg for mercy. "Rest assured, should anything happen to me, I shall personally ensure your demise." The audacity of the intruder ignited a fierce determination within Zhang Qian. He shifted his weight from the shoulder of his servant, Zhang Gui, and gritted his teeth in response. Meanwhile, the servants of the Ren family had already carried Ren Quan into the main hall from the muddy ground outside, where they were now unwrapping the bandages from his head to assess his skull for any signs of life. Suddenly, Ren Quan opened his eyes, weakly lifted his right hand, and let it fall beside him, mumbling, Master, I'm alive. No, don't kill him. Ren Quan, you've awakened." Zhang Qian exclaimed with unrestrained joy, momentarily forgetting the assailant as he hurried to Ren Quan's side, eagerly inquiring. "Yes, I'm awake. Just temporarily unable to move," Ren Quan replied, his face flushed and his voice feeble. "When they brought me inside, I regained consciousness. I couldn't assist you, master, and I feel utterly ashamed." It turned out that the commotion from the Ren family's servants had inadvertently roused the intruder. Yet, feeling guilty towards Zhang Qian, the intruder had feigned unconsciousness, intending to hide his shame. "Do not move, be cautious of a concussion." Zhang Qian, preoccupied with checking on Ren Quan, gently pressed down on the intruder's shoulder and softly instructed, "Let me examine your skull for injuries. If fortune smiles upon you, a fortnight in bed should see you restored. Should fate be unkind, fret not. I shall care for you for life." "Thank you, master." Ren Quan felt a warm surge of gratitude at Zhang Qian's words. He managed a weak smile and continued to murmur, "That man, when he struck me, did so with restraint. My head, it should be intact. Master, do not kill him. Even when beating a dog, one must regard its master. His master must hold some significant status. Take him to the Wei County Yamen. Let them decide his fate. You must not involve yourself in this matter." Though spoken softly, his words reached the ears of the intruder clearly. The latter immediately shed his previous arrogance, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "You bully, shameless scoundrel. If you dare, kill me now. Otherwise, once I recover, I will surely return to seek you out. You may evade me for a moment, but not for eternity." Understanding that Ren Quan would not deceive him, Zhang Qian nodded gently towards this individual. He then rose to his feet and slowly approached the horse assailant. "What can you accomplish with another attempt? This time, I will capture you alive. Should you dare return, you will meet your demise once more." He commanded, "Take him and hang him in the latrine for the night. Tomorrow morning, we shall deliver him, along with the entire Wang family, to the magistrate of Weinan County." I refuse to believe that doing a good deed will attract a horde of ingrates. Chapter 52, Brother's Dog Thief. If you wish to kill, then do so. But do not involve the innocent. Upon hearing Zhang Qian's intention to hang himself in the latrine, the assailant remained unfazed. However, when Zhang Qian proclaimed he would drag the entire Wang family to the authorities alongside him, the assailant immediately erupted in protest, as if stung by a scorpion. Tonight's attempt on your life is to rid the people of a menace. It concerns no one else. Do not involve the innocent. At that moment, he seemed to grasp the irony. When he had threatened Zhizhang, why had he not invoked the same sentiment? Zhang Qian lowered his gaze to the assailant, a cold smirk curling his lips. As for ridding the people of a menace, pray tell, whom have I harmed in my lifetime? You. The assailant felt the heat rise to his cheeks, rendered speechless. Earlier, in his futile attempt to catch Zhang Qian, he had indeed tried to seize Zhizhang as a hostage, thus forfeiting any right to speak of innocent parties. As for Zhang Qian's alleged misdeeds, he had only heard of one. Uttering it would inevitably implicate the Wang family. Struggling to articulate, "Are we?" Zhang Qian scoffed, nonchalantly flexing his arms and legs while casting a derisive glance at the assailant. "You cannot even fabricate a single crime against me, yet you boast of ridding the people of harm? Allow me to enlighten you. I have scarcely been in charge of this estate for a month. I have yet to familiarize myself with the surroundings. Today marked my first venture outside, and the sole act I have performed for the neighboring households was to forgive the Wang family's rent and their debts from the famine." With that, he launched a flurry of punches toward the assailant. Each blow struck with precision. Each kick resonated deeply. The assailant writhed on the ground in pain, yet continued to spew curses. Strike well. If you dare, kill me, and see if my friends won't slaughter your entire family. You asked for this." Zhang Qian retorted with disdain. Unmoved by the assailant's refusal to capitulate, he continued his relentless assault, targeting areas on the body that were exquisitely sensitive yet not life-threatening. It was not born of cruelty. Rather, he had heeded Ren Quan's advice, aware that the assailant was likely a servant of someone influential. The saying goes, "Strike the dog, but beware of its master." Such a servant could be dealt with without consequence to his master, yet should he be delivered to the authorities, there was a risk that favoritism would allow him to walk free within days, flaunting his impunity. Given the assailant's self-righteous demeanor and lack of remorse, it was evident that if he were not taught a harsh lesson, he would return with a vengeance upon his release. If he came alone next time, Zhang Qian, with his skills in a confined space, might not fear him. However, should he gather other ruffians and launch an ambush in an open area, Zhang Qian might not only face dire consequences, but could also suffer grievous injury. Thus, while it was necessary to present this scoundrel to the authorities, he must first instill a sense of fear within him. As for how to achieve that fear, during Zhang Qian's foray into the realm of free fighting, he had previously engaged in specialized courses that instructed students on how to avoid striking vital areas of the human body, thereby preventing fatal injuries to opponents. At this moment, he was employing these lessons practically. However, this unfortunate turn of events was dire for the assailant. Initially, emboldened by his own resilience, he hurled curses at Zhang Qian. But after enduring 4 or 5 dozen punches, coupled with several powerful kicks, he found himself too pained to continue his vitriol, instead resorting to anguished cries. To his astonishment, the typically genial Zhang Qian showcased a ferocious side. The surrounding servants and aides were struck with fear, yet despite their trepidation, none felt pity for the assailant, nor deemed Zhang Qian's actions excessive. The reasoning was straightforward. As Zhang Qian had previously stated, he had just assumed control of the estate, had never harmed anyone, nor had he the time to cultivate enmities. If the assailant bore no relation to the Wang tenant, then his attempt to commit robbery and murder warranted a brutal response. Conversely, should the assailant indeed be connected to the Wang family, as Zhang Qian suspected, then he deserved an even harsher punishment. This afternoon, Zhang Qian had relieved the Wang family of their rent and the burden of famine, a decision that was known to all the servants. If the assailant could not muster gratitude, he was audacious enough to invade the courtyard with malicious intent. Such an act of ingratitude warranted divine retribution. And only a fool would feel sympathy for his current predicament. Only Ren Quan, who had previously been struck by the assailant, feared that Zhang Qian would inadvertently kill the man, embroiling himself in legal troubles. Struggling to raise his arm, he softly urged, "Master, A lesson is sufficient. Be cautious not to taint your hands. You are of invaluable worth, and it is not worth jeopardizing your future over such a wretch. Despite Ren Quan's concerns, Zhang Qian, unwilling to undermine his authority, delivered another punishing blow to the assailant. Standing upright, he resumed flexing his wrists and ankles, declaring, "Ask him." The assailant, now gasping for breath like a fish out of water, dared not meet Zhang Qian's gaze, nor did he utter another defiant word. Regardless of his inner fury, he could not afford to be beaten to death, especially since Zhang Qian had never even harmed a chicken before. Thus, observing the assailant's capitulation, Zhang Qian ordered, "Someone, clean the blood from his face and confine him to the latrine. Come morning, we shall deliver him alongside the Wang tenant to the county magistrate." Unexpectedly, before the order could be fully articulated, the assailant found a surge of strength, hoarsely protesting, "No, do not involve others. Tonight, it is between you and me. You may strike or kill as you wish, and I will not flinch. But do not drag anyone else into this. I alone am responsible for my actions, and they concern no one else." "You claim it concerns no one else." Zhang Qian, dismissive of the assailant's words, became increasingly convinced of his ties to the Wang family. Thus, resolutely gritting his teeth, he decided to see the matter through to its bitter end. Tie this scoundrel to the tree in the courtyard, then summon the Wang tenant. If Wang the tenant remains bedridden due to his illness, let his wife bring their son over to ascertain whether they recognize this individual. Should they claim ignorance, Zhang shall not hold them accountable for tonight's events. Conversely, if they are acquainted, Zhang will demand justice from them. Do not go. The assailant, in a state of desperation, struggled to raise half his head and shouted, "Kill me if you must. Claim I broke into your home to rob you, and you killed me in self-defense. Do not drag innocent people into this. Innocent or not, your words hold no weight." Zhang Qian sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the man before forcefully gesturing with his hand. The household servants, already disgruntled with Wang for deliberately delaying rent payments amidst famine, and for the trouble it caused Steward Cui, regarded the Wang family with disdain. Now, witnessing Zhang Qian's determination to summon them, they erupted in cheers. They hastily lifted the assailant from the ground, dragging him beneath a large tree in the courtyard, binding him securely with ropes. Subsequently, they brandished torches and hurried towards Wang's residence. "How do you feel? A bit dizzy, perhaps? Any urge to vomit? Hold on. At dawn, I shall summon Physician's son, who conveniently resides nearby." Paying no heed to the bustling servants, Zhang Qian swiftly returned to Ren Quan's side, inquiring with concern, "I feel a tad lightheaded, yet I do not wish to vomit." Ren Quan's complexion had improved significantly since he first regained consciousness. After a moment of contemplation, he replied earnestly, "You need not worry about me, master. I am quite resilient. A couple of days of rest will suffice. Moreover, Physician's son tends to esteemed individuals like yourself and would hardly deign to visit me. Then let us seek another physician." Acknowledging the truth in Ren Quan's words, Zhang understood that in the rigid hierarchy of feudal society, requesting an imperial physician to attend to a mere steward was akin to chasing phantoms. Even if the physician himself were indifferent, the patient would be drowned in contempt. "Other physicians may not possess greater skill than I." Ren Quan chuckled softly, waving his hand wearily. "Enough of this, master. My life is of little value, and I shan't perish from a mere blow. But you, do exercise utmost caution moving forward. I have already promised not to harm him, have I not?" Zhang Qian, aware of Ren Quan's concerns, feigned calmness as he shook his head. Surely, his master would not stoop to bullying a vile servant. That would be utterly unreasonable. Could the laws of the Tang Dynasty be mere window dressing? That may be true, yet one must remain vigilant. Chang'an is a small city. A tossed stone could strike a noble descendant. Ren Quan grinned, continuing to wave his hand dismissively. "I suspect the Wang family is not without influence. Though they have fallen to the point of becoming tenants, their eldest son is still diligently studying. And this newly emerged relative wields a golden hammer. What of wielding a golden hammer? He was still captured alive by me." To alleviate Ren Quan's worries, Zhang Qian spoke with feigned nonchalance. "Do not overthink it. Perhaps he is utterly inept at wielding that weapon, merely brandishing it for show. A golden hammer is a weapon of cavalry, and against my master, it would not unleash even a third of its potential." Ren Quan, with a bitter smile, added, "The owner should send someone to search for any hidden steeds nearby. If there are indeed mounts concealed, it will be impossible for them to escape. The master, capable of wielding a golden hammer while mounted, surely hails from a distinguished lineage. Although his descendants may lack ambition, it does not mean that all his former associates are without merit. Thus, it would be prudent for the master to avoid enmity with his family whenever possible. The conflict has already begun. The future can be addressed later. Despite Ren Quan's earnestness, Zhang Qian merely chuckled and shook his head. Had he sensed the extraordinary nature of the assailants before the thunderstorm, he might have been plagued by doubts. However, with the tempest now behind him, he had clearly defined the trajectory of his life. If he were to retreat at the slightest hint of trouble, how could he ever hope to achieve the ambitions he had just set for himself? Would his journey not be in vain? Master, seeing Zhang Qian remain unperturbed, Ren Quan could not help but urge him again. Yet, before he could complete his sentence, the house servant Zhang Gui rushed in, panting. Master, Wang Maobua has come to apologize, supported by his wife and son. As Zhang Gui bowed, he hastily reported, we encountered them just as we exited. They are currently kneeling at the entrance of the courtyard. Wang Maobua claims that the instigator of the trouble is his own younger brother. Regardless of whether you wish to punish or confront him, he is willing to bear the consequences alongside his sibling. Chapter 53. The eldest brother as a father. What did you say? What is that tenant's name? Before Zhang Qian could respond, Ren Quan suddenly sat up, disregarding the waves of dizziness, and pressed urgently for answers. Wang Maobua. The steward reported it in the ledger when he rented him the land in spring. Zhang Gui, perplexed by the inquiry, hesitantly explained in a low voice. So it is he. Ren Quan raised a hand to cover his forehead, his head drooping softly to his chest. He had indeed fallen to the level of renting land to cultivate. No wonder I found the name Jin Shui so familiar today. It is indeed deserving of a strike. Steward Chui must be deaf not to recognize who Wang Maobua is, yet he still allows him to serve as a tenant. This blow, I certainly do not feel unjustly dealt. Steward Run, what's wrong with you? Is that tenant Wang Maobua someone of significance? Zhang Qian's reaction was swift. It was only after he spoke that he hurried forward to support Ren Quan's body. You must be mistaken. Quickly lie down. Do not trouble yourself over this matter. Rest assured, I shall handle it. If he is an acquaintance of yours, I can spare them for your sake. Oh no, Steward Ren has been rendered senseless. Zhang Gui finally realized, his gaze toward Ren Quan filled with sympathy. Although the Ren family was not among the great noble houses, they were still a prominent family in the Chang'an region. As a trusted retainer of the young Lord Ren Song, Ren Quan enjoyed a status and future far superior to that of ordinary folk, possessing a registered household in the government. Needless to say, even the common servants would bow their heads in deference upon encountering him. Even Steward Chui, who had authority in the village, would take the initiative to greet him from afar before the family name was changed to Zhang. Yet such a distinguished figure as Steward Ren, who had suffered a blow from a mere tenant's son, not only refrained from seeking vengeance, but also deemed the blow deserved. What other reasoning could explain this? It was rumored that on the road to the western regions, there were slave traders who specialized in capturing travelers. Upon encountering a lone wanderer, they would strike them on the back of the head with a club. Once the traveler recovered from their injuries, they would emerge dull and foolish, no longer remembering who they were, nor contemplating escape, regardless of where they were sold into servitude. Master, I am unhurt. Amid Zhang Gui's sympathetic gaze, Ren Quan struggled to return a respectful gesture. I am not well acquainted with this Wang Maobua. I have merely heard tales of him and his brother. Their father was a Goguryeo man, once a general in the Tang Dynasty, holding the title of Gui Duwei, and was adept with the golden hammer. However, he perished in battle long ago, leaving his two sons with 500 acres of land, a nominal position, and a small village. Due to his dizziness, Ren Quan spoke slowly, occasionally stumbling over his words. Yet, the basic logic remained clear. Thus, after listening to a few sentences, Zhang Qian finally understood the reason why Ren Quan felt the strike from the hammer was not unwarranted. It turned out that Wang Maobua and the unexpected guest currently bound to the tree were siblings. Their father, a Goguryeo man, was renowned for his bravery in battle, earning a registered household in the Tang Dynasty, and held the title of Gui Duwei, with an honorary position as a general. However, some 16 or 17 years ago, this Gui Duwei tragically fell in battle, sacrificing himself for his country. At that time, Empress Wu was in power, and the court had issued a decree to treat the children of martyrs with kindness. Consequently, the officials took special care to console the Wang brothers, even granting Wang Maobua the esteemed title of a cavalry officer. Their father, in his absence, had also bequeathed them a substantial estate comprising 500 acres of fertile land. If the brothers were to strive diligently, they could lead a comfortable life as small landowners without ever needing to hold official positions. Unfortunately, when General Wang passed away, his second son was merely 6 years old. Wang Maober, as the elder brother, found himself in the dual roles of both brother and father, inevitably overwhelmed by the responsibility. As time passed, Wang Maobrother, the younger Wang, became notorious as a prodigal son, earning the moniker Wang the Hammer. Not only did he squander money recklessly, but he also reveled in the company of other young rakes, frequently stirring trouble. In Chang'an, such mischief could lead to severe consequences. When Wang Maobrother turned 17, this group of debauched youths finally crossed a critical line. While hunting and preparing a feast in the wilderness, they accidentally set fire to the Weiyang Palace. Empress Wu, already advanced in age and plagued by suspicion, flew into a rage and immediately dispatched the imperial guards to apprehend them. As a result, the group of young ruffians was swiftly caught, facing imminent execution to serve as a public example. Seeing his underage brother on the brink of death, Wang Maober grew frantic. He sought assistance from his father's former superiors and colleagues, sparing no effort or expense to plead for leniency. He even risked his life to sound the alarm in Chang'an, recounting his father's heroic deeds in battle, which ultimately persuaded the court to show mercy. Wang Maobrother and several other accomplices were spared their lives, but they were marked with tattoos on their faces and sold into servitude. It was during this time that I first heard of this individual. Those around me lamented, remarking that the saying an elder brother is like a father could not hold truer. As I recounted the tale, I sighed repeatedly, never anticipating that Wang Maober would sacrifice even his inherited title to save his brother, nor that the Wang family had fallen to such depths that Wang Maober had to rely on tenant farming to support his family. To my astonishment, Steward Shui, ignorant of Wang Maobrother's name, committed the foolish act of demanding repayment. What kind of elder brother is he, taking such care of his sibling while neglecting his own wife and children? As for Steward Shui, was he not the one who previously begged for leniency on Wang Maobrother's behalf? I found it difficult to understand Wang Maober's selflessness, muttering quietly to myself in confusion. If this situation were to occur in the 21st century, with the roles reversed, Wang Maober would surely be condemned online as a villain. Yet, the reasons behind his choices, as well as the blame for an ordinary person's inability to stand on their own in society, are rarely contemplated by the critics. However, since I had arrived in the Tang Dynasty, I could not afford to appear overly unconventional. Thus, I waved my hand, instructing Zhang Gui to bring Wang Maober's family in. I then stood up, preparing to change my attire before going out to bring a definitive resolution to the events of the evening. Master, the reason I claim to have been wronged is primarily due to 2 factors. Ren Quan, however, was wholly devoted to Zhuangzi's interests. As soon as Zhang Gui exited, he struggled to pull Zhang Qian's robe and lowered his voice to add, "Firstly, Steward Shui should not have leased the land to Wang Maozhong. If he has done so, he ought not to pursue debt collection so aggressively. Although the Wang family has fallen, some of Wang Yuji's superiors and colleagues are still alive. While it is understandable that Steward Shui wishes to set an example, he has indeed chosen the wrong target. Secondly, Wang Maobo is a man of loyalty and affection. If it were another wealthy family, upon learning that a brother had been seized by the authorities and was about to face execution, they would likely rejoice, unburdened by any consequences. Even if they were to attempt a rescue, it would be merely a fade. They would not go to the lengths he has. Indeed, he is truly loyal to his brother. Zhang Qian did not fully grasp Ren Quan's sentiments and merely offered a perfunctory response. Given that Wang Maozhong is a servant of a prominent family and appears to be held in high regard by his master, it is evident that the master cannot simply execute him. Ren Quan, feeling dazed by the weight of the situation, failed to notice Zhang Qian's expression and continued his earnest proposal. If we were to release him, we might worry that he would return to cause further trouble. In my view, the one thing he truly values is his brother. Otherwise, he would not have preferred death over implicating his brother's family. Thus, I suggest, my lord, that you grant Wang Maobo a favor and invite him into your household as a steward or a martial instructor for the guards. In this way, Wang Maobo, grateful for your leniency towards his brother, would undoubtedly commit himself to his duties. Moreover, Wang Maozhong, wary of your dealings with his brother, would not dare to provoke you again. Furthermore, fearing that Zhang Qian might interrupt or refuse, he changed his tone and eagerly continued. As you are new to this place, you are in need of connections. Although Wang Maobo has fallen to the point of farming for a living, the connections left by his father still exist. Previously, He was too proud to seek assistance from others. Now that you have decided to alleviate his plight, if you grant him the opportunity to support himself, over time, he will naturally reconnect with his father's acquaintances. When they see how you have cared for Wang Maobua and his brother, even if they are not grateful for your kindness, they will at least not regard you as a stranger. Ren Quan's foresight surprised Zhang Qian, who hesitated before nodding. Very well, I shall follow your counsel. However, I must first ascertain what manner of man Wang Maobua truly is. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp female voice echoed from the courtyard, crying out, Wang Heir, you scoundrel! What has our family done to deserve this? We have been afflicted to such a state, and you are still not satisfied? Just last night, recalling the bond between brothers, I allowed you into our home, and now you have brought such calamity upon us. Your brother toils tirelessly to support this family, and your nephew rises at dawn to study, all to restore our family's honor. Yet you, having once brought ruin upon us, forcing your brother to relinquish his position, are not content. You dare return to wreak havoc upon us once more. Heaven, please open your eyes. Even though our family is burdened with insurmountable debts, we should have settled them long ago. This is the estate of the master, and you must show a modicum of respect in front of outsiders. Grant me and his uncle a semblance of dignity. A man's voice, accompanied by a violent cough, followed, each word dripping with desperation and helplessness. Dignity. The woman's cries transformed into a more sorrowful wail. If he desired dignity, he should never have returned to seek you out. Moreover, he should not have caused trouble on the very first day of his return. Wang Heir, look at your brother, reduced to this state of illness. Do you possess any conscience at all, or has it been devoured by dogs? Chapter 54. Unable to fight back. Unable to escape. Chapter 54. Struck. Unable to fight back. Unable to escape, all right. These words can be spoken at home, can they not? A series of heart-wrenching coughs erupted, and the man's voice resounded once more. Indeed, today he fared poorly, on the brink of calamity. Yet, after all, he had not harmed the master of the estate. In the dead of night, he had scaled the wall to commit a crime, only to be caught red-handed. How much worse could one be? But Wang Tianshi was an exceptionally formidable woman. She seized upon her husband's verbal slip, relentlessly pursuing him. Do you really think he has committed murder? Our entire family would pay the price for him. Why am I so unfortunate to be married to a heartless man like you? Ruining my own life was not enough. Now I must sacrifice 2 children as well. Please do not cry. I did not mean it that way. The weight of guilt towards his wife and children rendered Wang Maobua incapable of reprimanding his spouse. He merely coughed softly, pleading, let us return home. Once we are back, you may deal with him as you please. You are the elder sister-in-law, akin to a mother. Now, let us first pay our respects to the master of the estate and ascertain the extent of the trouble our second brother has caused. It is imperative we find a way to remedy this. Remedy? Do you still wish to assist him? You are in such poor health. How can you possibly help him? Wang Tianshi, torn between concern for her husband and fear of further disaster, sprang forward and forcefully hurled a bundle at Wang Maozhong, who was bound to a tree. This is what you brought back today. Take it back. As for how you will compensate the estate's master, whether with money or your life, that is your own affair. Do not drag our family into this. The bundle struck Wang Maozhong's chest and rolled to the ground, spilling its contents. On the damp earth, glistening objects emerged, silver cups, silver pots, copper bowls, copper spoons, several gleaming gold ingots, and 50 to 60 copper coins. Under the flickering torchlight, each item radiated an alluring glow. Yet Wang Maozhong, whether due to the earlier beating from Zhang Qian or sheer embarrassment in facing his brother and sister-in-law, kept his head bowed in silence from the moment his brother entered. Even when struck by the bundle, he did not open his eyes. Seeing him feign death only deepened Wang Tianchi's despair. She took a few steps forward and, with a thud, knelt in the mud, earnestly knocking her head. Wang Heir, our family has suffered enough. Please spare me. Even if your brother owes you from his past life, you should have repaid it by now. You disregard your brother and care nothing for me. But you still have a nephew. He carries on the lineage of the Wang family. I beseech you, I implore you. Get up, get up. He is tied to a tree. What are you forcing him to do? With a series of sharp coughs, Wang Maobua could no longer tolerate the escalating situation and stepped forward to grasp his wife's arm. The misfortune had already unfolded. Even if he were to berate the offender to death, it would not erase the calamity that had transpired. Cough, cough, cough. He muttered, you always say this. If it weren't for your incessant complaints, our family would not be in such dire straits. Wang Tianshi had resolutely decided to sever ties with Wang Maozhong, her voice hoarse from crying. As the couple engaged in their endless tug-of-war, Zhang Qian emerged from the main hall, donned in a long gown padded with cotton, and briskly approached them. He cast a glance at Wang Maozhong, whose face was so battered that it resembled a meat bun, rendering any color distinction impossible. With a smile, he inquired, "What seems to be the matter? Why are the esteemed couple at odds? Are you the kin of the one tied to the tree?" Earlier, this man had stormed toward Zhang with a hammer, evidently seeking his life. Confounded, Zhang had failed to comprehend how he had offended Wang Maozhong, prompting him to summon the couple to clarify their grievances. However, as soon as he uttered these words, Wang Tianshur's wailing ceased abruptly. Wang Maobo promptly released his wife and stood aside, bowing in deference. Upon hearing Zhang Qian mention that Wang Maozhong had indeed once brandished a hammer with murderous intent, the couple's faces turned ashen. When Zhang pressed them about the nature of their animosity, their pallor swiftly transformed to a deep crimson, and they bowed low, rendered speechless. "This matter is not of your concern. I merely sought to teach him a lesson for attempting to coerce my niece into assuming our debts," Wang Maozhong suddenly declared. Breaking the silence, he raised his voice, asserting that they were aware of the debt remission and felt nothing but gratitude towards Zhang. Yet, Wang Maozhong understood that this was merely a tactic to compel them into offering their daughter's hand. As long as the promissory note remained in Zhang's possession, any attempt to retract their agreement would be trivial for him. Wang Maozhong had witnessed such duplicity before, and he was not intimidated by it. Silence. The landlord is not of such character. Wang Maobo, both enraged and anxious, rushed to the tree and raised his hand, intending to strike his younger brother. However, upon seeing Wang Maozhong's swollen visage, his arm faltered, unable to deliver the blow. Wang Tianshur, unlike her husband, was unwilling to show mercy. She charged forward, striking and kicking Wang Maozhong, exclaiming, "You fool! Do you think our second daughter's affairs require your meddling? Do not forget that the landlord has alleviated our famine. Even if he had not, repaying our debts is a matter of principle. Why should it concern you?" Wang Maozhong remained silent, enduring the blows from his sister-in-law. Once she had exhausted herself with both strikes and curses, he finally opened his swollen eyes, which had narrowed to mere slits, and addressed Zhang Qian, stating, "You have witnessed their ignorance. I came to seek you out while they were asleep. Now that I am in your hands, whether you choose to kill me or turn me over to the authorities, I accept full responsibility for my actions. Do not involve them any further. Wang Heir, this is your promise." Wang Tianshur's eyes instantly sparkled with determination as she grasped her husband's arm, urging him towards the door. "Come, let us return home. You are already 22. It is time for you to establish your own household. Today's events have nothing to do with us. Stop this nonsense. How long will you continue?" Despite being too ill to stand steadily, Wang Maobo's feet seemed rooted to the ground, impervious to his wife's attempts to pull him away. "He is still my younger brother. Even if he sets up his own household, our blood ties cannot be severed. You may take the children and return home, but I cannot abandon him today." "How dare you, Wang Dalong? You think you've gained some skills. If it weren't for my tireless efforts over the years, you would have long been begging on the streets with the children." Wang Tianshur was taken aback by her husband's audacity to reprimand her in front of so many people. She released her grip, sank to the ground, and wept openly. Silence. Wang Maobo, emboldened, shouted a second time. Then, coughing heavily, he turned to his son and daughter, Xiao Yi. "Arya, assist your mother in returning home. Do not allow her to create a scene here." He coughed violently, bending over as he struggled for breath. Wang Tianshur, concerned for her husband's well-being, quickly wiped her tears and rose to massage his chest and back. However, Wang Maobo shook her off, stumbling a few steps before gathering the silver cups, silver pots, copper bowls, copper spoons, gold ingots, and coins that his brother Wang Maozhong had brought home that evening. He clumsily wrapped them up and presented the parcel to Zhang Qian. Throughout this ordeal, his son and daughter repeatedly attempted to support him, only to be brushed away. It was only when he stood 3 feet in front of Zhang Qian that he finally accepted their assistance. Bending low, he performed a deep bow, stating, "This afternoon, Wang Yuanbo went out to borrow money and is not at home. However, I have heard from my wife about the landlord's actions. The landlord is magnanimous, and the Wang family will never forget this kindness. Tonight, my brother, inebriated, has brought disgrace upon himself, intending to harm the landlord, a crime deserving of death. I dare not plead for my brother's sake. I merely wish to present these belongings to the landlord as compensation for the damage caused by my brother and the injuries inflicted upon the household staff." In his view, his brother, skilled in martial arts and wielding the ancestral golden hammer as a weapon, must have been overwhelmed by numbers if he fell into their hands. Thus, he thought it prudent to promptly offer compensation for the damaged property and the medical expenses of the injured staff to quell their anger before seeking leniency for his brother, to prevent Zhang Qian from exacting vengeance. However, before Zhang Qian could respond, his brother Wang Maozhong unexpectedly raised his voice. Everything was provided by me for your sustenance and healthcare. How can it all be given to him? I only broke a window and 2 doors. 1 gold ingot is more than sufficient. Silence. Wang Maober was taken aback, but he quickly turned to his younger brother and scolded him sternly. Even if only a few doors and windows were shattered, the compensation would ultimately be determined by the landowner. You climbed over the wall in the dead of night to kill someone. Even if you failed, it is still a capital offense. And no matter how much money is offered, it is only right to pay for your life. He wishes to kill me. I shall accept my fate. Save your money for medical treatment. That is of utmost importance. Wang Maozhong dared not retort, only pleading hoarsely. Brother, please listen to me. I owe you too much in this life. It is not easy to repay you even once, and there may not be another opportunity in the future. As he spoke, sorrow suddenly overwhelmed him, tears streaming down his swollen eyelids in torrents. Be quiet. If you die, how am I to explain to our parents? Wang Maober's eyes were also brimming with tears. After a muffled rebuke, he turned to face Zhang Qian, slowly kneeling in the mud. Master, whether he lives or dies after his attempted murder is entirely your decision. Regardless of how you choose, Wang Maober dares not harbor any resentment. Yet, Wang Maober still had the audacity to plead with the landowner for mercy, stating that from this day forth, his life would belong to the master. Whether as a servant or a warrior, Wang Maober would abide by the master's arrangements. Brother, no. Our family already has 1 servant. We cannot disgrace our ancestors further. Wang Maozhong, both angry and regretful, cried out in protest. I cannot bear to watch you die. Wang Maober glanced back at his brother, tears streaming down his face. What have we truly owed him, the head of the family? Wang Tianshi could no longer endure it, rushing forward to embrace her husband and children in a collective lament. The surrounding servants and workers, who initially harbored resentment towards the Wang family, felt their hearts soften at this sight, turning their heads away to hide their tears. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian, in that moment, felt both emotional and fortunate. He was touched by the profound bond between the brothers, a sentiment he feared he might never experience in his lifetime. Yet, he was grateful that fate had spared him a brother like Wang Maozhong. Otherwise, even with a system and a wise elder by his side, he would be dragged down to his demise. Contemplating this, his heart ached for Wang Yuanbo. With a sigh, he spoke in a deep voice. Enough, cease your weeping, as if Zhang Qian has truly done something to your brothers. Wang Maober immediately sensed a glimmer of hope in his words and straightened up, bowing deeply. Wait, I must clarify the matter. Zhang Qian shot him a glance, his voice rising sharply. Wang Maozhong, you just claimed that Zhang Qian was employing deceit, feigning benevolence by absolving your brother's family of debts, only to coerce them into surrendering their daughter. Who told you that Zhang Qian would be so shameless? Just because I did not return the promissory note on the spot. You are not a fool. How could I conveniently have the note with me while merely passing by? If I had presented it at that moment, wouldn't that have been the true display of insincerity? You are already in your 20s. How could you not use your head to think this through? Wang Maozhong was rendered speechless, his head desperately thrusting toward his own chest, as if wishing to pierce through the fabric of his clothing. Beside him, his eldest son Wang Yi, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly bowed his head, his breath becoming exceedingly short. Wang Maobo, a martial artist despite his ailing condition, possessed a keen awareness. Upon detecting the abnormality in his son's breathing, he immediately understood who had fanned the flames of discord that night, filling his heart with resentment. Yet, no matter how much he loathed the situation, he could not sacrifice his own son. He continued to prostrate himself in the mud, beseeching Zhang Qian, Master, the Wang family has repaid kindness with enmity, and I sincerely apologize. I implore you to show mercy and grant my brother a chance at life. From this day forth, I am willing to serve you as a slave, devotedly at your side for life. I would not dare to make you my servant. Zhang Qian observed the demeanor of Wang Maozhong and Wang Yi with a cold smile, shaking his head. Even if you swear undying loyalty to me, how could you bear to strike down your brother and son when they come seeking vengeance? Master, I am willing to change my surname to Zhang, thereby severing all ties with my brother. Wang Maobo realized that Zhang Qian had discerned his son's actions, and he hastily continued to bow, declaring that his son would follow his mother and henceforth have no connection to Wang Maobua, head of the family. Father, Wang Maobua's wife and children were suddenly alarmed, clinging to his arms and wailing. Wang Maozhong, filled with regret, knelt against the great tree, pleading for mercy. Master, you may as well kill me. That would eliminate future troubles. My brother and nephew are both burdened by my actions. I beseech you to spare them. I do not wish to kill anyone today. Least of all do I desire to ruin my reputation. Noting that the timing was right, Zhang Qian smiled and gently shook his head. Very well, Wang Maozhong, for the sake of your brother's selfless plea on your behalf, let us consider tonight's events forgotten. Whether you choose to repent or continue to trouble me, I shall be prepared. However, do not harm the innocent. Ren Quan's earlier words were indeed correct. Wang Maozhong was merely a servant of a prominent family, and killing him would undoubtedly provoke significant complications. Handing him over to the authorities would also lead to endless entanglements. Therefore, turning an enemy into a friend was Zhang Qian's only viable option at this moment. Of course, had Zhang Qian possessed the prowess of Ren Qian, he would have acted without hesitation. However, he did not, and it was not worth jeopardizing his own future for the sake of a mere servant. Thank you, Master Zhang, for your immense kindness. Wang Maobua, unaware of Zhang Qian's intricate calculations, was overjoyed when he finally agreed to spare his brother. He immediately urged his wife and children to bow deeply in gratitude. Xiao Yi, Arya, my dear wife, quickly pay your respects to the master. Are you truly going to spare me? Wang Maozhong could hardly believe his ears, opening his swollen eyes just a slit, gazing pitifully at Zhang Qian in disbelief. If I do not spare you, I fear your lingering spirit might haunt me. Having resolved to win hearts, Zhang Qian chose to do so decisively. He seized a short knife from a servant, approached the tree, and swiftly severed the ropes binding Wang Maozhong. There, you are free to go. Support your elder brother while carrying your possessions. Indeed, a true man takes responsibility for his own actions. When you return next time, do remember to bring your purse to compensate for the damages to Zhang's windows and furniture. Are you not afraid of my retaliation? Seeking retribution for tonight's beating? That Wang Maozhong is a stubborn fool. He knows well that Zhang Qian is reluctant to trouble him further, yet he persistently squints his eyes and reminds him repeatedly. Can you truly contend with Zhang? Zhang Qian cast a cold glance his way, his expression laced with disdain. You. Wang Maozhong felt both embarrassed and anxious under that scrutinizing gaze, defiantly retorting that today it was you who played tricks, taking advantage of the cramped space indoors. Once we reach an open area, Wang, come. Zhang Qian shot him another glance. Continuing to smirk, first you must be able to outrun me. You, Wang Maozhong, determined not to concede defeat, yet fully aware that he could never catch up to Zhang Qian, gritted his teeth in frustration, unable to fight back or outrun him. Would seeking me out again not be inviting your own suffering? Zhang Qian sought to undermine this man's confidence, mocking him with a cold smile. He then disregarded Wang's futile gestures and turned to assist Wang Maobua, lifting him firmly from the ground. There is no need for you to bow before me, nor to sell yourself into servitude. I have a passion for martial arts and wish to learn some horsemanship. Once you recover, would you be willing to spare some time to impart your wisdom to me? Chapter 55. Steward Ren enters the village. Have you heard, uncle? The voice carried a sense of urgency. Last night, the second son of the Wang family was utterly beaten by Master Zhang. During the agricultural off-season, elderly villagers often found themselves idle. Herding their livestock to the riverside to graze, while gathering to gossip became a favored pastime. How could I have missed it? Came the response, as the man known as Uncle hastily swallowed a mouthful of foraged greens, belching loudly. As Wang De was bringing that lad back from the Zhang estate, he was shouting the whole way. Even my dog was frightened, barking at the door all night long. Master Zhang is quite ruthless, another elder chimed in, shaking his head in disbelief. Just yesterday afternoon, I thought that clean-cut young man must be a scholar. Who would have imagined he could leave Wang bedridden? Scholars can be quite sinister, added a herdsman, shaking his head. Back when the empress of the great Zhou ruled, those surnamed Lai, Zhou, and Zhang were all scholars, weren't they? At this, an elder tending to a donkey grumbled, absently flicking water with a willow branch. Shoo! The others exclaimed in unison, retreating a good 40 or 50 paces to distance themselves from the donkey herder. Though the village was quite far from Chang'an, the authorities typically paid little heed to the gossip of the common folk. Yet, caution was prudent. One could never be too careful. lest a passing official overheard and accused them of slander, leading to dire consequences. Even if they did not end up imprisoned, their meager possessions might be seized by the officers. The donkey herder, sensing he had spoken out of turn, awkwardly tossed the willow branch into the river and awkwardly approached the others. "All right, I won't speak of it anymore. Just slip my tongue. Let us return to Wang Er." Another elder said, "I feel as though I have never seen him before. Why has he suddenly returned, only to be brought low by Master Zhang?" "This is a tale that requires some telling," an elder with a long white beard sighed, shaking his head as he began to recount the Wang family saga. As he spoke, he became engrossed in his own narrative, lifting a hand to gently dab at the corner of his eye. Indeed, the elder brother bears the burden first. No wonder Wang Tian is so willful. If she were just a bit more demure, the Wang family would not have lost their last few acres of land, all squandered by the second son. The listeners nodded in sympathy, each sharing in the collective lament for the Wang family's plight, while condemning the actions of Wang Er. "In my opinion, Wang Er has received his just deserts. He deserves that beating. If Wang had only disciplined him more in his youth, he might have turned out better. This unruly child must be taught a lesson. Such is the way of the world. A wicked person meets their match." "I hear that Master Zhang is a practitioner of some dark arts, surely skilled in incantations and secret techniques." Wang Er was taken away in the dead of night. Not by the demon sect, but by the ink sect, as in the ink. The ink sect, how much darker could it be? This time, Wang Er truly encountered someone formidable. Given that Wang Er was in dire need of a beating and was thoroughly dealt with by Master Zhang to the point of being bedridden, it brought great satisfaction to the onlookers. As for why Wang Er suddenly ventured into Zhang's courtyard in the middle of the night, or what caused the conflict with Master Zhang, the old men showed little interest in delving deeper. Regardless of whether a good person had bested a bad one or vice versa, it was evident that one villain had suffered greatly the previous night, was it not? The villagers could simply engage in gossip and enjoy the spectacle without needing to get entangled in the affairs. Just as the gossip reached a lively crescendo, a crisp sound of a gong suddenly rang out. Shortly after, the old men observed a tall figure with a bandaged forehead, flanked by a group of attendants, entering the village. Starting from the first house, he knocked on doors one by one, quickly rousing all the dogs in the village to bark in unison. What was happening? That imposing figure did not resemble the deceased Cui, did he? What business did the Zhang family's attendants have with him? The old farmer, startled, stretched his neck out like a frightened goose. What else could it be? He was there to collect the rent. Steward Cui had been dismissed the previous day for failing in his duties. Now, a new steward had arrived, and with new authority comes renewed vigor. No wonder Wang Er had been so brutally beaten. It turned out that last night, the Wang family had settled their accounts with Master Zhang. Oh no, I haven't paid my rent yet. I must hurry back to handle it. I haven't paid either. Thinking I could delay for 3 to 5 more days by observing the Wang family's situation, the villagers' cheerful gossip vanished without a trace. They hurriedly called for their livestock and rushed towards the village in a flurry, leaving in a flash. Only the late autumn sun continued to cast its cool, tranquil light upon the river's surface, unchanged. "Dear sister, please do not cry. I am not here to collect rent today. I truly am not." Under the same cool autumn sky, Ren Quan, whose head was wrapped in bandages, felt parched and weary. "My lord has indeed instructed that all tenants can work to offset their rent. Starting tomorrow, if you come to the estate to work, you will receive 2 meals and 5 coins as wages. The wages can be used to offset the rent, calculated at 5 coins per dough of millet. Once the rent and wages are settled, the remaining money can be taken home." Really? The peasant woman, burdened with unpaid rent, could hardly believe such kindness existed, her eyes brimming with tears as she exclaimed. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly spotted her underage daughter and hastily turned around, pushing her daughter inside. "My ugly daughter won't go. She's already promised to another family and is learning needlework at home. Steward, please, have mercy. My husband has gone to the city in search of work. If you could just grant us 2 more days, once he returns, I will have him pay the rent immediately." What is this madness? Who is trying to take your daughter away? Our esteemed landlord requires assistance with the irrigation channels and drainage, and also wishes to repair the roads within the village. To my astonishment, the landlord's goodwill was met with ingratitude from the tenants, leaving Ren Quan in a state of exasperation, stomping his feet in frustration. "I must inform you, once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. If your men choose not to participate, so be it." With a huff, he turned and marched towards the next household. As he took just a few steps, a melodious call suddenly echoed from behind him. "Steward! Steward! Wait, wait. What is it?" Ren Quan hesitated, turning to see the matron of the first household he had notified, rushing towards him with a clay jug in hand. Following her was a little boy clad in split-crotch trousers. "Steward, have some water. Have some water." The robust woman, feigning shyness, placed a clay bowl down with her left hand and swiftly filled it from the jug with her right. She then set the jug down and lifted the bowl to her brow, saying, "You've worked so hard this early morning. Please, just a little tea to soothe your throat." "Enough of that. Just speak plainly. I have several more households to attend to." Ren Quan glanced at the dark stains on the bowl's rim, frowning as he waved his hand dismissively. "Look here, though I am but a woman, my grandfather always had me work like a man." The farmer's wife immediately set the bowl aside and flexed her sturdy arms. "May I join the labor? I will work alongside my husband. Rest assured, I shall not be lazy. I guarantee I can accomplish more than he. You wish to work?" At last, Ren Quan encountered someone sensible. He scrutinized the robust farmer's wife, nodding gently. "Very well. Our landlord has stated that women may come to cook. Meals will be provided at no charge, and the wage shall be 2 coins a day." He believed women to be less capable, thus had arbitrarily reduced the wage he intended to offer female workers by more than half. Nevertheless, the sturdy farmer's wife erupted with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, steward. Thank you, steward. I bow to you." She then mimicked the graceful gestures of the daughters from affluent families, curtsying before swiftly standing upright, her voice low as she implored, "Steward, may my husband's wages be applied towards the rent, and I take mine home? Winter is approaching, and we have yet to secure blankets." This left Ren Quan in a state of indecision, hesitant to proceed with his unilateral decisions. However, upon glancing at the little boy behind the farmer's wife, his face radiant with sunlight, courage welled within him. "Very well. Let the husband's wages be applied to the rent, and the wife may take her earnings home." With that, he swiftly turned his gaze to the group of elderly men who had just returned from the river, raising his voice decisively. "You all heard clearly. This is our esteemed Zhang landlord, who, considering we are all fellow villagers, has graciously offered us this benefit. Rent can be offset with wages. The men will earn 5 coins a day or a bucket of millet. Once settled, if there is still work to be done, the remaining wages may be taken home. Payments will be made daily, without delay. Women who are willing to work can go and prepare meals for the men, assisting them for a modest daily wage. If you wish to join, hasten to register with Zhang Ren today, for this opportunity is limited to the present day. Once this chance passes, it shall not return. Zhang Ren, do not follow me. Set up your stall here and enroll everyone." Gratitude immediately filled the air, overwhelming Zhang Ren's response. Even the women who had previously harbored doubts about Ren Quan, suspecting ulterior motives, emerged with flushed faces to bow respectfully from a distance. "Is it permissible for those without outstanding rents to participate? How is the wage calculated?" The elderly man, who had been slow to approach earlier, now strained to catch up. Standing on tiptoe and breathlessly inquiring from behind others, "My family has no outstanding rent. However, shouldn't the employer only extend benefits to those in arrears? Otherwise, would that not be rewarding the incompetent while punishing the virtuous? Is what you say truly reasonable?" This remark ignited the ire of the crowd. The surrounding tenants turned their heads, glaring at him with indignation. "Everyone is welcome to join, even those without outstanding rents. The wages remain the same, and payment will be settled at sunset, allowing you to take it home that very day." Fortunately, Ren Quan responded swiftly. Otherwise, the elderly man would have faced a backlash. Those who owed rent could have their men's wages offset, while the women could take their earnings home entirely. With winter approaching, our kind landlord does not wish to see our neighbors suffer from the cold and hunger. The steward is wise. The landlord truly possesses a heart of compassion. The air resonated with jubilant cheers. Gaggling, the passing geese, startled by the commotion, took flight from the riverside reeds, swiftly forming a large V in the sky as they soared with the wind. The autumn sun cascaded down, enveloping the people, warming their faces, and suddenly, the atmosphere felt exceptionally comforting. Chapter 56. Behold, the wine enthusiasts of the great Tang Zhang Qian could never have imagined that the modest reforms he initiated to alter the production methods of the local populace would, upon their inaugural introduction, be undermined by the well-meaning but negligent steward Run, who compromised both the quality and quantity. Even more unfathomable to him was the fact that these compromised reforms would spark a joyful whirlwind within the village. At this moment, he found himself at home. bearing the telltale panda eyes that resulted from a lack of sufficient sleep as he entertained 3 unexpected guests, He Zhizhang, Zhang Ruoxu, and Sun Anzu. The trio, who had departed from his residence only last night at the hour of the dog, 9 to 11 p.m., now approached him with furrowed brows, each lamenting their reasons for intruding upon him so soon after breakfast. 13th Master, I assure you, I did not intend to impose as an unwelcome guest, Sun Anzu, the eldest among them, explained with a face full of exasperation. No sooner had the hosts and guests settled than he hurriedly recounted. Upon returning home last night with the 3 doses of your miraculous elixir, I was suddenly enlightened, as if struck by a divine revelation, conceiving several remedies for various ailments. Therefore, I dared not tarry this morning, hastily consuming my breakfast before rushing over. Alas, my young friend, it is rather embarrassing. Zhang Ruoxu, known for his straightforward disposition, interjected before Zhang Qian could fully grasp Sun Anzu's sentiment. He eagerly rolled up his sleeves and wiped his face, displaying a look of humiliation. In my generation, our household is rather sparse in numbers, prompting me to take several concubines. After trying the 6 divine floral essence bestowed by 13th Master last night, I found myself embroiled in numerous domestic disturbances upon returning home. This morning, I was awakened by the clamor, and thus, I mustered the audacity to inquire if I might be granted a few more bottles of that essence. Otherwise, with so many mouths to feed, I find myself quite overwhelmed. There are indeed more bottles available, but the containers for the 6 divine floral essence are still being custom-made, Zhang Qian replied, suppressing a chuckle. Do not fret, esteemed elder. I shall instruct Zhizhu to prepare a few small gourds for you to try in the meantime. Once my friend Rin Song retrieves the glass bottles from Chang'an, I shall ensure another batch is sent your way. Then I shall not hold back. Zhang Ruoxu exclaimed with delight, immediately clasping his hands in gratitude. Though my visit was hasty, I had my servant bring along some specialties from Zhongnan. You may sample them, 13th Master, and should you find them to your liking, do not hesitate to inform me. After all, our households are in close proximity, and I can easily send more your way. You are far too gracious, esteemed elder. I am unworthy of such kindness. Zhang Qian replied, his heart swelling with joy at the mention of Zhongnan delicacies. Indeed, compared to the 21st century, the culinary offerings of the great Tang were undeniably scant. Enough of this banter. They have exhausted their excuses. I shall speak plainly. He Zhizhang, a scholar and a youthful prodigy, who had achieved acclaim at an early age, valued his reputation dearly, thus reserving his words for the end of the discourse. Last night, I was unable to return to Chang'an in time and sought refuge at the home of Shirwan. In the dead of night, as I immersed myself in my reading, I found the experience lacking without a drink to accompany it. Thus, I took a few sips of your 6-god floral essence. To my delight, the moment it entered my throat, it flowed straight to my navel, bringing an unparalleled joy. Hence, this morning, I eagerly urged him to seek you out, hoping to procure some more to satiate the cravings of my inner wine spirit. What? You consumed that 6-god floral essence? Zhang Qian exclaimed in astonishment, staring blankly at He Zhizhang, his words tumbling forth. Is it not permissible to drink the 6-god floral essence? He Zhizhang's cheeks flushed slightly as he replied with surprise. It appeared radiant as the morning sun, and its fragrance was reminiscent of a spring breeze wafting through a peach orchard. It surely cannot be toxic. Indeed, if it can be applied to the wrists and underarms, it would surely be fatal to many if it were poisonous. Sun Anzu quickly chimed in, smiling as he added, Last night, I sampled it, and its sweetness surpassed that of Lu Ling's intoxication tenfold, with a lingering aftertaste. Moments later, warmth coursed through my limbs. It is truly a superior choice for delivering medicinal properties. If one could infuse it with a gourd of white flower snake from Yongzhou, it should yield remarkable healing effects for ailments such as wind-related afflictions and joint pains. Thus, I could hardly contain my anticipation in seeking it out, only to unexpectedly encounter Ji Wang and Shirwang along the way. As we conversed, they seemingly conjured a large gourd from their sleeves and eagerly presented it to Zhang Qian. Ah, so you have consumed the floral essence as if it were wine, and now you intend to steep the white flower snake to create medicinal liquor. Only then did Zhang Qian grasp the true intentions of the 3 venerable elders, leaving him both amused and perplexed. In the 21st century, the precise liquid used as the primary ingredient in floral essence remains uncertain. However, the imitation 6-god floral essence and Finjiujing I concocted primarily consist of distilled spirits. Therefore, It is not entirely erroneous for the three elders to resort to the six-god floral essence to quell their thirst for alcohol. Nevertheless, in Zhang Qian's vision, he had aspired to establish a perfume workshop, profiting handsomely from 60 milliliters sold at a premium price. Yet before the perfume business even commenced, it had veered into the realm of a liquor factory, straying far from his original intent. Moreover, aside from Sun Anzu, the other two elders are regarded in later generations as towering figures of the literary world, one famed for his solitary masterpiece that overshadowed half of the Tang Dynasty, and the other an indomitable pillar of the flourishing Tang era. Having guided the likes of Li Bai and Du Fu and imparted ancient artistic insights to the calligraphy sage Zhang Su and the painting sage Wu Daozi, should these two gentlemen succumb to excessive drinking and depart prematurely, it would be exceedingly difficult for Zhang Qian to atone for such a transgression, even if he were to traverse time 20 times over. It must be noted that, in order to ensure the evaporation rate of the floral essence, I had distilled the alcohol multiple times through a distillation apparatus to achieve its purity. Although it may not match the potency of pure alcohol in the 21st century, by taste alone, it rivals the notorious dumpling donkey brought back by classmates from Inner Mongolia. The three elders, accustomed to the mildness of 10-degree Huangjiu, have never encountered high-proof spirits. Now, they boldly approach a bottle containing approximately 60 to 70 milliliters, attempting to imbibe it like dumpling donkey. It is no wonder Zhang Qian felt a wave of apprehension at the thought of the perilous consequences of overindulgence. In a flurry, he waved his hand and exclaimed loudly, Elder, please refrain from consuming the six-god flower dew in the future. This concoction contains not only peach blossom essence, but also musk, camphor, and other medicinal ingredients. To imbibe it as a beverage could be detrimental to one's health. The inclusion of aphrodisiac musk was indeed troubling. No wonder I felt a persistent heat within after sampling it last night. Sun Anzu immediately displayed his characteristic obsession with medicine, nodding thoughtfully. He then swiftly turned his gaze towards He Zhizhang and Zhang Ruoxu, his eyes brimming with mockery. After returning home last night, I carelessly handed the six-god flower dew and some menthol oil to my beloved concubine, Huanyang, and retired to bed, sleeping soundly until dawn. The countenance of Zhang Ruoxu instantly blossomed like a peach flower in full bloom, as he turned his head, attempting to conceal his embarrassment. During my scholarly pursuits, I have always been oblivious to worldly affairs. He Zhizhang cast a stern glare at Sun Anzu, loudly proclaiming, the musk is merely to establish the fragrance profile, ensuring that the floral aroma lingers on garments for a longer duration. There are no ulterior motives. I implore you, esteemed elders, do not misunderstand. Although Zhang Qian had led a life of modesty, he had once indulged in a plethora of clandestine pleasures. Sensing the peril of being caught in an unfortunate situation from the peculiar gaze of Sun Anzu and the subsequent reactions of Zhang Ruoxu and He Zhizhang, he hastily waved his hands in protest. Musk enhances the longevity of floral scents on clothing? What is the rationale behind this? The attention of Sun Anzu was immediately captured by his words, frowning as he sought to delve deeper. How would I know? I merely read online that a key distinction between high-end perfumes and cheaper ones lies in the presence of natural musk. Those faux activists who rally for feral cats and dogs have never considered how many male musk deer perish each year for their fragrances. Zhang Qian silently lamented, while outwardly attributing everything to his sect, claiming ignorance of the underlying principles. Only having witnessed others in his sect using musk to create six-god flower dew, and thus imitating them without understanding. Once again, he was merely mimicking without comprehension. Sun Anzu, feeling an itch of frustration, anxiously scratched his head. 13 Lang. What have you truly learned over these years? Have you squandered all the opportunities that others would dream of? Dr. Sun, please do not be too harsh on the younger generation. Zhang Ruoxu promptly defended Zhang Qian, asserting, the teachings of the Mo family are vast and profound. Many spend their entire lives grasping only a fragment. Even if Zhang Xiaoyu has been studying since the age of 3, he has only amassed 17 or 18 years of knowledge. How could he possibly master it all? Sun Anzu, flustered and unable to counter, fidgeted with his beard in exasperation. After assisting Zhang Qian in evading Sun Anzu's reproach, Zhang Ruoxu felt a swell of accomplishment. With a smile, he leaned in to discuss with Zhang Qian, my dear nephew, the musk within the six-god flower dew is indeed unsuitable for consumption as fine wine. But what of the menthol oil? I sampled its flavor yesterday. It was refreshing and sweet. Do not drink it. Zhang Qian interjected, alarmed. That substance contains wintergreen oil, which is toxic. Consuming too much could be fatal. As the words fell, I savored the latter half of Zhang Ruox's statement, hastily seizing the wrist of this individual to take his pulse. Senior, have you truly ingested camphor oil? How much did you consume? Do you feel any discomfort at this moment? Not at all. Just a small bottle, 2 sips at most. How much more could I possibly drink? Zhang Ruoxu, puzzled by his urgency, furrowed his brow and quietly retorted. To sidestep discussing toxicity in relation to dosage is merely a form of intimidation. Sun Anzu also perceived Zhang Qian's concerns as exaggerated, gently shaking his head from the side. Indeed, excessive consumption of wintergreen oil can lead to symptoms such as dizziness and shortness of breath, yet when taken in small amounts mixed with alcohol, it can alleviate pain, dispel cold, resolve bruising, and expel parasites. The bottle of camphor oil you consumed could at most contain a mere half-ounce of wintergreen oil. How could it possibly induce poisoning? There should be no issue. I sampled it myself yesterday. The taste is not as palatable as 6 God's flower do, yet it possesses a unique, refreshing quality. In a bid to further alleviate Zhang Qian's fears, He Zhizhang hesitated briefly before candidly sharing this information. All 3 of you seniors have partaken? Zhang Qian inquired, anxiety evident on his forehead, which was now beaded with sweat. You didn't finish it all, did you? The air had turned quite cool, yet Zhang Qian was still drenched in perspiration. With a tinge of hope, he softly conferred with He Zhizhang, Zhang Ruoxu, and Sun Anzu. Shu, the 3 esteemed elders collectively exhaled, their gazes refusing to meet his, each wearing an expression of lingering uncertainty. Chapter 57. Deception is not solely the domain of beautiful women. He Zhizhang rode, as though he were aboard a vessel, his eyes dazzled, sleepily sinking to the depths of a well. The 3 measures of Ruyang heralded the dawn, as he encountered a wine cart, drooling at the mouth, lamenting the inability to redirect his offerings towards the wine spring. The left chancellor, in his days of prosperity, squandered vast sums, drinking like a great whale that consumes rivers, reveling in the praises of the divine whilst evading the virtuous. Zongji, the charming youth, raised his cup with a disdainful gaze towards the azure sky, as radiant as a jade tree swaying in the breeze. Su Jin, often lost in intoxication before the embroidered Buddha, frequently sought to escape into meditation while inebriated. Li Bai, with a tankard of wine, penned 100 verses, slumbering in the taverns of Chang'an, refusing to board the emperor's vessel, proclaiming himself a celestial being amidst the wine. Zhang Su, after 3 cups, became the revered sage of grass, discarding his hat before the nobility, his brush dancing upon the paper like wisps of smoke. Zhao Sui, after 5 cups, stood tall and eloquent, astonishing the 4 banquets with his rhetoric, observing the 3 venerable seniors who cherished wine as life itself. Du Fu's song of the 8 immortals of wine naturally echoed in Zhang Qian's ears. In that fleeting moment, he felt his eyes moisten and his heart soften profoundly, akin to a wanderer returning home after many years, suddenly encountering the gray-haired uncles and aunts who once cared for him in his childhood. With He Zhizhang's proclivity for drink, even sampling medicinal oils, Zhang Qian found it difficult to believe that Du Fu's portrayal of the elder drunkenly falling into a well and sleeping soundly was anything but a faithful depiction, devoid of exaggeration. This venerable gentleman, a lover of wine and blessed with longevity, lived with an unfettered spirit, traversing from the era of Empress Wu to the flourishing reign of the Kaiyuan, unearthing new stars for the literary scene of the Tang Dynasty with his gentle and wise gaze. He elevated Li Bai to the pinnacle of poetry, referring to him as a transcendent immortal. As a top scholar, he possessed a lucid understanding of his own abilities, never coveting any position of power. Under the reigns of Wu Zetian, Zhongzong, and Xuanzong, he engaged in no political strife, remaining untainted by any bloodshed. As a literary titan, he never harbored jealousy towards the talents of his juniors, willingly providing the steps for their ascent. In university literature classes, instructors have often praised He Zhizhang, their faces illuminated with admiration and dreams. Professors revered He Zhizhang throughout their lives, longing for the grandeur of the Tang Dynasty, yet regretting that they had not lived alongside Li Bai and Du Fu. Zhang Qian, however, had arrived and found a kinship with the venerable elder. What right did he have to not cherish this connection? Thus, even if to ensure that He Zhizhang lived as long as history records, or to allow Zhang Ruoxi to leave behind a 3rd poem in the annals of history, he could not permit the 2 elders to partake of inferior concoctions like floral water and medicinal oils, particularly when his versions were of dubious quality, far from reliable. Moreover, Du Fu's Song of the Eight Immortals of Wine featured figures such as the Prince of Ruyang, Li Jin, the flower monk Su Jin, and the historically obscure Jiao Sui, yet conspicuously omitted Zhang Ruoxu, which filled Zhang Qian with melancholy. It was evident that the elder Zhang Ruoxu did not survive to witness Du Fu's recognition of the Eight Immortals of Wine. Otherwise, this celebrated ode to drunkenness would rightfully have included 9 or even 10 immortals. After all, the esteemed Sun and Zhu shared a friendship with He Zhizhang. And if Jiao Sui found a place in the song, Sun and Zhu should not have been overlooked. 3 esteemed seniors. Although the 6 godflower dew and wind oil essence are non-toxic, they are ultimately still medicinal substances. Their prolonged consumption could lead to unpredictable consequences. With a subtle turn of his head to wipe the corner of his eye, Zhang Qian redirected his gaze towards He Zhizhang, Zhang Ruoxu, and Sun Anzu, cheerfully proposing that rather than imbibing medicine, it would be far more pleasurable to partake directly in spirits. The latter boasts a purer taste and can mitigate the potential harm of unknown medicinal properties. Is that fine liquor brewed by you? Do you still have plenty at home? He Zhizhang immediately turned his head, his eyes sparkling, seemingly worried that Zhang Qian might not keep his word. Wine is what I desire, as is the flower dew. If both can be enjoyed simultaneously, I shall drink good wine and bestow the flower dew unto beautiful maidens. Zhang Ruoxu mused whimsically, his gaze playful like a child who has pilfered candy. Sun Anzu, however, remained silent, resolutely extending his gourd towards Zhang Qian. Evidently, whether it be fine liquor or flower dew, Zhang Qian would not be permitted to leave without filling his gourd today. Having given his word, Zhang Qian could not renege. With a smile, he accepted the gourd and quietly explained, to be candid with the 3 esteemed seniors, that fine liquor is not brewed by me. It was procured by my humble self through the assistance of Rin Song and Guanu, who bought some ordinary spirits from outside, which I then refined repeatedly using the secret methods of my master. Most of it serves as the base for 6 godflower dew and wind oil essence. Wasteful. Sun Anzu interrupted with a curt 4-character rebuke before Zhang Qian could finish. Though the flower dew is delightful, it ultimately stems from the realm of cosmetics and lacks the gravitas for higher society. I suggest, young friend, that you focus your efforts primarily on distilling fine spirits. The 6 godflower dew and wind oil essence can be crafted only occasionally. Zhang Ruoxu, surrounded by numerous concubines, spoke with a certain kindness. So it is merely refined from ordinary spirits. Last night, I found it peculiar that you had only been at the estate for a few days. And without carrying a treasure pouch, how could you have crafted such exquisite liquor without even the time to prepare the fermentation? He Zhizhang, a learned man with a high-ranking official's demeanor, appreciated this revelation, as it saved him the trouble of dispatching individuals to search far and wide for other fine brews upon his return. We need not trouble 2 hosts, young friend. You might as well fire up the still again and distill another 1,000 or 1,800 pounds. The 3 of us can share. And that should suffice to endure this winter. 1,000 or 1,800 pounds. In an instant, Zhang Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. What a surprise. Before the flower dew workshop even opens, it is transformed into a small distillery. Customized, no less, with a pretty bottle that can easily masquerade as a high-end brand. Only accepting payments from friends, of course. The general public need not apply. Is it truly that abundant? He Zhizhang observed him keenly, and then suddenly enlightened. Ah, I see. You are concerned that the supply of ordinary spirits may not meet demand. This matter is simple. A good-for-nothing junior of mine in Weinan is engaged in the wine business and sends barrels of wine to Chang'an daily. I shall send someone shortly to convey a message, instructing him to bring you 30,000 pounds. Though it may not be the best quality, it is far superior to the inferior spirits one might find in the market. From the literary masterpiece Shishua Sinyu of the Southern and Northern dynasties, it is no wonder that you can indulge in drinking to the point of submerging yourself. It turns out that you run a winery at home. Zhang Qian suddenly experienced an epiphany, whispering to himself, indeed, given your drinking habits, how could you manage without a family winery to support you? However, despite his musings, he dared not request He Zhizhang to provide the raw materials for distilling high-proof liquor. Thus, he quickly donned a smiling facade and politely declined, stating that the esteemed elder was being too generous. How could a mere few dozen jin of fine wine warrant a journey from Qingzhou? It merely required some time to refine. How long will it take? I can wait today, but tomorrow I must return to Chang'an to be accompanied by the tedium of bureaucratic paperwork. He He Zhizhang immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, his voice losing its vigor. Will it be ready by the Double Ninth Festival? Ji Wang and I intend to invite some young folks to our estate for chrysanthemum appreciation. If, by that time, a young friend could provide us with exquisite wine, it would surely enhance our poetic endeavors. Zhang Ruoxu, whose penchant for wine was slightly less than that of He Zhizhang, quietly interjected, "Please continue with the distillation. I can afford to wait, regardless of the time. No matter the quantity, I can consume it all." Sun Anzu gestured towards the large gourd he had brought, exuding an air of certainty, yet requested that the young friend find a way to fill the gourd today. "You mentioned earlier that most of it was used for Lucian flower dew and camphor oil. The remaining little bit would be a waste. Why not share it among the three of us? Rest assured, esteemed elders, I will ensure you leave with your hands full today." Zhang Qian fully submitted to the trio of seasoned drinkers, smiling and nodding vigorously. "I knew you were a person of integrity. You will not disappoint us old fellows today." Before Sun Anzu could express his gratitude, Zhang Ruoxu joyfully took the lead, swiftly moving to the entrance to retrieve a large gourd from the basket held by the attendant. "Were you not just meeting with Elder Sun on the road?" Zhang Qian suddenly felt something amiss and furrowed his brow in quiet inquiry. "What a coincidence! What a coincidence!" Zhang Ruoxu adamantly avoided meeting his gaze, shoving the gourd into his hands while hastily explaining that he had come primarily for the Lucian flower dew. Alas, having too many women at home brings trouble. To seek a single night of tranquility is unattainable. Though the camphor oil has a refreshing taste, it is ultimately a medicinal substance. How could one rely on it daily to suppress their craving for wine? With a sympathetic chuckle, He Zhizhang revealed the truth. He then swiftly approached the entrance to receive a third gourd of wine from the attendant waiting there, boldly presenting it to the unsuspecting youth. "Esteemed elders, you are titans of the literary world and renowned figures in the field of medicine." Zhang Qian finally understood that he had fallen into the trap set by the three old rogues, feeling both amused and exasperated. No wonder their previous dialogue had been so seamlessly coordinated. No wonder when he mentioned the toxicity of the camphor oil, Sun Anzu appeared utterly unconcerned. It turned out they had not consumed any camphor oil at all. The notion of consuming camphor oil to alleviate the cravings for alcohol merely serves to compel oneself to actively unravel the enigma surrounding the distillation of potent spirits, whilst dutifully filling the gourd with wine. Alas, after an evolution spanning over 13 centuries, one finds oneself deceived by the ancients. Whoever claimed that the ancients were benevolent? Chapter 58. A distant knowledge of brothers ascending heights. 1/3 of potent liquor infused with wild chrysanthemum, 1/3 steeped with orange peel, and 1/3 blended with dried osmanthus. All shaken harmoniously within a copper kettle, were poured into 4 porcelain cups. A drop of rose-colored floral essence was delicately added to each mixture, and a slice of orange was perched upon the rim of each cup. Thus, the first cocktail of the Tang Dynasty was freshly unveiled. The rationale behind incorporating wild chrysanthemum, orange peel, and dried osmanthus into the liquor was rather straightforward. The liquor in Zhang Qian's possession had been thoroughly consumed after filling the gourd brought by the esteemed He Zhizhang, Zhang Ruoxu, and Sun Anzu. The insatiable craving of these venerable drinkers compelled him to contribute the liquor he had reserved for extracting essences from various herbs this very morning. However, this act was not entirely wasteful. Although the cocktail he concocted fell short of the true cocktails of later generations, and the porcelain cups used were somewhat mismatched, the unintended results garnered him considerable acclaim. Tang people generally eschewed sweet wines. Whether it was the grape wine traded by foreign merchants from the western regions, or the locally produced yellow wine of Chang'an, sweetness was deemed inferior. The sweeter the taste, the less esteemed it was in the eyes of connoisseurs, especially those as distinguished as He Zhizhang, Zhang Ruoxu, and Sun Anzu. At that moment, within Zhang Qian's humble abode, there was neither honey nor fruit juice, yet this absence serendipitously contributed to the drink's success. Unlike the elaborate banquets of later dynasties that required a multitude of dishes to accompany the wine, the Tang people were rather casual in their drinking companions, often indulging in candied fruits or dried nuts. They could even enjoy their drink without any accompaniment, as long as the conversation flowed joyously, allowing them to raise their cups for hours on end. The host's personal involvement in mixing the drinks resonated with the courtesy of brewing tea for guests, and thus, while admiring the profound knowledge of Qin Mo, which allowed for such elegance even in the composition of beverages, the two venerable wine sages, He Zhizhang and Zhang Ruoxu, found Zhang Qian, the younger generation, increasingly agreeable. Just as in later times, when elders found their juniors pleasing. The ensuing moments could lead to the younger's ears being subjected to relentless advice. Zhang Ruoxu, lifting his porcelain cup, leisurely savored a few sips of the liquor, relishing the lingering notes of wild chrysanthemum and orange peel, and then inquired with a smile, 13, by my observation, you must have reached the age of maturity. Has your mentor conferred upon you a courtesy name? Should you reside here for an extended period, it would be quite inconvenient to address you without one. Oh, I appreciate your inquiry, esteemed elder. I am indeed 23 this year, and have been in the Tang for nearly a month. Zhang Qian, having secretly prepared for this moment, promptly set down his cup and presented the answer he had ready. 3 years ago, during my coming-of-age ceremony, my master bestowed upon me the courtesy named Ji. To know the potential and embody the essence, your master holds great expectations for you, Zhang Ruoxu remarked, illuminating the significance of the courtesy name. The call for your emergence from the shadows may not be as you presume. It is not born of a lack of intelligence. In my humble opinion, this move is likely intended to reintegrate the Mo family into society, showcasing the profound wisdom of our ancient sages to the world. I have merely hastily attached a name to it, one that belongs to a Ming Dynasty governor, a scholar from Shandong, an authentic Confucian disciple, with not a shred of connection to the Mo school. Zhang Qian silently lamented, yet outwardly he could only acquiesce to the sentiments expressed, knowing well that his mentor acted with free will. As a junior, he dared not speculate on his mentor's intentions. However, since he had arrived, he could only accept the situation for the time being and contemplate further actions later. What a commendable attitude. To accept what comes with such composure and wisdom at such a young age is indeed rare. When one finds favor in another's eyes, even the scars on their face can reveal an extraordinary spirit, not to mention that Zhang Ruoxu and Zhang Qian share the same surname. Thus, the old wine immortal immediately seized upon the young man's words, smiling as he praised him. A meal must be consumed one bite at a time. Zhang Qian felt a flush of embarrassment at the compliment and bowed in acknowledgement, recalling the Confucian principle of cultivating one's heart, refining oneself, and harmonizing the family before governing the state and ensuring peace in the world. What a splendid notion of cultivating one's heart and refining oneself. Observing Zhang Qian's steady demeanor, Zhang Ruoxu increasingly believed that this junior's future would be boundless, and he gently resumed the conversation, softly applauding. Many who first arrive in Chang'an wish to ascend to great heights in a single leap. Even those who choose to seclude themselves in the Zhongnan Mountains often do so with the intent of selling their worth. In my view, they may have forgotten the importance of cultivating one's heart, refining oneself, and harmonizing the family, fixating solely on aiding kings in governing the world. This observation was rather sweeping, even implicating Lu Zongyong, who had accompanied him the previous day. It is worth noting that the latter had attracted the court's attention precisely by using his retreat in the Zhongnan Mountains as a means to sell himself at a good price. Fortunately, He Zhizhang, being a man of wisdom, recognized that Zhang Ruoxu's words were somewhat harsh and quickly interjected before Zhang Qian could respond. Smiling as he diverted the topic, "Old friend, harboring the world's concerns is not a fault. We, as scholars and martial artists, strive to one day assist the king and serve the people. Moreover, as you mentioned, the intention of young Master Yu Zhao's mentor in sending him forth from the mountains may very well encompass this notion. Although the court currently governs through Confucianism, our tradition has always valued inclusivity. Any discerning individual would not dismiss the Mo school's teachings simply because they have not been widely propagated. Naturally, upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoxu quickly realized that his words could lead Zhang Qian into trouble and nodded with a smile. He then took another sip of wine, with a hint of nostalgia in his voice, and softly said, "The world adores peonies, yet both Ji Wang and I cherish the elegance of chrysanthemums. Therefore, after acquiring the estate next to yours, I instructed my people to plant hundreds of different chrysanthemums in my courtyard. With the double ninth festival approaching and the blooms ready to flourish, Ji Wang, unable to let the chrysanthemums bloom in vain, has invited some friends and juniors to the estate to enjoy the wine and admire the flowers on that day. Young Master Yu Zhao, as you reside near me and are the only living heir of Qin Mo, if you find the time, you are most welcome to visit the estate. It would also give me the opportunity to introduce you to some promising young talents. I am grateful for your kind invitation, esteemed elder." As a newcomer, Tang Yin has yet to master the art of eloquent speech. Zhang Qian, in the 21st century, harbors a certain aversion to forming friendships and lacks enthusiasm for flower admiring, thus instinctively wishing to decline the invitation. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, He Zhizhang gently placed his wine cup on the table, interrupting with a smile, urging him to go, remarking on the folly of pretending to be aloof at such a young age. Without granting Zhang Qian the opportunity to explain himself, he continued with a light-hearted admonition, whether one aspires to a career in politics or desires to lead a leisurely life, it is undeniably beneficial to be acquainted with more peers of similar age. In the past, Tao Yuanming did not bow to the lure of 5 pecks of rice, spending his days gathering chrysanthemums by the eastern fence. In his later years, even Wang Ruzhong's children lamented the burdens imposed by their father's choices. While one may choose a solitary existence, it is unjust to burden one's descendants with such a decision. This sentiment, expressed with some weight, drew upon the examples of the renowned recluses Tao Yuanming and Wang Zhongru as cautionary tales, compelling Zhang Qian to reflect deeply. Both Wang Ruzhong and Tao Yuanming's lofty aspirations are indeed admirable, yet their offspring paid a steep price for their parents' reclusive lifestyles. Especially poignant was Wang Zhongru's realization, as he observed the children of his former colleagues arriving in carriages to visit him, while his own son, overwhelmed by insecurity, could hardly articulate a word. This led to the shattering of his beliefs, and not long after, he departed with a heart full of resentment. Is it not true that with autumn's arrival, one struggles to find sufficient flowers to extract their essence? Yet, the garden at Old Master Su's is abundant with chrysanthemums. After the Double Ninth Festival, these flowers will wither away. Rather than allowing them to succumb to the autumn winds and rains, would it not be better to pluck them, preserving their fragrance for the benefit of others? Sun Anzu may not possess profound knowledge, yet he understands the importance of utilizing resources wisely. Sensing that He Zhizhang's words were somewhat harsh, he humorously hinted at this, leaving Zhang Qian with no reason to decline. With both hands clasped in gratitude, Zhang Qian expressed his heartfelt appreciation to the esteemed elders, Zhang Ruoxu and He Zhizhang, for their warm invitation. He solemnly pledged to bring fine wine when he visits, so as not to squander the vibrant autumn scenery. Indeed, young people should embody the spirit of youth, having not yet navigated the tumultuous waters of officialdom. What nonsense is it to speak of gathering chrysanthemums by the eastern fence? Seeing Zhang Qian acknowledge his mistake and amend his ways, He Zhizhang felt great satisfaction. Raising his wine cup, he swirled it in his hand while continuing to smile and add, moreover, Yu Zhao mentioned that he was led into the mountains to cultivate by his master since childhood, yet surely he has family in the world. I have a wide circle of acquaintances, and, with some spare time on my hands, if you could provide me with your parents' names, the location of your family home, and any childhood memories, I would be more than willing to reach out to my friends and old acquaintances, sparing neither effort nor time to assist you in finding your family and facilitating your return to your roots. In his view, regardless of Zhang Qian's talents, he remains fundamentally alone. Without the support of a family, the path ahead will undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty for an extended period. However, discovering family ties and returning to one's ancestry would greatly ease his journey. Even if Zhang Qian was merely the son of a tenant farmer before being taken under his master's wing, once he achieves success and gains recognition, it is likely that local relatives will come forward, presenting him with the family genealogy to establish their connection. Who could have anticipated that the old man's kind intentions would leave Zhang Qian utterly astonished? After a prolonged moment of bewilderment, he exhaled deeply, bowing profoundly in gratitude for the elder's concern, yet lamented that the hope of finding his family was, regrettably, exceedingly slim. With another long sigh, disregarding the shock evident on the faces of the 3 elders, Zhang Qian continued, stating that he had been striving to recall events from his childhood while juxtaposing them with the customs and culture of the present-day Tang Dynasty. However, he discovered that the attire, demeanor, language, and traditions of the Tang were starkly incongruous with the scant memories of his youth. It seemed that his 18 years under the tutelage of his master did not equate to the same passage of time outside the mountains. The phrase watching the game of chess evokes the notion that one is not merely 23 years of age. The trio of He Zhizhang, Zhang Ruoxu, and Sun Anzu were taken aback, nearly dropping their cups in astonishment. I am but 23 years old, yet countless years have passed beyond the mountains. Zhang Qian forced a wry smile, overwhelmed by nostalgia. Ah, He Zhizhang, Zhang Ruoxu, and Sun Anzu's cups swayed in unison, and a few drops of wine splattered onto the ground. In the Tang Dynasty, where Taoism flourished, Despite having families and careers, the three considered themselves practitioners of the Tao amid the mundane world. Thus, they were not only familiar with the tale of watching the game of chess, but also held it in unwavering belief. Conversely, Zhang Qian's manner of interacting with others, his linguistic habits, and even his gaze were entirely dissimilar from those of the youthful Tang people they knew. He exhibited neither the arrogance and conceit typical of the offspring of the powerful, nor the humility common among the children of ordinary folk. Whether addressing the official Lu Zhanyong or his own retainer Ren Quan, he seemed to regard everyone as equals, blurring the lines of social hierarchy. In this light, the proverb watching the game of chess perfectly encapsulated Zhang Qian's situation. He was not originally a Tang person, and naturally, his actions and demeanor diverged significantly from those of contemporary society. Thus, one might find Zhang Qian's background rather pitiable. Separated from his parents since childhood, he held but a glimmer of hope to reunite with his family. Yet, upon awakening from the metaphorical watching the game of chess, he was oblivious to the fact that centuries had elapsed. Where, then, could he possibly seek his parents and siblings? As the autumn breeze wafted through the window, carrying with it a faint aroma of wine, a sense of inebriation washed over everyone present. The Double Ninth Festival was fast approaching. Each year on this day, the people of the Tang Dynasty delighted in ascending heights to admire the autumn scenery. Travelers, too, would wear dogwood on their heads, gazing toward their hometowns from mountain summits as a means of expressing their nostalgia. Dogwood was easily found, growing abundantly in the wild. Yet, where could Zhang Qian's homeland and family possibly be? Chapter 59, The Unwelcome Visitor, Anger Unleashed, Part 1. If we were to employ gear transmission, the material of the gears becomes a pressing concern. Iron gears are challenging to cast, wooden ones suffer excessive wear from friction, while copper appears suitable. However, that would render the windmill's cost comparable to that of an alchemical cauldron, prohibitively expensive and likely to attract unwanted attention at the dam. The windmill merely addresses the power issue. To successfully elevate water from lower to higher ground, one could indeed utilize a windmill to drive a bucket, akin to a capstan, though the efficiency would be rather inadequate and the bucket itself would be too cumbersome. If we were to forego the bucket altogether and, as depicted in certain fantasy novels, employ a windmill to operate a pipe for water extraction, the principle is theoretically sound. Yet, the challenge lies in selecting the appropriate material for the pipe and ensuring a proper seal. At the break of dawn, Zhang Qian busily wielded a charcoal pencil, sketching fervently in his study. As a graduate student immersed in the humanities, he had nearly forgotten the rudimentary principles of physics he had learned in middle school. Thus, he found himself utterly perplexed by the seemingly straightforward problem of water extraction via a windmill. Several times, he contemplated abandoning the idea of using a windmill for drainage in favor of a more easily achievable one-way sluice gate. However, recalling how the Dutch had managed to reclaim a quarter of their land from below sea level using windmills long before the advent of the industrial age, he felt a deep sense of reluctance. Thus, he resolved to adopt the same diligence he applied to his studies. Engaging in a fierce battle with his charcoal and mulberry paper, the struggle yielded devastating results. After exhausting a full 7 rolls of mulberry paper, each measuring 10 feet in length, and numerous sharpened charcoal sticks, he finally presented an exceedingly abstract sketch upon his desk. Yet, the specific details were lamentably grotesque. Viewed through the lens of future standards, each component was misproportioned and grotesquely deformed. The labels for the parts were equally incomplete and disjointed. Should he present this to the mechanical engineering faculty at the university adjacent to his own, the instructor would undoubtedly erupt in a fit of despair and perhaps even expire on the spot. As a Western philosopher, Mosey once posited, calamities either do not occur, or when they do, they come in pairs. After laboring for 2.5 hours to produce the initial sketch, Zhang Qian began to grapple with the vexing issue of material selection for the components. At this juncture, the manufacturing prowess of the Tang Dynasty surpassed that of the entire world, with the industrial capabilities of Chang'an being unparalleled. Nevertheless, this superiority was relative to the era and primarily concentrated in the realms of weaponry and astronomical instruments, rather than in the production of civilian apparatuses. Moreover, such advancements had not been disseminated throughout the nation. Although Zhangjia village lay less than 20 miles from the outer walls of Chang'an, the skilled artisans in the vicinity were entirely ignorant of what gears were. Concepts such as worm gears and bevel gears were beyond their comprehension. In desperation, Zhang Qian was compelled to sacrifice efficiency in power transmission and mechanical precision, substituting most of the drive components with leather belts. However, the task of selecting a suitable material for the water intake pipe loomed before him as an insurmountable mountain. After much introspection, he finally devised a plan to utilize bamboo tubes, joined by fire and sealed with burlap and tung oil. Yet, the challenge of creating a sealing gasket for his rudimentary pump presented yet another formidable obstacle. His head throbbed increasingly, and his eyelids grew heavier with each passing moment. Every bone and joint in his body began to protest, as if he had just completed a marathon, only to find himself back in the midst of final examinations. The sound of wooden clogs meeting the floor echoed softly beside him, drawing nearer. Soon, 10 fragrant fingers gently pressed against his temples, moving in a slow, clockwise motion. The fatigue enveloping Zhang Qian evaporated swiftly, his eyelids instinctively fluttering shut as his body eased back against the chair. The visitor was He Zhizhang. He needed no sight to confirm her presence, for the scent of floral perfume and the rhythm of her footsteps were unmistakable. Recently, buoyed by a cheerful disposition and improved nutrition, the girl's fingers felt noticeably plumper and more resilient than before. Pressing against his temples, they were soft and warm, unlike the initial coldness of withered reeds. It is no wonder that many families in later generations desired daughters. At least they grew up understanding the burdens of adults. A contented sigh escaped Zhang Qian's lips, his muscles relaxing further, his brow unfurling, as drowsiness swiftly enveloped him. Unlike sons, who seemed to spend their days seeking to please their mothers-in-law. However, what was this hefty bundle pressing down on his shoulder? It was thickly wrapped, at least 7 or 8 layers, with what appeared to be buttons and a washboard beneath. As fatigue receded and tension returned, Zhang Qian abruptly straightened, breaking contact with the bundle. He Zhizhang, who had been stealthily leaning against his shoulder, was caught off guard and stumbled forward with a soft gasp. "Have you lost your mind?" Fortunately, Zhang Qian was quick, catching her just before her forehead met the floor. He considered giving her a light slap to admonish her against such reckless behavior, but noticed her face was already flushed, tears shimmering in her eyes. "Don't be foolish. How old are you?" Zhang Qian sighed, rolling his eyes as he gently set He Zhizhang back down. "Instead of that, why don't you check on the workshop for me? I just came back from there." Smell. He Zhizhang's voice was akin to a mewling cat as she twisted her body closer, lifting her sleeve for him to sniff her wrist. "Enough already. I smell this every day. I'm utterly tired of it." Zhang Qian swatted her wrist, exasperated. "Haven't I told you countless times? Children should not indulge in such fanciful thoughts. I'm not a child. I'm the 13th concubine of Captain Zhang, and I'm only 8 months younger than her." He Zhizhang retorted, pouting defiantly. 8 months still counts as being younger. Besides, she is she, and you are you. In the future, keep your distance from her. Never mind. If she wishes to come over to play, you may entertain her. However, do not heed her misguided notions. Zhang Qian instantly recognized the source of the problem, feeling a headache approaching. Ever since that day of wine and idle chatter with He Zhizhang, Zhang Ruoxu, and Sun and Zhu, when he had casually remarked on the envy of authors watching the game of Go, he had realized the complexities that lay ahead. For those who observe the game of chess, it is not necessarily a stroke of luck. Subsequently, the 3 elder mentors expressed considerable sympathy towards him, particularly Zhang Ruoxu, who resided nearby, took it upon himself to treat him as his own junior. Not only did he frequently visit, but as a senior of the clan, he also guided him to diligently pursue his studies and self-improvement. On 2 occasions, he even brought along the female members of his family to engage in conversation and play with Zijuan. The ages of these women varied significantly. The eldest was already in her 40s, which, given the customs of this era, made her more than suitable to be Zijuan's mother. Conversely, the youngest was merely half a year older than Zijuan and had already been welcomed into Zhang Ruoxu's household for over a year. Were it not for the advanced age and excessive indulgence of the elder mentors, it would soon be the case that they would need to ensure the continuation of the Zhang family lineage. As the women of the inner chamber interacted, discussions inevitably gravitated towards men. Zijuan could not conceal the matter of Zhang Qian's acquisition of a consort from the servants in the village. Yet she could not deceive the beloved concubines of Zhang Ruoxu. Consequently, these elder women grew increasingly anxious for Zijuan, eagerly pulling her into their quarters to discreetly impart the secrets of captivating men. The teacher was earnest in instruction, and the student absorbed the lessons diligently. However, during her first attempt at practical application, she encountered a misstep. Not only did Zhang Qian fail to be enchanted by Zijuan, but he was also perplexed by her apparent lack of focus. "I have already told you, A person is akin to a fruit tree. If the blossoms bloom too early, they will never grow to maturity. Go observe in the village. Those women who married young, are they not all frail and withered, seldom living past 40? Plagued by ailments throughout their lives? Adhering to the principle of promptly curbing misguided notions, he shot Zhizhu in a stern glare and continued his admonishments. Yet, Zhizhu, emboldened by her earlier discussions, countered, but Aunt 13 said that a woman is most alluring when she is 14 or 15, in the prime of her youth. If one passes that blossoming period, men will lose interest. This time, Zhizhu grew considerably bolder, persisting in her argument with conviction. I have already told you. Do not heed her fallacious reasoning. Zhang Qian, exasperated, scratched his head in frustration, unsure whether to chastise or scold her. After nearly tearing his scalp in frustration, he finally recalled a decisive tactic. Fine, if you are so idle, go memorize ancient poetry. I only know a few characters, my lord. Will you teach me to recite? Zhizhu pleaded softly, feigning a pitiful demeanor. I realize I was wrong and will not dare again. I am quite clever and promise not to trouble you more than 3 times. Zhang Qian, having gleaned from the wisdom of his predecessors that courting favor requires a sense of moderation, consented, albeit with a hidden resolve. All right, I shall teach you. He regarded Zhizhu with a steely determination. The young girl, he thought, must be made to experience some hardship. Otherwise, she would inevitably turn the fire back upon herself. Thus, he resolved to select a sufficiently lengthy poem to challenge her and simultaneously instill a proper worldview. Which poem would be suitable? It needed to be lengthy, while also imparting lessons of self-reliance and independence to a girl, steering her thoughts away from merely relying on her beauty. Ah, he had it. Rapidly recalling the most arduous verses he had memorized in his youth, Zhang Qian decisively declared, very well. I shall teach you this one, the ancient ballad, Mulan's poem. I will recite a line, and you shall follow my lead. Ah, my lord, recite a line, Zhizhuan followed suit. Chirp. Chirp, again chirp, Mulan weaves by the door. No sound of the loom is heard, only the sighs of the maiden. Zhang Qian stood tall, adopting the guise of a stern teacher, pacing back and reciting aloud. Chirp, chirp, again chirp, Mulan weaves by the door. No sound of the loom is heard, only the sighs of the maiden. A clear feminine voice chimed in, resonating like the harmonious chime of bells. What does the maiden think of? What does the maiden remember? The maiden has no thoughts. The maiden has no memories. Zhang Qian nodded gently, continuing his instruction. What does the maiden think of? What does the maiden remember? Zhizhuan, putting aside her shyness, studied earnestly. Last night, I saw the military edict. The Khan summoned the troops. 12 volumes of military records, each scroll bearing my father's name. My father has no eldest son. Mulan has no elder brother. I wish to purchase a saddle and horse, from henceforth. 12 volumes of military records, each scroll bearing my father's name. Zhizhuan's joy escalated as she recited, her voice akin to a yellow oriole soaring from the valley. My father has no eldest son. Mulan has no elder brother. Her voice abruptly halted. She lowered her head, quickly glancing at her own chest, and in that fleeting moment, her cheeks flushed anew. Turning away, she fled in a flurry. Chapter 60, The Unwelcome Visitor, Unleashing Guinu, Part 2. Don't run away. We haven't even recited half of the poem yet. Confounded by Zhizhu's behavior, Zhang Qian pursued a few steps and called out loudly. Zhizhu lacked the courage to look back, hastening her pace, and before long, she had entered the inner hall. Zhang Qian, observing this, felt an increasing sense of bewilderment. In his previous role as a part-time tutor, he had encountered several reluctant learners. However, none had ever dismissed a lesson on the spot, appearing as if deeply aggrieved like Zhizhu did. With an innate curiosity, he instinctively furrowed his brow. Recalling the recent teaching session, and the verses from Mulan Ci floated back into his mind. Suddenly enlightened, he felt a flush of warmth creeping into his ears. What nonsense was this little trickster thinking? Even if she were precocious, surely she could not be this seasoned? It was infuriating, truly exasperating. Yet, he could not chase after her to clarify matters. As the elder brother, he must maintain a dignified composure and avoid excessive speculation. Otherwise, would she not perceive him as attempting to conceal something? Just as he was caught in a mix of amusement and exasperation. A head wrapped in thick bandages peeked through the moon gate leading from the inner courtyard to the front yard, scanning the area furtively like a thief. Ringguanjia, is there something you need? If so, come in and speak. Zhang Qian snapped, momentarily dismissing his contemplation of Mulan Ci. Ah, here I am. Rinquan, his head swathed in bandages, entered at an angle, halting at a distance from Zhang Qian, as if he were harboring a contagious illness. Zhuangzhu, we have a visitor. What kind of visitor? Zhang Qian inquired, directing them to wait in the main hall. Aren't you supposed to be at the construction site today? Hasn't the waterway been nearly excavated? Yes, indeed. A group of Tibetans has come down from the plateau, Rinquan replied, beaming with a servile smile. His posture bent like a boiled shrimp. They possessed the official document from the court permitting them to purchase goods and wish to acquire our 6 gods flower due. He continued, while assisting the tenants in digging the waterway. I noticed them approaching. Seeing their numbers and their fierce demeanor, I set down my work and returned to be cautious. Tibetans, bearing a court-issued purchasing permit? Zhang Qian was perplexed and asked, are the Tibetans truly fierce? Or do they have a notorious reputation in business? Surely, in broad daylight, they wouldn't dare to act brazenly? Before Rinquan could respond, Zhang Qian felt a shiver of alarm. How did they know that the 6 gods flower dew was produced in our estate? Neither Rinzong nor Guanu had yet returned with the bottles. They must have encountered a sample somewhere in Chang'an and traced their way here, Rinquan conjectured quietly. The customs and practices of the Tibetans differ greatly from those of the Central Plains. Even on our territory, they insist on conducting business according to their own rules, which often leads to conflicts when misunderstandings arise. Although the situation had not escalated to open confrontation, the authorities, concerned about their reputation, found themselves reluctant to intervene after the conflict arose. Whose reputation were they protecting? A group of foreign tribesmen had come to the capital of the Tang Dynasty, Chang'an, and assaulted its citizens. Surely the authorities had far more to lose by allowing such injustices to persist. How could they condone outsiders mistreating their own people, and yet consider it a matter of face? Zhang Qian's mind briefly conjured images of certain scoundrels from the plateaus, brazenly parading through the streets of Xi'an, and a sardonic remark slipped from his lips. Undoubtedly, in the 21st century, the vast majority of plateau dwellers are benevolent and law-abiding. Yet, a few bad apples inevitably emerge to cause trouble. These miscreants, though few in number, stand out due to their distinct attire and manner of speech, making it all too easy for the populace to associate their individual actions with the collective image of their entire ethnicity. As for the authorities, it is often wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. Furthermore, the court had recently consented to marry off a princess to the chief of the Tubo people. How could they possibly strike at the relatives of their son-in-law? Rinquan hesitated momentarily, his expression rife with helplessness as he explained. Marrying a princess to the Tubo? Zhang Qian was momentarily taken aback, only to be struck by a sudden realization. Was it the princess known as He Zhizhang, and the groom bore the name He Zhizhang? As a humanities student, despite the historical events being somewhat distant, he still retained a vague recollection of the Tang Dynasty's 2 matrimonial alliances with the Tubo people. The first was with Princess Wenqing during the Jingguan era, and the second involved Princess Jin Cheng, coinciding with the reign of Emperor Zhongzong. This year marked the 3rd year of the Shunlong era, with Emperor Li Xian in power. Indeed, the emperor had recently conferred the title of Jin Cheng upon the princess. The name of her Tubo husband also bore a resemblance to something. Rinquan's voice brought Zhang Qian a sense of satisfaction. After such a long time in the Tang Dynasty, he had finally managed to correlate a significant historical event from memory with reality. This feeling was akin to a lost traveler in the wilderness suddenly spotting a Wi-Fi signal on their phone. If they followed the signal, they would surely find their way back to civilization. However, Rinquan's subsequent remarks swiftly extinguished Zhang Qian's good mood. Master, they possess purchasing permits issued by the court. Refusing to trade with them would surely contradict the intentions of the authorities. But when dealing with them, you must exercise utmost caution. These individuals, lacking in experience, may brandish mere straw as treasures. If you find their offerings unsatisfactory, simply state that you have no need for them. Do not dismiss their goods as worthless. Zhang Qian suddenly understood. It seemed that troublemakers were not solely a phenomenon of the 21st century. They also existed in the 8th. Then why report back at all? Just inform them that there is no merchandise available. At the Honglu Temple's guest office, a certain official surnamed Zhu accompanied them. Rinquan felt deeply wronged. Clasping his hands in a gesture of submission, his face etched with grievance as he explained, I had already attempted to decline once. Yet this official Zhu insisted that our Tang Dynasty, being a land of propriety, must not neglect our guests. The envoy insisted that the master personally step out to meet them. Exasperated, Zhang Qian could not help but utter vulgarity. In the 21st century, there exists a group of despicable individuals, forever preaching that diplomacy is paramount, aiding outsiders in oppressing their own compatriots, and taking pride in it. To his dismay, upon returning to the 8th century, the situation remained lamentably unchanged. Where is the formidable spirit of the Han and Tang dynasties? Those who dare to defy the majesty of our great Han shall be punished, even from afar. From Li Shimin, Su Shiji, and Li Jing to Wang Xuanci. Where has the confidence forged by so many heroic figures of the Tang gone? How is it that by the time of Emperor Zhongzong, certain individuals began to bend their backs in submission? Master, your decision to have Lord Guo investigate the matter of purchasing official titles is indeed far-sighted. Our business with Lu Shenhua Lu has yet to commence, yet already minor officials have sought us out. Once you truly expand the enterprise, one cannot predict what wild boars or bears may come knocking. It is evident that Ren Quan disapproves of the treacherous behavior of the clerk surnamed Zhu. And following Zhang Qian's words, he bitterly added his own commentary. The clerk at the Honglu Temple had no authority over local matters. Yet the clerk surnamed Zhu was indeed an official. Thus, as a commoner, Zhang Qian could not refuse the request to meet with the Tibetan delegation. However, whether to engage in business with them and the scale of such dealings would ultimately be his own decision. Resolving to part ways with the delegation, Zhang Qian lingered in his study for a full quarter of an hour. He then instructed someone to assist him in donning a splendid outfit before leisurely making his way to the front gate of his estate. The clerk surnamed Zhu, who had been growing increasingly impatient, instinctively hardened his expression upon hearing movement from within, preparing to assert his authority over the host. However, upon seeing Zhang Qian's opulent attire, he swiftly suppressed his ire. Taking 2 steps forward, he clasped his hands in greeting towards the direction of Chang'an, then introduced himself with a smile. I am the clerk at the Honglu Temple, dispatched today to lead the Tibetan envoys and their entourage, the Lala Wang business officer, to procure gifts for the deities, as well as for their Zampu and Grand Minister. The Lala Wang business officer has long heard of a special spice from your estate, known as Lu Shenhua Lu, which he believes is most suitable for honoring the heavens and the gods. Therefore, he inquires how much stock you have left, as he intends to purchase it all. Realizing the clerk was present, Zhang Qian offered an apology for not having welcomed them properly. He chose to disregard the clerk's pretentious bravado and, like any ordinary guest, stood at the entrance of his estate with a smile and a bow. To be candid, dear brother Lala Wang, your timing is unfortunate. The last 2 bottles of Lu Shenhua Lu were given yesterday to a close friend of my elder at home. At present, I have no stock left, not even the herbs required for its production. No stock. The clerk, having invoked the Honglu Temple, the deities, and the Tibetan Zampu, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. With narrowed eyes, he pressed on. How could there be no stock? Are you not a merchant? To whom were the last 2 bottles given? Could one perhaps dispatch a servant to retrieve it? Master Zhu has misconstrued the matter. The 6-god flower dew was merely concocted by me, following the secret formula of my school, to present to elders and friends as a remedy against mosquitoes. It has never been sold in the market, thus how could it be deemed a business venture? Zhang Qian maintained his courteous smile, bowing respectfully, stating that he adhered to his ancestral teachings of farming and scholarship, and was not a merchant by any means. As for the elder's esteemed acquaintance, surnamed He was a distinguished scholar from early years, residing in the city of Chang'an. If Master Zhu deems the 6-god flower dew essential, I could pen a letter to inquire whether he has shared it with others after receiving it. Are you referring to scholar He Taichung? Master Zhu felt a shiver run down his spine. The firmness in his voice diminished to a mere third of its original strength. How could he possibly reclaim a gift already bestowed upon scholar He? I merely inquired on behalf of the Wanwang business officer. It was not a desire of my own. If you have none in hand, so be it. With that, he bowed once more to Zhang Qian, preparing to hastily depart from this murky predicament. Yet, unexpectedly, a Tibetan official behind him strode forward with determination. How could it be gone? Why was it not absent earlier or later, but only when we came to purchase? Do you look down upon us? We are willing to pay, regardless of the value, not a single penny less. A wave of sweat and body odor, mingled with the stench of improperly cured animal hides, assaulted Zhang Qian's senses, causing him to recoil in distress, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Achoo! Achoo! He quickly turned aside, sneezing twice, and then retrieved a handkerchief scented with 6-god flower dew to wipe his nose. Finally regaining his composure, he bowed from a distance. My apologies, my apologies. I have recently caught a chill, and to avoid transmitting it to esteemed guests, I shall not let you enter. Indeed, The 6 Godflower Dew is no longer available. If you would be so kind as to leave your addresses, once I have prepared the next batch, I shall send a few bottles to you as a token of apology." With that, he hurriedly covered his nose with the handkerchief, feigning a sneeze to filter the foul air, alleviating some of his torment. It was not his intention to slight them today. The odor emanating from the other party was tenfold more repugnant than the stench that Guan Nu would deliberately emit. Moreover, Guan Nu's malodor primarily stemmed from sweat gland secretion, which could be significantly mitigated with a simple application of medicinal oil post-bath. However, the business officer named Lala Wan embodied a composite of various foul odors, rendering any floral fragrance ineffective. The chill, that Lala Wan, startled by Zhang Qian's sneezing and subsequent explanation, instinctively took steps backward. In Tibet, where medicinal herbs and skilled healers are scarce, a chill is a formidable adversary. Each year, countless nobles and commoners perish during the transitional seasons of autumn to winter and winter to spring due to this affliction. Moreover, the contagion of such an ailment is alarmingly intense. Not only can a sneeze from an infected individual be perilous, but even a brief face-to-face conversation poses a significant risk. Yet, despite his trepidation, he remained reluctant to forego a significant opportunity for merit. Thus, after retreating a considerable distance of 10 steps, he stabilized his stance and, from afar, respectfully clasped his hands towards Zhang Qian, inquiring whether the esteemed Zhang could expedite the preparation of the 6 divine flower dew, which indeed holds great utility during our veneration of the divine. Alternatively, he pondered if it might be possible for Zhang to transfer the recipe for the 6 divine flower dew. With hopeful anticipation, he expressed his willingness to offer a substantial price. As he spoke, he effortlessly retrieved a massive leather pouch from his attendant's steed, emptying its contents onto the ground: stones, dried meat, bones, herbs, and gold coins. These were exquisite jade stones, no less valuable than those from He Zhizhang. They were the remnants of a tiger, suitable for brewing a revitalizing soup that could invigorate one's vigor for the night's endeavors. Among the contents were bones of the snow leopard, renowned for fortifying strength against the bitter winds. Additionally, there were snow lotuses, said to grant longevity upon consumption. In this, gold, pure and divine, discarded by the heavens into the river, each piece weighing no less than 5 taels, could all be yours, should you agree to trade for the secret recipe.